Chapter 481 Half Right. A line of information about detonating a vehicle to kill appeared faintly on Chu Sheng's screen. So far, he has 10 kills in his hands. He has finally shown his true colors as a master of chicken eating, changing the slump of being protected by Xiaobai in the last game. The audience in the live broadcast room all opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say. Normal people definitely don't have such wild imagination. In this case, at most they would throw a fragmentation grenade down and look for an opportunity to see if they can kill someone. Who would think of using a car to fall backwards and kill by explosion? The eyes lit up. And then, there was a sigh. This idea is really awesome. Totally unexpected. 2333 I think the enemy is also confused. A car with flames suddenly fell from the sky. What the hell is this plot? This is revenge for the car sweep just now. Since you like to take a taxi so much, I will give you a chance now. Chu Sheng really has this mentality. Don't you like to take a taxi? Then come on. I will give you a chance to fight. After killing 2 scoundrels who wanted to escape, Chu Sheng hid behind the bunker to recharge his energy and refocused his attention on the opposite hill. But after observing for a long time, it seems that there is no movement on the opposite side. It is likely that they should have left. The 2 guys who were killed by the car came back to their senses from their confusion. After watching the death replay, they fell into silence again. This is too cruel, isn't it? If they were killed by grenades or something, it would be fine. The key is that they were affected by the explosion of the falling car, which is very troublesome. The 2 of them complained for a while, and simply quit the game. This kind of IQ suppression is really powerless. Chu Sheng accepted the complaints of the 2, and directly reached the 100-point mark. Turning on the good and bad are interdependent mode. Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. This is not a joke. So he focused all his attention on Duzi. She was repeatedly told not to shoot without her order, and just to follow Xiaobai obediently. Duzi was confused by Chu Sheng's sudden concern. She didn't know why this guy suddenly became a different person, and asked her about her well-being. Even the fans looked dumbfounded. They didn't know if Chu Sheng had suddenly changed his nature or had another conspiracy. Although it was not time to refresh the circle yet, the 3 of them began to move towards the high point at the westernmost part of the mine. There was a highway below this position, so it was relatively easy to enter the circle. And it could also block the team at the bottom of the mine behind them. The view was extremely wide, and it was an excellent place. The people hiding in the toilet at the bottom of the mine tried to stick their heads out. But as soon as they stuck their heads out, they were greeted by dense bullets, which shot them back. The 4 people were extremely frustrated, and all hid in the toilets and shivered. The key point was that they had been fighting for a long time just now. And in order to move to these 2 toilets, they had already used up all the smoke bombs on their bodies. Now they came in but had no way to get out. After a discussion, several people decided to rush out at the same time when there was about a minute left. Whether they could survive or not was up to fate. Chu Sheng stood at the top and looked around, and his vision was wide enough to reach the observation station. The safe zone is only 500 meters away from him, and it is still in time to start running when the poison circle starts to shrink. Xiaobai observed the housing area on the opposite slope of the forest for a long time, but did not find any traces of people. This place can be used as a transit point to enter the circle later. Just as the 3 were waiting for the poison circle to shrink, there was a roar of an airplane in the sky. The sound came from far away, and the flight path happened to be flying in the direction where they were. Chu Sheng's heart moved. Didn't it trigger the good and bad effect just now? Could it be that an airdrop could come down? Anyway, there is nothing to do now. Just give it a try. Chu Sheng pointed the Mini-14 at the plane in the sky. And this action also showed his ambition. The fans in the live broadcast room laughed at Chu Sheng's action. Wake up. You are a bad luck anchor. Why do you want an airdrop? Chu Sheng is just taking a look. Definitely just taking a look. It's possible. I remember there was a handstand with diarrhea 2 days ago. The engine sound was so loud that even Xiaobai and Duzi's attention was attracted by the plane. Duzi stared at Chu Sheng with his mouth wide open, and said in a suspicious tone, "You don't want this airdrop, do you?" Chu Sheng didn't know what blessings and misfortunes had arranged for him this time. But that didn't stop him from looking forward to it. As long as he didn't set any flags. It's definitely impossible to fall down. Your luck. Duzi didn't say anything more, because as Chu Sheng fired a shot at the plane directly above his head, a parachute really appeared, right above their heads. This is fake. Where's the unlucky anchor? Unfollow him. Brother who unfollowed above. This is Doozy's live broadcast room. The fans were all stunned. This really made them a little confused. This time, the bad luck was extremely miserable. When he landed, he could only find cold weapons such as crossbows. But when Chu Sheng was lucky, it was ridiculous that he could actually shoot and land an airdrop. This operation and luck were a bit too extreme. Seeing that he really landed in the airdrop. He didn't even have to move a step, and was hit directly on the face. Chu Sheng was so happy. At this time, it would be perfect if he had a sniper rifle with a high-power scope in the airdrop. Or even in 14 Malawang Quachas. After all, the next safe zone is basically on the grassland. Except for some trees that can serve as cover. There is nowhere to hide. If it was a wheat field, it would be a little better. At least you can lie down and act like Voldemort. But now this grassland, lying on it really looks like a fly on a white cream cake. Very clear. There must be a high-power scope and a sniper rifle inside. Since the airdrop has already landed, Chu Sheng is not afraid of setting a flag. He makes bold guesses and carefully verifies. Although the minigun is easy to use, it is definitely not as powerful as a bolt-action sniper or 14 Malawang Quachas. After all, the most exciting thing in FPS games is to kill with one shot, and to perform operations that make people's adrenaline soar. Now the fans dare not say anything. He has already shot down the airdrop. If they say anything else, won't they be slapped in the face by Chu Sheng again? The airdrop box just landed, and even the red smoke didn't disperse. Doozy ran faster than Chu Sheng and shouted, "Come! Let me open this airdrop for you." Seeing Doozy so active, Chu Sheng thought that as long as he didn't shoot or throw grenades, there shouldn't be any big problems. When he came to the airdrop box, Doozy glanced at the contents and his face froze. All the fans in the live broadcast room laughed so hard. The configuration in this airdrop box was quite interesting. "What is it?" Seeing Doozy didn't say anything, Chu Sheng suddenly had a bad feeling. You are half right." Doozy hesitated for a long time and said. Chu Sheng thought for a while. "There is a sniper rifle but no high-power scope?" Doozy. Fans. Then, there was another hearty laugh in the live broadcast room. Chu Sheng's face changed again, and his voice trembled. Could it be that there is a high-power scope but no sniper rifle? Chapter 482 targeted by the firepower of a division. Chu Sheng hurried over to take a look and almost fainted. 0-point airdrop. This is a 0-point airdrop. Although Chu Sheng was unlucky, he was fortunate to have received several airdrops. The quality of this airdrop can be said to be the worst one he has ever seen. Even among the types of airdrops that everyone may pick up, it is the worst one. I am not saying that if I see such an airdrop, I may only pick up the ghillie suit inside, and will not even look at the rest. I picked up the airdrop with joy. And when I opened it, I felt no emotion at all. "Sorry. I'm sorry to bother you." Chu Sheng's expression froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The live broadcast room was already full of laughter. Doozy was right, and Chu Sheng really guessed half of it. Doozy bent over, peeking and slowly retreating. At this moment, she just wanted to say that this airdrop was open like this, and it really had nothing to do with her. The fans laughed wildly. This 0-point airdrop was really wonderful. Xiaobai was also infected by the emotion, and curiously wanted to know what was in the airdrop. However, he subconsciously turned his head and stared at the enemies at the bottom of the pit, fearing that they would slip away if he was not careful. Chu Sheng first put on a green ghillie suit, which was the only thing in the airdrop that could soothe him. Then he threw away all the AKM and 7.62mm bullets, replaced them with the M249 squad machine gun, and picked up the 200 rounds of 5.56mm bullets in it. Of course, this is not the end. Finally, Chu Sheng installed the 15x scope in the airdrop on the M249. The above is the complete airdrop content. Really, except for the comfort of a ghillie suit, Chu Sheng really didn't want to pick up any of the other things. When Xiaobai watched Chu Sheng put on one by one, especially when he saw the M249 first and then pressed a lengthy 15x scope, he couldn't help laughing. No level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, M249, 15x scope, 200 rounds of bullets and ghillie suit. If you really risk your life to rush over to lick such an airdrop, your heart will be chilled after seeing it. Chu Sheng actually doesn't need to replace the AKM at all. But it's an airdrop after all. If he doesn't take this M249 squad machine gun, How can people tell that he picked up the airdrop? But this M249 with a 15x scope. Are you sure you are not here to make fun of it? M249 with a 15x scope. Can it be used? Doozy hid behind carefully, but couldn't help asking. Doozy had also got this gun when he was fighting before. The muzzle shook violently, and it was useless except for the large number of bullets. Chu Sheng sighed lightly, his tone full of resentment. Just use it as a telescope. Then he began to scan the distance. As a result, Chu Sheng really saw a lone wolf. No husky, running wildly in the wheat field in the distance. Huh? Chu Sheng scanned it again and again, and found that there was indeed only one person. The fans have already begun to encourage Chu Sheng to use 15x in Doozy's live broadcast room. 15x scope is a good thing. M249 is also a good thing. Chu Sheng, it's time to show your true strength. You should know that M249 is a squad machine gun, which is more powerful than a fully automatic assault rifle. After all, this gun has another well-known name. Big Pineapple. I just went over to take a look. Brother Chong's body is still warm. You are doing this. Are you trying to revive Brother Chong? Don't mess around. It is more difficult to suppress the 15x scope of the fully automatic machine gun than the SKS. After all, the SKS is a continuous sniper. The shaking of the fully automatic machine gun is more continuous. Under the magnification of the 15x scope, the muzzle is probably like an earthquake, shaking violently. Doozy looked at these comments and pretended not to see them. After all, the matter of Brother Chong is also a stain on Douyu. These big anchors have been warned not to mention these things. But Chu Sheng seemed to have received brainwaves from his fans, and said, keep an eye on the people behind me. I'll try the fully automatic gun suppression with the 15x scope. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room was boiling. Chu Sheng was really naughty. Hinting. Doozy's eyes turned around. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with her. She didn't give any hints or say a word. Chu Sheng ran to the edge of the cliff with the heavy M249 in his arms, then lay directly on the ground to open the tripod of the M249, and then opened the scope to aim at the person in the distance. This is the detail of a master shooting. If you can lie down, never squat, and if you can squat, never stand, in order to improve the accuracy and stability of the shooting. Xiaobai turned his head to guard behind him, and Doozy simply watched Chu Sheng shoot. At this time, the water friends in the live broadcast room were annoyed again. How could there be no first-person perspective of Chu Sheng in such a classic occasion? Damn. I can't see the 15x pressure of the first hand. I have another idea, which is to let Doozy jump off the cliff with a grenade and commit suicide. And then I can OB Chu Sheng's perspective. Isn't it very smart? Big chest brother. This idea is not bad. Doozy, I know you have seen this barrage. In the bar, the water friends collectively petitioned and begged Doozy to commit suicide. You just follow it. Doozy naturally glanced at the barrage. How could these guys who originally held him in the palm of their hands suddenly become so crazy that they actually let him jump off a cliff dozens of meters high with a grenade in his arms, just to see Chu Sheng's first-person perspective? Is there any humanity left? Give me back my cute and obedient fans. Doozy would never jump down with a bomb in his arms, even if he was beaten to death. At most, he would just watch from the side of Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng also knew what was going on. If he stood and fired with the M249 with a 15x scope, he would be so shaken that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Lying on the ground, the M249 has a tripod that can minimize the recoil. After locking the target, Chu Sheng opened fire directly. It was not a quick single point, but he directly pressed the left mouse button to fire. He also wanted to try whether he could suppress the M249 with a 15x scope. The bullets flew out of the muzzle like fireflies, and fell on the wheat field with colorful light. The whistling bullets also scared the running player. These dense bullets didn't seem to come from the same person. While running and jumping, he looked around and finally found the place where the stars were shining. It was at least 600 to 700 meters away. Is it necessary to think about why he concluded that it was not a bullet from one person? No one dared to suppress it fully automatically at this distance. This player can be said to be terrified, as if he was targeted by the firepower of a division. Chu Sheng tried his best to control the mouse, and adjusted the DPI to the maximum to barely suppress the shaking of the 15x scope. The distance of 600 to 700 meters is really not too far in the eyes of the 15x scope. The figure and appearance of this player can still be seen clearly. I saw green blood surging, accompanied by spinning and jumping. Chapter 483. I just want to say that no one here can enter the circle. It is already a difficult task for Chu Sheng to try his best to suppress the muzzle. Just this operation has made his forehead covered with a layer of sweat. As for accuracy, this requirement is too much. Unless Chu Sheng really raises funds to buy a hack, then all the bullets can really hit his head. However, even if there is no way to control the accuracy, the roaring bullets of the M249 are tilted crazily, and one gun forms a firepower network formed by 4 assault rifles, which is even denser than that. Countless bullets streaked through the air. There was no cover in this wheat field. All he could do was run through this 200 or 300 meters long wheat field. Even with a slight movement, there was no way to completely avoid these randomly distributed bullets. Although the bullet damage was attenuated at ultra-long distances, it could not stop the dense bullets from pouring down. There was even the sound of bullets whistling all around, which gave me a feeling of landing in Normandy and facing the German army's overwhelming shooting. Although I was dodging, the bullets kept falling on me, and a clear green blood mist emerged. Chu Sheng's mouse had been pulled back from the edge of the table countless times. Although it was fully automatic, Chu Sheng actually fired in 3 bursts, adjusting the mouse after every 3 bullets, leaving a small gap for adjustment, and then continuing to shoot. But because the interval is very short, it sounds no different from full automatic. The bullets formed a stream of light, whizzing in, and finally the player was killed in the wheat field by dense bullets in fear and panic. Only then did Chu Sheng put away the scope and stopped shooting. He took a long breath and wiped the sweat on his forehead with a tissue. This damn 15x scope is really not something a human can do. And this was done when he was lying down with the M249 in full automatic mode. If he was standing and shooting, it is estimated that all the bullets would have floated into the sky. Xiaobai and Duzi both opened their mouths wide, and they didn't expect that Chu Sheng would really kill someone with a 15x scope. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. When they reacted, they all shouted, "This is fake. Fuck. This is going to happen. It's over." I didn't feel it so strongly when I fired 17 shots in 2 seconds before. But now it's getting stronger. Is Chu Sheng planning to resurrect the first, second, and third generations all at once? I remember someone said before that it's impossible for anyone to suppress a gun with a 15x scope in full auto. The viewers were all shocked. Although Chu Sheng had suppressed the SKS with a 15x scope before, it can be understood that the SKS is a sniper rifle after all, and it doesn't have a full auto mode. But now this is an M249, and it actually killed someone. Although I couldn't see Chu Sheng's first-person perspective, the sound of the gunshot just now was still clearly heard through Duzi's perspective, and it was clearly in full automatic mode. He killed someone like this, except for one word of horror. What else can I say? Let me tell you, this 15x scope is too difficult to suppress the gun in full automatic mode. If it weren't for the many bullets in this M249, I might not have been able to kill that person just now. Chu Sheng said it directly in the team voice this time, and the sound naturally came to the live broadcast room through Duzi. He changed the magazine casually, and just now, he killed a person with 50 bullets. If this is said out, I'm afraid no one will think that Chu Sheng shot and killed someone, and they will all think that it was a mistake. The fans naturally heard the hidden meaning of Chu Sheng's words, and smiled with understanding. Obviously, this was said to those fans who said that the reincarnation of the dead was a thing. Even Chu Sheng, who was so strong, could only lie down and use a 15x scope to suppress the gun automatically. What kind of anchor did you have before? What strength do you have to perform a series of cool operations? After killing people here, the countdown for shrinking the circle is about to end. Chu Sheng asked Xiaobai and Duzi to go down the mountain and enter the circle first, and he blocked a team of people in the mine pit behind. After all, under the firepower of the lying M249, people hiding in the toilet can come out. But wanting to avoid the pouring firepower network after coming out is another matter. The bright red 15 kills gradually faded from Chu Sheng's screen, which made him feel autistic again after being shown off by Xiao Bai in the last game. He put away his machine gun, jumped down from the top of the mine that looked like layers of cake, and then chased the electric net into the safe zone. When he reached the house area below the hillside, Chu Sheng's health line was pulled up, and he was unwilling to be lonely and went up the mountain with M249. Now there are 19 people left. Minus the 3 of them. There are 16 people left. What Chu Sheng didn't expect was that after the poison circle shrank, a new safe zone appeared in front of him, including the 2 houses in the wild area and the hill in front of him, all within the safe zone. Chu Sheng's face suddenly became ugly. In this terrain, if the safe zone falls on you, you will be completely suppressed and shot at. You can't stay in the house area. If you enter the house area in the final circle, you will really be suppressed and can't get out. The best way now is to occupy the highest position on the hilltop, and then block everyone and prevent them from entering the circle. Chu Sheng can now be sure that there is no one behind him. So as long as the 3 of them guard the hilltop, there should be no problem. Chu Sheng was the first to rush up the hilltop with a machine gun, and Xiaobai and Duzi followed closely behind to defend the other side to prevent someone from coming along the reverse slope. The road is on the reverse slope. Chu Sheng was wearing a ghillie suit and lying directly on the grass under the tree beside the road, with the shade of the tree and the grass as cover. Unless you stand under your feet, you can't see that there are people here. In addition, there is a small shrub half a meter high on one side of Chu Sheng, which makes it more hidden. Although he was lying down, all the safe areas were within Chu Sheng's field of vision, with an M249 in his hand. It can be said that his combat power was no less than that of a fortress. As soon as the new safe area was refreshed, all the people who had been hiding in the grass house area in the distance appeared. People rushed over to the 3 house areas and the beach in the distance, and they all drove their cars tactfully. You should know that there is no cover in this circle. So in order to prevent the circle from being refreshed again, all the people hiding in the housing area prepared vehicles. Otherwise the safe zone would be refreshed far away. And after coming out of the housing area, there would be endless grassland and a road, without any cover along the way. So they would be completely trapped outside, watching cars, jeeps and even carts rushing towards the road from the housing area. And they were very tacit. No one fired a gun, waiting to find cover after rushing into the safe zone to decide the outcome. But no one expected that at this moment. Next to the shade of trees and bushes, there was a Voldemort in a ghillie suit, holding an M249 and looking at them with a smile. I just want to say that no one here can enter the circle. Chapter 484 with a twitch. It became boring. Chu Sheng lay on the ground and replaced the 4x scope, the M249 on the tripod. Even with the 4x scope, basically has no recoil. This gun is in Chu Sheng's hand, and it can be used as a laser gun. If we talk about the 3 most stable guns in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, they are actually M249, DP28, and 14 Malawin Quaches. These 3 guns have a common feature, with a tripod, and there is almost no recoil when shooting while lying down. Even players who don't know how to control the gun can control all bullets within a reasonable range. Not to mention the power that this gun can exert in Chu Sheng's hands. Just like a laser gun, the M249's bullets poured out crazily, sweeping across one of the jeeps. The dense bullets seemed to suddenly appear in the grass, as if a division of soldiers had suddenly emerged, directly knocking down the player in the driver's seat. Without the driver, the jeep began to swing and roll crazily, with the output lasting 2 or 3 seconds. Only a huge mushroom cloud and fire were heard on the grass, and Chu Sheng collected 4 more heads. It took more than 40 bullets to sweep the car. The key was that the M249 lying down was too stable. There was almost no shaking under the 4-fold scope, and all the bullets hit the car. The gunfire paused for half a second, and then Chu Sheng switched his fire to another red car. Compared to the jeep, the iron sheet of the car could not block many bullets, and the muzzle of the M249 kept spitting out flames, like a fire dragon. Bullets fell on the car with a clang. Especially the face of the player in the driver's seat under the 4-fold scope could be seen clearly. Chu Sheng just aimed the crosshairs at the driver's seat, and in less than a second, as if it was a magic trick, the player in the driver's seat disappeared directly from the camera. Immediately, thick smoke began to rise from the front of the car, followed by flames. And the last perfect explosion art. Chu Sheng scored 4 more heads. There were still more than 20 bullets. Chu Sheng did not rush to change the bullets. He paused for half a second and switched the gun, shooting at the speeding cart. There was no rollover, no explosion, and the 2 people on the cart without any cover were directly swept down by Chu Sheng, falling to the ground and turning into 2 boxes. After firing all the 100 bullets, he directly harvested 10 heads, and Chu Sheng's kill count reached a terrifying 25 kills. There were 100 people in the whole game, and 1/4 of them were in Chu Sheng's hands. This record is terrifying. Chu Sheng himself also felt very happy. The pleasure of a magazine of 100 bullets is not comparable to the 40 bullets of an assault rifle, especially when using the M249 as a road bully. He would shoot anyone who wanted to pass by him. It was simply overbearing. The frequency and density of the bullets poured out were like 2 or 3 people shooting at the same time. The poison circle had not yet shrunk, and after a round of shooting, only 9 people were left. Excluding the 3-man team, there were only 6 enemies left. Just now, Chu Sheng lay down and output crazily. The information bar in the upper right corner was occupied by Chu Sheng's continuous screen refreshes, and 2 cars were blown up. Another cart also turned over on the grass with smoke. The whole grass looked like it had experienced a disaster, leaving only a wreckage. Chu Sheng did not rush to get up, and started to change the magazine directly. A few minutes ago, Chu Sheng was disgusted with the M249. But now he lay down and fired a burst of bullets, and got 10 kills. Tab looked at the impressive record of 25 kills in the upper right corner. There were still 6 enemies left. If Chu Sheng could kill them all, wouldn't he be able to surpass his own kill record with 31 kills? Chu Sheng was excited when he thought of this. After all, it was a very meaningful thing to surpass his previous kill record. After changing the magazine, Chu Sheng did not act like Voldemort anymore. He asked Xiaobai and Duzi to stay on the mountain, and he jumped onto the road and rushed out alone. Instead of waiting for the enemy to come, it is better to take the initiative. There should be no one on the grass, standing at a slightly higher place. There is no trace of Voldemort at all. Chu Sheng began to run wildly along the road, especially under the reverse slope, and searched it almost carefully. Still no trace of the enemy was found. This is strange. There are still 6 people left, at least 2 teams, and there is no one under the reverse slope. The reverse slope on the east side of the road has been searched by Chu Sheng, but no one is seen. Now Chu Sheng's mind is full of the word head. If it is not here, it can only be on the west side of the road. Chu Sheng rushed directly onto the grass with no cover, holding the M249. At this moment, 2 heads suddenly appeared from behind a small hill on the beach, followed by the sound of a rifle and the crisp sound of 98K. Chu Sheng reacted quickly and lay on the ground at the first time. The fire dragon from the muzzle swallowed again, and the powerful and dense bullets directly pressed both of them back. The fire suppression of one person made the 2 people unable to raise their heads. After locking the positions of the 2 people, Chu Sheng also stood up directly, holding the M249 and approaching step by step with courage. The 2 people hiding behind the sand dunes were always held up, and once they showed their heads, they would be suppressed by fire. At this moment, the poison circle began to shrink slowly. The 2 of them gritted their teeth and simply divided their troops to the left and right, pulling the gun line to prepare for a decisive battle with Chu Sheng. The assault rifle poked its head out from the left, and just after firing 2 bullets, Chu Sheng quickly turned the fire 90 degrees, and all 3 5.56mm bullets fell on the head, killing him instantly. Xiaobai and Duzi watched from a distance on the top of the mountain. Xiaobai roughly calculated that Chu Sheng was going to break his own killing record, but it was a pity that there was no live broadcast. If it was live, it would definitely set off a sensational effect. Duzi was stupidly standing by, watching Chu Sheng charging in the opposite direction, and he just thought it was so cool. The other person was holding a 98K and wanted to kill him with one shot, but Chu Sheng immediately fell to the ground after switching his fire and killed him instantly, dodging a 98K bullet that penetrated his soul. Then, there was a strong attack and concentrated fire, which directly shot the man into a sieve. There were only 4 enemies left. Chu Sheng climbed over the sand dunes, and behind him was a flat beach without any cover. Chu Sheng did not see any trace of the enemy. The poison circle was shrinking, and there was not much room for shelter. But there were still 4 people who could not be found, which made Chu Sheng feel cold on his back, thinking that maybe they had encountered invisibility. He looked up at the sky and did not find any trace of the enemy. At this moment, there was a sound of a speedboat speeding on the sea. Chu Sheng could see the white mist on the sea through the azure electric net. Without further ado, he immediately lay on the sand dune, and after opening the quadruple scope, he saw 4 people on the boat. Although he didn't know why this group of people were still outside the poison circle and drove the speedboat into the circle, For Chu Sheng, nothing could be more enjoyable than this output environment. After a burst of intensive high-speed movement, Chu Sheng exhaled a foul breath. And as the screen darkened and solidified, his body twitched slightly. And then a sense of boredom came to his mind. 31 kills. Nothing more than that. Chapter 485 Death Phone. Finally broke his own record. But that was all. It was like a beautiful woman that you had been drooling over before. But after getting to know her in depth, you would find that she was just SOSO and boring. Chu Sheng quit the game and checked the kill record of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. He saw that the first one was a Vietnamese anchor with 43 kills. And he immediately felt his scalp tingling. The second one was a player from Country C, who had 37 kills in a single 4-person team, followed by a German anchor with 36 kills. Excuse me. Chu Sheng felt that the luck factor was greater than his strength to get 31 kills in this game. The terrifying 43 kills in these records really made his scalp tingle. It was almost equivalent to half of the people in the whole game being killed by this anchor. Chu Sheng just switched back to the game and quit the game. But suddenly a strange yet familiar black box popped up. Chu Sheng was speechless when he saw the word banned. Obviously, his game account was banned again. Xiaobai and Doozy were ready, waiting for the next game. Chu Sheng walked into Su Xiaomu's room and gently tapped Xiaobai's slender shoulder. Xiaobai took off his headphones and looked back. When he saw Chu Sheng, he was stunned for a moment. And then he saw Chu Sheng shrugged his shoulders and said, the account was banned for 31 kills. Xiaobai stared at Chu Sheng with wide eyes. She just thought Chu Sheng would break her record. But she didn't expect that he killed nearly 1/3 of the people in the game in the last game, reaching a terrifying 31 kills. His eyes softened immediately, and he took off his headphones and said, then let's not play today. Then Xiaobai sent a message to Doozy in the game, telling him that Chu Sheng's game account had been banned, thinking that it would be over for today. After seeing the message, Doozy clenched his fist and slapped it on his palm, his eyes shining with wisdom. His fingers clattered as he typed a paragraph on the keyboard. And finally he elegantly pressed the enter key to send the message. Xiaobai, how did you know that Chu Sheng's game account had been banned? It was just a simple question. Like the most sinister assassin, who suddenly appeared and caught Xiaobai off guard. Xiaobai's eyes were in a panic, and his slender fingers were on the keyboard. But he didn't know how to reply. These words were like a surprise attack by a soldier, which made Xiaobai panic and at a loss. Just when Xiaobai was at a loss and didn't know how to reply, a warm breath suddenly came from behind, and his hands came from behind and rested on the keyboard, tapping the keyboard and typing a line of words. Chu Sheng just sent me a message. Xiaobai looked up at Chu Sheng, but was greeted with a light kiss on the forehead, which instantly made Xiaobai's skin as delicate as white jade climbed 2 red clouds. What are you nervous about? Xiaobai's eyes met Chu Sheng's, and then she dodged in panic. To be honest, when Chu Sheng kissed her forehead just now, Xiaobai's heart really beat wildly, and she even lost her composure. But this time she understood that this should be the feeling of being moved. She hurriedly retracted her gaze and lifted her hair. Xiaobai was still stubborn. Who is scared? I just haven't thought about how to say it. Oh, so that's the case. Chu Sheng deliberately dragged out his tone, making Xiaobai's cheeks even redder. Ding! The message alert sounded, and Doozy sent another message, still with the aggressive interrogation meaning. You know it so quickly. You won't stay together, right? Of course. The fans in Doozy's live broadcast room can't see this sentence, because Doozy's live broadcast screen is still in the game hall, and the chat window and other things will not be seen by fans to protect privacy. Chu Sheng turned around and pretended to leave, but as soon as he turned around, he felt a cool and delicate touch on his arm. He looked back and saw Xiaobai's eyes, looking at him with pitiful eyes. Chu Sheng smiled slightly, turned around and put his hands around Xiaobai's back and put them on the keyboard. But this time Chu Sheng didn't rush to answer Doozy's question, but looked down at Xiaobai with a smirk. Xiaobai's cheeks were red, and she looked beautiful in a different way. The hard and cold armor was completely removed, revealing the softest part of the essence, as if there was a furry little rabbit under the ice, which made people want to protect and hold it in their arms. Chu Sheng looked at Xiaobai with a smirk. Xiaobai didn't react at first, and didn't know what Chu Sheng's strange smile meant. But after a while, he suddenly realized it, and stretched out his hand to pinch Chu Sheng's waist in embarrassment. Of course, it wasn't a real pinch, But the thin flesh on the waist was so painful that Chu Sheng's eyebrows jumped and the corners of his mouth twitched. Seeing Chu Sheng grimacing in pain, he remained unmoved. Xiao Bai's cheeks burned red, and his heart was pounding as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Xiao Bai subconsciously straightened up slowly, and the distance between the two of them was shortened little by little. The atmosphere of laughter and pranks just now became ambiguous, and the air was so thick that it felt a little suffocating. In Chu Sheng's eyes, all he could see was Xiao Bai's beautiful face, and Chu Sheng's hand had even been gently placed on Xiao Bai's waist without knowing when, so soft that it could be held. The tips of their noses touched lightly, and they could kiss each other's cherry lips as long as they moved one step closer. Ding! The message notification sound in the game sounded again, which startled Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai. The atmosphere was suddenly destroyed. The two separated suddenly, with a trace of panic in their eyes. Chu gnashed his teeth in anger. He knew without thinking that Duzi was playing tricks at this critical moment. The two glanced at the screen and saw that Duzi's latest message read, "Haha. I was just scaring you. Give me Chu Sheng's contact information." Chu Sheng's eyes were almost blazing. "Just give me the contact information. Give %UN hashtag at." Xiao Bai didn't know how to answer. If she refused, wouldn't it seem that there was something wrong? But if she gave it, thinking about giving her boyfriend's private contact information to a beautiful female anchor, Xiao Bai said that she didn't have any thoughts. That would be a lie. Xiao Bai was still thinking, but Chu Sheng had already typed his WeChat contact information on the keyboard. While typing, she explained to Xiao Bai, "Just give it to her. I won't add it." Her thoughts were revealed by Chu Sheng, and Xiao Bai smiled inadvertently, tied her hair, and said proudly, "It's okay to add it. It's no big deal. Can I add it?" Chu Sheng looked so happy that his voice trembled. "You dare." Xiao Bai immediately looked serious, raised her index finger, and turned back to warn Chu Sheng. Seeing his smirk, she knew that this guy was bullying her again. After replying, in order to prevent Duzi from ruining the good show of the two again, Chu Sheng simply helped Xiao Bai to quit the game. Would Duzi disturb them now? Chu Sheng lowered his head and looked at Xiao Bai again, and the atmosphere and feelings seemed to be back to normal. This time, Xiao Bai's eyes flickered slightly, and he felt the warmth of his palm on his waist, and he slowly straightened up and moved towards Chu Sheng. "Good luck to you. Good luck brings joy and love." Chu Sheng's mobile phone suddenly rang, breaking the perfect atmosphere again. Chu Sheng's scalp was numb, and he gritted his teeth in anger. He reached into his pocket and was ready to hang up the phone, but was stopped by Xiao Bai's arm in time. "Maybe there is something urgent," Xiao Bai said with a flushed face, looking at Chu Sheng. Chapter 486 Come. Start your performance. Xiao Bai's gentleness and thoughtfulness calmed the irritable Chu Sheng down in an instant. With such a well-educated and well-mannered girlfriend by his side, what more could one ask for? He took out his cell phone and answered the call without thinking. "Hello? Hello?" The other end of the phone was quiet at first, and Chu Sheng's emotions, which had just been calmed down by Xiao Bai, became agitated again. He wondered who was so bored to call without saying anything. Was it a prank? Just as he was about to hang up the phone, a soft and tender girl's voice suddenly came. "Is it Chu Sheng?" Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Xiao Bai, who had been calming Chu Sheng, naturally heard the gentle girl's voice coming from the phone because they were very close to each other, and immediately frowned and became alert. Chu Sheng's reply to Duzi just now didn't include a phone number. Chu Sheng was very familiar with this voice. After all, he didn't know many girls with nice voices. This kind of voice that made him clench his fists and act like a spoiled child was only one person. Dai Mei. This situation was a bit embarrassing. What was Dai Mei calling for? Especially when Chu Sheng knew that Dai Mei seemed to have a good impression of him. He lowered his head and met Xiao Bai's eyes, which made Chu Sheng feel a little flustered. Report to Xiao Bai with his lips. Dai Mei. Bring a girl? Dai Mei. Xiao Bai thought about it, and seemed to remember that this person called Dai Mei seemed to be a live streamer. At that time, she and Chu Sheng were in a double row. She went to Chu Sheng's live broadcast room with her mobile phone at night to watch it, and gave Chu Sheng rockets. At that time, it was Dai Mei who played with Chu Sheng. She is a very beautiful and eccentric girl, although her expression did not change much. Xiao Bai's attention was focused on her ears, and her ears captured the voice of the phone to an unusual degree. Chu Sheng felt the murderous intent from Xiao Bai, and what Chu Sheng needed now was not just an explanation. The air became sticky, and every breath Chusheng took was as hard as he could, like the last struggling breath before drowning. At this time, Chusheng not only had to guard against the weirdness of Daima on the phone, but also had to take care of his girlfriend Xiaobai's emotions. Chusheng stood in place, suddenly bent down and put his arm around Xiaobai's waist, pulled her up from the gaming chair, and sat her on the edge of the bed. Holding Xiaobai's shoulders, he felt her soft and delicate skin. Xiaobai felt the strength in Chusheng's hand and leaned on his shoulder, so that she was closer to the phone and could hear it more clearly. Xiaobai knew that Chusheng had discovered her jealousy, but there was nothing she could do. If any girl heard another girl with a nice voice calling her boyfriend, she would definitely react like this. The only difference was whether she kept it in her heart or showed it. Daimei, what's the matter? Chusheng seemed to be as steady as an old dog, but he was actually panicking. He just hoped that Daimei would not make any excessive jokes. Chusheng, I want. Chusheng froze, not only because Daimei's lazy tone made him feel a breath of death, but also because Xiaobai's hand had already reached his waist and pinched the thin flesh. As long as he applied a little force, he could enjoy the most pleasant pleasure of twisting the flesh. I really don't understand. No matter how many times a girl falls in love, she always has this trick at her fingertips, as if she doesn't need to practice at all. As long as she falls in love, it will become a special skill. Chusheng felt that a big hand had already strangled his throat at this moment, and he was not far from death. At this time, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only wait for Daimei to say the next words. But Chusheng was also afraid that Daimei would say it. This kind of instability between life and death is usually called Schrodinger's cat. Xiaobai didn't lean on Chusheng's shoulder at this moment, but stared at Chusheng with a cold face, waiting for Chusheng's explanation. Gurgle. Chusheng couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his desire to survive was extremely strong. I want to join Douyu TV. Daimei smiled mischievously on the other side of the phone. When he heard Chusheng's gurgle, the guy's nervous expression seemed to be right in front of him, and he could imagine it directly. Hearing Daimei talking about this, Chusheng relaxed and wanted to let out a breath of turbid air. But when he met Xiaobai's gaze, Chusheng didn't let out a long sigh of relief and asked, "Have you signed a contract with Shuzi TV?" Chusheng remembered that Daimei was a small anchor at Shuzi, and these lowest-level anchors actually didn't have a contract. They all applied for verification in the background and then came out to broadcast live, and they were not qualified to sign a contract. Daimei laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "A small anchor like me who can't even make a wave when thrown into the channel. How can I get a contract? When I come to Douyu, you have to protect me." Chusheng laughed bitterly. "Well, no problem. Since you are a fan of Xiaojizi, I have to protect you anyway." I found that Chusheng's tone seemed a little different from usual. If it was in the game, Chusheng would have laughed wildly at this time, and maybe even chose to take advantage, such as asking Daimei to call him brother. But surprisingly, he only responded with a few words today. A woman's intuition told Daimei that something was wrong. If it was usual, you would have been wild a long time ago. Why are you so calm today? With your girlfriend by your side? Whether Daimei asked this question casually is worth discussing, because the first half of the sentence must be said casually. But as for whether the ultimate purpose of talking for a long time is to go back to the last sentence, that depends on one's opinion. Chusheng glanced at Xiaobai. If he didn't answer this question well, he would lose his head. "Yes, my girlfriend is next to me." Chusheng also answered truthfully, and stretched out his hand to pinch Xiaobai's hand, but was slapped away by Xiaobai. Then pinched again, and was slapped away again. Pinch again. Well, this time just struggled a little, and then turned into a clasp of 10 fingers. "Wow, you still have a girlfriend? You really have a girlfriend? What on earth does that girl like about you?" Daimei's tone suddenly rose several points. She felt that Chusheng must be joking with her. Yes, he must be. Chusheng gently pinched Xiaobai's boneless little hand, raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. "I can't think of it. In addition to being good-looking, knowledgeable, hardworking and brave, mature and stable, humorous and witty, and good at cooking, I don't seem to have any advantages." Xiaobai couldn't help but pinch him with her other hand after hearing his narcissistic words. It's not enough to just pinch him. She pinched a small piece of thin flesh with her index finger and thumb to maximize the pain, and then twisted it clockwise in a subtle way. If a boy can hold back, I lose. Chapter 487. There is something in this place. His. Be gentle. Chu Sheng is also a man. So he naturally can't help it. The intense pain surged into his heart, making him scream out in pain. Just these 3 words made Dai Mei frown on the other side of the phone. What's the matter with a gasp and be gentle? Under normal circumstances, it seems impossible to make such a sound. Right? So Dai Mei thought of some strange things combined with Chu Sheng's previous statement that he had a girlfriend. Xiao Bai didn't expect Chu Sheng to be so narcissistic. And he was chatting and laughing with other girls. Not at all nervous and stuttering when he spoke before. It's changed. All men are pigs. Kuzi was not like this before. Xiao Bai got angrier and angrier, stretched out her palm, and slapped Chu Sheng's arm to vent her anger. Originally, she wanted to vent her anger. But after slapping, Xiao Bai covered her hand and found that it was her hand that hurt. The sound was naturally collected by the microphone of the mobile phone. The expression of Dai Mei on the other side of the phone was solemn, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She had almost guessed what Chu Sheng was doing, but she chose to answer the phone in this situation. Which was, "Ah, you have something to do. Then I'll call you later to talk. So I won't disturb you from exercising. Bye." Dai Mei's face flushed. After all, she was just a sophomore. She heard such exciting things on the phone. No one could behave normally and remain unmoved. Before Chu Sheng could react, a busy tone came from the phone. Only Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai were left looking at each other, not knowing what was going on. Chu Sheng was confused. What kind of exercise is this guy talking about? But after hanging up the phone, Chu Sheng thought of Xiao Bai slapping his arm and the moaning sound he made just now, and automatically associated it with some intense sports. Xiao Bai met Chu Sheng's gaze, and after a moment, he also reacted, and his face was completely red. This matter needs to be explained clearly. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Even if Chu Sheng wanted to continue what he had not done just now, it was difficult to find the feeling just now. Damiai from Bamboo TV, the one who used to play duo with me. I talked to her about development before. I think coming to Douyu would be a good choice. I asked her to think about it. So she called today. Chu Sheng didn't know what he was talking about. Anyway, it was the desire to survive that was driving Chu Sheng hard at this time. As for what he did and said, it had nothing to do with Chu Sheng himself. Listening to Chu Sheng's explanation, Xiao Bai was actually no longer angry at this moment. But in order to cover up his embarrassment, call Douyu, so we can have a sweet double row in the future? Xiao Bai tied her hair and said proudly, with a sentence written on her face, "I'm not happy. You hurry up and comfort me." Chu Sheng's desire to survive has soared to his head. If Chu Sheng is given a skull opening at this time, the desire to survive will definitely burst out of his head. Taking out his mobile phone, Chu Sheng didn't know what he was operating, and didn't answer Xiao Bai's words, which made the atmosphere suddenly cold. Xiao Bai's face was a little stiff, and then turned into 1,000-year-old ice white, staring at Chu Sheng with a cold face, wanting an explanation. After about half a minute, Chu Sheng showed the screen to Xiao Bai. "Sweet double row does not exist. But there is a sweet trip to Disney tomorrow. I wonder if Miss Xiao Bai is willing to honor you." It turned out that Chu Sheng was just buying tickets after all the trouble. Looking at the ticket folder that had been successfully ordered, Xiao Bai had already forgiven Chu Sheng in his heart. But he still glanced at his phone and remained unmoved. Finally, Chu Sheng coaxed Xiao Bai several times before he succeeded in making Xiao Bai smile. The game account was banned, and the two of them also lived a home life, and even went out to buy groceries together. In the evening, Su Xiaomu also went out to play and did not come back, leaving enough space for the two of them. After dinner, he sent Xiao Bai home. After all, his ankle was healed now, and there was no excuse to stay. In the evening, Su Xiaomu also pestered to go to the amusement park the next day, and Chu Sheng had no choice but to buy another ticket and bring this big light bulb. Just after he finished speaking, the phone rang again. Chu Sheng glanced at the caller ID and saw Dai Mei's name. After answering the call, Dai Mei's first sentence was, "Are you disturbing your exercise now?" Chu Sheng was full of black lines. What the hell is exercise? This joke is not going to work. Right. Let's talk about your job change, Chu Sheng said. There was nothing much to say afterwards. Anyway, Dai Mei didn't have a contract, so he could just go to Douyu to register a live broadcast account. Especially the materials she prepared before were all good. with Chu Sheng's understanding of the PUBG live broadcast circle. Even if she couldn't become a big hit, she could still be a bit tepid. At least much better than when she was at Bamboo TV. The account was banned. Chu Sheng explained it during the live broadcast at night, and simply continued to tutor math. When he woke up, he was busy with the Disney trip. Although Su Xiaomu was a big light bulb, the couple in love had no time to care. The only sweetness in their eyes was each other, and no one else could be seen. Su Xiaomu was so angry that she popped her mouth aside, like an angry little pufferfish. In the evening, he was sent home in one go. When Chu Sheng and Su Xiaomu returned home, they suddenly received a message from his assistant Xiao Song, which was the training address tomorrow Monday. Looking at the address sent by Xiao Song, Chu Sheng was suddenly stunned. This community, isn't it exactly where Xiaobai lives? Is he training here? Immediately, Chu Sheng thought of the club in the villa area that Xiaobai took him to that day, and his expression was a little strange. Could it be that club? After chatting with Xiao Song for a few more words, Xiao Song was also surprised. Why did it sound like Chu Sheng was very familiar with this place? This is the club that Douyu temporarily rented for 4 people before, because there are very few official PUBG clubs in China. ONG and Tyla can be said to be 2 old and formal clubs. The others are basically formed by relying on traffic players to pull the flag, without forming a scale and a complete system. To put it simply, they are wild. Chu Sheng, 2Z, Xiao Ju, and Xiao Shitzi are from 3 different places. It is difficult to find a place for centralized training. By chance, Douyu found a club that has not officially started operation through connections this time. It is temporarily rented for 1 month for training. It also happens that this club is the club that Xiaobai invested in. After understanding what happened, Chu Sheng's mouth curled up slightly. After reporting tomorrow, he will quietly appear at Xiaobai's doorstep at night to surprise him. Isn't it wonderful? Of course, Chu Sheng thought of more than that. Being so close to Xiaobai, it seems that he can use the kitchen at home to cook every day? This idea seems to have no problems. Chapter 488. Excuse me. Is this Hongqing? After a night, Chu Sheng prepared breakfast for Su Xiaomu the next morning, informed her, and went out to report to the club. Chu Sheng was also very secretive about Su Xiaomu's question about the club's location, and hesitantly evaded the question. In addition, Su Xiaomu was still asleep, and after sending Chu Sheng out in a daze, she fell directly on the bed and had a good sleep. Chu Sheng came to the entrance of the club in the community with ease, glanced at the window of Xiaobai's house, and raised a relieved smile at the corner of his mouth. I talked with my assistant Xiao Song yesterday. The next training match will last about 20 days. Then I rushed to Cologne, Germany 10 days in advance to go with the 4M and if teams to familiarize myself with the environment, climate and diet. Chu Sheng came to the villa area with ease. He found that the door of the villa that Xiaobai brought him to that day was already open. He knocked on the door and walked in, asking, "Excuse me, is anyone here?" He walked in and found that there were already luggage bags on the sofa and on the floor. He shouted twice before 3 people came out from different rooms. Looking at the 3 people, Chu Sheng was frightened and took 2 steps back and leaned on the sofa, swallowing his saliva. Sorry, I went to the wrong place." Chu Sheng's first reaction was that he came to the wrong place. Definitely not here. Look at the people who came out of the house. 2 of them looked like mountains. Fierce, tall and even fat. And the other one looked like a bad, skinny little yellow-haired guy. Chu Sheng didn't feel like he had come to a club, but more like he had accidentally strayed into an underground society. This is Hongqing, right? Chu Sheng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Chu Sheng turned around and left, thinking that he would communicate with his assistant Xiao Song after he went out to see if he had sent him the wrong address. As soon as he turned around, Chu Sheng felt a big hand on his shoulder, holding his shoulder so that he couldn't move. If this were in the game, Chu Sheng would immediately turn around and jump, and shoot the guy's dog head. But this is reality. Considering the other party's mountain-like body, Chu Sheng might turn around and jump, and his dog head would be hammered first. You are Chu Sheng, right? Let me introduce myself. I am Rabbit. Chu Sheng turned around angrily and looked at the sturdy man who was half a head taller than him. Why would he play esports with this body type? He should play basketball. Rabbit had seen Chu Sheng's face because he had watched his live broadcast. Hi, I'm Xiao Ju, Little Lion. The 3 of them introduced themselves. But Chu Sheng was still a little uncomfortable. This was completely different from the esports players or anchors he imagined. Hello, everyone. I'm Chu Sheng. When I came in just now, I thought this was Hongxing. Chu Sheng's words made the three people laugh non-stop. Xiao Ju even gave a thumbs up and laughed so hard that he trembled. Don't say it's really the case. The three of them really look like they came from a gang. I thought your style was limited to live broadcasts. But I didn't expect you to be so funny in real life. The four of them met each other. And Little Lion leaned casually on the sofa. The club environment found by Douyu here is not bad. Douyu will have formal staff coming tomorrow. Everything has been arranged. Today we are here to pack our luggage and try out the equipment. If we are training, do we have to stay here at night? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. He thought it was like going to work, punching in and out every day. But from what Little Lion said, this means that we have to stay in the club for more than 20 days. The three of us are all far away from each other. And in addition to training every day, we still have to complete the live broadcast time stipulated in the anchor contract. It takes a lot of time to go back and forth. So it's convenient to just live here. After hearing the answers of the three people, Chu Sheng nodded, not quite understanding. I forgot that the three of them were all members of the club. They usually ate and lived in this environment, so they were not unaccustomed to it. Of course, Chu Sheng, if your home is close, you can go home every day. Chu Sheng scratched his head. Xiao Bai's matter could not be told. In this case, Su Xiaomu would naturally be blamed. You know, I have to cook for my sister. The three slapped their heads. Oh, I forgot about this. Chu Sheng's sister is a famous little pigeon. Xiao Ju rubbed his hands with a charming smile on his face and approached Chu Sheng. Well, Chu Sheng, can we discuss something? Chu Sheng was a little uncomfortable when he saw Xiao Ju being so humble. Although they had played games together several times, it was their first time meeting each other. So he was a little uncomfortable with such intimateness. Just tell me what's going on. Don't be like this. The rabbit and the little lion both had a sly smile on their faces, obviously knowing what Xiao Ju was up to. After all, this is now a daily joke on Douyu. Xiao Ju smiled and said, well, I'll call you my brother-in-law from now on. Is that okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Sheng's head was full of black lines, and he pushed him out and cursed. Get lost. This joke brought the four people closer together. The relationship between men was originally brought closer step by step in jokes and playfulness. Chu Sheng went directly to the second floor and found an empty room to put down his luggage. Then went to the bathroom to wash his hands naturally. And then came to the training room. There was no stagnation in the series of actions. And he walked with his eyes fixed, which made the three people amazed. Chu Sheng, have you been to this place before? Why do you look very familiar with it? You know every room clearly. After Rabbit asked. Chu Sheng was also stunned for a moment, thought about it, and nodded. After all, the action just now was too natural, and it was completely unnecessary to cover it up if it was seen by others. I moved the server in the training room. The other three also found their own computers, turned on the computers, debugged and installed the peripherals they brought. For anchors or professional players, a peripheral that is used to it plays a big role in performance. Especially, peripherals have to go through hundreds or thousands of debugging before reaching the most suitable intermediate value. When Chu Sheng came, he had no such need at all, and he didn't bring any mouse or keyboard. Anyway, they were all debugged by Xiao Bai, so it made no difference to him. This computer is debugged. You can use it with confidence, Chu Sheng said, with a confident smile on his face. Hearing this, the little lion couldn't help laughing. You are so confident in saying this. Did you debug this computer? Chu Sheng thought about it. Xiao Bai was his girlfriend, so this was equivalent to debugging it himself. The three of them turned on the computer and installed the keyboard and mouse, then tried it out. They were surprised to find that there was really no need to debug anything, especially the little lion. His mouth opened in shock and couldn't close it at all. How come this is exactly the same as the debugged value of our club's computer? Chapter 489 Four Heavenly Kings. Little Lion still didn't believe it, and called up a lot of parameter settings. As a result, he scanned them one by one and found that the data was exactly the same as in the club. Their ONG club is also a veteran club. According to the seniors in the League of Legends division, the machines in their club are all configured by the top experts in the industry. Only top clubs such as 60E, Lao Gan Ma. And Huangzu can have this honor. Unexpectedly, the club that Douyu found for them temporarily also had machines with the same settings, which made him a little unbelievable. Little Lion saw the smile on Chu Sheng's mouth, and his intuition told him that Chu Sheng must know some inside information. Rabbit and Xiujue were also debugging their own machines, and found that it was really the same as Chu Sheng said. The parameter configurations were almost the most suitable for the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. They only needed to install the keyboard and mouse peripheral drivers to start using it. Chu Sheng, you are so familiar with this place. Who debugged this computer? It's really awesome. Little Lion had already started the game, and it was very smooth. The color and brightness of the game were almost perfect. This technology and experience have far exceeded Little Lion's imagination, and are absolutely the best in the industry. You should know this person. 2. He is our colleague. Chu Sheng's answer was close, but still somewhat ambiguous. Tuzi and Xiujue reacted quickly, and a person popped up in their minds at the same time, saying in unison, Xiaobai? The colleague relationship is just Douyu Live, and he is also engaged in computer configuration. In addition, Chu Sheng must know him. So the scope is very small, and there are only a few people at most. Chu Sheng nodded proudly. Why does this attitude seem so much like he assembled the computer and debugged it? Immediately, Tuzi and Xiujue seemed to have caught something. Are you saying that you helped Xiaobai move the server here before? Chu Sheng said before that he moved the server here, so naturally he followed Xiaobai to debug it. Before, we only knew that the two of them played games together online. But it has only been a week, and they have already developed offline relationships. Chu Sheng's heart tightened and he nodded. Then the little yellow-haired man and the rough rabbit came up to him, ready to torture him. Tell me, what is your relationship with Xiaobai? Faced with the threats of the two young and dangerous guys, Chu Sheng's small body naturally couldn't resist. And he couldn't help but confess, ordinary friends. Ordinary friends. After a bit of fighting, there was no follow-up, including Chu Sheng. The four of them all adjusted their computers. The little lion clapped his hands and said, It's still early before noon. Why don't we play a 4-person team together first? Then go to clean up the room. And then think about what to eat for lunch. When the four heard this song suggestion, their eyes lit up. This suggestion seemed feasible. Chu Sheng had played in a 4-person team with Tuzi and Xiujue before. This time, Xiaoshi joined. The four of them were the 4 strongest anchors selected from the Douyu PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Carnival. If they played in a 4-person team, wouldn't they kill gods and Buddhas? The 4 of them all turned on the live broadcast at the same time. This kind of 4-person team is rare. Generally, this kind of lineup can be combined when there are female anchors, and they live broadcast with girls. If the 4 king bombs hit, wouldn't the isolated island directly become a killing field? By the way, I heard that this time it is not only TPP mode, but also FPP mode in the German competition, Xiaoshi said while logging in. For Asian players, they are still accustomed to TPP third-person perspective games, but world-class invitational tournaments like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds all follow the FPP mode. To give a simple analogy, the TPP mode is like the match game in League of Legends, while FPP is a more competitive ranking game. One is more entertaining, while the other is more fair and competitive. Chu Sheng was stunned when he heard this. He has never played the FPP mode. It is said that FPP and the TPP he often plays are completely 2 different games. It's okay. FPP is basically a competition between strong European and American teams. We are just going there to learn from experience and understand the gap between us and the strong teams. Of course, Chu Sheng, you have great talent. You can try to compete with those foreign masters. In the previous PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Carnival, Chu Sheng's strength and the sensation caused last week were like an atomic bomb, which shattered the already formed PlayerUnknown's Battleground circle and gave rise to a rising star. Chu Sheng scratched his head. He knew his own strength very well. When he did not activate the Gun God mode, his strength was only average among professional players. And those Gun Gods were all from Europe and the United States. It is conceivable how prosperous the FPS competition level there is. By the way, I also heard that there will be new maps during the competition. We have to practice the new maps quickly. Otherwise we will be completely at a loss. Tuzi also knew some news. As for the new maps of the developers, they will be opened in the test server the day after tomorrow. This time, the global test server is open uniformly, which can be said to be on the same starting line for all teams. Chu Sheng originally just wanted to participate in the competition, But he didn't expect that there were so many tricks in it, which made him look forward to it and feel uneasy. All four of them entered the game interface. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning, and the four most powerful anchors of DOU PlayerUnknown's Battleground started broadcasting at the same time, which surprised the fans. I clicked on my favorite anchors one by one and found that their backgrounds were all similar. Chusheng also started a live broadcast, and the fans all asked about it when they saw that the background of the live broadcast had changed. Chusheng naturally told the truth that he and the other three anchors had started training for the Cologne Invitational in Germany in a month. I added Xiaoxizi as a friend in the game. Liang. The four of us will play in a four-person team together later. This is the first time to play in a four-person team mode to get familiar with it. I tell you, you will have a feast for your eyes. You don't see such a scene often. Chusheng also tried to deceive the fans in every way. But unfortunately, the fans didn't seem to buy it at all. What's so good about four grown men? We want Xiaojizi, Xiaobai, Chen Mama, Duzi, Daimei and Xiuan. Chusheng's scalp tingled after taking a look at the request. These pigs are really naughty. They don't want to watch the four-person team of masters, but they have to watch the pretty girls. Are the girls so pretty? Of course. My Xiaobai is the best looking, and I never get tired of watching her. Hee hee. The platform traffic was not much in the morning, but DOU PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds had four kings in a four-person team. There was still a lot of show. A group of fans gradually began to gather in the four-person live broadcast room, ready to watch the show. All four of them joined the team and started the game. Chusheng's account was banned for 31 kills on Saturday. It was left alone on Sunday. The developer checked for a long time, but couldn't find any problems. It was unblocked early on Sunday night. All four of them were big accounts with extremely high scores. As soon as they entered the airport, they heard the sound of running back and forth in the airport to sell cheats. Several people felt depressed. Maybe this game will fail? Chapter 490. This is the tactic. Hearing the voice of selling cheats, Chusheng was not to be outdone. He found a voice clip selling cheats on the internet and started to play it in a loop on the island where he was born. As for the contact information left, it was the contact information of his own fan group 300-236-467. As a result, it was only played for a few dozen seconds, and someone really joined the group to ask about the cheats. Passerby A. I heard that cheats are sold in this group? Fia. Wow. Another person was fooled. Came out to work. Passerby A. Where are the cheats? There are none in the group file. Ice Lotus. 5 Passerby A. Ice Lotus. 3 Passerby A. Ice Lotus. 1 Passerby A was banned by Rejoice for 29 days, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Rejoice. 98K. It's arranged. Passerby A has left the group. Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion all covered their faces and said they didn't know Chusheng. Can't this guy just play a game quietly? As a master, doesn't he have to kill the immortals to look more impressive? Will there be a reward for those who pretend to sell cheats? And what the hell is the contact information in that voice string? In just a few dozen seconds, Chusheng's complaint value has accumulated more than 20 points. And then the countdown ended, and everyone boarded the plane. Chusheng didn't hear any other cheating voices on the plane, and he didn't know whether this guy stopped talking or retreated directly when he met his peers. Chusheng simply turned off the voice and started discussing tactics with the three people. Where should we jump on this route? The route is from the holy mountain Guangmingding to the airport C building, without passing the central axis. And the places that can be jumped are almost all in the east of the map. If Chusheng brought a girl, he would definitely choose S City without saying a word. As the overlord of S City, Chusheng has the effect of a blessed land bonus here. But because it is now a four-person team, no longer with a girl, Chusheng naturally can't do it as he pleases, but must focus on the team, because the plane was still at sea and had not yet approached the land. When a leader was needed, the four people suddenly fell silent. Who would be the commander, and the boss suddenly became a problem that needed to be solved immediately. Well, who is the oldest among you? I'm 19. Although Shujua has been playing professionally for several years, his actual age is not that old. Then the rabbit and the little lion reported their ages. One was 20 years old, and the other was 21 years old. After the three of them finished reporting, they were most afraid that the air would suddenly become quiet. The water friends in the live broadcast room were already laughing. As fans of Chusheng, they were quite familiar with him. He graduated from college and was at least 22 years old. He became the oldest among the four. Even Chu Sheng was stunned. After just one meeting, before the plane even reached the land, he became the eldest brother among the four? But looking at the appearance of the rabbit and the little lion, two guys with terrifying tonnage, they are actually not even older than him. This is very inconsistent. Just because I said something too much. Chu Sheng instantly turned into the leader. It's hard to lead the team when you are old. I always feel that this team will be led astray by Chu Sheng. I also have a bad feeling. I am afraid that after this month's training, the three of them will return to their original clubs and will be scolded to death by their teammates. Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage. These pigs were really naughty. They actually questioned his leadership ability at the beginning. After countless possessions, Chu Sheng can now be regarded as the top in terms of big chrysanthemum view and tactical foresight. He is the kind of existence that can be compared with the professional tacticians of old clubs. The only difference from the gun god now is his reaction speed. Although muscle memory has been formed, reaction speed is something that cannot be improved overnight. I am 22 years old. If I shoot according to age, I am indeed the oldest. Chu Sheng's strength is strong. The number of kills in one game directly overshadows the sum of the other two games. The other three have long admired Chu Sheng. It is also through the topic of age that the four simply decided that Chu Sheng would be the commander and captain. Then you are the captain and commander. Hurry up and mark a point for us, Little Lion said, with a weird smile on his face, and exchanged glances with Rabbit and Shijua. Chu Sheng looked at the map, since they unanimously nominated him to be the captain and commander of the Wuling League. Then he had to shoulder this important task. Without saying a word, he marked a point in S City. Chu Sheng wanted to say that in the future, the competitions would be held in S City as the base camp. After he successfully obtained the qualification, he also learned some information about the PUBG professional competition. It seems that each team has its own base, and then operates and collects information. After the safe zone begins, various transfers, tactics, and gun skills will begin. As the overlord of S City, he naturally had to place this base camp in his own blessed land. After the plane flew over the holy mountain Guangmingding, Chu Sheng found the shortest point to S City and immediately jumped and flew towards S City. As soon as Chu Sheng jumped off, he saw 2 or 3 figures following him. He thought they were his companions, so he didn't think much about it, but muttered to himself in the voice, if there are no enemies, we will quickly search S City and then move to the bridgehead of Y City. Chu Sheng made a preliminary plan, and even thought that if there was time, he could split 2 people to search the shooting range. The shooting skills of this 4-row combination did not need Chu Sheng to question at all. Any one of them could survive to the end in the single-player 4-row mode. Then Chu Sheng accidentally glanced at the small map, and suddenly found that the teammate's mark was suddenly lost on the small map, and there was only an empty map. Looking back and turning the view, he suddenly found that there were 4 people above his head, and none of them had teammates to mark. Looking at the plane in the sky in the distance, the red, yellow, and green teammate marks were actually flying farther and farther with the plane. Chu Sheng is not a fool, and he immediately realized that he was arranged again. With an angry voice, he took off his headphones and shouted to the 3 people behind him, I hate you. Rabbit, Shijua, and Little Lion all smiled. Their faces flushed. This trip was arranged for Chu Sheng. But before Chu Sheng came, the 3 of them had thought about it when they were chatting. Chu Sheng was originally strong, so he could survive alone. In the official game of PUBG, the most difficult thing is the location of the refresh circle. But as long as Chu Sheng is there, the refresh position of the safe zone is controllable. For teammates, they can occupy the most advantageous location at an earlier time, thus establishing an advantage for their side. Therefore, although this reverse destiny circle plan was first created by Chinseki, a female anchor who loves to stir up trouble, after the not very rigorous routines of 3 professional players, it is still considered to be very feasible. After all, this is a tactic. Chapter 491: The Desire to Survive. We're going to the airport. Come on. We'll see you in the finals. Rabbit, Little Duke, and Little Lion watched Chu Sheng leave on the plane with a smile. In addition to Chu Sheng, there is a full team in S City. Only by dealing with this full team can Chu Sheng survive. The 4 people seemed to have noticed something unusual. There was actually someone who jumped to the same position as them. They looked around, and it seemed that there were no companions. Single person 4 rows. This guy is a bit arrogant. Either he is a person with something, or he is a guy with no B number. where this guy jumps later. We will follow him and surround him directly. 4 against 1. No consideration of being killed in return. And must land and get the gun as soon as possible. You should know that even gods are no different from ordinary players when they don't have guns. Of course, the extreme violent cheats that can kill the sky, the earth, and the earth in seconds are not included. Chu Sheng didn't dare to go to the church, for fear that if he went to the church, he would end up hanging himself. Choosing to land on the rooftop of the long house across the street, Chu Sheng carefully controlled the parachute to hover and successfully landed on the rooftop. 4 enemies followed Chu Sheng the whole time. 2 of them landed in the apartment building behind him and looked for guns as soon as possible. The remaining 2 jumped to the 2 apartment buildings across the street, forming a double-teaming posture, leaving Chu Sheng no chance of survival. Chu Sheng glanced around and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. These 4 people were going to surround and kill him first after picking up the gun. A heart-wrenching sense of urgency surged in his heart. And of course Chu Sheng's desire to survive was even stronger. After landing on the rooftop and looking back and forth, Chu Sheng only found a butcher knife. Without saying a word, he went down the stairs to the first floor and began to search each room one by one. At this time, even a crossbow would be good. Chu Sheng could at least resist. But the rooms on the first floor were all open. No helmets, no armor, no medicine packs, nothing. Chu Sheng was completely stunned. How could he fight with this butcher knife? Without saying a word, Chu Sheng rushed out of the main door facing the sea. If he didn't run now, when would he run? The 4 enemies were also stunned at this time. The rooms they searched were empty. Not even a first-level helmet was picked up, let alone a gun. I searched here and there are no guns. There are no guns. Forget the gun. I didn't even pick up anything. How can we rush up without a gun? If this guy has a gun, wouldn't it be like the gourd baby saving his grandfather, going up one by one to die? The 4 of them thought about it for a while, and then prepared to search 2 more houses and go up after finding a gun. But at this moment, Chu Sheng rushed out of the long house and ran all the way along the east-west coastal highway to escape from S City. This guy wants to run. The enemy who was searching in the opposite apartment building saw Chu Sheng running away through the window, and naturally saw the butcher knife behind his buttocks. He doesn't have a gun. This sentence was like a spell, instantly cheering up the others. If you don't have a gun, what's there to be afraid of? Go out and beat this guy to death. You still want to run? No way. Immediately, there were 3 sounds of breaking windows, and they all ran towards the road. The remaining person was not in a hurry to catch up, but wandered around S City, trying to find a vehicle to catch up faster. Chu Sheng put away his knife and ran wildly, and the 3 people behind him were ready to eat him alive. As luck would have it, at this time, Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion also jumped off the plane and began to rush towards Building C and the police station. Rabbit's emphasis could not hide his joy, and he could not help but say, "Chu Sheng, how is the situation over there? Have you settled it?" When this was said, all the viewers in the live broadcast room laughed their asses off. Oh, I thought Chu Sheng was the most naughty player after the 4-man team was formed. But I didn't expect that. Rabbit, Shujia and Little Lion were all naughtier than each other, and Chu Sheng became the most obedient one. Looking at the 3 people behind him, who seemed to have no intention of giving up, Chu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If these 3 guys followed him to jump to S City, he could kill them all with a punch now. The 3 people behind him were cleaner than Chu Sheng, and they didn't even have cold weapons, but only a pair of hot-blooded fists. Although Chu Sheng had a butcher's sword, he still didn't dare to turn back and draw it. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. If he stopped, he would probably be beaten to death. And there was still one person on the other side who hadn't come over, which was what Chu Sheng feared the most. Chu Sheng ran wildly along the road to the west. Now the distance between the few people was only more than 20 meters. There was a wild house area not far away. Chu Sheng was ready to bury his head in it to see if he could find hope, no matter what it was. A grenade, a Molotov cocktail, a stun bomb, or a crossbow. Anyone would do. The 3 people behind were still punching and running wildly, while contacting their teammates in S City. I found a motorcycle. Follow this guy closely, and don't lose him. The guy wandering around S City finally found a 2-person motorcycle at the entrance of a restaurant. This thing is the best for hitting people. Its fierce roaring speed and agile turning are definitely a must-have for killing and robbing. All the fans in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room laughed their asses off. As the overlord of S City, Chu Sheng didn't even pick up the crossbow after landing this time. He was driven away like a stray dog. The scene was once very embarrassing. The captain and commander, who had just been appointed, were then executed by the team members with a wave of reverse destiny circle tactics. At this moment, their respected captain was being chased by 3 people, and Rabbit even asked, to make matters worse, whether the captain had dealt with the enemy. Chu Sheng didn't even have time to get angry now. But he had to survive this game. And when he reached the finals, he would question these 3 guys, show the majesty of the captain and commander. Seeing Chu Sheng running towards the house area, the 3 people felt a little nervous. If this guy found a gun in the house, wouldn't they be in trouble? For a moment, the 3 of them didn't speak, as if they were connected in mind, and all turned around and ran back. Chu Sheng rushed into the apartment building and searched the upper and lower floors as quickly as possible. Finally, when he was about to jump off the balcony, he found a stun bomb. Chu Sheng was so angry that he took a breath of cold air. He was unlucky every day. It was okay to come to the punishment circle. It was okay that he couldn't find guns and supplies when he landed. If this complaining system had a concrete existence, Chu Sheng would definitely hug the system and have a heart-to-heart talk. Little brother, what's wrong with you? No guns and supplies. Bear it. This is this. It simply doesn't spawn even supplies? Chapter 492. I am actually a swordsman. After searching, Chu Sheng did not stay for long. He just flipped down from the balcony and continued to run. It was still unreliable to continue staying in the house. After all, if he found a gun, he would have to fight back against 3 players without guns. Chu Sheng wanted to pretend to have a gun, but he did not show up for a long time. It would be easy for the enemy to see through him. When the last person picked up a gun and rushed over, Chu Sheng would have no chance to escape. The first safe zone appeared, and the location just wrapped up the airport island, including some outer land. Chu Sheng flipped down from the balcony and was also stunned to see the 3 enemies running in the opposite direction. The 3 were also afraid that Chu Sheng would pick up the gun and punish them. When they saw Chu Sheng jumping off the balcony, they were also slightly stunned. There was still only a butcher knife, and no trace of the gun. God help me. Keep chasing. They were scared to death just now. Sure enough, God is fair. He didn't let this guy pick up the gun. Now they can continue to chase. In S City, the player who found the motorcycle searched the restaurant. As a result, he picked up a level 3 bag and 3 first aid kits, but still didn't see any trace of a gun. This is a ghost. There are so many houses in S City, but I can't even find a gun? Just as the player was sighing, the remaining 3 people immediately shouted, "Why are you still in S City? Come over and run over him. He has no gun." At this moment, at the foot of the south mountain of G-Port, a player with bare hands was running wildly. He originally landed in the container of G-Port, but he didn't pick up a gun when he landed. All his companions were killed. He was the only one left who bravely fought his way out of the siege without a gun. He ran all the way from the container to the south mountain of G-Port, when he saw a small toilet on the side of the road. He opened the door and rushed in without saying a word, thinking about whether he could pick up 5 bandages to recover a little blood. As a result, after opening the toilet door, his mouth suddenly opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Look at what he saw. In a small toilet of less than 3 square meters, there were countless supplies piled up densely. And even because there were too many things and the models overlapped each other, it was not clear. The last lone wolf, no, the husky, rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe the scene in front of him. The first reaction was, is this a trap set for him? Immediately ran out of the toilet, fearing that a car would come and block the door. And then he would become the hamster that was greedy and couldn't get out of the bottle. After coming out of the toilet, he looked around for a long time, but he didn't find anything unusual after observing for a long time. He turned around and went back to the toilet, then used the fastest hand speed in his life at lightning speed. He was like the disgusting Tam in League of Legends. His drooling tongue stretched out and rolled. And in a moment, all the supplies on the ground were looted. After picking up everything, see what he picked up. Level 3 helmet, Level 3 armor, Level 3 bag, a 98K with an 8x scope, a red dot fully equipped M16, some bullets, 2 first aid kits, a medical kit, and a bottle of painkillers. In less than 10 seconds, he went from a naked player with nothing to a fully armed and undemanding top European emperor. Even the player himself couldn't recover from this huge change. However, no one can give this player an answer as to whether the sudden wealth in the toilet was a morally corrupt prank or the arrival of the light of the European emperor. Armed to the teeth in an instant, the next step is to kill back to the container of Port G and fight the enemy to the death. In S City, the last player in the city did not find a gun, so he had no choice but to get on the motorcycle and accelerate towards his teammates. If he did not find a gun, he could only use the vehicle to crush him. Chu Sheng was running, and suddenly heard the roar of a motorcycle in the distance. He turned his head, and saw that the enemy had found a motorcycle in S City at some point, and rushed straight towards him. Chu Sheng could be said to be gritting his teeth. Not only was he being messed up by his teammates, but his bad luck was also extremely unstable, and did not follow the routine. It would be great if there was a bombing zone at this time. But as soon as he thought of it, the bombing zone really came. However, it did not come to Chu Sheng's head, but fell directly on the airport, just above the heads of Rabbit, Little Lion and Little Duke. The three of them found guns, and the overwhelming battle almost swept across half of the airport. At this time, a bombing zone came over their heads, which was very uncomfortable. The motorcycle approached quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Sheng knew that he could not outrun the motorcycle with his 2 legs. If the motorcycle catches up with him in the open space, there will be no hope for him. Chu Sheng reacted very quickly, and before the motorcycle ran over him, he worked hard to get close to the big tree on the side of the road. Later, the King of Qin will go around the pillar, and now he can only hope to get around this guy by moving around. However, the situation is still not favorable for Chu Sheng. He and the motorcycle wrestled back and forth, but the 3 enemy reinforcements would catch up, and then the 4 of them would put pressure on Chu Sheng together, which was not something that the King of Qin could avoid by going around the pillar. However, Chu Sheng had no other choice now, so he hid behind the tree and waited for the motorcycle to go around. Pull out your butcher knife from your back. It is better to take the initiative to counterattack than to wait for death. When the King of Qin is circling the pillar, the speed of the motorcycle will not be very fast. When the cold light flashes, a plate of fragrant pig head meat will be served. If you don't see Chu Sheng running, then you can be sure that the target is behind the tree. The motorcycle made a big circle and went directly behind Chu Sheng to see him, because the remaining 3 enemies just fled in the opposite direction. They are now 100 meters away from Chu Sheng, and they can't catch up in a moment. However, with the advantage of the vehicle, they also continue to cheer for their teammates. Crush him! Kill him! The motorcycle went around Chu Sheng's back, and Chu Sheng started to circle around. When the motorcycle was close to the turn, it frantically tested the edge of death, jumped out a little to seduce the other party, and then immediately retracted it. The motorcycle saw Chu Sheng doing this and turned along the side, but because of the length of the motorcycle body, it went directly past Chu Sheng, who was sticking to the tree trunk. At this moment, Chu Sheng raised the butcher knife in his hand, and the knife fell. The knife light was cold, and it only took a moment to cut the head of the guy without a helmet. A thick green light burst out, like bile that had been accumulated for a long time, and like juice formed by squeezing tons of green grass. In short, this knife directly cut the opponent off the motorcycle. Chu Sheng glanced at the other 3 people who were still 50 meters away from him, and they were also stunned by this sudden knife. As a butcher, no. As a swordsman, you must remember these 4 words. Cut the grass at its roots. Chapter 493, do you know what it means to be surrounded by enemies? The enemy knelt on the ground, just like the beheading at noon in the ancient market. Chu Sheng raised his butcher knife high, and with a click, the pig was completely dead. He quickly looted the 3rd level bag and first aid kit on this guy. When he finished licking the box, the enemy was only a dozen meters away from Chu Sheng. At this time, the motorcycle had also stood up, and Chu Sheng directly stepped on it. This is a small detail of Chu Sheng just now. Before killing the enemy, he pressed the F key on the motorcycle that fell to the ground, and while the motorcycle slowly stood up, he killed the enemy. After looting the bag, the motorcycle has been lifted up. No need to waste time waiting. The viewers in the live broadcast room have not noticed this small detail. They are still amazed at Chu Sheng's knife skills. You know, it is easy to hit the head with a frying pan. After all, with such a big bottom of the pan, it is very likely to hit the head. But the butcher knife, crowbar and sickle are not so easy. It is really amazing to be able to use the butcher knife with superb body skills, and knife angle to chop off the enemy's dog head with one knife. Even Chu Sheng himself did not realize that his strength has improved to such a level without the possession of the gun god. Riding on the motorcycle. The roar of the throttle sounded again. But this time the sound of the explosion was not the terrifying tiger, but a confident shout. The enemy and us suddenly changed. Just now a group of people chased Chu Sheng alone, which felt a bit like a cat and mouse. Now Chu Sheng, who had a motorcycle, rushed directly towards the three people. Chu Sheng was now like a cavalry battalion launching a charge, rushing into the enemy. After seeing their teammates being killed and the enemy riding on the motorcycle, the three turned around and ran without saying a word. Motorcycle plus Chu Sheng combined to transform into a killer motorcycle beast. It started. Chu Sheng's complete form has appeared. The legendary killer motorcycle is about to appear. Wait for a wave of violent motorcycles. When the fans saw Chu Sheng riding on a motorcycle, their eyes lit up. If you want to say what Chu Sheng's operation is the most entertaining, one is his unreasonable sniper rifle, and the other is this fancy driving acrobatics. The driving skills of other anchors that can be included in the highlights are not even entry level for Chu Sheng. It's just that the motorcycle skills that Chu Sheng showed in the game last week have been made into a special for players and netizens to admire. Those wild imaginations. Really, if you want to imitate, just be prepared to be a negative example. Just when the fans were expecting a wave of crazy killings on killer motorcycles, Chu Sheng looked at the three peoples, but swinging back and forth, and suddenly had a new idea. It was too merciful to crush them like this. Chu Sheng was chased like a stray dog just now. How could he take revenge if he killed them so easily now? These three people were quite smart when they ran away, knowing to run away separately, so that when Chu Sheng was fighting one person, he could buy more time for the other two. And now as long as they run back to S City, the other party will not dare to be so rampant without weapons. Chu Sheng made a sharp turn and passed by the enemy at lightning speed. The three of them were delighted, thinking that the opponent had made a mistake in driving skills. They thought that if they did it twice more, when they all ran into S City, the situation would change again. The fans in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Although there were cameras in the club, the cameraman could not take pictures of the screen. Chu Sheng did not hit anyone in the wave of motorcycles just now, which was obviously not up to standard in the eyes of the fans. But whether it was a mistake or intentional, the fans could not make a conclusion for a while. Was this wave a mistake? Killer motorcycles can also make mistakes. I don't believe it. After all, Chu Sheng had demonstrated many difficult motorcycle kills before. If this straight-line collision made a mistake, the fans really couldn't accept it. I wonder what kind of wild ideas Chu Sheng has. The fans' doubts gradually turned into expectations, because Chu Sheng started to drive around the three people on his motorcycle. But no one knew what tricks Chu Sheng was going to play. This routine had never appeared before, but it aroused the fans' expectations. Do you know what it means to be surrounded by enemies? Chu Sheng suddenly asked the fans in the live broadcast room, which made countless fans look confused again. Is Chu Sheng going to teach me some idioms at this time? Chu Sheng suddenly hummed his throat, and suddenly gave people a feeling of a broken voice. Suddenly I have a bad feeling. I always feel that something big is going to happen. Besieged on all sides. I seem to understand what it means. Just then, Chu Sheng suddenly opened the public voice channel and started singing the song Good Luck Comes in a ghost-like voice. Fuck. It's no good. The esports death song is online. I can't stand this song. I can't stand it. I'm unfollowing it. Now I finally understand what it means to be surrounded on all sides. Chu Sheng drove his motorcycle around the three people and sang non-stop, which made them mentally collapse. What does this mean? Fortunately, he was lucky. Brother, please stop singing. Can't I give you a reward? The death song of esports is well deserved. Not to mention the fans. Even the three running enemies couldn't stand it. It was more painful than death for them to listen to this song. While running, he simply turned off the public voice channel, which made their ears feel better. Seeing that the three people were about to run to S City, Chu Sheng's to sell value was almost harvested. A team of 4 people directly provided him with 45 TUSA points, plus the 26 points he got from selling plugins in the quality square, which directly reached the 71-point mark. There is a limit to being wild. If these guys really succeed in entering S City and find weapons, then Chu Sheng will definitely be the one to escape. He stepped on the accelerator, just like a bowling ball, and rushed to the front with a passionate parking drift, directly throwing people out like a three-point shot. In a few seconds, the three frightened birds were all turned into boxes. Rabbit, Shujua and Little Lion saw Chu Sheng kill them with a butcher knife, and then a motorcycle triple kill. The expressions on their faces were so exciting. Chu Sheng is really an unconventional guy. I don't have a gun here. I'll go find you now. Give me a fully equipped rifle as compensation for the three of you abandoning me just now. Chu Sheng is the oldest and the strongest. When talking about being stood up, the three of them grinned. The people in the airport have been cleared out by the three of them. Although the 4-man 4-0 division is very high, the strength of any one of the four is extraordinary. With three wolves together, there is no situation where they can't kill people. They are particularly ruthless in grabbing heads, and they are slaughtering the enemies like piglets. Chapter 494. Help me up. I can still show off. The military base has been completely cleared inside and outside. The attitude of the three people when seeing the enemy can be described as snatching food from a tiger's mouth. The three people who were full of money looked at each other and fell into a situation where there was nothing to do. It seems that sometimes being too cautious is the opposite of the nemesis of the live broadcast effect. Although Chu Sheng was in a mess, he could imagine that it was quite exciting just by looking at the butcher knife that jumped out and the motorcycle triple kill. This was the first game for the four people to run in, but it was also a live broadcast entertainment venue, so there was no point in staying like this. The rabbit's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked the little lion and the little lord, "Why don't we play a game?" Game? Isn't that what they are playing now? Are they going to play landlord? Then the rabbit told the two about the novel way of playing that he had accidentally seen in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room before. The rabbit briefly explained the rules to the two, and they all suddenly understood and quickly mastered the way of playing. So the three of them happily stayed in the big cave in the airport's military supply warehouse, squatting together and playing. 5 bandages. 5 bandages at the beginning. Do you have a lot of bandages? Then will you? Out. Out. 6 bandages. Press on. Then I'll put 7 bandages on. 7 bandages. Right. A first aid kit. The fans almost laughed like pigs when they saw the three of them playing landlords in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Chu Sheng was struggling to find a way to get into the circle, but the three of them were playing landlords in the cave. However, in order to prevent Chu Sheng from noticing, the three of them also cleverly switched to voice chat, so that only nearby players could hear the conversation. Sexy dealer. Deal cards online. These 3 people are too much. Playing landlords here. I wonder if I tell Chu Sheng the news. Will he shoot all 3 of them? The fans looked at the situation of both sides. This side was so comfortable that they had nothing to do. The supplies on their bodies were even enough to set up a game of cards. On the other side, Chu Sheng was in a miserable state. He only had a butcher knife stained with blood and a stun bomb. Comparing the two, there was really a world of difference. I feel sorry for Chu Sheng. Wow. Meeting these 3 bastards. I always feel that it will be difficult to lead the team in the future. I thought that my teammates were strong this time, and I could push forward like a tank and rush into the finals. I didn't expect that he was sold out by his teammates. I think Rabbit, Shujua and Little Lion taught Chu Sheng an important lesson. Chu Sheng moved across the map at lightning speed. He killed 4 people this time and left S City without any regrets. This trip was a bit of bad luck, and Chu Sheng didn't dare to try it. The enemy team plus him didn't find a single gun in S City. This was really weird. The motorcycle quickly crossed the map, from the wheat field outside Y City to the air raid shelter, and then went around to M City. Even if someone noticed the sound of the motorcycle, by the time they reacted and pulled the gun position, they disappeared in front of them in a flash. Chu Sheng passed through countless gunshots along the way, especially in M City. It felt like a visit by a head of state, and a welcome lined the streets. When we finally came out of M City, the motorcycle was already trailing black smoke and arrived at the gas station at the bridge. Chu Sheng did not slow down at all, and even accelerated a bit, rushing directly onto the bridge. Wouldn't it be too aggressive to rush directly onto the bridge without observing it? Poor. My teammates are happily playing landlord in the cave at the airport, while Chu Sheng is rushing onto the bridge with his face. The world is fickle. The world is fickle. Chu Sheng had no choice, and stopping to observe was meaningless to him. He had no gun in his hand, so even if he saw someone, Chu Sheng could only rush over the bridge. As a result, just as the motorcycle rushed onto the bridge, Chu Sheng saw two heads in the abandoned vehicle ruins on the right side in front, ready to move. Not only Chu Sheng, but also all the fans saw the green level 1 helmet that just rose and fell. It's over. Chu Sheng has no gun this time. And he is really going to be buried on the bridge. The bridge is not very wide to begin with. And the abandoned bunker in front blocks 1/3 of it. As long as the two people show their heads and start shooting at the same time. Chu Sheng, who is half-blooded, and the motorcycle with black smoke will definitely not be able to cross the bridge safely. But now that he is rushed up, Chu Sheng can only use a butcher knife. Is it possible to use Xiao Li's flying knife to kill from a distance? Or to use Xuan Guangdao to freeze thousands of miles? But these are just thoughts. Anyway, they can't come true. The two people hiding behind the ruins moved outwards, but did not rush to shoot, but prepared to get closer before shooting. Chu Sheng had no expression on his face at this moment, and his brain was working quickly, trying to come up with a way to get out of the predicament in front of him. It was impossible to go back and take a long way around. After all, there might be people blocking the bridge on the other bridge, and this bridge had to be crossed anyway. If he couldn't show off his shooting skills, could he not show off his driving skills? The sound of the accelerator was Chu Sheng's most determined answer, and he had already thought of a way. But this idea was too risky, and Chu Sheng didn't dare to guarantee that it would succeed. There's someone blocking the bridge here. If I want to reunite alive, I need a good gun. Chu Sheng is still thinking about the gun. The three of them were playing landlord. And suddenly Chu Sheng's voice came to their ears, and they were all stunned. Chu Sheng, did you say something just now? I think you said something, saying that someone was blocking the bridge. Hey, what did you say just now? Say it again. I said 40 rounds of 5.56 bullets. Oh, it seems that he encountered some difficulties, and said that he must give him a good gun when he comes over later. Okay, I'll put 50 rounds of 5.56 on it, the three of them said, and continued to play. If Chu Sheng knew what the three were thinking, he would definitely pick up the keyboard and rush up to have a real-life pee. Thinking about the size of the three. Forget it. Chu Sheng shook his head, letting these insignificant things out of his mind, and then focused all his attention on the enemy behind the ruins. 3, 2, 1. When Chu Sheng was less than 15 meters away from the ruins, two of the enemies began to move one after another, clearly trying to stick their heads out. Chu Sheng was quick-witted and quickly switched to the second seat on the back seat on the motorcycle, and took out a stun grenade and held it in his hand. If it was a fragmentation grenade, it would be fine. But the effect of the stun grenade at this time, the enemy's gun began to emit flames, and bullets began to be fired. Although Chu Sheng switched to the second position, the motorcycle still rushed forward steadily due to the inertia of rapid movement. Chu Sheng was hit by a bullet, and his health bar immediately turned red, and his health was in danger. The stun grenade flew out of his hand, and was thrown in front of the two people who were aiming. At the same time, Chu Sheng switched back to the driving seat. With the sound of the stun grenade pop, the eyes of the two people suddenly turned pale, and a sharp buzzing sound continued to come from their ears. Although they were still firing, the bullets seemed to be out of control and flew everywhere, even accidentally hitting teammates and knocking them down. Yes! Chu Sheng clenched his fists, raised the brightest smile on his face, and began to brag to the live broadcast room, except for a power outage. No one can stop me, Chu Sheng, from showing off. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden movement at the end of the bridge, and Chu Sheng's face turned pale. Chapter 495 Special Treatment for Disobedience and All Kinds of Arrogance. The seat-cutting stun bomb blinded the dog's eyes, and it was a great show. Even Chu Sheng felt a sense of escaping death. As a result, just after shouting something like Lu XX is awesome, the flag appeared instantly, and was ready to counterattack Chu Sheng's dog face. Chu Sheng was panicked, and couldn't control the expression on his face, because he saw another head that was ready to move at the bottom of the slope at the end of the bridge. Just now, there was a stun bomb that blinded the dog's eyes, but now Chu Sheng really had nothing on his body. The fans also saw the head at the end of the bridge. At this moment, they could only laugh at Chu Sheng for setting the flag too early, and then he was slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. As for the current situation, basically all the fans have concluded that Chu Sheng will not be able to walk out of the bridge alive. Now the HP is low, and the motorcycle durability has turned red. If Chu Sheng takes another bullet, he will have no chance to meet up. In this state, as long as the opponent does not drop the line or crash, Chu Sheng will be killed steadily, and there is no possibility of crossing the bridge. Even the guy at the bridge head in the distance, who was preparing to counterblock a wave of people on the bridge at the bridge head, did not expect Chu Sheng to bypass the first line of defense and rush towards him. In this situation, it is impossible not to take the head that is delivered to the door. Right? Just looking at the thick smoke billowing behind the motorcycle, you know that the durability is running out. So he simply showed his head, aimed, and prepared to shoot Chu Sheng off the car. When Chu Sheng saw the scene, he felt as if cold water from an ice cave had poured down on his head, chilling him from head to toe. In a split second, he had to think of a way. There was no chance to go back the same way, as the effect of the stun bomb was limited in time. If he turned back now, he would be courting death. Bang! Bang! The enemy's bullets at the end of the bridge had begun to pour out, making a whirring sound of friction in the air, which made people terrified. Chu Sheng had to make a decision now. Rushing forward into the firepower net and becoming a warrior ready to die, or finding a way to escape. Until this moment, Chu Sheng was still thinking about staying alive, which shows how strong his desire to survive was. It was just a game, and if he died, he died. But Chu Sheng wanted to survive now, and then rushed to the three people, asking them to fulfill their promise and show his majesty as the captain. Suddenly, Chu Sheng saw the iron sheet on the wooden box on the left-hand side in front of him, which just formed a slope through the gap of the steel bridge. It seemed that he could fall directly into the sea. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up, although he didn't know if he could succeed. This was the only chance to avoid being swept down. A wave of acceleration directly tilted to the side. If you want to go up this slope, you can't just drive to the left and rush up at the beginning. Otherwise you will hit the steel bridge when you fly out of the iron plate. Only by slowly adjusting to the left and then flying out in a diagonal line can you pass through the hole and fly directly off the bridge. When the fans saw the motorcycle start to tilt to the left, they were all stunned for a moment, not understanding what this wave meant. Even if it is to dodge bullets, it can't dodge any bullets. But as the speed increased, a slope appeared on the screen in front of them, and everyone suddenly choked, as if they had guessed Chu Sheng's purpose. No way. It's going to take off from the slope? No. It will definitely hit the steel and iron frame of the bridge if it flies like this. The last struggle of the car king Chu Sheng's life. As soon as the voice fell, the motorcycle suddenly went up the slope diagonally. And then, there was only a long buzzing sound in the ears. The motorcycle had already passed through the bridge hole and began to swing freely in the air. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What kind of operation was this? Chu Sheng controlled the motorcycle to start rotating in the air. Not just 360 degrees. Not just 720 degrees. But 1080 degrees. The effect of the stun bomb disappeared. And after the players hiding in the ruins regained their vision, they could no longer see Chu Sheng on the bridge. I glanced at the bridge and saw a motorcycle and the people on it flying in the air. The players at the end of the bridge were also completely stunned. The guy pulled over and suddenly disappeared. When they saw him again, he was already in the sky outside the bridge, flying higher than the highest point of the bridge. Oh my god! You can cross the bridge like this? I'm really impressed. More than impressed. I was completely stunned, as expected of the best driver in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. This dazzling operation made people dumbfounded. My mother asked me why I was kneeling in front of the computer. Oh, it's sticky and wet down there. I'm wet looking at it. Chu Sheng wanted to shout excitedly at this moment. He had broken through this desperate situation. And judging from the landing point of the motorcycle, it should be at the junction of the water and the beach. After 3 large loops in the air, the motorcycle landed steadily at the junction of the water and the beach, and then drove out of the shallow water. The motorcycle regained its previous irritability and bravery. Chu Sheng had already seen the enemy running over from the other side of the bridge, and he turned his head directly and rode away in the direction of Import, leaving only the crackling congratulations behind. The rush to escape was extremely refreshing, even more exciting than eating chicken. Chu Sheng also went directly into the safe zone this time. But Port Inn was not a place to stay for long. When passing Port Inn, Chu Sheng saw that the doors and windows were wide open, and it was obvious that they had been searched. Chu Sheng was going to go around the road behind the airport island to meet up with the 3 people. But he saw a wisp of red smoke floating in the sea in the distance on the road, and his eyes suddenly lit up. There was an airdrop box in the sea behind the airport island. Without saying a word, he drove his motorcycle to the southernmost beach. And there happened to be a motorboat here. Parking the motorcycle in the corner, Chu Sheng drove the motorboat towards the airdrop. At least judging from the motorboat on the coast, it was likely that no one had taken this airdrop before. 3 guys playing landlord in the cave suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from the sky outside. Their eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the sound of an airdrop plane? They all ran out of the cave and looked at the plane passing overhead. I don't know if it was infected by Chu Sheng, but Rabbit took out his gun and shot at the plane. As a result, an airdrop was dropped from the plane. The atmosphere suddenly stagnated, leaving only the laughter in the live broadcast room. A well-known professional player. Live broadcast of shooting planes online. Professional player online live broadcast of cheating and being beaten live.avi. Rabbit, how are you going to clean up this wave? The fans were also quite naughty. They mocked Rabbit with their strength and proved that he was cheating. When the airdrop came down, everyone's eyes lit up. Rabbit shouted to Little Lion, "Quick! Give me your sniper silencer. I'll get a fully equipped one and give it to Chu Sheng." That's what he said internally. But Rabbit was very arrogant when he adjusted to the team voice. "Chu Sheng, come here quickly. I prepared a top-level fully equipped weapon for you. It's absolutely awesome beyond your imagination." Chu Sheng didn't say anything, as if he didn't hear it. After a while, a roaring motorcycle appeared from the mountains. The smoking motorcycle seemed to be spinning ballet in the air, with a wave of driving skills that made everyone stand up and applaud, and then landed steadily in front of the 3 people. "I heard that there are top-level weapons here," Chu Sheng said, and took out the AWM with an 8-fold scope from his back. The atmosphere instantly stagnated and became awkward. Chapter 496, Confiscating the Tools and Stolen Goods. Rabbit originally wanted to show off his unique skill of shooting and dropping airdrops in front of Chu Sheng, and compare it with Chu Sheng's bad luck and the circle of punishment. This fully equipped silenced M24 is a symbol of the status of the European Emperor. But Chu Sheng didn't say a word, and directly appeared on the stage with a motorcycle show. When he landed, the motorcycle was even on fire. It was probably the kind of thing that would explode directly if it was hit by 2 more bullets. Then he silently took out an AWM with an 8-fold scope from his back, with an attitude of "I don't know what you are talking about." It directly slapped Rabbit in the face at the speed of light. The fans in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. This wave of first suppressing and then rising, moistening things silently, was really cool. When Chu Sheng drove the boat to touch the airdrop, there was no news from there. As a result, just after Chu Sheng licked the AWM, the plane in the sky also flew over his head and dropped it directly on the top of the military supply cave where the 3 were. Then Chu Sheng heard Rabbit's words with a superior voice, which made the fans in the live broadcast room laugh wildly. At the same time, the fans were also curious about what good things were in the airdrop that made Rabbit say such arrogant things. And it was a top-level weapon. Could it be another AWM? After Chu Sheng got ashore, he showed off his driving skills on a smoking motorcycle in front of everyone. Only then did they see that what Rabbit had just proudly mentioned was actually an M24. Normally, this M24 is considered a good gun, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a top-level weapon. But now compared with the AWM, it is completely out of place. Brother, especially, Rabbit had just finished speaking for less than half a minute when he was slapped in the face by Chu Sheng. "Are you implying that I, Chu Sheng, have bad luck and want to show off my European aura in front of you? Sorry. I, Chu Sheng, like to attack those who think they are outstanding." Shujia and Zaya Shizi couldn't help laughing, and even stood up from their seats to applaud Chu Sheng. This wave. Really. A great show. The Rabbit also covered his face and laughed. This wave of slapping really hurt. I thought Chu Sheng had escaped from this wave of poverty, and I could show off my European aura and then give him the M24. But he took out an AWM without saying a word, telling you what a real top-level weapon is. Sorry. I'm bothering you. I'm bothering you. The Rabbit also quickly came to his senses and threw the M24 to Chu Sheng. I just promised him that if he survived, I would give him a top-level weapon. Although it is not a timely help, it is at least the icing on the cake. Right? M24 plus AWM. 28x scopes and 2 snipers. The deterrent power on his back is so terrifying. Plus the level 3 helmet and level 3 armor he just found in the airdrop. Chu Sheng looks like a god of war. Chu Xing's flying bridge has accumulated enough complaints to 80 points. And he has turned on the gun god possession mode. The first poison circle has also shrunk. Because of Chu Xing's arrival, the second circle was directly refreshed to a place, like the seaside farm on the other side plus half of the military base. The center of the new safe zone is evenly divided into two halves by a sea, a yin and yang circle. This safe zone is very clever. At this moment, all the players in the safe zone had a word in their minds at almost the same time: control the boat. Because they don't know where the next safe zone will be. It is very necessary to control a speedboat at this time. Otherwise, if you are unlucky, the safe zone will be directly refreshed to the other side, and you will be killed alive. Seeing this yin-yang circle, the other three people immediately had another idea. What others can think of, they can naturally think of too. In this case, the first thing to do is to seize the boat. But they seize the boat not to keep the opportunity to enter the circle later, but to get to the other side. The three of them hummed. And then, they all looked at Chu Xing. The little lion was almost unable to hold back his laughter. And he said while laughing, "Captain, how should we play next?" Chu Xing was very upset. How can he play this circle? If he directly marked all four people and rushed over, according to Chu Xing's bad luck circle, it would definitely go in the opposite direction. These guys asked this question now, just waiting for Chu Xing to kill his relatives for the sake of justice, and play the tactic of one way protecting three himself. However, the three of them were indeed fortunate in their hearts that Chu Xing's bad luck could sometimes be so mysterious. If this were in a formal competition, it could even be said to be a cheat in disguise, predicting the existence of the final circle in advance. When other teams are still playing as water ghosts or controlling the ship, they can sell Chu Xing cleanly and directly enter the final circle. At that time, they will set up guns at the edge of the circle, and no one can get in. When they thought of this scene, the three of them felt lucky. After all, you can't say that luck is cheating, right? Chu Xing had no choice but to look at the map and mark a point. Then you find a way to deal with the house area by the beach. And I'll go to the cliff of the seaside farm opposite. Just as he got on the motorcycle, Chu Xing seemed to remember something. Do you have any medical supplies? Give me some. After all, Chu Xing had to stand alone on a cliff with no way out. So more supplies would definitely be useful. Seeing this, the three of them wanted to provide some without saying anything. But they found that there was nothing in the backpack. All the things are in the cave. Wait for me to get them. Remembering that they had just played landlord and left all the things in the cave, Chu Xing ran away after hearing this. No need. I'll go get them myself. Looking down the cave, the ground was full of supplies, and they were arranged in a very orderly manner, just like an exhibition in a museum. The three of them instantly smelled the smell of danger, and without saying a word, they all put away their guns and started running wildly. Chu Xing was the first to run and reacted the fastest. When the three people behind him arrived, he had already collected most of the medical supplies by himself. After all, he didn't have much on him. 20 rounds of magnum bullets, 50 rounds of 7.62mm bullets. So he simply put all the medical supplies he saw into his arms, as if he was risking his life. He also muttered to himself, "Hey, just now 3 people were playing landlord, and all the voices were turned on. You thought I didn't hear it, right? It's quite comfortable. I ran for my life like a dog, but you guys found a cool place. I took all the gambling money, tools and stolen goods." When the 3 arrived to grab the remaining supplies, they all gasped. Chu Xing ran only 2 seconds ahead of them, and 60% of the supplies on the ground were taken away by him alone. How could his hands be so fast? While the 3 were stunned, Chu Xing had already ridden the burning motorcycle and drove towards the beach on the back of the island. He didn't drive the motorboat directly up, so he was going to go over and drive the motorboat to the seaside farm on the other side. Chu Xing had a sly smile on his face. In addition, he gave the 3 a lesson that will be remembered forever. Chapter 497. This incident tells us the truth. Chu Xing drove a motorboat and sailed slowly along the island, which felt like a day trip around the island. Rabbit, Shujua and Little Lion, with the heroic spirit of the wind, is whistling, and the Ishui River is cold, and the warriors will never return, headed towards the housing area by the beach, because Chu Xing just took away 60% of their gambling money with a quick move. They only had a few medical supplies left. It was a mistake. I thought I would switch to the public channel voice, so that Chu Xing would not know what the 3 of them were doing. But I forgot that this is a club. Even if I wear noise-isolating headphones, I can still detect a clue if I listen carefully. Obviously, Chu Sheng had heard the three whispering about not being able to afford the king bomb. But Chu Sheng did not show it at all, just to find an opportunity to teach these three guys a lesson. The three of them did not have much medicine. So when they got outside the house area, they directly used smoke bombs to pave the way, rushed in like a swarm of bees, and cleared out the team of people inside, and caught the enemy off guard. They never understood until they died why these guys were so decisive in rushing into the house, laying more than a dozen smoke bombs along the way, making it impossible for the people in the house area to fight back. If these people knew that Rabbit and his men chose to rush into the house directly because they did not have much medicine and could not start a tug-of-war, they would definitely regret it and cry. The three of them successfully occupied the housing area. One of them was stationed in one of the two houses, and the remaining one was patrolling near the beach at the back to prevent anyone from sneaking over along the back slope. Chu Sheng's motorboat was swaying all the way. When he passed the West Bridge, there were grenades and assault rifles on it. The battle was fierce. Climbing up the cliff of the seaside farm. This place can be said to be across the sea from the three of them. Seeing that Chu Sheng had successfully climbed up the cliff of the seaside farm, Rabbit was delighted. The next step was to find a way to trap everyone on the other side. After climbing up the cliff, Chu Sheng saw a small toilet on the side of the cliff. On one side of the toilet is a cliff beach several dozen meters deep. The approaching enemy can be seen at a glance. In front of it is an endless flat grassland with only a few jagged rocks standing there to serve as cover. Such a position is the best for Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng, holding a pair of snipers, occupies such a high point. It can be said that all the people nearby have no chance. I crouched down and came to the toilet. At this time, there was no one here. Everyone tried their best, either stuck on the bridge or controlling a boat to wander on the sea, waiting for the next decisive safe zone to refresh. Chu Sheng leaned against the toilet, looking at the enemy with his head sticking out next to the speedboat on the beach, and couldn't help laughing. Standing next to the speedboat, not getting on the boat directly, but waiting for the circle to be refreshed before deciding whether to sail or not according to the position of the safe zone. This decision itself is not wrong. But this person made a mistake in not driving the boat to the reef close to the cliff first, but swimming directly in the water. From Chu Sheng's angle, a green head was floating on the water, which was very conspicuous. AWM aimed, and after a low roar, a box suddenly appeared next to the speedboat. The sudden black screen in the water scared the player, and after watching the death replay, he found that his stupid actions were seen by the enemy. Chu Sheng started to kill. The three people in the room saw the kill information in the upper right corner and smiled. Chu Sheng used a headshot to announce that he was in position. I have an inexplicable feeling that we may really be able to fight those professional teams on this trip to Germany, the little lion said in a team voice. I have heard that Chu Sheng is full of bad luck and has a circle of condemnation. Today, we really feel this metaphysical power when we play in a four-person team. Hee hee. Let the foreigners feel what the mysterious power from the East is. Shujua couldn't help laughing when he thought of a group of foreigners shouting Impasbo and amazing. There will definitely be a classic scene at that time. Well, it's just hard for our captain. I'm afraid we still have to use the 1-protect-3 tactic at that time. In this kind of match, it's already difficult for Chu Sheng to escape alive. At that time, you will face professional players, the kind who can shoot you down with 2 shots if you accidentally show your scalp. Facing such an opponent, it's hard to imagine Chu Sheng's survival after landing. If it's a difficult level now, then the professional invitational will be a nightmare level that's more terrible than hell. Chu Sheng fired continuously, and people on the speedboat were constantly shot down into the sea. Although it is a good idea to sail on the sea and wait for the circle to shrink, the disadvantage is that after being shot down, there is no way to rescue, and it will be turned into a box directly. Chu Sheng just robbed a bunch of medical supplies in the military cave, which caused the 3 people to complain. He killed a lot of people in the seaside farm, which caused the 3 people to complain a few more times. Chu Sheng didn't say a word, watching his complaint value climb from 90 points to 100 points little by little. When the good and bad are interdependent was turned on, Chu Sheng's mouth curled up slightly, and he was full of inner drama. He raised his hands and said innocently, "It's not my fault. You guys complained about it yourself. It has nothing to do with me." According to Chu Sheng's idea, after the good and bad are interdependent effect is activated, the safe zone should be in his face if nothing unexpected happens. At that time, the three stupid dogs on the opposite side, no, the three teammates, will definitely be angry and curse. And there will be no boat on the coast, so they can only swim over angrily. When Chusheng thought of this famous scene, he laughed in his heart. You love to abandon your teammates, right? You still want to play landlord, right? You think it's beautiful to have one to protect three, right? Although they are all very powerful anchors and very strong. Chusheng just wants to tell them a truth in this way. Things are impermanent. Chusheng's silenced M24 kept ringing on the edge of the cliff, and the speedboats and motorboats on the sea were afraid to avoid it. But they didn't dare to go ashore for a while, and all of them became Chusheng's moving targets. On the sea, there is no such thing as knockdown. As long as it is not a level 3 helmet, and as long as it is not full of blood, it will be taken away by Chusheng's M24. Everyone was gritting their teeth and waiting for the countdown of the poison circle to shrink. In the last 10 seconds, Chusheng was completely killed. As the safe zone refreshed, everyone started running towards the safe zone. And the three people in the house, on the other side, suddenly froze with smiles on their faces. Wait, something seems wrong. How did the safe zone refresh to the other side? Or the safe zone centered on Chusheng's small toilet on the cliff? What's going on? The circle of destiny? Chusheng coughed awkwardly twice, trying to hold back his smile. This incident tells us not to be happy too early. Things are unpredictable. Chapter 498 I mean. The three of you here are me. The fans are laughing like crazy. Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion were ready to enjoy the fruits of victory in the housing area. But the safe area was very disrespectful, and actually gave Chusheng a destiny circle, and directly rode them out. Just now, someone on the beach directly laid smoke bombs to rob the boat, and the three of them smiled and didn't shoot, letting them go. According to Rabbit, it means to consume their strategic materials, and then the circle will be refreshed again. There will be no so many smoke bombs when the boat goes ashore, and then we will deal with them properly. But I never thought that as soon as the message was sent out, the new safe zone came with a 360-degree rotation and slapped the rabbit's face, which swollen. Well, now the safe zone has been refreshed to the other side. There is no boat on this side. If you want to go there, you can only swim over. Please, Rabbit, don't talk and set flags anymore. Do you want me to laugh to death, and then want to inherit my cockroach Huabei? Rabbit's flag is more stable than Chusheng's bad luck. Rabbit's face was red, and he couldn't raise his head at this moment. This was too disrespectful. Is the slap in the face so hard? The little lion suppressed a smile and said, it seems that this bad luck is not stable. The tactic of one protecting three needs to be discussed. If this had happened in a real match, the three of them would have been sentenced to death. Fortunately, it was just a match in the Asian server, and there was still a chance to turn the tide. Captain, help us set up the gun in a high point. We will swim over now. Xiujia also gave Chusheng a briefing on the situation immediately. After all, the boat driver is definitely faster than the swimmers. After the other party reaches the other side first, they will definitely shoot at the people on the sea, which will be troublesome. Although the shooting angle and accuracy are greatly reduced on the sea, the swimming player's mobility is also reduced, and the probability of being hit is greatly increased. The most important thing is that once knocked down, they will directly turn into a box, and there is no possibility of being helped. Fortunately, Chusheng was arranged to be on the opposite side. With Chusheng's help in setting up the gun, the probability of safe swimming for them increased by more than 10 times. Seeing the panic of the three people, Chusheng raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. This was a small punishment and a big warning. Let's teach the three people a lesson. Don't always rely on his bad luck to make advanced preparations. After all, anything can happen in the game. Okay, leave this to me. I guarantee that you will have a smooth journey. Chusheng held 2 snipers in his hands, occupied the high ground, and had a 3-level suit on his body. He was covered with tons of medical supplies. To be arrogant, he clapped his hands at this time and said, I am invincible in the world. As long as he is guarding this highest point, no one will have the chance to attack the 3 swimming people. Chusheng's confidence comes from his confidence in his marksmanship. He firmly believes that no one can withstand the terrifying combat power after the gun god possesses him. Seeing Chusheng's swollen appearance, the fans love and hate him. On the one hand, they want to see Chusheng's breathtaking marksmanship, and on the other hand, they want to see a reversal and slap in the face. This guy is too arrogant day by day. And he must be slapped in the face to teach him a lesson. Chu Sheng is now standing on the edge of the cliff, taking out 2 double sniper rifles, a WM in the left hand and M24 in the right hand, and then shouting, "Bahubali! Long live Mahishmati!" Perhaps even God couldn't stand Chu Sheng being so rampant. Just as he patted his chest to assure himself that there was no problem, suddenly a red bombing zone completely enveloped the seaside farm. And this bombing zone is very interesting. It is centered on Chu Sheng's cliff toilet, and the rest of the bombing zone is in the water. The bombing zone will not bomb water, which means that the remaining land will have to withstand more intensive skyfire bombing than before. Chu Sheng's scalp suddenly numbed. This clearly meant that he was not allowed to show off. The effect of good and bad are interdependent really makes people love and hate it. 2333 can be said to be a leopard laughing. This clearly does not give Chu Sheng a chance to show off. Sure enough, there is a conspiracy behind this fate circle. The 3 ran out of the house area and jumped into the water like happy ducks, thinking that Chu Sheng would help them set up the gun. It would take 1 or 2 minutes to swim over, but there would definitely be no one to threaten their safety. But after the 3 got into the water, the other side was directly covered by the bombing area, especially Chu Sheng's unhappy words, which made them even more dilemma. Well, the bombing area is coming. I will go to the toilet first to hide. You guys go first. After saying that, Chu Sheng hid directly in the small toilet and closed the door. As for the life and death of the 3 people at sea, it is better to take care of yourself at this time. The 3 people looked at each other, and they really didn't know what to say at this time. Chu Sheng was lucky. He got a circle of destiny, and it was in the center. Good enough, right? But this guy was unlucky. He was washed by the bombing area at the same time. The circle of destiny and the bombing area just happened to form a concentric circle. This kind of scene is quite rare. Hey, wait, something seems wrong. It's obviously the 3 of them who have bad luck. They can't get the circle of destiny, and now they can't find someone to cover them to cross the river. It depends on who has a harder brain. Swim. If you don't swim now, you won't have a chance to cross later. The rabbit sighed. This is not the first circle. There is plenty of time. If we waste this time, we will be poisoned in the sea later. If we are shot by someone again, we will be dead soon. The 3 people started to struggle in the water. Chu Sheng thought for a moment and pushed the door of the toilet open. Before the skyfire fell, he tried his best to help the 3 people clear some obstacles. The ships on the sea were sailing towards the coast. Chu Sheng took out the AWM and fired at the speedboats on the sea one by one. Occasionally, there were empty bullets, which made the fans feel distressed. After all, AWM bullets are the most precious and rare ammunition. 1 less bullet is fired. Chu Sheng solved 3 enemies in succession. At this time, the sound of the air being rubbed by the sky fire became clearer and clearer. Chu Sheng put away his gun and jumped into the toilet again without saying a word. Young eagles have to learn to fly on their own. Uncle, I can only help you here. Come on, kids, Chu Sheng said. And then he closed the toilet door and took advantage of the 3 people. This wave is very coquettish. There are more than 666 in the live broadcast room, and the rewards are flying directly. There are many people who take advantage of other anchors, but most of them are limited to men and women joking. After all, no one will take it seriously. But Chu Sheng is so arrogant that he took advantage of 3 people directly. This wave is very coquettish. Chu Sheng can see his Tutso value with his naked eyes, which has soared from more than 100 points to 150. Really, it only took a moment to reach the full value. Then before Chu Sheng could react, he felt that he was shrouded in a shadow, and he seemed to have been surrounded. Chapter 499. A strongman walking out of a thunderstorm. Wait, 3 heroes. Take your time to talk. Chu Sheng also immediately put his hands on his head. This wave is not a joke. If it comes to real-life PK, the 3 Chu Shengs are opponents of the little lion and the rabbit. Not to mention that there is a little duke next to them, constantly harassing them. It feels good to talk nonsense. But the result is, just now, the 3 heard Chu Sheng's nonsense, and they swam automatically without saying a word and appeared behind Chu Sheng. At this time, the camera can also see the burly postures of the 3 men standing side by side behind Chu Sheng's gaming chair. 6. It's fun to talk big, but you'll end up in the crematorium at night. This plane Just treat it as a practice for Chu Sheng. Rest in peace, and your heroic spirit will live forever. The fans laughed so hard that they peed. And the fans in the other three people's live broadcast rooms also came one after another, wanting to see Chu Sheng's end. Hey, when I opened my mouth just now, I knew that I would definitely be beaten today. Chu Sheng's tone was desolate and disappointed. And that tone was like pouring a basin of cold water on someone's face, making them feel cold all over. Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion instantly felt like they were being strangled by the throat, and their faces turned red with anger. How shameless is this guy? It was obviously him who first defamed the innocent and took advantage of the other person. But now, he is saying that the three of them bullied one person and beat him up. The Little Lion sighed lightly, and his brick-chopping palm was already on Chu Sheng's shoulder. If you say so, we won't let you off easily. Chu Sheng swallowed his saliva and felt the murderous aura of the three people behind him. Suddenly, his face was serious, and his righteous look easily reminded people of the 4 words "die heroically." Netizens also sighed. Chu Sheng rarely has such a generous consciousness. That's right. He would rather die than surrender. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the 3 people with a grin. Well, don't go out for lunch. I'll cook a delicious meal for everyone as a welcome. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, Xiao Ju and Xiao Shitzi smiled contemptuously. Can eating the food made by Chu Sheng be considered a reward? I'm afraid you'll be poisoned to death if you eat a bite. Rabbit, on the other hand, has heard that Chu Sheng is a good cook, because when he was playing games with Xiao Pigeon before, he asked about meals, and Xiao Pigeon said that his brother at home cooked. You know, girls have the pickiest appetites. And Su Xiaomu seemed to have had a live broadcast before, when Xiaobai came to visit her home, and Chu Sheng cooked. Rabbit waved his hand. I've heard that you're a good cook before, so you'll cook a delicious meal for lunch. If it's not delicious, hee. This hee is a bit interesting. With the rabbit's smirk, it's easy to think of something like a tight anus. Shujua and Xiaosher saw that the rabbit let Chu Sheng off so easily, and just as they were about to say something, the rabbit raised his hand to stop them. It doesn't matter. There's a long way to go. This was naturally transmitted to the live broadcast room through the microphone, and it immediately exploded. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's something behind the words. There's a long way to go. Sure enough, people who play tactics are dirty. It seems that the level of chaos in the PUBG anchor circle is beyond the imagination of the fans. Although it felt strange, at least the 3 people didn't slap him in the face. And Chu Sheng escaped. Sitting down again, he saw all kinds of rhythms flying in the live broadcast room, all of which were the kind that made people blush and slandered people's innocence. You guys are too complicated and dirty. Chu Sheng also hurriedly defended himself. After all, they are all married people. It will be difficult to wash off such dirty water thrown by fans in the future. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Then Chu Sheng stood up and pointed at the 3 people and said, you guys should explain quickly. I'm a straight man. Rabbit, none of my business. Little Lord, Tisk, what's the big deal? Little Lion, slip away. It has nothing to do with me. The team is not well organized, and the people are scattered. For the first time, Chu Sheng felt that his words were so pale and powerless, as if hitting cotton, while everyone was playing around. The Skyfire sanction in the bombing area was about to end. With the end of the last bombing, the red zone on the map completely disappeared, and Chu Sheng kicked the door open and ran out. As soon as he came out of the toilet, he saw a person lying on the beach below, and his teammates were about to throw smoke bombs to cover the smoke and save people. Chu Sheng took out his N24 without saying a word, and shot the person lying on the ground first. He stepped back and pulled the bolt to change the bullet. When Chu Sheng showed his head again, the other person had thrown a smoke bomb and hid in the smoke. Chu Sheng was not in a hurry to shoot in the smoke, but glanced at the plane behind the toilet, and was immediately scared and sweating. He didn't know until he saw it. He saw a full formation, which was almost approaching quietly. It looked like the Skyfire bombing just now had slightly stopped the opponent's steps. Otherwise it would have been approaching long ago. Fortunately, it was not too late to find it now. Switching to the AWM, Chu Sheng leaned against the side of the toilet without showing his head. He saw 4 people running out from behind the huge rock of the bunker, so he dodged and sniped. The sound of the AWM gun was originally very low. In order to conceal himself, Chu Sheng installed the sniper silencer on the M24 on the AWM, and the sound was more like the vibration of a subwoofer. People could only hear the sound, but could not determine the specific location. One person fell down, and he looked around and found no trace of the enemy. The remaining 3 people were like headless flies, and they immediately blocked the smoke and were on alert. After Chu Sheng pulled the bolt to change the bullet, he quietly touched the other side of the toilet, stared at the person who was stalking outside the smoke, and then flashed out. Oh! This is embarrassing. Although Chu Sheng flashed out, the other party seemed to have a premonition and also looked over here. Suddenly, both of them opened their scopes at the same time and saw each other's faces through the scopes. Well, after confirming the eye contact, this is the right person. However, Chu Sheng's reaction was still fast. He fired a shot in just a moment, and the opponent's head burst into a ball of green blood and exploded, just as Chu Sheng was hiding behind the toilet and pulling the bolt, preparing to change the bullet and then lock the third person. Suddenly a series of clanging sounds appeared under his feet. Oh! Shit! Fuck! This sound may be the sound that Chu Sheng least wants to hear in the game. Without saying a word, he put away his gun and ran to the toilet. At this time, why change bullets and kill people? It's important to protect yourself first. Chu Sheng had just hidden in the toilet, and then there was an explosion of several meters of smoke and fire behind his buttocks, and the toilet door was completely blown to pieces. This is not over yet. Then, just like the poem described, big beads and small beads falling on a jade plate, countless grenades were thrown towards the lonely toilet like a wholesale sale. Chapter 500. I am the only one in the world. Chu Sheng could even hear the grenades hitting the wall, making a clanging sound. Then Chu Sheng simply took off his headphones, because there were endless explosions inside, which were deafening. Even if he took off his headphones, he could clearly hear the explosions inside. His scalp was numb. Chu Sheng didn't know what kind of guys he had offended. Now at least a dozen grenades had been thrown through the gap in the horizontal glass above the toilet. Chu Sheng also saw that 2 enemies had been helped up. The explosions of fragmentation grenades came one after another, and all fell beside him, leaving him no chance to get out. This wave can be said to be quite uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. Ma Fei. Isn't Chu Sheng completely blocked here? How many grenades do this team have? It's a bit scary. I feel that Chu Sheng will be concussed if he is not killed in this wave. The fans also felt numb. Chu Sheng could take off his headphones and put them around his neck to reduce the noise. But the fans who watched the live broadcast were in trouble. More importantly, Chu Sheng exposed his position after the remaining 2 opponents were helped up and recovered. It was simply a fantasy to want to rely on a small toilet to confront 4 enemies. It would be fine if Chu Sheng had a rifle, but the key is that he only has a sniper rifle. Although he can kill people in a second, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Chu Sheng, are you okay? Little Lion couldn't help but ask, because even if the 3 of them were swimming in the water and were far away from Chu Sheng, they could see the direction of the small toilet room on the cliff. There were constant explosions and thick smoke rising, as well as huge explosions. It felt like someone was smoking and accidentally set the arsenal on fire. And it didn't stop at all. Chu Sheng was so angry that he was about to die, but he forced himself to pretend to be disdainful. It's okay. It's not a big problem. Although he didn't know where so many grenades came from, Chu Sheng still didn't believe it. Could it be that these grenades were infinite, and there would be no time to throw them all? Carefully observing through the hollow glass of the toilet, Chu Sheng found that the guys who were helped up had already been beaten to blood, holding grenades in their hands and gradually approaching. A bad premonition suddenly came to his mind. Chu Sheng took out a frying pan from behind his but without saying a word, holding it in his hand and ready at any time. When the fans saw this scene, their hearts also trembled. If they still couldn't see Chu Sheng's thoughts, then they really didn't need to watch the live broadcast. This is playing with fire. Why not escape from the back slope to the cliff and rocks? There is a cover to rely on, and catch the enemy off guard. The fans also put forward their own ideas, and it seems feasible. But it is nonsense to say that Chu Sheng can't think of these. The wild imagination has always been one of Chu Sheng's labels, and the importance of this label even exceeds the fierceness of the gun. Chu Sheng couldn't have thought of retreating, but he finally chose to take out the frying pan. For ordinary players, this is the most risky move. He held the grenade for 2 seconds, aimed at the narrow gap and threw it over. Just when the grenade was about to fall into the window, Chu Sheng suddenly jumped up from the spot and slammed the frying pan in his hand at the window, just blocking the root of the grenade. The fragmentation grenade was repelled and fell to the ground. And then, there was a roar of explosion and thick smoke. The guy outside was completely stunned. He had been aiming and adjusting for a long time, and he was sure that he could throw it in and detonate it. He thought that the enemy might run out of the toilet to avoid the explosion. So his teammates had thrown grenades outside the toilet in advance. And even the other two had set up their guns. As long as the person ran out, he would definitely die under the guns. But he never expected that the opponent would not be moved at all, and hid in the toilet with a black frying pan, and actually bounced his grenade back. How could there be such a move? For people fighting one person, and they were countershowed. It felt like being slapped twice. And the face was burning. People wrote on the face and shit. The chicken can be eaten, but this person must die. One grenade can be shot out. But what about the other two? I want to see how many hands you have. The player was also anxious, and called his teammates. 2 people each in one window, took out grenades, and began to approach and aim. Seeing this, Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light, and the deadlock seemed to have turned around. Bending down and quietly exiting the toilet, Chu Sheng took out the M24 and AWM, reloaded the bolts, and then took the M24 in his hand. The third-person perspective was stuck behind the toilet, and he could clearly see the 2 enemies holding the grenade and aiming at them. The safety of the grenade had been pulled out. This time, in order to prevent it from being hit by the frying pan again, he counted down the seconds in his hand and threw it at the last moment, giving the opponent no time to hit it. The idea was good, and the two cooperated very well. Chu Sheng also had a clock ticking in his heart. Suddenly, a person popped his head out from behind the toilet and shot at the head. He opened and closed the scope in one go. The viewers in the live broadcast room only felt a black screen in front of their eyes, and did not see clearly when Sheng fired the gun. A white message gradually flashed at the bottom of the screen, and the M24 headshot knocked him down. The viewers all took a breath of cold air. This speed was completed in the blink of an eye, giving people the illusion that no gun was fired at all. Chu Sheng did not stop, and did not even have time to pull the bolt to reload. After firing the gun, he directly cut out the AWM, which was smooth and unparalleled in one go, and then jumped to the other side of the toilet. Then, there was another peeking out. If there were any experts who were good at FPS watching the live broadcast, they would definitely be surprised at this moment, because Chu Sheng's muzzle and crosshairs were always placed at the headshot line. This time, the peeking out didn't even open the scope. After dodging, Chu Sheng shot directly from the shoulder without opening the scope. At the moment when the crosshairs shrank, the AWM let out a low roar, and another person was killed. Neither of them threw out their grenades. As the two were knocked down, 2 explosions sounded, and both were blown to ashes by the grenades in their hands. After the 2 died, Chu Sheng retreated back to the toilet and started to change bullets and guns. This scene happened in a flash. Chu Sheng had a very clear idea of where to appear and what to do at each step. In the eyes of the fans, there were only 4 words left, flowing like water. When the remaining 2 saw their teammates being shot dead, they were still hesitating whether to charge or retreat. Chu Sheng jumped out from the flank and took them away with one shot. The strong man who survived the thunderstorm pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other. Chapter 501. Do you believe me when I say I was implicated? Just ask you, is this a show or not? Chu Sheng was also full of vigor and spirit at this moment, as if he was riding high in the spring breeze, and seeing all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. Just now, he was blown up like a dog by a grenade. And now, he finally has a chance to be proud of himself. That feeling is so refreshing. Just like the refreshing feeling of taking a sip of iced Kahlua, and the bubbles bursting in the mouth and esophagus. Chu Sheng's double sniper shot 4 people in a second, and his domineering aura directly pushed the atmosphere of the live broadcast room to the peak. Rewards and gifts came one after another, and they kept flying in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. On the other hand, the other 3 were still soaking in the sea, constantly absorbing the salt from the ocean, and constantly working hard to become a salted fish. Before the 3 of them had time to celebrate Chu Sheng's thrilling kills, they suddenly heard the sound of whizzing bullets around them. And then the bullets hit the water with a pop, splashing a ray of white waves. Captain, we are being targeted. Shijua's desire to survive was extremely strong, because the splash just now was less than 1 meter away from him. Chu Sheng naturally heard a gunshot and looked around on the edge of the cliff. Finally, after the enemy fired the second bullet, he keenly caught a ray of light from under a tree in the distance. A guy wearing a ghillie suit hiding under the tree. Chu Sheng said that he didn't even know what the gunshot was. But now, he could lock onto the second shot, which was in 14 Malawang kwachas. After locking onto the target, which was squatting in the shade, Chu Sheng naturally killed the enemy with one shot. Chu Sheng didn't even need any supplies now. He just stood on the cliff and kept patrolling back and forth. The bridge was blocked, and some guys on the bridge simply jumped off the bridge and were beaten to death by Chu Sheng with an M24 in the water. This was the third safe zone, and the information bar in the upper right corner had been constantly refreshed by Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng even ran out of bullets, so he ran to the box where the team was wiped out and picked up 100 rounds of 7.62mm bullets in one go. So scary. Now the rest of us have a headache. Let's mourn for them. Chu Sheng is going to use up all his M24s at once. 100 rounds of bullets. It can really be said that his scalp is numb. Chu Sheng's shooting accuracy is needless to say, with all kinds of hipfire blind sniping. According to the song, one shot to kill one enemy. He has more than 100 rounds of bullets on him, which is completely inconsistent with Chu Sheng's calculating style. Almost all the enemies in the water were cleared by Chu Sheng. The enemies on the beach under the cliff were either cleared by Chu Sheng or shivered and hid behind the trees without moving. There were only 26 survivors left, and this was only the third circle, which was enough to make people tremble. Now those who entered the circle did not dare to move at all, just waiting for the next safe zone to appear. The three of them were almost swimming to the shore, and Chu Sheng squatted on the cliff to help the three of them keep an eye on them. Don't worry. Chu Sheng, am watching from a high point, and there will definitely be no blind guys who will take action. Chu Sheng had a smile on his face. This game can be said to have established his dignity and status as the captain. After swimming across the strait, the pure water in the three people's brains has probably been replaced by salt water. They will definitely not dare to play the 1-to-3 reverse destiny circle tactics casually in the future. But as soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, the bombing zone appeared above his head, indicating that there will be a thrilling explosion art later. Puff, Rabbit, Shujia and Little Lion all burst into laughter. It seems that Chu Sheng can't say hard words. As long as he opens his mouth, there will be divine punishment. God seems to have smelled a hint of pretense. Skyfire, sorry. I opened my eyes. Since you can't stop Chu Sheng from pretending, only I, Skyfire, can do it myself. The three of them were originally planning to quickly go ashore and join Chu Sheng, but now it seems that they might as well make a strategic shift and hide in the water on the cliffs or take a bath. After all, the sea will not be taken care of by the bombing zone, so there is no place safer than the sea now. Captain, do you want to jump down and take a bath before the bombing zone comes? Little Lion said with a smile. Chu Sheng took a breath of cold air, and he felt the deep malice from the game. What? He is now building prestige for his teammates, and he doesn't even give them a chance to act like AB. Right? Chu Sheng hesitated for a moment. And now, he still has an ultimate move bad luck reversal that he has not used yet. I always feel that it is not fair to use this trick on three teammates. There is no need to show off and let teammates bear these bad luck. Besides, Chu Sheng had already used his own method to regain the place before, so he should keep this one. Maybe it will have a miraculous effect later? No. You guys should stay in the sea. Chu Sheng rejected the invitation of the Little Lion and returned to the house as usual, because the wooden door of the toilet had been blown to pieces by the grenade before. Chu Sheng hid in the innermost corner and found a suitable angle. Through the door, he could see the scene of the beach in the distance. The poison circle began to shrink, and those who were outside the poison circle but had not yet entered the circle also seized the opportunity at this moment. Just as Chu Sheng was looking outside through the crack in the door, he suddenly saw a flash of red from the door frame. He took out the M24 and opened the scope. Scanning the beach with the 8-fold scope, Chu Sheng kept changing his position to find the angle, and finally saw a speeding car running wildly on the beach into the circle. The three people leaning against the reef also saw the only car running wildly on the beach. It can be said that it was a simple and pure attack, and the direction was directly towards the bombing area, which was also quite stubborn. A shot was fired through the crack in the door, and the bullet landed on the beach with a clear wisp of white smoke. The car was moving very fast, and the first shot missed. Then, the bolt was pulled, and the second shot landed on the roof of the car. And the third shot missed again. As the bombing area fell, the entire cliff seemed to be shrouded in flames, giving people a feeling that outsiders of the Hell Lord could not set foot in the forbidden area. The car could no longer be seen at the crack in the door, and Chusheng did not dare to get too close to the door. You know, if the skyfire hit the door directly, it would be bad if he was implicated and blown up. If the fans knew Chusheng's thoughts, they would definitely be shocked beyond words, and then criticize him on a large scale. Does this guy have any idea? What does it mean to be implicated? Didn't you, Chusheng, bring about the skyfire? Why do you think you were just implicated? Don't anchors need physical examinations and exams now? Can he pass this test? Just as everyone was complaining in their hearts, a message suddenly appeared in the upper right corner. They were all knocked down by the skyfire, and some even wiped out their teams. 26 survived, and only 13 were left in an instant. Chusheng was stunned by this scene, and even the viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Could it be that Chusheng was really implicated? Chapter 502A Family should be in good order. This skyfire is a bit mysterious. How could it directly kill more than a dozen people? It can be said to be the most damaging skyfire in history. Chusheng, see, I was really just implicated. Chusheng was frantically testing the edge of death. The bombing area had not yet ended, but this guy dared to stick his head out to see the situation on the beach. And this guy was not the kind of person who would shrink back after taking a look. But he was so proud of himself that he threw the majesty of the skyfire behind his mind. This person violated the heavenly rules and was disrespectful to the skyfire. Someone come to make arrangements for him. It's arranged. The next wave of skyfire is on the way. My goodness. Are you so arrogant? Do you think there is a quota for the number of people that skyfire can kill? When the netizens saw Chusheng's actions, they also mocked him, hoping that this wave of skyfire would have a wonderful ending at the end and take Chusheng away in one go. However, they soon followed Chusheng's perspective and were attracted by the scene on the beach. The car was seen running rampant on the beach, and its speed was so fast that it almost reached the limit of what the car could reach. The key point was that the car did not go in a straight line, but kept circling in a serpentine shape. What was even more puzzling was that the skyfire was more like shooting at a target, and kept landing in the key area where the car was circling in a serpentine shape. A Hollywood blockbuster of explosions and chases. No wonder Chusheng didn't even look back. He was completely stunned when he saw this scene. This is really a chase feeling in a blockbuster. There is no obstacle on the beach, and this car is dodging the skyfire entirely by consciousness. And what surprised Chusheng the most was that every time the car suddenly changed direction, a skyfire would fall before the previous track. This gave Chusheng an extremely weird feeling, as if the skyfire did not fall randomly, but more like a human-controlled sniper. What surprised Chusheng even more was that this car could successfully predict the location of the skyfire every time, and then change direction to avoid it. Is this person said to avoid the skyfire 100%? No wonder the skyfire didn't explode Chusheng. There is another person who is more hateful here. Fuck. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm filming a movie? The skyfire fell just right, and the car dodged just right. This car is something. Chusheng was watching, and didn't know when he came out of the toilet. With Chusheng's personality, it is impossible for him to be a background for others. Although I don't know who is in the car. This wave is really a show. If he succeeds in the end, what will happen? If the fans make trouble in the future and ask him to drift with the skyfire, if he is killed by the explosion, won't he be ruined? So, this situation must not be allowed to happen. Chusheng jumped to the edge of the cliff, and took out the AWM without saying a word while the bombing area was still there. At this time, using M24 is just a gimmick. If you want to go, just go for the real thing. The car is very fast, and this guy drives so fast that it is impossible to predict the direction of the next step. Seeing Chusheng holding a gun and even aiming the camera, the fans were immediately worried. Of course, they were not worried about whether the people in the car could survive. But Chusheng was a spendthrift. This kind of car sweep uses M24, and more than 100 bullets are moldy in the bag. In the end, Chusheng took out AWM directly. He really doesn't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are. It feels like using US dollars to cook directly, which makes people feel heartbroken. Bang! A low gunshot was fired, and the bullet splashed a dust on the beach before the light spot was formed. Because the cliff was not far from the beach, the bullet's speed was very fast, and the AWM bullet fell very little. But because the car was too fast, the first bullet was estimated to be a little wrong in advance and missed. Although the three people bathing in the water could not see Chusheng's picture, the sound of AWM could not be faked. All three of them were stunned and looked at each other. AWM bullets are high-level strategic materials. After all, AWM without bullets is just a useless fire stick. Chusheng is so wantonly wasting money now. It's really heartbreaking. But only Chusheng himself knows that only by using AWM can unexpected consequences occur. First, it can pierce the level 3 helmet with one shot. And second, it can also blow up the tire with one shot. These are the advantages that M24 cannot match. It's not so easy to hit a car moving at high speed. Pull the bolt to change the bullet. This car is still showing off. Showing off in front of Chusheng and so many fans. Dodging Chusheng's bullets and the falling sky fire. Mulan, please stop embroidering. I always feel that Chusheng's position as the king of cars is not secure. Is this guy here to challenge me? Chusheng's expression showed no change of emotion. After changing the bullet, he opened the scope again. With the experience from the last time, Chusheng followed the car this time and moved the distance a little closer. 3, 2, 1. He silently chanted in his heart, and then suddenly raised the crosshairs a lot. At this time, there was nothing on the beach in the center of the crosshairs, and the bullet was fired directly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They really didn't understand this last raise of the gun. Oh! Another bullet wasted. But when the gunshot sounded, the car seemed to sense something, and turned its head directly towards the empty space where Chusheng fired the bullet. It looked like it went there specifically to catch the bullet that Chusheng fired. The bullet disappeared quickly, and no one in the car was covered in blood. But with a pop, the front tire of the car exploded directly, and the whole car was like a beast that had escaped from its shackles. Completely out of control, swaying and rolling in all kinds of ways. Then a ray of fire suddenly fell from the sky, directly detonating the car and igniting a blazing flame. The charcoal-blackened car shell was still rolling on the beach with great effort. But on the white sand, for boxes were neatly placed in a row. A family should be neat and tidy. After saying that, he put away his gun, and he was already secretly happy in his heart. He almost let this guy show off. Chusheng was completely blown away. As the car showed off to heaven, the bombing zone ended, and the three people who were bathing in the water had already turned into geoducks. Swaying out of the water, a new safe zone was also generated, and the 5-minute effect of good and bad are interdependent had not yet dissipated, and continued to be smeared on Chusheng's face. As the four people successfully joined forces and occupied the high point, it was completely like a turret, guarding the four sides, and no one could get within 100 meters, and it ended directly in a massacre. The screen finally darkened, and Chusheng collected 16 heads, ranking first among the four. This game was really exciting. But for the other three, look at what they did throughout the game. They played landlord for 10 minutes, took a 5-minute bath, and then went to the cliff to output for 1.5 minutes. And the game was over. After the game, all four of them stood up with their waists stretched. Chusheng also said goodbye to the fans in the live broadcast room, which made the fans look forward to Chusheng's live broadcast in the future. After all, it is no longer one person, but four people together, and the sense of humor and sparks that collide will definitely increase. Chapter 503. What is your relationship? The three of them looked at Chusheng expectantly. Just now, Rabbit told Xiao Ju and Xiao Shizi that Chusheng was a good cook. Rabbit also heard it from Xiao Guzi. He thought that Xiao Guzi ate it every day, so there was no need to lie to him. Right? So the three of them looked forward to it inexplicably. Chusheng looked at the expressions of the three people and suddenly felt a little nervous. It would not be a month of training. In the club, he would have to be the captain and the cook. Right? This thought flashed through his mind. After all, Douyu's staff and the people who are arranged to be responsible for their daily life would come tomorrow. Chusheng's worry was purely unnecessary. Then you three stay here first. I'm going out to buy some groceries. Chusheng is familiar with this area. The feelings between men gradually warm up and become strong through laughter and games. From strangers to acquaintances. Perhaps a drink and a game can do it. At least after the game just now. The initial restraint between the four people gradually disappeared. Xiao Ju lay on the sofa, took a long breath, and sighed. Chu Sheng's talent is really scary. Tuzi also took a deep breath and believed what Chu Sheng said before, that he had never played games before. After all, such a talent can never be buried as long as he is exposed to games, gunmanship, reaction, and even the great chrysanthemum view. Rabbit went through it in his mind, and it seemed that there was no player with such comprehensive talent in China. Little Lion was amazed and couldn't help asking, has this guy never played games before? The two nodded in unison. At this time, Little Lion's phone suddenly rang, and it was the call from the leader of the ONG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds branch. Leader, what's up? There is a supermarket at the entrance of the community, and Chu Sheng bought food for lunch and dinner today. Then he sent a message to Su Xiaomu, asking her to take care of it herself at noon, and come over to have dinner together when she is free in the evening. After purchasing the ingredients, Chu Sheng walked back along the neighborhood. He kept looking toward Xiao Bai's window, with a smile on his face. When he got back to the club, Chu Sheng tied on an apron and started to work. The confidence he exuded made the three of them pause. Xiao Ju whispered, I feel like even in the game, with a level 3 war god suit and a sniper rifle, Chu Sheng wouldn't be as arrogant as he is now. Rabbit nodded in agreement. Chu Sheng was unlucky, so he was basically in a mess at the beginning. Once this guy picked up the gun, his unbridled attitude was really completely arrogant. But the confidence Chu Sheng exuded in the kitchen was even more terrifying than when he picked up a gun in the game. It seems that we can really look forward to it. Even the Little Lion, who was not very familiar with him, could see that Chu Sheng usually gave people the feeling of a piece of jade. A pool of water. Not aggressive. Very gentle. But once he put on an apron and picked up a kitchen knife, his temperament really changed suddenly, and his confidence was visible to the naked eye. With the sizzling sound of stir-frying in the kitchen, some aroma also floated out through the crack of the door. The three of them sniffed it suddenly, and their eyes lit up. Is this smell comparable to takeout? Invincible. He is so good at PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. And he is also so terrible at cooking. Only Rabbit frowned, which made Shijua and Little Lion wonder. Shouldn't he be happy to have such a delicious food? Why are his brows frowned? Hey, I was thinking, if the cooking Annie tomorrow is not as good as Chu Sheng, how can we survive the next 20 days? After Rabbit said this, Shijua and Little Lion felt a little nervous, as if they had never thought about this problem. Now listening to Rabbit's words, I actually felt a sense of worrying about nothing. Yes, if the cooking Annie tomorrow is not as good as Chu Sheng, then this will be difficult. It's over. Why do I dare not eat this meal after hearing what you said? Shijua's face was full of worry, just like a frustrated Shiba Inu. Let's eat something. Didn't Xiaosher say that the 3 teams going to Germany will gather in the evening? It may be evening. After a while, the kitchen door was pushed open, and the aroma inside was like a galloping army. The breath rushed out directly, and the 3 people were killed and completely gave up resistance. Xiujua stood up staggeringly and asked, You are a man. How can you cook so well? As he said that, he took the initiative to chase the other 2 into the kitchen to help scoop rice and serve dishes. Chu Sheng untied his apron and put it on the back of the chair, saying helplessly, If your parents don't care, and you have a picky sister, I think your cooking skills won't be bad. The 3 of them also brought up the dishes, which were really delicious. Xiao Ju smiled and joked, Then I have to thank the little pigeon for this meal. A group of grown men. There is no need to be polite. They are all very self-conscious. After taking chopsticks to thank the captain, they turned into wolves and started to eat voraciously. Don't look at Xiao Ju's small body. He is very good at eating, and his appetite is comparable to that of a rabbit or a little lion. Fortunately, Chu Sheng knew that it was the appetite of 4 grown men. Otherwise the dishes today might not be enough. Xiao Ju ate so much that he burped. Rabbit beside him couldn't stand it anymore and wiped the oil off his mouth. You are so full. Are you going to eat tonight? Xiao Ju stretched out his hand to interrupt Rabbit's words, squinting his eyes, like the old man of the landlord's family in the old days, who would go to the Kong after dinner, and then have a big cigarette like a god. Give me 3 hours of rest time, and I guarantee that I will entertain you in the evening. Chu Sheng was a little confused when listening to the conversation. What about dinner in the evening? And what about entertainment? Then Xiao Shitzi explained to Chu Sheng that it was the leader of their ONG club who called to inform him. Tonight, the teams participating in the Cologne Invitational Tournament in Germany had a dinner party. They had dinner together, including Wei Jiang's 4M, De Ji's team, and their Douyu unknown anchor team. This kind of dinner party is basically the habit of the last time 4 minutes, and it participated in the H country invitational tournament together. After all, they represent the country when they go abroad, and everyone always has to work together to support each other. This is how it is. Once it rises to the level of a country, it means that everyone will prosper together and suffer together. At this moment, there was a crisp sound of high heels and a knock on the door. Little Lion's eyes lit up. With a happy look on his face, "Is it the Douyu staff who came?" With a "please come in," a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Chu Sheng looked back and was stunned, blurting out, "Xiao Bai, why are you here?" Xiao Bai looked at the 4 people who were in a chic posture after dinner, and never expected Chu Sheng to be here, because this morning the partner told her that the club was temporarily rented out for a month, and asked her to check the equipment when she was free. After all, the team has not been pulled up yet, and the rental can still make a profit. Xiao Bai will naturally not refuse as a technical shareholder, so she came back from the computer city at noon to take a look. But she never expected that the person who rented this place was Douyu TV, and she didn't expect to meet Chu Sheng here. Listening to the 2 people's opening words, Rabbit, Little Lion and Little Duke, all 3 of them had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. Chapter 504, the #1 female AK in China. The conversation and the beginning of these 2 people always make it feel that their relationship is not just ordinary friends. However, after a brief surprise, although the 2 did not say it explicitly, they analyzed and digested the reasons. Xia Jizi knew that Douyu's anchor team needed to meet for training, but she didn't expect them to come back to this club for training. Even the partner only told her today that he came to check the equipment temporarily. Chu Sheng didn't expect Xiao Bai to come to raid in the middle of the day. He originally wanted to give her a surprise in the evening, but he didn't expect to be caught red-handed. Well, now the surprise is gone. Only the shock is left. Because there were outsiders. Xiao Bai pulled up her hair, and her expression changed from surprise to coldness. So this is the club rented by Douyu. How are the computers? Xiao Bai looked around, only staying on Chu Sheng's side for a while. As they looked at each other, they knew that this was the rhythm of the show. Chu Sheng took the lead and patted his shoulders and said, "There are no problems here. The computers are very easy to use. It seems that the way they communicate and the conversation seem to be trying to cover up something." The curiosity in the eyes of the other 3 people has not decreased, but increased a lot. Then the other 3 also expressed their gratitude to Xiao Bai, and were really amazed by this skill of adjustment. "Sister Xiao Bai, your adjustment is amazing. The parameter configuration is exactly the same as our club. Training here is no different from being in the club," the Little Lion said excitedly. He just reset the peripheral parameters by himself, and he didn't feel any difference when playing, just like he was really in the club branch. "Your club should be ONG?" Xiao Bai thought for a while and asked, seeing that everyone was chatting awkwardly in the living room. Chu Sheng suddenly coughed twice to interrupt the business compliment and asked, "Did you come to eat at noon?" Hearing this topic, Xiao Bai was stunned for a moment, and then saw the leftovers on the table. Just from the smell that had not yet dissipated, she knew that Chu Sheng must have cooked. For a moment, Xiao Bai felt envious and jealous of the rabbit, Xujia, and the Little Lion. Her boyfriend had to cook for these 3 big pigs in the middle of the day. She rushed over after get off work and hasn't had a sip of water yet. Xiao Bai embarrassedly rolled up her hair and nodded slightly. Chu Sheng looked distressed. It was almost 1 o'clock, and Xiao Bai hadn't even eaten yet. Seeing her so hard, Chu Sheng felt a little sad. He waved to the 3 people and said, "Help to clear the table." Then he said to Xiao Bai, "You can check the machine first. I'll cook for you." The other 3 people were very perceptive, and they quickly took the plates and wiped the table. Xiao Bai lifted her hair and whispered, "Is it bad? After all, there are outsiders here." Chu Sheng's love in his eyes just now was not concealed. Would it be too intimate now? But Chu Sheng had already taken his apron again and walked into the kitchen. Rabbit, Xujia and Little Lion also followed him in with plates, just like chicks following an old hen. Then there were people who put stools, poured tea for Xiao Bai, and cleaned the table, with clear division of labor. Xiao Bai was still wondering. This group of people should have met for the first time. How come Chu Sheng had already shown a hint of dominance in the morning, and had no embarrassment in ordering people around? Xiao Bai walked around the training room with water and asked some questions about the operation, such as if there was anything wrong. As for Chu Sheng, Xiaobai didn't ask at all, because Chu Sheng started using the one she specially configured, and the configurations were the same, so there must be no problem. As for Rabbit, Shujia and Little Lion, they all shook their heads. What a joke. How can there be any problems with a machine adjusted by the top domestic masters? Little Lion knows this better. After all, this is a master that you may not be able to invite even if you spend money. It all depends on the relationship. 60E. Lao Gan Ma and their ONG. They all have a relationship in it, so they can invite Xiaobai to adjust it. Look at the clubs of Rabbit and Xiaoju. Even if they throw money, Xiaobai will not be tempted. Well, it's noon now. I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. Me too. It's better if you don't mention it. But I feel sleepy when you mention it. Seeing that Little Lion and Xiaoju reacted very quickly and stole Rabbit's lines in an instant, Rabbit was a little panicked. Chu Sheng brought out a plate of hot mapo tofu. Xiaobai took a look and sat upright. But the action of swallowing saliva could not be hidden from others. Even Rabbit, who had just finished his meal, had an impulse of I can still fight 3 more bowls. It's a bit hot in this weather. I have to go upstairs to take a shower first. You guys chat. Rabbit also racked his brains and suddenly thought of an excuse, and then took the opportunity to escape. Seeing the 3 people panicking and running to the 2nd floor, Chu Sheng couldn't help laughing. These 3 people were too deliberate. He stretched out his hand to call Xiaobai to come and eat. Perhaps because the outsiders had left, Xiaobai's cheeks were slightly rosy, and he sat down without being polite. After all, his stomach was really hungry, and the food made by Chu Sheng was really irresistible. It was better to surrender obediently. The more he resisted, the more severe the slap in the face would come later. It's only been 1 morning, and you've made them obedient? Xiaobai scooped a spoonful of mapo tofu with a small white jade porcelain spoon, and the taste was still so delicious. Chu Sheng smiled, then put his hand to his mouth and whispered, "You may not believe it, but I am the oldest among the 4 people. And then I was elected as the captain." Xiaobai also widened his eyes, looking unbelievable. "I thought the Rabbit..." Xiaobai covered his mouth. After all, the height, body shape, and appearance of the Rabbit were too deceptive. However, Chu Sheng also nodded in agreement. He also thought that the Rabbit would be the oldest at first. But he didn't expect. Hey, it turns out that playing games too much makes people look older. The 2 chatted one by one, and Chu Sheng suddenly remembered, by the way, Zaya Shizi said that the 3 teams going to Germany to participate in the invitational tournament will have a dinner party tonight. Why don't you come too? And come with Su Xiaomu. Xiaobai tied up her hair and hesitated for a moment. Is it not good for me to go? Just as Xiaobai finished speaking, a message suddenly came to her mobile phone. Xiaobai opened it and took a look, frowning slightly with a strange expression. Okay, now I have to go. Xiaobai showed the message to Chu Sheng. It was a message from a girl with a very cute avatar. It was actually a message asking Xiaobai to have a dinner party in the evening. And it was also a dinner party for the 3 teams going to Germany to participate in the invitational tournament. So, it was the same dinner party. Chu Sheng took another look at the name of this girl on Xiaobai's phone. Little B. This name is very familiar. If you have to add a series of titles, then it is the wife of the boss of 4M, the actual controller, the first female AK in the country. Chapter 505. Is there any salary for this activity? Anyway, there are many prefixes for Xiao Feng. And of course the main reason for calling her Xiao Bai is because they are friends. At that time, it was because of this best friend relationship that 4M was a newly established team, and the debugging machines in the club were all handled by Xiao by herself. If you think about this honor, only 60E, Lao Gan Ma, honor and ONG have this honor in China. Xiao Bai also understood the meaning of Xiao Feng calling her this time. First of all, it was a reminiscence between best friends. Although they were both in Donghai City, Xiao Feng was the general manager and professional manager of 4M. The team members were responsible for playing well, and the rest of the club's affairs needed her to handle it. So the 2 had few opportunities to meet. Secondly, it was to express gratitude. No one knows better than esports players how a perfectly adjusted machine can improve the operability and comfort of players. It was also an opportunity to keep in touch. Chu Sheng smiled after hearing this, and rubbed Xiaobai's head lovingly. It seems that even God wants you to go today. Xiaobai thought about it, and gave Xiao Mifeng a positive answer. and then reacted. If Chu Sheng and she lived in the same community, wouldn't she have the opportunity to eat Chu Sheng's cooking every day? Thinking of this, Xiao Bai's eyes lit up, which sounded like good news. Ahem. How long will you train here? Xiao Bai carefully probed in order not to reveal his thoughts. About 20 days, and then go to Germany for adaptive training. Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled slightly, and she quietly rolled up her hair. 20 days. After dinner, Xiao Bai checked the machine and found that the parameter settings were all normal. Chu Sheng was very considerate and helped her carry the bag, without even winking. After leaving the villa, Xiao Bai pouted and asked, "It seems that I have to quietly ask Su Xiaomu tonight if you have never been in a relationship. These are things that some men who have been in a relationship may not notice." But Chu Sheng did it easily. Xiao Bai was happy, but also curious. Didn't this guy say he had never been in a relationship before? How could he be so skilled? Chu Sheng smiled evilly and put his arm around Xiao Bai's shoulders. "Do you think Su Xiaomu, as my sister, might be unfaithful?" His shoulder gently bumped against Chu Sheng's chest, and his tone was questioning. "Does that mean you've been in a relationship before?" Chu Sheng sniffed and couldn't help laughing. "Why do you suddenly smell a hint of jealousy?" "Okay. Please fill up the refrigerator these few days. You know what that means." Chu Sheng smiled evilly and winked at Xiao Bai, and the little entanglement just now disappeared in an instant. Xiao Bai suddenly felt a fluttering feeling, and Chu Sheng really saw through everything he was thinking. She lifted her hair and pretended to be calm. "What do you mean? I don't understand." Xiao Bai found that in just a few days, the two of them had an inexplicable tacit understanding, and they could understand each other just by exchanging a glance. Wave goodbye. Anyway, there is a long way to go. Chu Sheng had just returned to the villa, and the three guys who had found excuses to hide before all ran out with strange smiles on their faces, which seemed like a three-chord trial. "Tell me the truth. What is your relationship? Don't say you are friends. We don't believe it. You are a complete winner in life. I envy you." Don't watch the live broadcast. They are all sophisticated and calm, but they are still children after the live broadcast is turned off. Don't say boys don't gossip. When it comes to gossiping about things they are interested in, they are no worse than girls. Just know it. Don't say anything. Whoever tells it out, I will specifically snipe him during the live broadcast in the future. It was impossible for Chu Sheng to hide it. The eyes of these three people clearly showed that they didn't want to listen to any explanation from Chu Sheng. They just wanted an answer that was the same as what they thought in their hearts. In addition, Chu Sheng was too worried just now. The expression of heartache almost overflowed from his eyes. Anyone could see the reason. After getting the answer they wanted, the three of them clapped and high-fived each other, as if their favorite team had made it to the finals. Immediately, I thought of Chu Sheng's very vicious words. Live broadcast special sniping. The three of them ran away without saying a word. If they were sniped by Chu Sheng, it would be no joke. Thinking of this guy's shooting skills and level, they would be beaten to death. Don't worry. This matter will never be spread. Now I really have to go upstairs to pack up. Slip away. The three of them went upstairs, and Chu Sheng also shook his head to clean up the table and kitchen. In the afternoon, Su Xiaomu went directly to Xiao Bai's house after school. Chu Sheng and the other four were just about to go out when a girl with glasses wearing a workplace OL outfit stood at the door. She adjusted her glasses and introduced herself. "Hello. I am Xiao Song, the assistant of Douyu PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds." The legendary assistant Xiao Song was also the first time they met. Xiao Song knew about the dinner party. After all, the team represented by the four people was backed by Douyu, and Xiao Feng also informed Douyu when arranging the dinner party. "That's great. Let's go together." Xiao Song's arrival means that the next training camp will be on track, because Xiao Feng invited Xiao Bai alone. Xiao Bai and Su Xiaomu went as a team and did not follow their anchor team. While sitting in the car, Xiao Song also called Chu Sheng and Tuzi specifically. "By the way, let me tell you that there will be a domestic professional team FPP mode event tomorrow, which is jointly organized by several live broadcast platforms. Because you are the top two in this carnival, Douyu still needs you two to be commentators for tomorrow's event to increase popularity." After listening, Rabbit nodded and said, "Oh, 98K. As a broadcaster, it is also written in the contract that you still have to stand on the scene when such promotional activities are needed." Chu Sheng has never experienced this, and Su Xiaomu helped to read the contract. After Assistant Xiao Song finished speaking, Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Commentary. He has never done it, and doesn't know if he can do it. You know, this is not a live broadcast for the group of pigs in his live broadcast room. When the time comes, there will be fans of other teams. And the commentary will not be so casual. And he is not familiar with those professional teams at present. Although he tried to understand some, it was limited to the team. And he was still completely unfamiliar with the players in it. Imagine how could he be competent for a commentary job in this state. Chu Sheng thought about it. And in the spirit of being responsible for his fans and friends, he stared at his assistant Xiao Song with a serious face. After a while, he asked, "Excuse me, is there any salary for this activity?" Assistant Xiao Song was a little scared by Chu Sheng's stare. He originally thought that Chu Sheng would refuse. But he didn't expect that he would ask such a question after a long time. Xiao Ju, who happened to be sitting in the front row, took a sip of mineral water. When he heard this, his mouth swelled up and his face was red like a balloon. Then he found that he couldn't hold back the air, and it all came out of his mouth and nostrils. Chapter 506. Everyone here is a girl-chasing master. Little Lion was already laughing to death in the front row. Although he was not choked by the water, his tears could not be stopped from flowing out. Little Ju's face was red, and he was coughing madly. Tears, snot and water mixed together. And the scene collapsed directly. Assistant Xiao Song did not expect Chu Sheng to ask such a question at all. He was stunned and confused. It took him a long time to react and nodded repeatedly. This activity is a provision in the contract. The anchor will be paid an appearance fee no less than the live broadcast. After hearing this, Chu Sheng nodded seriously. Then I'll take this job. Isn't it just commentary? When playing games, you need to complain and be possessed by the gun god. But when commentating, you don't need to be. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, people should challenge the unknown and face difficulties head-on. This is the spirit of human struggle. Then Chu Sheng patted Xiao Ju on the back and helped him calm down. Xiao Ju, be careful when drinking water in the car. It's easy to choke. Drink slowly. No one will compete with you. Xiao Ju just wants to come up with a set now. But due to Chu Sheng's status as the captain, after thinking for a long time, he can only lie on the wall. When does the event start? Seeing Xiao Ju return to normal, he wiped his face with a tissue several times and looked much better. Assistant Xiao Song flipped through the memo on his phone. The time starts at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow, with a total of 2 games. After each game, the 3 teams with the lowest points will be eliminated and replaced by substitute teams. And this competition is not just 1 or 2 games, but because the game is not yet esports, it is held to improve the competitive level of professional teams. In the future, there will be 2 games every week to help professional teams and players adapt. Assistant Xiao Song added a sentence. And Chu Sheng and Tuzi also understood. The game has not yet been approved in China, and the road to esports is extremely bumpy. Other countries have already started to formalize the league. But in China, the most popular country, the game is not even legalized, which is bad news for various professional teams or anchors. However, in order to ensure the competitive level, this long-term competition led by several live broadcast platforms, with Penguin as the pusher behind the scenes, can be regarded as a domestic league. Chu Sheng also understood the meaning of it. As an anchor in the future, he must understand the professionalism of this industry. After all, even if the host is rotated, it is impossible to only comment once. There may be many such opportunities in the future. Since 4M and if went to H country to participate in the invitational tournament last time, this gathering before going abroad to participate in the invitational tournament has become a traditional practice. Not only does it allow everyone to sit down and get closer, but it also allows them to learn from each other and discuss together in the following training. 4M and if can be said to have the experience of the last time and are old partners. This time, with the addition of the Douyu anchor team, it can be said that the strength of the national team has improved a lot. Okay, we're here. The hotel booked this time is still quite stylish. Under the leadership of Assistant Xiao Song, everyone came to the private room. Chu Sheng, as the captain of the Douyu anchor team, followed Assistant Xiao Song. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a huge guy wearing glasses. The 4 people from 4M also saw Chu Sheng, the second person to enter. Although they had never seen him in person, the 4 brothers were almost vomiting at Chu Sheng. After all, they had watched countless videos of Chu Sheng through review and study, and were extremely familiar with this sultry guy. They all stood up. And Wei Jiang started to talk nonsense. I've heard a lot about you. This must be Chu Sheng who blew my head with our 1895. Chu Sheng was also stunned for a moment. And the three people beside him couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a double entendre. Chu Sheng raised the corner of his mouth. And naturally he was unwilling to be left behind. Is this the spokesperson for Alfing Gaming Chair? Before Wei Jiang could react, the straight-haired woman wearing a mask beside him burst out laughing. If she hadn't been covered by the mask, she would have burst out laughing. Zigwa, PPT and AKA also tried to hold back their laughter, and even gave Chu Sheng a thumbs up. The two of them were really funny in this wave of mutual insults. Wei Jiang knew the joke about the Alfing Gaming Chair, and the optimistic family in the live broadcast room used it every day. They said something like Alfing Gaming Chair. Even a pig can sit on it without feeling crowded. And then Chu Sheng said it became a spokesperson. Nice to meet you. Chu Sheng and Wei Jiang shook hands with a smile. And then a middle-aged man who looked mature, but had no neck stood up. Wei Jiang introduced him. And before he could speak, Chu Sheng had already handed over his hand. Brother, I've heard of you for a long time. And this guy, 18 show. It's our first time meeting him too. What Chu Sheng didn't expect was that he actually saw someone from Team 18 here. Chu Sheng had heard people say before that Team 18 and Team 4M had a very close relationship. And now it turned out to be true. 18 looked young, with a very innocent smile. And sitting at the table, he looked like a little boy next door. After greeting and sitting down, Little B, who was sitting next to Wei Jiang, pulled down her mask and asked, "Why didn't you come with Ziajizi? Xiaobai and the others?" Xiaobai probably told Little B in advance that she should bring Xiaobai with her. And Chu Sheng was Ziajizi's brother, so he must have known about it. Many people at the table had heard of the names of the famous people, and many of them knew each other. After all, this circle did not come about overnight. It was just because of the popularity of PUBG that everyone had the opportunity to shine. Only Chu Sheng was a complete newcomer. After a few words of greeting, in less than 10 minutes, Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu came hand in hand, instantly making the private room feel bright and beautiful. Su Xiaomu was cute and playful, while Xiaobai was cold as ice. Two completely different styles. And the seating arrangement was also very particular. Xiaobai sat on Chu Sheng's left hand, and Su Xiaomu sat on the other side of Xiaobai. Except for the eldest brother. Most of them were young people. And the dinner became lively soon. They were all professional players or anchors. And their conversations were very interesting. Little B assisted Xiao Song, Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu, 4 girls, gathered together and chatted about cosmetics, nail art, and clothing matching that made boys headache. While the boys talked about interesting things in life, what they saw and embarrassed in the game. After a dinner, Chu Sheng also learned a lot of things. For example, the eldest brother Lao A was the oldest among the people at the table. And they were all married. Chu Sheng graduated from college at the second age among this group of people, and was only younger than the eldest brother. Wei Jiang looks silly when he smiles. It is unexpected that he is the same age as Chu Sheng, but only a month younger. And Ziajizi is actually a student at a key university. The manager of ONG visited him 3 times and persuaded his parents to drop out of school to play professionally. In esports, being bad is the original sin. But there is no one bad at this table tonight. Chu Sheng's skills made everyone give a thumbs up and convinced. In the end, it was Shijua's words that triggered the climax of today's dinner. All of you here are the best at bringing girls. Chapter 507, Changing Identities. But not changing the fun. One sentence caused laughter in the audience. If you think about it carefully, it is true. There is no need to say much about the big brother Laoe. This guy went to H country to participate in the invitational tournament some time ago. As a result, a player in the team could not go abroad due to visa issues. So Lao temporarily asked a female assistant from the club to take over. As a result, he successfully won the chicken in the invitational tournament and won the gold pot of the invitational tournament. That is, the championship. Therefore, the joke of the big brother taking his sister to eat chicken has become popular in the domestic live broadcast circle. In the arena where all the professional players are, he can still lead his sister to win the championship, which has become a manifestation of strong strength for a while. Not to mention Wei Jiang, who often plays PUBG with his girlfriend Xiao Feng, which shows that Xiao Feng is not weak at all. Half-jokingly, there is a saying that she is the #1 female AK in China, which shows that. Finally, it was Chu Sheng's turn. Not to mention this guy. Except for playing games with Tuzi and Shujua. The rest were basically games with female anchors or female passers-by. He played with the 3 major female anchors of Douyu within a week. And I don't know how many fans and anchors envy him. In addition to this guy's strange bad luck that makes people frown at his skills, there is no lack of highlights and laughs. Even if other anchors want to imitate this, they can't imitate it at all. According to Wei Zhong's sly smile, Chu Sheng was blessed by God. Chu Sheng also picked up the water cup and said with a smile, "Okay, I will go back tonight and arrange with God so that you can also experience this bad luck." This sentence scared Wei Jiang so much that she was panicked and her face changed. She waved her hand and said, "Don't. I am not blessed enough to share your bad luck." After saying this, Chu Sheng was stunned. This guy was too shameless. He called a 200-pound body a little psychic. This guy, a 200-pound psychic, 180 pounds all on his face. This sentence made everyone present laugh. A party also allowed Chu Sheng to get in touch with the esports circle in real life for the first time. Especially the PUBG circle. I met a lot of friends, all of whom are quite interesting people. When they returned home at night, Rabbit, Shujua and Little Lion saw Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu getting off the bus in the same community. After they walked into the building, the expressions on their faces were completely ambiguous. So there's something. TSK. I always feel like Chu Sheng disappeared from the club in the middle of the night. Brother, we must hold back. Your sister is still here. Looking at the 3 people with a sullen expression, Chu Sheng wished he had an AWM in his hand right now to blow up the 3 people's heads. Because Douyu also has a branch in Donghai City. Assistant Xiao Song went directly to the staff dormitory. After all, it was not convenient to live in the club. After waving his hand to drive away the 3 people, Chu Sheng also packed up and went to sleep. He took out his mobile phone and wanted to send a message to Xiaobai to ask her if she was asleep. But when he thought that it might disturb the 2 of them, he simply put it away. As a result, within 2 minutes, the screen of his mobile phone lit up first. He unlocked it and quickly typed a message. "It's so late. Why don't you rest?" Xiaobai sent a sleepy expression. But seeing the word sent made Chu Sheng's heart beat wildly. "Sleepy? But my mind is full of you." Chu Sheng looked outside through the window with trembling hands. "The moon is pretty good tonight. Why not?" 2 minutes later, Xiaobai's reply came. "Hee. I'm sleepy today. Good night/naughty." After saying good night, Chu Sheng smiled and closed his eyes. With a smile on his lips even when he fell asleep, Xiaobai really brought him too many surprises. From the iceberg girl at the beginning to now, Xiaobai is like a treasure, bringing him fresh and different changes every day. As usual, Chu Sheng got up early and ran around the community twice. He also brought breakfast to Su Xiaomu and Xiaobai, and then came back for a walk. Assistant Xiao Song also came to the club early, and the aunt who took care of the daily life also came. Then it was very awkward, and the other 3 people didn't get up. Chu Sheng didn't rush to train or live broadcast today. After all, Xiao Song said today that he would do commentary. When chatting with a group of players yesterday, Chu Sheng realized that although the national server has not been released yet, there are already more than 50 clubs that have been officially registered. For example, in the FPB training match, there are 20 teams in one game. Chu Sheng also wanted to take this opportunity to explain the game to understand the playing method in the FPB mode, which can also be regarded as learning from the team. Because during the conversation in the evening, Chu Sheng also discovered a key point. The most popular teams in China right now are 4M, IF and 18. These 3 teams have a common feature. After winning awards abroad, their domestic traffic exploded, and they used the traffic to support the operation of the entire team. Basically, traffic players open clubs, become bosses, and become players. According to Xiaosher's description, the reason why old esports clubs like them started slowly is that the establishment of a branch requires an assessment of its esports nature. And it also requires the recruitment of players, analysts, managers, team leaders, etc. It is not as simple as recruiting for people to form a team and start working directly. So the difference is revealed. The popular teams all have outstanding individual abilities or are not dragging their feet. The teams of several old clubs are basically still in the formation stage. After all, it is much more difficult to find an esports analyst, manager, and team leader than to find a professional player who can play games. Chu Sheng also has his own analysis. In his opinion, if this game wants to develop into an esports, it must be more and more formalized. Then the formalization path requires all the equipment of these clubs. It is very likely that these formal clubs will come out on top. After all, if it is a competition, scientific management plus analysis is definitely more stable than the playstyle of looking at the state, looking at personal ability, and relying on luck. Without Chu Sheng saying much, Douyu's PlayerUnknown's Battleground section has already been promoted. Today's training match will be performed by Chu Sheng and 2Z, the champion and runner-up of the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Carnival, as today's commentators. Of course, the green leaves need red flowers. And Xiaoyu, as a female commentator, has become a partner of Chu Sheng and 2Z this time, responsible for commentating today's training match. Chu Sheng did not participate in training during the day, but has been catching up on knowledge about the team and players. Naturally, he saw many familiar faces from yesterday's dinner. Wei Jiang did not attend today's training match, and was replaced by Lang, a player who just transferred to 4M. After lunch, they took a short break, and Douyu sent a car to the villa to pick up Chu Sheng and 2Z to go to the branch. After all, the commentator still had to show his face before the game started, and the commentary was done in the form of voice. After putting on a suit and makeup, Chu Sheng felt that half of his life was almost gone. Just when he was about to fall asleep in the dressing room, there was a knock on the door, and a soft female voice. "Excuse me, are Chu Sheng and 2Z here?" Chapter 508, I am a serious commentator, Chu Sheng. Then a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of the two. Xiaoyu was wearing a tube-top short skirt, and her fair skin and perfect butterfly bones instantly attracted everyone's attention. With a gentle and friendly smile like a girl next door, she can really capture the hearts and eyes of netizens in an instant. 2Z and Chu Sheng looked at each other and said, "It's over. It feels like no one is listening to our commentary tonight." Xiaoyu was shy for a moment. Who wouldn't like to hear such nice words, especially from Chu Sheng and 2Z, and said with a smile, "The two masters have to guide me." A newcomer. Today, Xiaoyu was a commentator for League of Legends before, but in order to expand her commentary market, she also started commenting on PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. However, she was not familiar with the game at the beginning, and her position was more like a beautiful scenery. Chu Sheng waved his hand and said, "No, it's the first time for me and 2Z to commentate, and we still need you, the senior, to lead us." Xiaoyu's clever eyes turned, and she said in a senior tone, "It's not impossible to lead us, but you have to lead me to win the game." Chu Sheng didn't dare to guarantee other things, but it was just a game of chicken, so he was confident and agreed to it with a pat on his back. Chu Sheng was handsome, and after putting on a suit, he looked elegant and refined. Finally, the stylist found a pair of frameless glasses for Chu Sheng to wear, which made him look more like a scholar. On the other hand, Rabbit, after all, weighed more than 200 pounds, and looked like a mountain in a suit. Okay. The game will start in 40 minutes, and the commentators will be in place at the recording site in 10 minutes. As the on-site director shouted on the intercom, Chu Sheng's novel commentary journey officially began, following Xiaoyu to the recording site. When I watched it on the live broadcast platform before, I thought the recording site should be a place with a good environment and high-end. But when I followed Xiaoyu, Chu Sheng realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. It was just a huge desk with the Douyu logo painted on it. Looking down, it was actually a little damaged. The floor was covered with various rubber lines, giving it a messy feel like an octopus. Sitting on the stool, it didn't feel very good either. A little hard. Xiaoyu looked at Chu Sheng and 2Z, who were full of disdain but curiosity, and smiled. "You didn't expect it, right? This is our usual working environment for commentators. This is actually considered good. Sometimes there is not even a commentary desk on the scene, and we all move two small stools backstage to stare at the monitor to comment. I have great sympathy for your working environment. The configuration of 2 men and 1 woman as commentators." Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "You two are the protagonists today. Sit in the middle." According to Xiaoyu, Chu Sheng should be in the middle, and she and 2Z should be on the left and right. But Chu Sheng rejected this suggestion immediately. "If we sit like you said, it will be completely top-heavy. 2 green leaves with red flowers. Then naturally you should sit in the middle, and the 2 of us should sit on the sides. The on-site director also agreed with Chusheng's point of view. Although the commentators only have the opportunity to show their faces during the awkward chat half an hour before the start of the game, and the closing remarks after the end, the visual effect must still be guaranteed. All lights were turned on. But Chusheng was still a little uncomfortable. He was facing a large monitor in front of him. And there was a red light next to the camera, which looked a bit like the bloody eyes of the robot T500. After a little makeup touch-up, Chusheng saw the countdown numbers on the LED display opposite him quickly passed. As everything was cleared, the on-site director made an OK gesture, and Xiaoyu quickly entered the live broadcast state. Xiaoyu started, and then made an interlude introduction. As Chusheng and Tuzi greeted the fans in the live broadcast room, it was officially started. There were two monitors in front of the three people, one outputting the game screen, and the other outputting the bullet screen information in the live broadcast room. Chusheng didn't plan to pretend to be a veteran. Anyway, there was still half an hour before the game officially started. For commentators, this period of time is a test of their ability to warm up and chat. So there are two monitors when commentating, one for the live broadcast and one for the commentary of the fans. Chusheng used the monitor in front of him as a topic to start the topic, and the fans didn't feel so embarrassed, as he talked about some things that commentators like to hear and hear. Xiaoyu said that when it was hot in the past, many male commentators often wore suits and leather shoes on the upper body, big shorts and sandals on the lower body. Chusheng hurriedly emphasized, Tuzi and I are both commentators for the first time. This kind of thing may take a few times to get familiar with it before we can do it. The live broadcast room was filled with laughter. Chusheng and Tuzi were already very good at attracting traffic in the PlayerUnknown's Battleground section, and Douyu had been promoting their first commentary for a day. So many people were already watching the three of them chatting awkwardly in the live broadcast room before the game even started. Chusheng looks like a handsome young man in a suit and tie. It's funny. Chusheng looks so serious in his clothes. In this picture, I suddenly think Chusheng and Xiaoyu are a perfect match. Director, can you find a way to remove the fat guy next to him? The fans were also very active. Today was the first time they knew that commentators in the live broadcast room could see the comments. After half an hour of awkward chatting, the director gestured to cut to the game screen. Xiaoyu nodded slightly, and the screen cut to the plane. After getting used to watching Chusheng live broadcasting games, it was Chusheng's turn to commentate now. And the fans felt it was a different experience. Especially many of the previous commentators were not very outstanding in understanding the game, and could only talk about the fur, or simply report the team name. Douyu invited Chusheng and Tuzi to comment this time, which was also ambitious. After all, several live broadcast platforms broadcast simultaneously. Why should the audience choose your Douyu platform? Professional commentary certainly has advantages, but compared with other live broadcast platforms, it is more or less the same. However, Chusheng and Tuzi, two outstanding players who are part-time commentators, can definitely bring different angles of analysis. Since Wei Zhang's replay was very popular last time, Douyu saw a business opportunity, so it also asked Chusheng to replay. Even if it was a replay live broadcast early in the morning, it was very popular. At the peak, he directly occupied 1/5 of Douyu's traffic. We can see that this route is from port P to port L, and the upper half is all empty. As the plane passed on the route, the people on the plane ran to their familiar territory like dumplings. At first, it was Tuzi and Xiaoyu who were talking. Chusheng was silent most of the time, staring at the screen, although he was not possessed by the gun god. The gun god's great view and battle analysis were deeply imprinted in Chusheng's mind. Landing and finding a vehicle. The importance of vehicles in professional competitions can be regarded as the first. Secondly, everyone tacitly went to a fixed place. It was rare for two teams to land in one place and start fighting as soon as they landed. They were all searching for development. Chapter 509. Let me introduce my little brother to you. Chusheng rarely expressed his opinions today. Xiaoyu also led the topic to Chusheng. After all, as the biggest highlight of this commentary, it is not a big deal that Chusheng has been silent. I have been observing the battle situation just now. After all, I have never been exposed to the FPP mode before, and I don't know what kind of playstyle to use in this kind of game. Chusheng also said honestly. Anyway, it is not a shameful thing. Tuzi didn't expect Chusheng to analyze these things, but he looked at the oldest captain with a new look. As the first safe zone began to shrink, A large number of teams outside the safe zone began to move into the circle. As the activity area narrows, some people will inevitably encounter it during the transfer. Moreover, Chu Sheng also found that during the team's transfer, almost everyone had a car, and there were also vanguards to explore the way. Taking a step-by-step approach, these rigid tactics are ways to minimize the team's losses and maximize safety. Moreover, in the first few rounds of fighting, unless the car hit the face, it was basically carried out by high-powered scope point shooting, and the combat distance was more than 200 meters. This commentary was only the beginning of more than 10 minutes, and Chu Sheng gained a lot, thinking about how their anchor team should go. It was a bit difficult for Chu Sheng to find a vehicle after landing. His bad luck was too strong. If he landed with the enemy, it would be as difficult to find a vehicle as being hit by an airdrop. It seemed that the 3-in-1 strategy was set in stone. Chu Sheng could see that if he didn't have a vehicle, he wouldn't be able to move in the official game. He was facing a strong European and American FPS team, and the opponent wouldn't give him any chance to enter the circle. As the first poison circle shrank, the game finally became exciting. Chu Sheng broke free from his thoughts, looked at the current situation, and focused on the commentary state. This professional competition in FPP mode had a great impact on him. It was like two completely unfamiliar games compared to his usual solo, duo, and quad rows. Good shooting skills were no longer the focus of praise, but almost a must-have skill. Tactical arrangements and the choice of landing points at the beginning became the top priority. There were 80 people in 20 teams, and 78 people were left when the first poison circle was shrunk. The 2 people who died were run over when they were trying to rob a car. The newly refreshed safe zone happened to be a yin-yang circle, with the center of the circle near our town, cut in half by a canal. Chu Sheng, what do you think of the circle? The first safe zone was almost undamaged, but the second safe zone, the yin-yang circle, was a headache, with a great chrysanthemum view of the gun gods as a trump card. And after watching it for a long time just now, Chu Sheng has basically grasped some insider knowledge of the tactics and routines in the FPP mode through his own analysis and judgment. Xiao Yu threw a topic to Chu Sheng, hoping that he would come out and say a few words. Before, it was mostly her and Tuzi who talked, while Chu Sheng was observing the battle situation seriously, and the weight of the commentary was reduced a lot. If I were still there, I would definitely not have to worry about this yin-yang circle. I would just guard one side alone and let my teammates go to the other side. Chu Sheng started by making fun of himself. After all, his bad luck was a well-known fact in Douyu PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. As soon as this sentence came out, the live broadcast room became lively, and many people liked Chu Sheng's self-mockery. Even Rabbit couldn't help laughing. Chu Sheng's bad luck was really unsolvable. But in the same way, if he could lock the position of the safe zone and advance in this kind of game, it would also be a very unsolvable thing. The best position now belongs to Team 18, who occupied the fake garage at the bridgehead between our city and Water Town. This position can be used for attack or defense. After the new safe zone is generated, they can pass the circle as soon as possible, or they can block the opponent who wants to come over as soon as possible. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. Now he had something to talk about. Right? Everyone can see that the best position in the safe zone is Team 18, which occupies the fake garage at the bridgehead. It can attack or defend. Just as Chu Sheng said this, the director also gave face and cut the camera to the fake garage. Team 18 is still full now, and it has no shortage of resources. 2 people are in the fake garage. One is lying in the grass on the reverse slope, and another is behind the bunker on the other side of the bridge. The 4 people can be said to be guarding this bridge tightly. Chu Sheng, are you familiar with Team 18? Xiao Yu asked at the right time. After all, Chu Sheng is a pure newcomer. He has only risen to prominence in just a week. He probably doesn't know much about some teams or people in the circle. However, Chu Sheng could only say a little about this question a day ago. But after the dinner yesterday, he was completely integrated into the circle, so he could naturally say some things. I am quite familiar with Team 18, and I know Team 18 myself. Chu Sheng, do you know Team 18? Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, as if she had caught some important information. Even the water friends in the live broadcast room were surprised. It can be regarded as a big news. Chu Sheng remained calm and talked freely. Actually, I want to introduce my little brother 18 to you. Although he is straightforward and capable in the game, He is a very shy boy in real life. Now that Team 18 occupies this fake garage, it can be said that it is very advantageous. There are 3 other teams next to it, and they are all on alert, which is equivalent to acting as a peripheral thug bodyguard for 18. Although 18 is not very old, he has a good understanding of the game. His operation reaction is top-notch among domestic players. I actually respect him very much. Then why don't you make a bold guess about the points ranking of Team 18 in this game? Xiaoyu was also making trouble. Chusheng praised him, and analyzed the situation on the field. Tuzi praised him one after another. It was indeed as Chusheng said. There were teams around to act as thugs. The center of the safe zone could have both sides. Plus top players like 18. It could be said to be very stable. Don't look at 18's show, because he is young. His sniper rifle and assault rifle are both very powerful. If he plays normally, based on my understanding of him, he should have no problem winning this game. The fans didn't understand so much analysis. But since even Chusheng praised 18's show and thought that Team 18 was sure, there should be no problem. Some fans in the live broadcast room gave gifts to thank Chusheng for his optimism about Team 18. 18's show is still very popular in the circle. Whether it is Big Brother, Weijiang or some other clubs, they all have a high evaluation of this young man. And now they have received affirmation and praise from Chusheng. As Chusheng said a wave, the poison circle began to shrink, and the situation on the field was also changing rapidly. According to Chusheng's understanding, after the poison circle shrinks, the number of survivors will drop sharply to about 50 to 60. Chapter 510. Based on my understanding of him, in the yin-yang circle, there will definitely be a large number of teams that cannot be transferred. After watching for more than 20 minutes, Chusheng also saw a general idea that many teams now play by blocking the poison side to enter the circle. This method is not a big problem in terms of tactics, but it is not a panacea tactic, at least in the current yin-yang circle with the river. The team that chooses to block the poison side is likely to be annihilated. This is also the reason why Chusheng dared to say that if Team 18 did not make any mistakes in this game, there is a high possibility that they will win the game. After all, Chusheng is also a tactical person, with many gun gods' great chrysanthemums. If you still can't see this, then it's really a waste of so many times. Moreover, the data in professional competitions have been adjusted, and the proportion of guns, bullets, and medical supplies has increased. But the waiting time after shrinking the circle has also been reduced. The most important thing is that the unstable factor of the bombing zone has been eliminated. The poison circle began to shrink, and the teams on the edge of the circle stuck in the poison circle and entered the circle little by little. Only Team 18 was very comfortable. There were gunshots all around, all helping them to block people. It really fulfilled Chusheng's words. The 3 teams around here all became the thugs of Team 18. Anyone who wants to approach Team 18 will first be fired upon by the 3 teams outside. In this way, with full personnel, it is not difficult for Team 18 to make strategic transfers or hold on to this place. Looking at it this way, it is really as Chusheng said. This time the 18th team has a better chance of winning the game. At this time, the team shown on the big map at Longmen and began to rush towards the bridge head facing the dense firepower net. The team led by the eldest brother actually drove straight into the firepower net. Chusheng frowned slightly and said, the insertion of the team is a bit too bold. On the road from Longmen into the bridge head, except for 2 small hills, it is basically flat and there is no cover. And the 4 members of the eldest brothers team all drove motorcycles, without a car or jeep, thanks to the motorcycle's super fast speed. Although the enemy's bullets kept firing, no one was shot down from the motorcycle. Moreover, under the leadership of the eldest brother, the team actually rushed directly to the center of the safe zone, where the 18th team was located. In this situation, the eldest brother made a very decisive, but also very dangerous decision to rob the fake garage of the 18th team. This time it was completely hit in the face. Tuzi took over Chusheng's topic and continued to explain. This wave can really be said to be very decisive, and the risk is also quite large. After all, it rushed directly into the opponent's face. The 3 people rushed directly to the bridgehead and cleared out the people outside. During the stalemate, the big brother went around and pulled the gun line, directly touched the fake garage room, and finally wiped out the 18th team. Oh, this is really a pity. Just now 18 show almost knocked down the big brother. Xiaoyu was also very sorry. If 18 show killed the big brother, There might be a chance to show off the whole if team. It's a pity. 18 show and the big brother both performed very well. But it's a pity that the big brother is more stable. High risk means high return. Although the if team has lost one person, now the three of them are in the center of the safe zone and got the original 18 team's chicken dinner script. Chu Sheng summarized the battle just now, and also realized that FPP mode and TPP can be said to be two completely different games. Does Chu Sheng know Big Brother too? See how you regretted asking after asking? Her question was really a bit stupid. However, Chu Sheng did not feel anything wrong, and said with a smile, bringing my sister to win chicken and win glory for the country. How could Big Brother not know? I actually admire him very much. As soon as this was said, the rabbit next to him laughed first. Xiaoyu also got the rabbit's funny point. Chu Sheng just said that he admired 18 show. But in a surprise attack, the 18 team was wiped out by all members. And this wave of poisoned milk was also very stable. Now Chu Sheng said that he admired the big brother again. This wave. The viewers in the live broadcast room also laughed like pigs. And some fans of the if team have begun to beg for mercy. Please don't bet on my if team. Chu Sheng. Chu Daxian. Please stop using your magic power. It seems that for the sake of our friendship, please give me long out in a face and let the if team go. Chu Sheng looked at the various jokes on the barrage and got angry immediately. This is not him playing a game on the field. Can 2 words of bad luck take effect? Are you kidding? And it was clearly a duel between the two strong teams just now. 18 show also took away one member of the if team. The big brother went straight into the center of the safe zone from the edge of the circle. The wave of firefight was also extremely decisive. Bold and careful. A strong duel can be healed. Aren't these fans watching the live broadcast too crazy? Wow. You are just making up stories. The performances of both teams in the strong duel were remarkable. But the eldest brother was more experienced and better at handling some details. So he won the victory. As Chu Sheng finished speaking, the poison circle narrowed, and the new safe zone fell in the north of the map. The 3 members of the if team drove across the bridge without saying a word, and then rushed directly to the mountain. Look! There is a detail here. 2 motorcycles and a jeep. The eldest brother is preparing to go to the high point of the northern mountain to set up a wave. If it was a motorcycle, it would be easy to be hit without cover on the mountain. The purpose of driving a jeep is to go up the mountain and serve as a cover. Chu Sheng's explanation was also very detailed. After that, the if team crossed the bridge and stopped on the reverse slope of the mountain as Chu Sheng expected. The tires of the jeep were blown up directly, serving as a giant cover to avoid being repaired. Chu Sheng saw that his prediction was correct and smiled. Although the water friends in the live broadcast room could not see it. As the saying goes, great minds think alike. This reverse slope is actually a very good point. When you look out, there is a plain with only trees as cover. There are cars blocking this reverse slope, which can block the enemies crossing the bridge. There are also huge rocks blocking it, so that people in the housing area on the other side cannot sneak attack. And for this position, we have to repeat what we just said. Whether it is the plains or the housing area, they can act as IF team's thugs to help them defend both sides. At this time, just pay attention to the people coming along the canal, and there will be no problem. After Chu Sheng's fierce analysis, he finally came to a decisive answer. I actually highly respect him. Brother. He has participated in international competitions and has experience in major competitions. As long as he performs normally, based on my understanding of him, he should have no problem winning this game. After Chu Sheng said this, Rabbit smiled and asked, Isn't this the little brother? Chu Sheng waved his hand and said, What are you talking about? Brother is old. This time he is the big brother. Chapter 511 Please stop using your magic. When the fans of the if team heard Chu Sheng's words, they felt comforted and a little uneasy. The comfort was that Chu Sheng's analysis was really good. After all, they were all masters. De Jugwin was much better than commentators or spectators. Since Chu Sheng thought this place was good, it must be a good place. The big brother's skills were there, and he had rich experience in competitions, which was far beyond the reach of these professional players, who had played a few training games. This position was so good, it should be no problem to win the game. In the third circle, there were still people outside the safe zone. At this time, the 4M team went all the way from the airport to the bottom of the south mountain of G-Port, then drove through the bridgehead of G-Port, made a big circle and entered the safe zone. firmly occupying the position of the crash site. In the previous circle, the number of survivors dropped sharply to 58, which was much more intense than Chu Sheng expected. Now that the new safe zone is completely refreshed in the north, without the yin-yang circle, the battle in the next circle should not be so intense, and it will basically be a small-scale battle. Just as Chu Sheng said, at this point where the F team is located, basically only the outer battle can be heard. The three of them focused all their attention on the canal to prevent water ghosts from climbing up and stealing their butts. After a long pause, they actually caught two teams of people who were swimming like water ghosts and trying to come up from this side. In the end, all the kills and data of the F team became the heads and data of the F team. This made the fans more certain that the F team had secured victory this time. Chu Sheng smiled and said, "Really? The previous wave was a complete accident. Don't even say that 18 was killed by my healer. Zhuge Chu Sheng, will not take the blame for this." Seeing the F team taking the advantage, Chu Sheng was also waiting for it to win this game and help him wash away the stigma. With the appearance of the new safe zone, the remaining 16 teams on the field started moving again, looking at the most intuitive game data and the situation on the field. Chu Sheng has a deeper understanding of the game in FPP mode, as expected of a competitive game. Except for the random factor of the safe zone, there is basically no unstable factor that can interfere with the players. The new safe zone is refreshed on the mountain where the plane crashed, half of the shooting range, and the location of the F team is still in the safe zone. Chu Sheng looked at the current situation. When this circle shrinks, it is estimated that there will only be 20 to 30 survivors on the field. After all, as the safe zone shrinks, the density of players pouring in is increasing. In addition, the scope of the safe zone is shrinking, and basically everyone can be seen within the range, and the battle is becoming more and more intense. At this time, the rational use of strategic materials, the choice of entry point, and tactical arrangements will all become key. Chu Sheng felt like playing cards. Each link has its own tasks. Only by playing good cards in this link can you gain an advantage in the next link. The poison circle was shrinking, and the F team could have stayed where they were. But for some reason, the eldest brother suddenly made a bold move. He took the other two teammates and rode on a motorcycle and rushed directly towards the crash site. Chu Sheng didn't understand the eldest brother's move at all. He was stunned when he saw the speeding motorcycle. "Brother, what are you going to do this time? Go straight to the 4M team? I really don't understand the intention of the F team to transfer this time. And isn't the time too early? After all, the poison circle has just begun to shrink." Xiaoyu is even more confused, just like the fans in the live broadcast room. Chu Sheng looked at the map, pondered for a moment, and said, "Brother should think that if we enter the circle from the crash side later, the position will be better. Although this side looks good now, there is no cover when we transfer later, and it is easy to be killed by people at a higher point. And the chance of the next safe zone being in the lower left corner is really not very high." Chu Sheng made some analysis. This was a typical example of using a less dangerous adventure now in exchange for a safer entry into the circle later. Even if the safe zone was refreshed back, they could drive back along the reverse slope beside the canal. However, he knew that there were people in the place where the elder brother wanted to go. But he didn't know yet that the 4M team that participated in the last H-Country Invitational Tournament was waiting for them at the crash site. Although Wei Jiang didn't appear today, under the command of AK, the combination of PPT, Ziguo, and Lang occupied the crash site in advance. It was hard to imagine how difficult it would be for the three-man F team to take down the full 4M. Chu Sheng was also worried about the F team. The idea was very bold, but in Chu Sheng's opinion, it was a bit of a gamble. It was playing with fire. He now hoped that it could be steady. If they were wiped out in this wave, wouldn't it be Chu Sheng's fault? In fact, we should still play it safe. After all, the team we were going to face was not an ordinary team. The eldest brother did not rush in directly. As soon as the motorcycle stopped, 3 bursts of bullets hit his head. It was a direct delivery. Ziguo's sniper was still steady. After the eldest brother fell down, before he could let the remaining 2 teammates escape, they were flanked by the opponents on the side to form a firepower network. They both fell to the ground and were directly wiped out. Big brother, this wave of delivery is really a gift of great sentiment. For M team has eaten 3 poison circles in a row to enter the safe zone. They don't have much supplies. Big brother's delivery of this wave of express delivery makes 4M team feel very comfortable. Rabbit also came with the trend. When 4M knocked down the F team, Zigwa was stunned for a moment. After taking away 3 people, aka the commander of the game, said half-jokingly, "It seems that the meal yesterday was not in vain." The other people all laughed when they heard it. This wave of delivery really solved the urgent need of 4M team. You know, as the safe zone gets smaller and smaller, there is no chance to replenish supplies after killing. After carrying the poison all the way from the airport, everyone couldn't even replenish their blood, and only had a few bandages on their bodies. As a result, they were really fat after this wave. The F team was annihilated, and Chu Sheng's eyebrows turned black. The eldest brother didn't give him face. Could it be telepathy? He just praised the eldest brother for his stability. And then he said a wave to the door. Ma Fei felt uncomfortable. The second team was killed by Chu Sheng's nursing. Chu Sheng, please stop your magical power. Really don't nurse anymore. We in the 4M optimistic family don't know you. Chu Sheng, don't talk. Even the 2 people in the commentary booth, Tuzi and Xiaoyu, all smiled with their heads tilted. Although this matter has little to do with Chu Sheng's poisonous milk, it was a transfer error that led to the team's annihilation. But who asked Chu Sheng to have such high expectations for them before? Especially those 2 sentences. If they play normally, there should be no problem. But after these words, both teams did not play normally, which is a bit of a problem. Chu Sheng also had a miserable smile. They had dinner together yesterday, but today they all came to slap him in the face. Isn't it too much, brother? Chapter 512. Thank you for not killing me. As the poison circle shrank, the new safe zone was refreshed, and it was refreshed back to where the F team was just now. Chu Sheng covered his head and couldn't help sighing. Brother's tactical thinking this time is correct, but it was a bit reckless in operation. But the fans didn't listen to Chu Sheng's explanation at all. Just now, the brother was staying on the slope well. Why did he suddenly want to rush directly to 4M's face? It must be Chu Sheng who cast a spell. Brother was bewitched by the mysterious power from the east. Brother, my hands and feet were out of control at the time, and I automatically walked over there. I was possessed by something terrible. The fans were also very angry. Chu Sheng's scalp was numb. These pigs were completely targeting him. No. Chu Sheng, just want to prove myself. Not a poisonous milk. Looking at the current situation on the field, Xiaoyu also tidied up his appearance. Even the staff and directors on the scene all covered their mouths and laughed. It's true to its reputation. Seeing is believing. This is almost the unanimous opinion. Chu Sheng's mouth has something. Don't mention the commentary effect. Sun Hao took a look at the backstage at the Wuhan headquarters. The broadcast of Douyu TV is now the most popular among the major live broadcast platforms. At the beginning, the major platforms were running side by side. Later, from the data, since Chu Sheng's bad luck began to make trouble, the popularity of Douyu platform has soared, while the data of other major platforms have shrunk to a certain extent. What this means is obvious. While Sun Hao was excited, he was also terrified and suspicious. Chu Sheng's bad luck was too evil. Just a few words had this effect. It was a bit scary. He also grew up. When he met Chu Sheng in the future, he would never be his big brother or little brother. Poisonous. Team 18 and Team If have been milked to death by Chu Sheng. Which team will be next? Fans of 18 and If have already come from the original platform. Many fans of the remaining surviving teams have also gathered on Douyu. They kept blessing their favorite teams in the barrage, and even almost knelt down to Chu Sheng, hoping that his poisonous milk would not be sprinkled on their favorite team. But this is the topic. The heat. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and he simply asked, Chu Sheng, now the F team has also been wiped out. Who do you think is most likely to win the game? Several circles have been locked, and now it can be basically determined that it is a mountain circle, and the safe zone was directly refreshed back to where the F team was just now. So the circle is interesting now. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, all the water friends in the live broadcast room went crazy, constantly giving gifts, begging Chu Sheng to let a certain team go. Rabbit saw this scene and laughed. Chu Sheng, I advise you not to say it. If you kill another team, I'm afraid you will directly offend half of the water friends in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. What Tuzi said was not wrong. Team If and Team 18 are both popular teams with many fans in China. The fans of these 2 teams together account for almost 1/3 of the traffic in the PlayerUnknown's battleground section. Chu Sheng was giving a lot of praise at the commentary desk. Wasn't he afraid that all these people would come and diss him? Chu Sheng seemed unconvinced. This was clearly caused by an execution error. He had said that if he could perform normally, he would definitely win the game. So Chu Sheng thought that there was nothing wrong with the conditions and results. In the situation just now, if the big brother could be more stable, he could really win the game. Chu Sheng raised his hand to stop Tuzi. He really didn't believe it this time. Could he really tell him that one team would die? If he was really that amazing, why would he be a broadcaster? He could just give a lot of praise at the beginning. No. Don't stop me. I really don't believe it today. Will I really help one team and let another die? You know, every choice in a professional game has its pros and cons. The big brother just now obviously wanted to use small risks to exchange for big profits. But he just didn't stabilize it. From a tactical point of view, there is no problem. Look at the 4M team at the crash site. This position has suddenly become the best route to enter the circle. Just get stuck in the house area next to the highway, and you can be invincible. Chu Sheng talked freely. But the fans were completely panicked. Chu Sheng aimed at the 4M team, which made all the fans of 4M panic. After Chu Sheng's great assist, 4M will not die on the spot. Right? Please, Master Chu. Spare our 4M team. Zigwa is still a child. Chu Sheng. You can't be so cruel. Chu Sheng doesn't even let children go. It's terrible. Chu Sheng and the 4M players should have never met. So they can't be considered as younger brothers. Right? 4M's fans were also trembling with fear. And even all rushed over from 4M's home court Maya TV to watch Master Chu's poisonous milk. Happy family usually up. But after Chu Sheng's milk, no one can up now. Fans of other teams all posted in the live broadcast room. Thank you Chu Sheng for not killing me. Which looked funny and funny. Xiao Yu also raised the question of the fans, which made the fans of Happy Family nervous again. Chu Sheng. Do you know any players of Team 4M? Xiao Yu was also quite surprised. Chu Sheng had only been live streaming for a week, and it was rare for him to know 18. Big brother. If he knew any players of Team 4M, it would mean that Chu Sheng had a wide range of connections. Chu Sheng nodded, yes. I know Wei Jiang, PPT, Zigua and AK. But I have never seen Lang who replaced Wei Jiang today. Chu Sheng told the truth. While they were chatting, the 4 members of Team 4M licked the gift from Team If, and then drove directly to the apartment building in the housing area beside the highway. Parked the vehicle close to the wall to prevent someone from blowing out the tire. Seeing AK's command, Chu Sheng couldn't help but praise him. AKA's command is really amazing. This wave of choices is extremely decisive and correct. If it was a little later, it would be easy to be suppressed by other teams that pulled in. And with an excellent sniper like Ziguo, as long as 4M performs normally next, based on my understanding of them, there should be no problem with this. This nightmare-like words came out of Chu Sheng's mouth. And the fans of 4M in the live broadcast room had already knelt down to Chu Sheng. My mom asked me why I was kneeling in front of the computer. This wave of poisonous milk can be said to be very stable. The fans of other teams grinned. There are not many people left now. Only about 20 people. If Chu Sheng's poisonous milk can kill the full-strength 4M, then the next battle will be interesting. Because except for 4M, the remaining teams are not full. This wave is stable. Thank you for the poisonous milk. Chu Sheng, the old immortal, has boundless magic power and great magical powers, and is driving the magic to the central plains. Thank you for not killing me. I am here to fulfill my wish. At this moment, almost all the fans except the Happy Family, after listening to Chu Sheng's fierce analysis, had smiles on their faces, expressing their gratitude to Chu Sheng for not killing them. Chapter 513, We are not his little brothers. This wave is very comfortable. It's arranged. There is a traitor. Terminate the deal. The fans also did their best to express their joy in their hearts. Chu Sheng finished this wave of healing, and it was very stable. Chu Sheng himself was holding his breath, clenching his fists, and silently saying in his heart, AK, PPT, Zigwa, Lang, you all fight hard. Let everyone see the true strength of 4M. Don't let me down. The 4 people of 4M are distributed in 3 houses, basically blocking the surrounding vision. In front of them is a road and a hillside, which is the final safe zone. Everyone on the mountain can be trapped in the house. So this wave can be said to be very stable. As the poison circle began to shrink, the fight on the mountain fell into a fierce battle. As long as there was a gunshot, the knockdown or kill information would be skipped in the upper right corner. As the number of people decreased to a dozen, The possibility of 4M winning became greater and greater. Why didn't Chusheng's poison melt take effect? If this goes on, 4M will definitely be in trouble. It's so uncomfortable. Ma Fei. Chusheng. Please make some arrangements. 4M's fans were also anxious. What are you arranging? This time, I, 4M, am going to win the chicken. So don't do any milk. Whoever heals me is going to be anxious. At this moment of the finals, the three commentators no longer looked at the bullet screen, because the bullet screen was so dense that it was basically invisible. The number of survivors has dropped to 15. As long as they hold on to the last line of defense, 4M can really win this game. Chusheng did not speak, and the next commentary was handed over to Xiaoyu and Tuzi. After a battle on the hillside, the remaining players all acted like Voldemort and began to dawdle on the grass. The new safe zone was refreshed, and the location was refreshed right in front of 4M, completely covering the road and the housing area. Perfect destiny circle. Ha ha ha. My 4M carries the destiny. This game will definitely win. Seeing this circle, 4M's fans were all excited. There was no cover when crossing the road. The rest of the team was all Voldemort on the mountain. If they wanted to rush down, they would be targeted by 4M. Chusheng saw the new safe zone and couldn't help clenching his fists and said excitedly, "This wave of 4M is stable. We can congratulate it in advance. Congratulations to 4M. Chusheng now spoke, and he also felt it was moving. I'm right. Right? In this position. In this safe zone. As long as you play normally. How can you not win the game? Those who say I'm a badass, please give way." Chusheng felt a sense of relief from the grievances he had carried for years. Even Xiaoyu looked at Chusheng with a smile, thinking that he was quite interesting. Seeing this, the fans couldn't say anything to Chusheng. After all, this 4M fate circle was really as stable as a dead dog, and it was hard not to win the game. At this time, several smoke bombs suddenly flew up from the top of the mountain. Ziguo quickly turned his gun, holding the Mini 14 with an 8x scope, and was alert to the direction where the smoke bombs flew out. The smoke bombs seemed to be free, and they flew all the way from the mountainside to the road. I fired a few shots in the smoke, but it didn't work. Seeing the movement on the right, the people on the left also started to pave the way with smoke bombs, all trying to get into the circle. The circle only lasts for a short time. If you don't take action now, you really can't get in. As long as you find a way to rush to the bottom of the apartment building, you can still fight. The safe zone is not big, but the rest of the area is full of white smoke, and firing in the smoke has no effect. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, as if since Chusheng spoke, this time it was not so stable. Chusheng said slowly, "It doesn't matter. The three houses form a corner. They can help each other, and it is still difficult to attack the building in FPP mode. As long as 4M is careful not to be knocked down one by one, there will be no problem in this round. I believe in 4M's strength. If they play normally, there will be no problem." Hearing these familiar words, 4M fans with smiles on their faces suddenly felt that this feeling was not right. Then a roar of a jeep sounded, mixed in the smoke, and rushed directly towards the face of the house area, using smoke bombs as cover, driving directly into the circle. This bold decision came from the ONG club. Even Chusheng had to sigh that this move was beautifully played. Everyone would think of blocking the smoke and entering the circle, but driving after blocking the smoke, this is really a good move. After all, there was no cover under the housing area, and the presence of this jeep became the iron curtain for the ONG team to march steadily in the safe zone. But the 4M team reacted quickly, and they swept directly into the smoke. Someone took out a grenade and counted down to throw it directly into the smoke for a detonation. At this time, the lone wolf on the hill suddenly stood up, and the 98K aimed at AK, who was holding the grenade, and shot him directly on the second floor of the apartment building. The position was tricky, and the shooting was decisive and sharp. When Aka was knocked down, Chusheng's heart twitched immediately. Normally, you can get up after being knocked down, but AK still had a grenade in his hand. Before he finished speaking, there was a huge explosion, and 4M became 3M. This change made everyone unable to react, and in just a moment, 4M's command was defeated, and everything was far from over. The jeep crashed directly into the wall of the apartment, and the people who came out turned over and rushed into the apartment building. ONG and his 3 men rushed to the building without saying a word. The vision under FPP is equal. You can see me, and I can see you. And in the case of the advantage in numbers, the 2 ONG and the 2 4M fell to the ground, and the last one who came up directly killed the other 2. Then the 3 ONG players occupied the first floor, and the only remaining 4M player, Zigwa, occupied the first floor, and there were a few people in the circle outside. ONG blocked most of the vision, and it was a one-sided massacre in the end. In the end, Zigwa was directly blown to death on the upper floor with a projectile, ending the game. When the chicken-eating screen popped up, Xiuyu and Tuzi both shouted loudly, "Congratulations ONG." This was completely opposite to Chu Sheng's congratulations to 4M just now. The nurse was dead. Originally, 4M was sure to win the chicken game. But Chu Sheng's words like little brother, play normally, no problem completely killed it. Chu Sheng's face turned pale, and his identity as a poisonous heckler was set in stone. Xiuyu gently poked Chu Sheng with her elbow, because after the first game, the screen had to switch back to the commentary site. At this time, the more exciting part came. There would be an online interview with the team that won the chicken dinner. After 5 minutes of awkward chatting, the connection was connected. This was directly connected to the team by Tencent, so the sound was directly displayed in the live broadcast. It seemed that someone had already told a few guys from ONG before. The first sentence after the few people here were that we don't know Chu Sheng, and we are not his little brothers. Chapter 514. The commentator, who was banned after working part-time for only 1 day. All the viewers in the live broadcast room laughed until they peed. The ONG guys had a strong desire to survive. Rabbit covered his mouth and almost laughed like a pig. These guys were also lying with their eyes open. Yesterday at the dinner, the 3 guys were all holding Chu Sheng's shoulders and saying things like brother, you are our idol in a slightly drunken tone. As a result, they learned that Chu Sheng had killed all 3 major traffic powerhouses, and they were immediately scared to death. What they said yesterday was naturally thrown out of the window. Is there anything more important than saving their lives? Xiaoyu glanced at Chu Sheng and Rabbit, and immediately realized that Chu Sheng must know several people from ONG. After all, Chu Sheng and Xia Shizi are now training together, so it is normal for him to know several ONG guys. ONG instantly turned into a crosstalk team. Douyu's live broadcast room exploded directly because of his words. The barrage was dense. Today's commentary completely confirmed Chu Sheng's status as a poisonous milk. Even Chu Sheng's fans covered their heads in the live broadcast room. The case is solved. I thought Chu Sheng was unlucky in playing games, but he also started with a poisonous milk. It's really a combination of 5 poisons. Let's go. I don't know this commentator. Everyone make way. No. There is still a game. If Chu Sheng says little brother is safe again, wouldn't it be dangerous again? For a while, Team 18, Team 4M, Team If, and other teams were all fanged. There is still 1 game left. If Chu Sheng continues to use his bad luck, what should we do in the next game? Strongly request Chu Sheng to step down. I think Chu Sheng is still suitable for competing in the arena. As for the commentary profession, to be honest, he is really not good enough. Can't Douyu hire some professional commentators? /funny. Sorry. I have written down all the comments of the above people. What awaits you will be Chu Sheng's endless bad luck. Even if I am not on this commentary platform, I, Chu Sheng, will never give up my bad luck. I can still shine in my own live broadcast room. The water friends are full of water and drama. The halftime break was 10 minutes. Chu Sheng still didn't believe in evil, but he still found a way out for himself. This may be the charm of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. When everyone thinks they have a safe hand, the situation will change dramatically. No one knows what will happen in the next second. Chu Sheng is certainly qualified to say this. He plays PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds with such luck. He really plays PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds every time. But he never gives up. In the end, he breaks everyone's cognition and creates miracles. In the second game, Chu Sheng gave a standard commentary. He didn't say anything like little brother. I highly recommend you play normally. And based on my understanding of him, there should be no problem. So, the game went smoothly. At the last moment, ONG team still occupied the Fate Circle, shooting everywhere and finally won the game. During the second phone call, the ONG guys who won the game were obviously very excited and shouted, "We won the game for the second time. I finally dare to say something now. We know brother Chu Sheng." Hearing the 4 people say this, Chu Sheng was relieved and said with a smile, I can finally introduce my little brothers to you now. The four of them are very good and hardworking in training. They won the game twice today and showed their tactics and decisiveness. Chu Sheng saved his face with his words. Finally, Xiaoyu announced the time of the training match next week. This activity was successfully concluded. Chu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief after the red dot on the monitor was turned off. The psychological pressure of commentating on these two games was greater than playing them himself. Xiaoyu smiled and covered her mouth. I saw you live broadcasting bad luck before. And now I really feel it. Chu Sheng looked desperate. He knew what Xiaoyu was going to say, and waved his hand and said, I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyu nodded and gave Chu Sheng a look that said I understand, which made Chu Sheng extremely desperate. I understand you. During the last Douyu Carnival, I had already shouted congratulations to Rabbit, but you won the final game. I can relate to you. Xiaoyu also patted Chu Sheng on the shoulder, as if he was an experienced person. Chu Sheng and Rabbit exchanged glances. I didn't expect this to happen. This was really amazing. Come on. Add your contact information. Take me to the PUBG in the future. This is my compensation for my embarrassing commentary. Xiaoyu had already taken out her phone, so Chu Sheng had to reluctantly add another girl. Rabbit on the side was stunned. How could he get Xiaoyu's contact information so easily? You know, he has been playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for a long time, but he still doesn't have Xiaoyu's contact information. Rabbit rubbed his hands with a smile on his face. Xiaoyu, I can also help you play PUBG? Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu burst out laughing and questioned, Really? But I heard that someone was beaten to autism for playing PUBG with a girl. Rabbit's cheeks flushed immediately. Has the fact that he was beaten to autism for playing PUBG with Doozy become known to everyone in the esports circle? After Chu Sheng added Xiaoyu's contact information, he was bored and scrolled through Weibo. He clicked into the hot search list and hadn't turned a page when he saw a line of words, Ban non-professional commentator Chu Sheng. And this hot search news actually made it into the top 20. The game was only over for a few minutes, and this news was pushed to the top of the hot search list. Scrolling down, Chu Sheng saw a scene that almost made him faint. It was another hot search, and this time it was more real. Let me introduce my little brother to you. Xiaoyu saw Chu Sheng's sudden silence, leaned over and glanced at the phone screen, and immediately covered her mouth and laughed. 2 commentary games, 2 hot searches. This is very strong. Are you born with a hot search physique? Chu Sheng shrugged. He was also helpless. Clicking in and taking a look, Chu Sheng suddenly had a bad premonition. As if this wave, his words were going to become popular words. After the game, Chu Sheng and Rabbit took a taxi back to the villa. As soon as they came back, they saw Xiao Ju and Xiao Shizi, who were holding back their smiles, welcoming Chu Sheng. Captain, if you have a job as a commentator in the future, don't tell them that we are your little brothers. Xiao Ju and Xiao Shizi shook Chu Sheng's hands with a sincere expression, and they almost knelt down to Chu Sheng. Even these 2 guys were joking, and the expression on Chu Sheng's face was extremely wonderful. Go. 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 We will start formal training tomorrow. Chapter 515 Knowing Yourself and the Enemy. You can fight 100 battles. Chu Sheng commented on the FPT game today and came back with deep feelings. At the same time, as the captain of this anchor team, Chu Sheng also has the responsibility and obligation to lead them to achieve better results. After all, this time in the German Cologne Invitational, they will represent the country after going abroad. After the 3 of them fell asleep in the middle of the night, Chu Sheng came to the training room, turned on the computer, and started searching for something. The list of the 20 teams participating in the German Cologne Invitational has been pulled out. Chu Sheng compared the list and began to get to know each one in depth. The club life has been on track. When Chu Sheng woke up the next day, an aunt had already prepared breakfast for him. What Tuzi and the others were worried about did not happen. Auntie has been cooking for decades, and her cooking skills are very sophisticated. The taste is slightly better than Chu Sheng's. Several people patted their bellies after eating early in the morning. Xiao Ju even said with a smile that after the 20-day training, they must gain 10 kilograms. Today can be said to be the first training for the 4 of them. As the captain, Chu Sheng directly raised the topic. Although we are a temporary anchor team formed by the platform, since we have participated in this German Cologne Invitational, we must go all out. No one wants to be beaten to a pulp and get 0 points in every game when they arrive in Germany. Right? Chu Xing's words hit the nail on the head. Rabbit, Shujia and Xia Shizi, 2 former professional players, and 1 active PUBG professional player, are a team of anchors. But if such a team is sent to a foreign competition, it would be really embarrassing if it really falls to the bottom. After all, no one understands the saying better than them. In esports, being bad is the original sin. But our opponents are all strong European and American FPS teams, many of which are traditional clubs. If we want to perform well in such a competition, Shujia frowned slightly. The domestic FPS environment is indeed weaker than that of foreign countries, especially compared with some strong teams in North America and Northern Europe. The gap is indeed quite large. The current situation is a bit like what can be described in one sentence: willing to kill the enemy, but unable to save the situation. Shijua's words hit the point immediately, and Chu Xing nodded and said, yes. This is exactly the problem. So we should be very alert now. Yesterday, when I was explaining the game in FEP mode, I found that it is very different from the TPP we usually play, especially in terms of technical and tactical levels. There is a world of difference. Chu Xing pulled out the map of the training room. This is a scaled-down island map, dedicated to training. Almost every club will have such a thing to arrange tactics. After handing out the paper in his hand, the 3 of them all looked puzzled and muttered, "What is this?" After opening it and seeing the detailed analysis on it, their scalps suddenly tingled. Where did all this come from? Xiaoshe was from a professional team, and when he saw these tables and analyses, he immediately felt familiar. But the teams targeted were all well-known European and American teams. Or in other words, the 19 teams above are all the teams participating in this German invitational tournament. Chu Xing yawned and said, I made it overnight. Since everyone wants to participate in the competition well and get a good ranking, and doesn't want to go to Germany to play soy sauce or become a background board for others to become famous, then we must make full preparations. After all, knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. The 3 of them had never expected Chu Xing to stay up all night to make such a detailed analysis and data support. In addition, he was probably not familiar with these foreign teams at all. How much effort would it take to make a summary? Before, the 3 of them recommended Chu Xing as the captain because he was the oldest and his strength convinced them. But at this time, the 3 of them all sincerely acknowledged Chu Xing's position as the captain. So Xiao Ju raised his hand and wanted to speak his mind. Captain, I have something to say. Chu Xing nodded to signal him to speak. Captain, you have made so much effort and prepared for the rainy day. My admiration for you is like a torrent of water, endless and unstoppable. Stop. 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 Let's talk about the serious things. Chu Xing looked at Xiao Ju with disdain. It's been a long time since he was serious. Xiao Ju rubbed his hands and exchanged glances with the rabbit and the little lion. All 3 of them nodded firmly and thought that this was feasible. Chu Xing took 2 steps back, always feeling that this group of people had some conspiracy. Well, we thought about it together before. In view of the captain's efforts for us, we unanimously decided that the captain would not have to stay in the club at night in the future. After Shujia made his announcement, Chu Xing was stunned. These people are too heartless. He stayed up all night to make a complete analysis and plan. And now they want to make him homeless with just 1 sentence. Are these people devils? Are they ungrateful? I don't live in the club. Do you want me to sleep on the street at night? Chu retorted angrily, making the 3 of them stand there in a daze. Wait. This reaction is a little different from what they imagined. Shouldn't Chu Xing be ecstatic, unable to hide his excitement, and then shamelessly say something like, isn't this not good? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Rabbit and Little Lion simply picked up the analysis and started reading. Chu Xing not only did a lot of analysis last night, but also prepared a lot of small signs in advance. He walked to the map and said, the first point in FPP mode is our hometown. Unlike in ordinary matches, you can choose different landing positions according to different routes. In the official competition, everyone basically has a hometown position. And the Douyu anchor team, as a new team, naturally has to have its own arrangements and choices. So Chu Xing looked up the videos of 19 teams yesterday, watched hundreds of opening games, and marked all the so-called hometowns of other teams. For example, the 4M team often likes to go to S City or the airport. Another example is the European and American strong team Liquid. Their fixed location is Y City. For example, the team where Chu Xing's younger brother 18 show is often in P City. The CIS strong team Navi loves P-Port. All the hometowns of each team are marked. And an island map looks crowded. Okay. These points have been marked. Since we are a team, the first item should be to determine a hometown. Everyone can speak freely and express their opinions. Chu Sheng made a summary and pushed the map in front of everyone. You can't be arbitrary when choosing a location. After all, the four of them are the chief planners and have more ideas. Looking at the map filled with densely packed signs, there are not many locations left for them to choose. Or the resources are very average. Chapter 516, let's go to the US server. The areas with good resources and good terrain on the map have basically been snatched up by strong teams. If you say that you land in the same place as these strong teams and fight them, that's not impossible. But according to Chu Sheng's analysis after yesterday's commentary, the first 10 minutes of the entire game are basically the primitive accumulation stage. Because in FPP mode, killing is very common, but looting is not common. First, because of the limitation of killing distance, there are few opportunities for close combat. Second, when it comes to the later stage, you won't have many opportunities to loot. And every minute and every second is extremely precious. Naturally, you won't use tactical supplies and take risks just for a few boxes. Therefore, the initial accumulation at the beginning becomes the top priority. If the accumulation is not enough at the beginning, the resources will not last until the later stage. Imagine the scene with only 2 or 3 bandages left. The feeling of being sidelined is particularly uncomfortable. This further highlights the importance of choosing a location. How about the Holy Mountain? The little lion pointed to the Holy Mountain in the upper right corner of the map and asked. This place has not been marked yet. It belongs to an uncontested area. There is also K-Town next to it. The resources should be acceptable for 4 people. The rabbit pointed to 2 roads. The supplies at this point are okay. But there are only these 2 roads. One of which is a dirt road. And the chance of spawning a car is too small. Even if it's sailing, there's only one ship spawning point here, which is really unstable. Indeed, in normal mode, the combination of Holy Mountain and K-Town can barely meet the needs of 4 people in terms of supplies. In the professional league, the multiplier of item drops has been increased, so there won't be too many problems with supplies. But even on this vehicle issue, the combination of Holy Mountain and K-Town still can't satisfy several people. Too many unstable factors. And below the Holy Mountain is Y City, which is the territory of the powerful liquid. Any team would definitely not want to face it at the beginning. Let's add this point to the list of candidates first. Chu Sheng wrote down the combination of Holy Mountain and K-Town in his notebook and added it to the list of options. After all, tactics are changeable, and there can't be only one hometown. Arranging appropriate tactics according to the changes in the battle situation is what a mature team should do. How about the mine? Xiujia made his own suggestion. The resources in the mine are quite good. A mine plus a large warehouse and wild point outside are basically enough to support a team. In addition, there are cars along the road around. As long as you can grab a car at the beginning, it is a good place for transfer or search. Isn't this point a bit close to Navi? And jumping here basically means you have to compete with Navi for the car. It feels too unstable at the beginning. Rabbit frowned slightly and gave his opinion. Because there is only one road with cars. If Navi gets the car first, then there will be damage or even casualties between the road and the forest without any cover. In addition, Navi is a strong team in the CIS, and is considered one of the few seeded teams that can compete for the first place. Obviously, not everyone wants to see such a tough start. Okay, I will also join the list of candidates for this point. Chu Sheng recorded all the advantages and disadvantages while making notes. After all, there will be advantages and disadvantages in choosing any location. A mature team will weigh the pros and cons, and then find a point where safety and resources can be balanced. This is what the analysis team and coaching team have to do. According to the analysis of the data in hand, there are really not many positions left for their new team to choose. Chu Sheng also looked at the map, constantly deducing possibilities in his mind. But many ideas were directly rejected by him. Acknowledge the opponent. Respect the opponent. But don't belittle yourself. This is what Chu Sheng constantly emphasized to himself in his heart. The strength of foreign club teams in FPS can be traced back to the ancient CS period of FPS games. That was definitely an era of geniuses and solid foundation. But you can't just choose to avoid fighting because you are afraid of your opponent. Because Chu Sheng knew clearly that the audience didn't want you to win the game or get the first place. This condition can always be regarded as a surprise for domestic audiences. It doesn't matter if you don't get the award. If you get the award, you will naturally cheer. However, you must not lose morale. Avoiding the battle is the most frustrating thing for the audience. Looking at the map, Chu Sheng fell into thought. Suddenly, a road on the mainland above the strait caught Chu Sheng's attention. How about this route? Chu Sheng picked up the laser pen in his hand and drew a route on the map. This route starts from the West Bridge gas station, along the housing area on the cliff, which is often called the Zodiac, and spreads all the way to the seaside farm. This route does not belong to any large resource point. It is completely a wild route. But this route has an advantage. That is, it is always along the road, the three-way intersection of West Bridge, and the crossroads under P City. The probability of spawning a vehicle on this road is also relatively high. More importantly, as long as they have a vehicle, they can follow the seaside farm and enter the villa area in the wild from the dirt road. There are 6 spawning points on this dirt road, and the garage house and apartment building resources are also very good. Moreover, in Chu Sheng's mind, after searching this wild villa area, the location is just below the Lus slope near the east mountain of P City, adjacent to the center of the entire map. In this way, no matter how the safe zone is refreshed, they can transfer as few routes as possible in the first circle. Looking at the mark on the map, if this place is chosen as the hometown, then in the initial stage of landing and looking for a car, they have a total of 9 spawning points to fight for. Even if there is a fight, there are houses on the roadside to hide. In the second stage of transfer, there are 6 spawning points in the wild villa area, enough for 1 person and 1 car. In terms of resources, although several points are scattered, because of the vehicles, each person can divide an area to search. The other 3 looked at this jungle route, and at first they were not impressed. But then their eyes lit up. This route seems to be really feasible, and there are no enemies on this route, so there will be no fighting in the early stage. Why not give it a try? Rabbit was eager to try. This route can be said to be the most balanced location in terms of resources and safety when all popular locations are selected. And mastering this series of areas is also crucial to collecting information in the lower half of the map. Okay, let's try this route now. Since it's FPP mode, why don't we just go to the US server? Little Lion suggested. Asian servers and Southeast Asian players all like TPP mode. If we want to talk about servers with relatively strong FPP strength, North America and Europe are the best. Chapter 517 Login to US server. Tactics can be discussed, but the most important thing is training. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is not just a game of strategy. The charm of the game is that you never know what will happen in the next second. So fighting more in the game and dealing with various emergencies that may occur is something that needs practice and running in. Without saying a word, the 4 of them sat in front of the computer and turned on the live broadcast. Douyu is also awesome. It directly opened a separate channel for the 4 people. As long as the live broadcast is turned on, it will be displayed in this channel. This time, the 4 people didn't say hello to the fans, but directly logged into the game, and chose NA North America as the server. The fans saw that the 4 of them were not laughing today, but were serious, which was rare and surprising. Especially Chu Sheng had a serious face, and was communicating with others seriously, which the fans had never seen before. Hey, the 4 of you are very serious today. Have you officially started training? North American server. FPP mode? This is the official training rhythm for the German Invitational. Won't the tactics be leaked? You're overthinking it. How can a foreign strong team stare at a temporary anchor team to scout the tactics? The fans were still chatting privately here, and the 4 of Chu Sheng were all ready and started the first FPP. None of the 4 had played the FPP mode of the North American server this season, so their initial scores were extremely low, and the strength of the opponents they were matched with was definitely not very strong. As the black PUBG screen ended, all 4 entered the game. Wow! As soon as Chu Sheng entered, he saw the wide view in front of him, and it seemed that his eyes were growing at the height of his knees. The other 3 had also played the FPP mode before, so they were already accustomed to the developer's crappy perspective. But Chu Sheng only saw the first-person perspective in the commentary yesterday, and he analyzed the game more from the director's God's perspective. The screen did not focus on a player's first-person perspective for a long time. Now that he tried it himself, Chu Sheng was a little uncomfortable at first sight. The view height is too low, It doesn't look like the height above the head at all, but more like the eyeballs are embedded in the knees. Chu Sheng then tried to squat down, and the view made Chu Sheng frown slightly. And he complained in his heart, "Isn't this the height for lying down?" When he ran, the picture also made Chu Sheng frown slightly, and he was a little uncomfortable. The fans were still looking forward to Chu Sheng's new performance in the Quality Square, but Chu Sheng just spent 60 seconds quietly. Is this a fake Chu Sheng live broadcast? No trouble in the Quality Square? Is Chu Sheng so serious today? Could it be that what happened yesterday was too much of a blow to him? After all, the toxic praise, that was a sensation on the entire internet. Even overnight, the word little brother has become a meme on the internet. For example, if you want to black someone now, you can say actually, "I want to introduce my little brother to everyone here. I have great respect for him. If he performs normally, based on my understanding of him, there should be no problem." Hearing this, the person who was praised would definitely go crazy and curse, "Stop it. Not making trouble is not Chu Sheng's style at all." In fact, Chu Sheng didn't make trouble because he had no choice. After all, this is a North American server. He speaks poor English, so he can only say SKR. SKR and say China #1 by the way. Or else he would say the hometown greeting starting with the letter F that makes North American people feel very cordial. As the plane took off, the four saw that this wave of routes was very powerful. Flying from the Holy Mountain and K-Town to Port P, a downward route. Chu Sheng and his destination happened to be on this route. Chu Sheng directly marked a point at the gas station at the end of the West Bridge. Rabbit marked a point at the location of the Zodiac. The Little Lion at the housing area at the intersection. And finally Xiaoju marked a point at the location of the seaside farm. The 4 points connected directly covered half of the area between the East and West Bridges. The fans were amazed. When these 4 people got serious, they looked different. What does this landing point mean? Tell your teammates to find out. This lineup will kill him 7 times in and 7 times at the airport. Isn't it wonderful? The netizens noticed the points marked by the 4 people again. And some people thought that these 4 people randomly marked them to trick Chu Sheng into parachuting early, and continue to play the plan of 1 protecting 3, and reversing the fate circle. But perhaps because Chu Sheng's seriousness and responsibility infected them, the other 3 people stopped laughing or thinking too much about the 1 protecting 3. Just follow the normal team. Run-in and cooperation. Roar. When flying over the lush slope of the east mountain of P City, Shujue was the first to parachute, and his target was directly the seaside farm he marked. Then the rabbit and the little lion also jumped down according to the marked place. Chu Sheng finally jumped, also towards the previously marked destination. Huh? These 4 people actually jumped to the marked point this time. Have they changed their nature? Wow. Not a single one of them is so naughty. It's really disappointing. And this place is not a place for a big battle. So there will naturally be no battle in the early stage. Isn't it that the fans who watch live broadcasts are here to see the anchors either kill a lot or die indefinitely? Now the 4 people's hand is really unbelievably stable. Well, to be more straightforward, you are a Thanos. A Thanos with a full set of infinite gloves. And you are still playing jungle in the corner. After parachuting, Chu Sheng looked around and found that no one was jumping from his position. However, there were 2 people in the Zodiac where Rabbit was jumping, and the seaside farm where Xiaoju was. Visually, they should be in the same team. You 2 should be careful. Don't let us down before we start. Chu Sheng also reminded them. Then lowered his head, and began to look for a car on the road. Rabbit and Xiaoju smiled and said, "No problem. But come here quickly if you find a car." Chu Sheng landed and scanned the 3-way intersection along the way, but couldn't find a car. So he simply went straight into the gas station. After searching for a long time, he took out a bucket of oil and a frying pan. He touched his nose awkwardly. His tactical ideas were good, but he seemed to have overestimated his luck. If this were a formal competition, how could he not find a gun? Little Lion, help me bring a gun. Any gun will do. Chu Sheng endured it for a long time, but finally couldn't help it. After all, there was only 1 gas station and a toilet at the fork in the road. Chu Sheng, who had just picked up a level 1 bag in the toilet, said so. When Little Lion heard this, how could he not understand that the captain's bad luck had struck again? And he nodded in response. Chapter 518. This plot is different from what I imagined. Chu Sheng did not treat this game as a normal match at all, but played it as a formal match. You don't know until you play it. and many problems are exposed in an instant. The first point is Chu Sheng's bad luck. There is no vehicle or gun when he lands, which is a very fatal point. But there is no good solution now. So Chu Sheng can only hope that his teammates can help him bring a weapon, which is a temporary way to get through the difficulties. Rabbit and Shujua also use their personal abilities to show off their killing of the 4 people who were fighting for the territory. Chu Sheng joined Rabbit along the road in the direction of Zodiac. Little Lion and Little Duke were also searching in their respective locations. After Chu Sheng arrived at Zodiac, he started searching with Rabbit, only holding a Thompson submachine gun. But at least he had a gun, and he had some initial combat capability. Rabbit was not that good either, only holding an M16 and a shotgun. There were no cars on the road in the direction of Zodiac. But Little Lion found a car after searching the wild area on the roadside, and drove around to pick up Chu Sheng and Rabbit. "Captain, I only found a Scarl here, so you can take this gun. And I'll use the Thompson?" Little Lion was honest. Chu Sheng was good at shooting anyway, so he might as well give the assault rifle to Chu Sheng, which might improve the team as a whole. "No. You are more useful than me. Shujua picked up a quick expanding magazine for me. I will play the role of an assaulter first." Chu Sheng has no complaints yet. His shooting skills are about the same as Xiaoshi. Maybe his reaction is not as good as Xiaoshi, so it is not very useful to change an assault rifle. Chu Sheng's position in the team is a free man plus a commander. A free man can play various functions such as Pathfinder, Sniper, Assaulter, etc., and change his identity and tasks at any time according to the needs of the team. A person who can play such a position must be an all-rounder, and he has a good level in each aspect. Shujua also had a motorcycle. When the 4 of them finished searching, Chu Sheng even recorded the time in a small notebook. When there was still 1.5 minutes left in the countdown for the first circle, the entire first area was searched. This was because there was a team of enemies invading the territory. If the landing was smooth, the time could be compressed to 2 minutes. The safe zone was also refreshed early, and the location was in the upper right half of the center of Y City. This safe zone can be said to be very conscientious. As long as you enter the air raid shelter or the school area, you can be considered to have entered the safe zone. It is only 500 or 600 meters away from the Wild Villa area where Chu Sheng will go next. You can drive into the circle quickly. Then Chu Sheng directly marked the Wild Villa area, and then came here to replenish supplies, and then entered the circle. But when the dead man came to the Wild Villa area, he found that the door here had been opened. Obviously, someone had searched this area. Keep going forward and get rid of them. The Big Dipper-shaped villa area is the last supply point in Chu Sheng's plan. If this place has been searched, it would be impossible to fight the next 4 or 5 circles with the supplies on him. Although the refresh rate of AR in the competition mode is 1.5 times that of the normal mode, the rate of medical supplies has not increased. The supplies at this location must be taken. The car continued to move forward along the dirt road. The doors of the villa area were all open. Just when they were about to go around the last apartment, the sound of a jeep suddenly sounded, and a jeep drove out from behind the apartment and drove away. The 4 people's eyes lit up. They all thought that the villa area had been searched as soon as they landed. But they didn't expect that this group of people were just about to leave from here. Chase! Without saying a word, the 4 people had the same idea in their minds. Chase him and kill him. The rabbit car drove very fast. But because it was in FPP mode, the driving field of vision was much smaller. Even in other seats, the car shook greatly. If some ordinary players, they would even feel 3D sickness and nausea and vomiting. The opponent was in front, and it was impossible to speed up and force the car to stop. Fortunately, the car was faster than the jeep, and the distance between them was shrinking. Both sides discovered each other at almost the same time. A chase began. The jeep in front seemed to be good at playing, and it stuck its head out and threw a fragmentation grenade. Fortunately, the rabbit changed direction in time. Otherwise it would have exploded directly, and the team's first practice match ended in shame. Even Chu Sheng stared with his eyes wide open, dumbfounded. In this initial game with only 1 snake, there would definitely not be such a good enemy in the TPP mode. It's interesting. These North American players are really good at FPP. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. Such opponents would give him pressure and motivation. Shujua and Little Lion, who were sitting in the back seat, leaned out and fired back. However, the car was shaking so much that many of the single-point bullets were empty, and at most, they could only fire a gun to threaten. The pursuit continued, and there were many tricks, such as stun bombs and smoke bombs. But Rabbit also avoided dangerous difficulties several times with his superb driving skills. Oh my god! Rabbit, I didn't expect you to be so good at driving in the first person? Little Lion couldn't help but sigh. No one knows better than him how difficult it is to drive in first-person mode as a professional player. Some players even get nauseated by 3D driving in first-person mode. And there are many of them. Rabbit smiled. When driving in TPP mode, the difference between players is not obvious. But when it comes to first-person mode, it is much more obvious. He has such good driving skills. And he has to play GTA a lot. The distance between the two cars kept shrinking. And both sides began to focus their fire, sticking their heads out and starting to sweep the cars. The bullets whizzed densely, just like a chase movie. But most of them flew into the sky and became a sound to add to the fun. The Jeep drifted and spun around the boulder in front and stopped sideways. Chu Xing's eyelids twitched wildly, and he saw that the 4 people were preparing to get out of the car to fight back. Rabbit, get close to the tree. With just 5 words, Rabbit knew what Chu Xing was going to do. The car quickly drove past a thick tree trunk, and Chu Xing jumped out of the car at the right time. The whole person hit the tree and instantly lost about half of his health. At this time, all the enemies had gotten out of the car from one side. Just from this small detail, Chu Xing was sure that this team was definitely not as simple as a new player. Even the fans saw it. Players who have played for more than 100 hours may not necessarily throw projectiles on the car to hinder the chasing car behind. Not to mention that this is the first time for the 4 people to play the North American FPP mode this season. Chapter 519 4 people in the nursing home. You are surrounded. Chu Xing bumped his head against the tree, and in his field of vision, he could not see anything except the thick tree trunk and the crude game textures. Oh, I think I still need to adapt to the FPP mode. He ducked out. The Thompson submachine gun in his hand was already impatient. At a distance of less than 50 meters, the power of the .45 caliber bullet is beyond your imagination. Chu Xing was like a well-mannered Italian mafia wearing a cool black cashmere coat, a suit and leather shoes, holding a Thompson submachine gun and shooting wildly. 50 rounds of bullets directly formed fire suppression. The sparks splashed on the car body were dazzling, and the deafening gunshots also constantly vented Chu Xing's dissatisfaction. Rabbit drove the car and approached another tree. Shujia also followed Chu Xing's method and got stuck behind the tree, forming a crossfire net with Chu Xing. Then the enemy began to focus fire on Rabbit and Little Lion's car. Rabbit braked sharply towards the reverse slope, and the two jumped out of the car and lay under the car at the same time. In less than 10 seconds, the triangular battle line was opened, and the 4 unavoidable enemies had no choice but to be wiped out. The series of operations just now were smooth, and the water friends in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Speedy delivery, fire suppression, trigonometric theorem, a pleasing extermination. This is the first time these 4 people have cooperated so well. This raid is quite impressive. There are rules and regulations. They look like a team. What happened yesterday was called. The 4 of them started to share the supplies. However, this team searched the people in the villa area, so the medical supplies were quite abundant. However, the firearms were also very disappointing. Chu Xing, take this assault rifle and replace the Thompson on your body. Xiaoju took the initiative to give up this assault rifle to Chu Xing, and took an SKS to make do. Anyway, as a sniper in the team, I am responsible for the whole process of firepower and sniping missions. But Chu Xing shook his head and said, now my position is an assaulter, and this is really not very useful. Rabbit, give me the shotgun. You or Shijua take this rifle, and help me keep an eye on the .45 caliber bullets later. Okay. The 3 thought that Chu Xing was the commander and captain after all, and he had a clear understanding of his own strength. He must have considered this. Thompson plus S686. Such equipment is completely unable to fight in the medium and long range, and can only act as a complete assaulter. Moreover, after the fire suppression just now, Chu Xing couldn't even make up a magazine of 50 rounds of Thompson bullets, which was very embarrassing. Although it was difficult to see his wonderful performance in Chu Xing's live broadcast room, the enthusiasm of the fans was even higher, because Chu Xing's performance was that of a captain and commander, calm and generous, with a great view of Chrysanthemum. After dividing the supplies, The four of them suddenly found that they were about to go deep into the nursing home after the pursuit just now. And in the nursing home not far ahead, there were already fierce gunshots of fighting. "Captain, this is the only way to enter the circle. We must pass through the nursing home now." Xiujia had a tone of wanting to make trouble. And Chu Sheng's equipment was really shabby. No matter who was fighting in front, as long as they were defeated, they could naturally share the supplies. Chu Sheng glanced at the map and made a mark at the warehouse under the holy mountain. "You three drive to the warehouse, and I'll clean up the people in the nursing home." The three were all stunned when they heard Chu Sheng's arrangement. The gunshots from the nursing home sounded like there were at least 4 people on both sides. Chu Sheng was alone with equipment like Thompson and spray gun. Did he want to kill everyone by himself? The fans also thought that there must be something wrong with his ears. This style of play sounds a bit arrogant. If it was in a formal game, I'm afraid he would be beaten into a pig's head. "Right, Captain." Xiujia was about to say something when he was interrupted by Rabbit. "Take this as a formal match and follow the captain's instructions." Chu Sheng has already bent down and headed towards the nursing home. Of course, he explained to the 3 people while running. "When I am 100 meters away from the nursing home, you start driving past to attract the attention of both sides. I will take advantage of this gap to get inside the nursing home. The warehouse is a strategic location. According to the current countdown, when I clear the nursing home, the poison circle should be shrinking. According to the inevitable theorem of the development of things, the next safe zone will definitely be on the holy mountain. The warehouse halfway up the mountain where you are is a strategic high point that can stop 50% of the team. Finally, wait for me to come back and join us. And then we will advance to the top of the holy mountain ruins together." When Chu Sheng finished speaking, the 3 people and the viewers in the live broadcast room all understood Chu Sheng's series of ideas and plans. Such a detailed set of plans was made in a short time, which made everyone gasp. The 3 people originally thought that Chu Sheng made this decision willfully. But following Chu Sheng's thinking, this can be said to be the best way now. If all 4 people were to waste time here, they could wipe out both teams. But the time to go up the mountain would be delayed, and they could not occupy the advantageous terrain in the first time. You should know that the terrain of this warehouse is extremely advantageous. First of all, it is a high point halfway up the mountain. Secondly, it is a high cliff. Standing on the high point, you can completely overlook the mountain below. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. I'm already in position. The rest is up to you." Chu Sheng squatted behind a big tree. In front of him was the iron fence and wall of the nursing home. The positions of the 2 sides in the firefight have been roughly determined by sound and position, and they are shooting in 2 opposite houses. Chu Sheng temporarily heard that there were 2 people on each side shooting, but whether there were more enemies was unknown. Hearing Chu Sheng in position, Rabbit went directly to the driver's seat and honked the horn twice without saying a word to greet the 2 people to get in the car, create momentum, attract attention, and buy more time for Chu Sheng. The wheels of the car spun wildly on the mountain, and then flew away with a roar. The Rabbit was very loud, honking the horn all the way. The people in the nursing home had heard the crazy call of the car from hundreds of meters away. When they arrived at the edge of the nursing home, Xiujia and Xia Shizi both stuck their heads out of the car window and fired wildly at the nursing home, which was extremely arrogant. Such a provocation. The North American man naturally couldn't stand it, turned around and fired a warning shot at the car, and then watched the car go away. "Oh, fuck. You lost your pen." When they cursed and confronted each other again, they didn't know that Chu Sheng had already touched the first floor of the supermarket while his teammates were pulling hatred just now. Chapter 520, One Shot. All the fans held their breath and were extremely nervous. Chu Sheng held the S686 and moved slowly upstairs with the sound of gunfire above his head. The sound of the gunfire was very small, and even in the absence of noise, one had to be careful to hear the specific direction. In addition to Chu Sheng's small detail, he moved his feet with the sound of the gunfire, so that the gunfire covered the insignificant footsteps, and the people above could not hear anything unusual. At this position, Chu Sheng could roughly hear the location of the 2 people and generate a 3D image in his mind. If this is in TPP mode, Chu Sheng can already see the specific position of the 2 people upstairs by turning the perspective while stuck at the staircase. However, in the first-person perspective, Chu Sheng can only see the staircase in front of him and cannot see any scene above. Isn't this position too dangerous? If this is the opposite side, Wouldn't I be able to see my brother-in-law's head? If the person above moves towards this side. Chu Sheng can't even hide. There's not even any cover him. Many water friends have only played TPP mode and are still unfamiliar with FPP. Some water friends even feel carsick when watching Chu Sheng play in the first-person perspective. Those who are more ruthless to themselves will just take motion sickness pills and grit their teeth to watch. Many people will leave directly. Not because they don't want to support Chu Sheng, but because they are really dizzy watching first-person games. At this time, some fans who have played FPP mode began to explain that the most fair point of this mode is that you can see the other party. And the other party can see you. The vision is synchronized. And there is no third-person perspective. If it is in third-person mode, Chu Sheng's position is basically a dead position. But in first-person mode, it is extremely safe. The muzzle of the spray gun is slightly higher than the staircase. So even if the enemy suddenly appears, Chu Sheng can react and kill him with one shot. Listening to the rhythm of the shooting, Chu Sheng heard a crisp click after a burst of shooting. His eyes lit up. And Chu Sheng instantly caught the opponent's time to change the magazine, and ran up directly with his head exposed. While rushing up, he adjusted the position of the muzzle, and judged the specific position of the opponent based on the sound just now. The first thing that appeared in the field of vision was the enemy's squatting body. And then when the muzzle exceeded the horizontal line, bang was a clean shot. Knocked down one person. Chu Sheng's eyes were firm and focused at this moment. From this game to now, the accumulated TUSO value is less than 10 points. So far, it has been all Chu Sheng's own real strength. All the experiences of the gun god were in his mind. And what Chu Sheng lacked was his own reaction. But if people don't push themselves, how can they know where their potential lies? Chu Sheng's sudden shot directly knocked down one person, leaving the remaining person completely confused. After firing, Chu Sheng retreated. The remaining player looked around for a long time and roughly knew that the man was at the entrance of the stairs. After all, the shotgun, such as the spray gun, has huge damage and the sound is extremely violent. Just like the roar of the accelerator of McLaren. And the cars in the entire underground garage have to sound the voice-controlled alarm. Let the teammates crawl to the cover behind. And the player directly cut out a fragmentation grenade. And Chu Sheng had already heard the sound of the grenade. After reloading the shotgun with a bullet, Chu Sheng took a deep breath and rushed out. As soon as he showed his head, he saw a fragmentation grenade flying towards him. He was not panicked at all. From the time he heard the sound to the time he saw the grenade, it was only 3 seconds. Even if it was detonated, it would take 2 seconds. While the opponent was pulling out the gun after throwing the grenade, Chu Sheng rushed up and sprayed twice in a row. Without any accidents, he nailed the opponent to the wall. At this time, the bullets from the opposite side came directly through the window. Chu Sheng was shot in the forehead and fell to the ground immediately. With an SKS, a headshot directly knocked off 2/3 of Chu Sheng's health. Chu Sheng lay on the ground and began to recover. The two opponents were also killed by Chu Sheng in just 10 seconds. After watching the death replay, it was stolen by one person. And everyone was madly complaining, when did this guy come in? Why is there no sound at all? A glance at the complaint value has risen to 20 points. He took medicine to recover blood. And then he changed to an AKM directly after a wave of looting. At the same time, Chu Sheng was always alert to the sound. The opponent shot him in the head and witnessed a tragic murder case. He would never stay there and wait for death. The information about Chu Sheng's kill popped up. And the 3 people who drove out of the nursing home also breathed a sigh of relief. This plan of dividing troops and reversing the fate circle, according to the current progress, really worked. Chu Sheng had just finished reloading the fully equipped AKM, and still silenced the AKM, when he heard Sasha's footsteps approaching downstairs. The footsteps were messy and noisy. Obviously not one person. Chu Sheng rushed up the stairs with a gun, and went directly to the door of the rooftop. He glanced at the opposite side, and found that the building was already empty. As expected, the 2 people on the opposite side rushed over. Especially in the first-person view, there is no advantage in charging and defending the building, because the enemy and us have the same vision. There is no saying who has the advantage. The footsteps stopped abruptly after approaching. Only the occasional uncertain sound of rustling remained. The opponent did not rush up directly, but first used a trick of throwing stones to test the waters, throwing a flash bomb directly to the 2nd floor. Even Chu Sheng, who was on the rooftop, felt the buzzing and violent shock. At the moment the grenade exploded, the two rushed up the stairs one after another. This kind of first-person rush to the building requires two people to cooperate tacitly and attack in coordination. In the case that the first person rushes up the building and is knocked down, the second person must immediately follow up with a gun to ensure that the opponent is knocked down and the life of the teammates is saved. The two rushed to the second floor, but did not see Chu Sheng. How could they not understand that Chu Sheng must be hiding on the rooftop? A series of footsteps appeared under Chu Sheng's feet. This time, he did not walk quietly or hide, but rushed up with a gun. Bang, bang, bang. A tremor of footsteps on the stairs sounded, and Chu Sheng leaned out without saying a word and shot the first person in the head. Under the gun, all beings are equal. Then several bullets passed by his ears. Without reloading the bullet, Chu Sheng leaned out again and fired the second shotgun. The scattered lead bullets fell on the buttocks of the fallen player, and some fell on the standing player. At this moment, Chu Sheng also saw the third-level armor worn by the other party. Damn it! The muzzle of the gun was slightly lower, and the guy was not killed with one shot. The viewers in the live broadcast room all felt a little shocked, thinking, this is the end. The enemy only had 1/3 of his health left at this time. But he was not cowardly, but ecstatic. The S686 is a double-shot shotgun. It takes 3 seconds to reload the bullets after firing these 2 shots. This is a good opportunity for him to rush up and kill. Chapter 521A Show with full moisture value. When Chu Sheng fired and the opponent did not fall to the ground, his heartstrings had already snapped. This shot error was too fatal. The hunting rifle only had 2 bullets. If it was S1897, Chu Sheng could turn around and dodge a shot to make the opponent afraid. But S686 had fired both bullets, and the trump card was lost without any chance. The opponent rushed up directly with an assault rifle. This moment of time did not give Chu Sheng a chance to switch guns, because he had already seen the enemy's gun muzzle sticking out from the doorway. In a flash, Chu Sheng made a move that made everyone dumbfounded. Crouched down. This action stunned the viewers in the live broadcast room. They never expected that Chu Sheng would make such a mistake at such a critical moment. 2 consecutive mistakes. The spray gun was not raised slightly, causing some bullets to fall on the enemy, reducing some critical damage. When the enemy was about to rush, he did not retreat and switch guns, but instead pressed the wrong key and squatted down. If the first mistake still had a little possibility, and there was a glimmer of hope for counterattack by jumping back and switching guns, then Chu Sheng's action of squatting down was equivalent to a direct death sentence. How can you defeat the assault rifles on the other side without a gun? Crouching down is like holding your head and dying. I don't have time to type. But in the hearts of the fans, they are all wondering if it is because it is the first time to play FPP mode. Chu Sheng is not used to making mistakes one after another. Originally, everyone was still looking forward to Chu Sheng's performance in FPP mode. In the early stage, he was unable to show his edge due to team reasons. When he heard that Chu Sheng was going to kick the nursing home alone, everyone was waiting to see Chu Sheng's iconic cool operation. But what they waited for was only 2 mistakes that blinded the dog's eyes. It is impossible to say that I am not disappointed. After all, we still hope that Chu Sheng can bring his amazing skills to the stage of the International Invitational, so that foreigners can see the new strength of C country FPS. However, in this FPP novice game, mistakes occurred one after another, which would reduce people's expectations. In the blink of an eye, the enemy has rushed to the rooftop. Pulling the gun to the right is instinctive, and this player has even made an operation such as pre-shooting. It is hard to imagine that this is an opponent encountered in the FPP Snake game on the North American server. But after the pre-shooting was exposed, all the bullets were fired, and Chu Sheng was not within the range of his muzzle bullets. At this time, Chu Sheng did not sit idle and wait for death. He swung his fists and hit the player's knees one by one. Every punch made the guy's old legs tremble, and the effect of old cold legs was achieved in advance. By the time the man reacted and aimed the gun downward at Chu Sheng's head, it was already too late. With only 1/3 of his health left, he took several osteoporosis punches from Chu Sheng and fell directly to the ground and turned into a box. The 3 people who had just arrived at the warehouse in advance were stunned when they saw the information on the screen that Chu Sheng had killed him with his fists. And after the fist knocked him down, 2 more kill information popped up directly behind him, which means that the last person was indeed killed by the fist, and was not killed by the fist after falling to the ground. My captain is awesome. He actually killed the master with his bare fists. Although no one knows what happened in the nursing home, Chu Sheng really punched the nursing home and kicked the kindergarten. The viewers in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room were all stunned. Everyone sentenced Chu Sheng to death. Who would have thought that Chu Sheng would survive and kill the opponent? Chu Sheng was also very nervous. After all, it was a fist. It would take several punches to kill the opponent with 1/3 of the blood. Fortunately, the opponent's first reaction was at a parallel angle and did not look down. So he stuck in the time difference of more than 1 second and killed the opponent directly. The speed value increased wildly. After all, even if a foreigner with a gun was killed by someone with bare fists, he would shout out swear words such as "oh, shit, fuck." Chu Sheng's complaints soared to 50 points. He was panicking, but his expression remained unmoved, showing a mature and steady attitude that everything was under control. I am really impressed by this wave. Zhuge Chu Sheng, who has a plan for everything, is indeed worthy of his reputation. This move not only showed off to the foreigners, but I just want to ask who in the entire live broadcast room didn't get their crotch wet. What about the promise to treat it as a formal competition and proceed step by step? Chu Sheng, you big pig's hoof. You lied. You played with the feelings of the fans. You scum. Chu Sheng exhaled a foul breath, threw away the spray gun without saying a word, replaced it with a 4-fold scope SKS, and armed himself from head to toe. Then he circled around the nursing home building and found the motorcycle that the player had just driven behind the opposite house. The first poison circle was about to shrink. Chu Sheng drove the motorcycle into the corner of the first floor of the supermarket and waited for the poison circle to shrink completely. If he rushed over now, the next safe zone would shrink to the back of the holy mountain, and the warehouse where his teammates were located would be directly removed from the safe zone. So Chu Sheng set a point here and waited for the new safe zone to be generated before going over to join. The safe zone appeared, and as expected, it appeared directly on Guangmingding. The marked warehouse happened to be at the edge of the safe zone. If you want to go up the mountain from the south, you must pass through the warehouse. The 3 rabbits were also ecstatic. From Chu Sheng's command, everything was going according to the preset or commanded script. Especially the feeling that everything was expected made people feel more secure. Chu Sheng had never driven a motorcycle in the first-person perspective before. This perspective was a bit weird, and the SKS buttstock behind him blocked a small part of the screen, which made it look even weirder. However, Chu Sheng drove for a while and experienced the ups and downs of the first-person perspective, and he had a rough idea in his mind. From the wheat field on the right wing of Y City, a wave rushed directly up the mountain. In front of the warehouse was a steep slope of nearly 80 degrees. Chu Sheng did not slow down at all, or go around the slope farther away, but flew directly towards the slope. Acrobatics in the first person are completely different from those in the third person. In the third person, you can also see the entire motion state of the motorcycle and adjust it. But the perspective of flying in FPP is exactly the same as that of a top athlete in the first person. Chu Sheng's screen suddenly spun around, and some viewers who had taken motion sickness pills were shaken by the camera and vomited directly. The 3 rabbits heard the roar of the motorcycle, and then there was a buzz, and the motorcycle soared into the sky, as if it was weightless in the air, doing all kinds of rolling movements. The 3 viewers may not understand, but how could these 3 professional players not know that the difficulty of flying in the first-person perspective is 100 times higher than that in TPP? Chu Sheng is playing with fire like this. This is the rhythm of showing off. Chapter 522. Damn the bearded man. Driving a motorcycle in the first person is one thing, but juggling is another. Leaping up from the slope, even Chu Sheng felt his breath stagnate. The scene of the warehouse flashed before his eyes, and the sky and the earth spun, and the blue sky, white clouds, green grass, trees, and the red roof of the warehouse appeared alternately. Although the buttons to control the motorcycle are still the same, Chu Sheng can no longer see the full picture of the motorcycle through the third-person perspective. He can only judge by the scene in front of him, which has many inaccuracies. However, the excitement brought is also more than the previous TPP mode. After the last rotation, Chu Sheng straightened the front of the motorcycle, then slightly adjusted the angle of landing, and the motorcycle dived directly onto the roof of the warehouse. With a cool drift brake, Chu Sheng, you successfully showed off to me this time. I feel that it is not a successful show for the fans. I am afraid that many fans will be vomited directly, car fans said. Please don't show off your car skills in the first person. The car fans are going to explode on the spot. Only Chu Sheng himself still felt dizzy, and just wanted to shout yo to express the refreshing feeling. After driving the motorcycle down from the roof of the warehouse, Chu Sheng and the 3 men officially joined. All the cars were hidden in the warehouse, and the 4 of them hid on the cliffs. The rocks were jagged and one after another, which was an excellent strategic point. It could not only avoid snipers from higher up the mountainside, but also ambush enemies coming up from the slope. Moreover, the 4 men had a wider front line, and the firepower network was more three-dimensional, with more angles for shooting, making it hard to defend. There were only 52 survivors left. The Holy Mountain was located in the upper right corner of the map. The only way to get up the mountain was from the back, the left side, and the bottom where Chu Sheng was. As for the right side, it was all steep and straight cliffs. It was okay to jump down from the top, but if you wanted to get up from the bottom, you had to take a detour. In this kind of novice game, a large number of players will choose the shortest route to enter the circle. So there are only 2 ways to enter the circle, from the bottom or from the left. As expected, the poison circle has not yet shrunk, and some people have already been thinking about the warehouse halfway up the mountain. This team of 4 people rustled up from the bottom of the mountain. You must know that Y City is still under constant fire. They took a long way and came up from the side in fear, thinking of occupying this high point in advance and blocking the final winner of Y City later. All 4 of them lay in the pit of the strange rock, and only heard the footsteps of Shasha below. Rabbit was at the farthest end, quietly poking his head out, and saw the funny appearance of the 4 people groping up. The prey is in place. As Rabbit fired the first shot, the other 3 also climbed up and started to shoot, when the enemy reacted and hid behind the tree in front of them. The advantage of the three-dimensional firepower network was reflected, because the enemy found that no matter what angle they hid, there were bullets that could hit them accurately. It was like being ambushed by dozens of people. Before they could react to where the enemies were, they were sacrificed in a group. The group was wiped out in a crushing manner, and then the 4 people continued to lie on the rock, waiting for the next wave of bait to come. As for the box behind the tree, there was no need to clean it up. Leaving it here could be regarded as cheese on the mouse trap, waiting for other enemies, who could not resist the temptation to come up and lick it. As the poison circle shrank, Chu Sheng and his team had successfully killed 3 teams of players in this place. All of them wanted to go up the mountain, but they saw a box behind the tree. After carefully looking around for a long time, they did not find any traces of the enemy. They thought it was the remnants of the previous battle here, and wanted to see if there was anything else in the box that could be taken. It was quite like a scavenger's mentality. As a result, when they saw that the box was full of supplies, they were overjoyed. Before they could reach out, Chu Sheng and his team, who had been ambushing for a long time, took away the pot. There were 8 boxes densely piled up behind a tree, which looked spectacular. Seeing this, Shuju couldn't help but say, "There are already 8 boxes here. Do we still need to ambush here?" The scene in front of him was too shocking. It is estimated that the players who saw it did not want to come over to pick up any good things. They were all scared and ran away directly because the scene was too weird. Chu Sheng had a strange smile on his face. Since it is so obvious here, let's change places. There is a dirt road next to the warehouse. All 4 of them came down from the rocks and hid behind the grass. Rocks and big trees on the right. The enemies who went up the mountain would be scared to death when they saw the 8 boxes here, and they would definitely not dare to go up the mountain from the original road. Since they had to take a detour, they could only enter the circle from their current position and borrow the road. Then, they would line up here to welcome them and express the warm friendship of international friends. After waiting for a minute, a team of people really ran into the poison circle. As a result, before they had time to apply medicine after entering the circle, they saw a pile of boxes densely packed on the ground in the distance. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. They even canceled the action of packing and directly took a detour and slipped away. The scene was so shocking that I didn't know what happened before. I was afraid that they would follow the footsteps of these boxes. Although the idea was good, it had completely fallen into Chu Sheng's thinking trap. Another burst of dense gunfire swept across. The 4 people were so scared that they didn't even notice anyone, and they were wiped out. They were so angry that they turned on the public voice and cursed the international greeting starting with F. In this game, although the fans did not see Chu Sheng perform too many brilliantly, Chu Sheng's vision and direction were like the director and screenwriter of a movie. All the plots were executed according to his ideas without any deviation. This is a bit scary. I always feel that Chu Sheng has turned on the plot. These guys in the US server are all actors. Zhuge Chu Sheng, who has a plan for everything, is really scary. The new safe zone was refreshed on the top of the holy mountain. Just now when they were on the mountainside, they had heard the gunshots from the top of the mountain, going up from the side to the bright summit. The four people stood in an orderly manner along the way, because there was no cover on this 45-degree slope. Not even a rock. There were only 29 people left alive. And the sound of gunfire continued. Suddenly, an ID suddenly appeared on the upper right corner of the screen, attracting the attention of the four people. Dr. Disrespect _ Tuzi and Shujue frowned slightly. This ID should be known to all PUBG players, just like everyone knows G-God and a certain S-Survivor. But it suddenly appeared in a novice game, and there was an underscore at the end of the ID, which made them a little confused. Is it the real person or a prank by foreign netizens? It's just like Chinese players would name their characters 66 Kai, or White Open 555, or something like that. Chapter 523 The Bearded Man. It's probably not a real person. It's probably a spoof name by fans. Xiao Ju has come to the top platform of Guangmingding with a gun. There are neatly cut boulders and wooden boxes all around. And the four people all hid behind the bunkers after coming up. Chu Xing scribbled something on the notebook, and then continued to focus on the game, asking, what real person did you just talk about? What about the fans' spoof? This is the first time that the game has been played for more than 20 minutes. In fact, in Chu Sheng's opinion, the simulation game of this game was over when they moved to the top of the mountain just now, because the four people directly abandoned the vehicle when they moved. Then in a real professional game, it can be said to be a death sentence. In a professional game, the opponent will not give you the opportunity to run up the mountain with both feet. However, Chu Sheng did not demand too much. After all, it was the first training in FPP mode. And to be honest, there was no suitable training environment in China, so it was good enough to find the problem. Dr. Disrespect, that is, Big Beard, a well-known PUBG anchor abroad. Speaking of this Big Beard, Rabbit and Shijua's faces were not very good. How to say? He is the most popular anchor in the chicken-eating area on Twitch. His game skills during the live broadcast are very attractive. But this person's character, insulting China, verbally abusing, and killing Asian teammates on live broadcast. In short, this guy has a very bad character. People in China who know him basically sneer at him. After all, in foreign countries, jokes about black skin color cannot be made casually, which involves political correctness. But yellow skin, then haha. Even many people are happy to see this scene. Shujue and Tuzi gave Chu Sheng a general explanation, and Chu Sheng nodded as if he understood. While Shujue and Tuzi were still popularizing science, the fans in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room had already discovered the clues. Some players directly climbed over the wall to Twitch to take a look and brought back an amazing news. Oh my god! This, Dr. Disrespect _ is really the Big Beard himself. I just went to Twitch to take a look. This one is bullying the newcomers in a single 4-person team. A small account bullies newcomers? This is interesting. A streamer who insults China meets Chu Sheng. I think this is going to explode. The fans are eager to try. And some have even started to give Chu Sheng crazy rewards and gifts. To put it bluntly, no matter how popular this bearded guy is on Twitch, it is only on Twitch. And this is not his home court. In addition, the bad nature of insulting China and killing Asian teammates. Just these 2 points are not enough to clear it up. And it cannot attract the favor of fans and viewers. Now that Chu Sheng has the opportunity to meet this guy, what everyone wants to see is naturally Chu Sheng severely teaching this arrogant guy a lesson. Chu Sheng, teach this idiot a lesson. A small, unknown anchor in China is going to make a name for himself internationally. Chu Sheng, kill Doctor, and I'll give you a rocket. It's confirmed. I just checked Twitch, and it's really the idiot with the big beard who's bullying the newbies. Whether it's in China or abroad, it's not something worth bragging about when a powerful anchor bullies the newbies. Previously, the brother of Chong Ta used cheats to bully the newbies in a game of Snake, and he sold himself to pay off his debts with a Song Liang Liang. Now this big beard is also using a small account to bully the newbies here. And the key is that he's so arrogant that he bullies the small account in a 4-person team alone, cursing while killing. Very arrogant. Chu Sheng was playing the game as if it were a match. And he was so absorbed in it that he had no time or energy to look at the live broadcast room. It was almost over now. And Chu Sheng cut out and took a look at the live broadcast room. The comment area was so chaotic that the web page even froze for half a second. The dense comments were like a plague of locusts. And they immediately flooded the screen. Chu Sheng glanced at it. And the most common sentence he saw was, "This guy is really a Chinese insulting anchor. And he is using a fake account," and so on. Seeing the endless gifs and comments, Chu Sheng really believed it. And then told the other 3 people the news. The other 3 people were all shocked when they heard the truth. Was this fake ID really the Big Beards? Switch to their respective live broadcast rooms and take a look. Their own fans also said that they had verified it. Shujua logged into Twitch with a VPN and looked around. He found the Big Beard's live broadcast room and went in to take a look at the number of survivors and the location. Then he exited and stared at Chu Sheng and nodded. It's really this guy. It was confirmed that it was the Big Beard. So it was easy to deal with it. Chu Sheng thought about it and didn't say anything about this guy killing his teammates. It was none of their business. But this guy insulted China, which was really intolerable. You 3 go in first. I'll take care of the bearded guy. Chu Sheng thought about it and asked the other 3 to go into the safe zone. As for the job of dealing with the rampant bearded guy, Chu Sheng would naturally do it himself. The 3 thought about it and went straight to the center of the safe zone along the stone wall. If the bearded guy had brought 3 teammates to kill here, they would have just pushed forward and taught him a lesson. But this guy was playing alone in a 4-person team. And the 4 of them were also anchors. For against one was not a glorious thing. And it would be even more embarrassing if they were killed in return. Although the bearded guy was a bit foul-mouthed and mean, it had to be said that he was still good at playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Otherwise, he would not have become the most popular anchor in the Twitch chicken-eating area. Chu Sheng climbed over the stone mountain and kept approaching the location where the gunshots came from. Having ambushed several teams of players just now, his complaint value has reached more than 70 points, which has not yet reached the value to activate the gun god possession. As he kept approaching, in addition to some gunshots, Chu Sheng also heard a burst of voice shouting and cursing. Anyway, Chu Sheng has basically never touched English textbooks since he passed the CT4 and CT6 in his sophomore year, and his level has deteriorated greatly. But even so, hiding behind the cover, Chu Sheng still vaguely heard some words like Asian, stupid. Then, there were some words spoken very quickly, with a strong accent, and sounded extremely arrogant. Although he didn't know what was being said, Chu Sheng could guess that it was definitely not a good thing. Many of the fans were good at English. When they heard this, they were furious and simply translated it for the fans. It was like a spark ignited a barrel of dynamite, and the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Chu Sheng, kill this guy and destroy his prestige. Take care of him and whip his corpse. The fans were excited. This guy was too much. I didn't know before. First, it was too troublesome to climb over the wall to watch Twitch. And second, I couldn't understand English. So I liked domestic anchors more. Many people had heard about this bearded anchor insulting China before. But after all, he was a foreigner and couldn't see him for a day. So they didn't have much impression. But now that they saw it with their own eyes and ears, how could this guy let it go? Chu Sheng was also very angry and laughed. This guy was really rampant. As the most popular PUBG streamer on Twitch, he actually cursed and insulted the skin color during the live broadcast. This wave really needs to teach him a lesson. Chapter 524C Number 1. Foreign fans are not necessarily higher than domestic fans. While the bearded man was killing and swearing, the audience on Twitch was also shouting and constantly giving him tips and subscriptions. Obviously, they were also pleased by the bearded man's wanton arrogance. Chu Sheng squatted behind the bunker. If it was in the third person, he could now see the bearded man from a god's perspective. But now it happened to be the first person. Chu Sheng had to stick his head out to see the bearded man. The shouting was already very loud. But Chu Sheng no longer had to listen to the meaning of every sentence as carefully as he did in the English CT4 and CT6 listening test. This guy takes insulting China as a highlight, so don't blame him for being rude. Chu Sheng leaned out and took a look, and saw a group of figures in the bunker in front. And this guy is extremely wretched. There is a half-person high stone in front of him. As long as he stands up, he can stretch out his arms to shoot. And squatting can serve as a bunker. There is also a square wooden box behind his body. which can also be used as his bunker. On the left and right sides are 2 abandoned jeeps that have been detonated, which are extremely tightly attached to the 2 stones. And there is no gap at all. It's like a tic-tac-toe, surrounded by all the surroundings, leaving only a small pit of 1 square meter in the middle, which can just accommodate a person squatting in it. After seeing clearly, Chu Sheng turned his head back, took a deep breath and said, "This guy is too despicable." Even Chu Sheng himself had never thought of this tactic. In this situation, any player with a brain would think of throwing a fragmentation grenade, making a hollow 3-pointer, and directly detonating it to let the bearded man ascend to heaven. Players have naturally thought of this idea. But the despicable thing is here. The abandoned cars on both sides have blocked the possibility of attack. There is only a gap that can accommodate 1 person. So how can a fragmentation grenade be thrown in casually? You must know that in the first person, if you want to throw accurately, you must stick your head out to observe the location of the landing point. But as long as you stick your head out, the opponent will definitely see you. At this time, a wave of accurate point shooting is basically a headshot rhythm. This is the vision fairness that FPP often talks about. If you can see the opponent, then the opponent must be able to see you. This is such a despicable way of playing. I don't know how this guy came up with it. Relying on this unmovable tactic, this guy hid his head under the cover. And basically all the people who came over were killed by him. Chu Sheng was in this position, and wanted to throw a grenade to blow this guy up directly. He was very unsure in his heart, and felt that it would probably end in failure. Bullets were vented out crazily, and the bearded man killed another team of attackers. The tone was still cursing. Anyway, it was probably something like, "Asians playing FPP are all trash. Go back to your mother's arms to drink milk and play TPP." Chu was so angry that he laughed. This guy was really a bit arrogant. As the most popular PUBG streamer on Twitch, with this kind of quality, you can imagine the level of fans who like to watch his live broadcast. And you can also imagine the average attitude of foreigners towards yellow skin. After completing the harvest, the bearded man climbed out of his impregnable fortress, looked back, and ran to the box after confirming that there was no one. The fight was so intense just now, and he also needed a little supply. Chu Sheng heard the sound of jumping footsteps, quietly poked his head out, and saw the figure of the bearded man flash by, and then disappeared behind the pile of rocks opposite. Loot. This is interesting. Chu Sheng stood up and walked quietly towards the bearded man's fortress without saying anything. If this guy loots, then he will come to occupy the magpie's nest. When he sees this scene later, won't he be angry to death? Killing the opponent is easy, but making the opponent furious is even better. When the fans saw Chu Sheng's actions, their eyes lit up in an instant. This bearded man was extremely wretched. He made an almost invincible cover for himself here, but he was careless and ran outside. Now Chu Sheng sneaked up to occupy the magpie's nest. This wave must be angry to death. Support Chu Sheng. Killing people is not enough. Tease this guy. Tell him that it's not that easy to die. The netizens were also very excited, and they couldn't help but applaud Chu Sheng's behavior. Chu Sheng held an AKM in his hand, and was always alert to the bearded man running out from behind the pile of rocks. When he came to the back of the fortress, this guy hadn't come back to loot. Chu Sheng sneered and turned over, and slipped into the bunker that could only accommodate 1 person. This place is really strong. When Chu Sheng turned over, he found that there was no gap at all. If an airdrop could fall from the top, this place could really be completely sealed. Is Chu Sheng planning to wait here for the bearded man to come back and give him a big surprise? He can definitely scare the beard out of his wits. This wave is going to be exciting. Just waiting for the bearded man to throw his keyboard. The netizens were all looking forward to it, thinking that Chu Sheng would wait for the bearded man to come back and suddenly stick his head out, take him away with 1 shot, and then say a few words back at him. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But Chu Sheng's idea was completely different from the netizens. It was too unchallenging, and it was useless except for scaring the bearded man. Chu Sheng wanted to use his most powerful means to make the bearded man lose face in front of millions of viewers, and make his own voice. Chu Sheng coughed a little, feeling a little weak. After all, I haven't spoken English for a long time. Everyone would be nervous to scold others in a language that they are not familiar with. After turning on the public voice channel, Chu Sheng prepared for a moment and covered his ears. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned for a moment, and they hadn't reacted to Chu Sheng's meaning. Was he covering his ears to practice Qigong? Or was he reminding them to? But before they could react, Chu Sheng shouted at the microphone with his voice hoarse. China #1. It was really a roar. And even the whole club, the upper and lower floors, were reverberating back and forth. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned by the sound. They were really stunned. Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion all trembled. The fat on Rabbit and Little Lion trembled like jelly pudding. Little Duke shook like a Shiba Inu who had just taken a bath. The bearded man was still showing off his awesomeness in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, a sound more terrifying than a grenade and skyfire exploded. Especially since the bearded man was still wearing headphones. He almost fell off the chair. The iconic black sunglasses were stuck on his mouth, revealing a pair of small, squinting eyes, which looked extremely wretched. Chapter 525. Are you worthy? The bearded man was so frightened that he slammed the table and put on his iconic sunglasses again. He started with 3 consecutive words of quality. And because Chu Sheng shouted "See #1, the bearded man directly launched a map cannon. The bearded man did not dare to lick the bag again. The opponent suddenly thundered, obviously knowing that he was here. He stuck his head out and took a look, and was greeted by a volley of bullets, which pushed him back again. Oh shit! The bearded man saw that the fortress he had built with great difficulty was occupied by an unknown enemy at this moment. And he was instantly furious. There was another bunch of nonsense abuse. The previous loud shouting was like thunder. It was obvious that it was this guy's masterpiece. At this time, the fans on Twitch were all laughing at the bearded man. He came here to loot. But his position was taken by someone else. He also shouted loudly, which almost made the bearded man have a heart attack. Just now, he was so powerful. Like Stallone in First Blood, holding a gun and killing several people. In the blink of an eye, he became a stray dog, in a miserable state. Such a huge gap made the fans almost laugh like crazy. And the slogan #1 in C country with an accent was also ridiculous. The bearded man was already out of breath with rage. He had been showing off for so long. And now, he was being beaten back at once. He had to avenge himself. He was not forgiving. There were boxes all over the floor. And there were projectiles in them. The bearded man picked up a grenade and threw it at Chu Sheng. The bearded man was complaining like crazy. Chu Sheng was originally going to start the gun god possession mode with 80 points. But the bearded man's complaints had not stopped since he was discovered. Chu Sheng watched the complaints break 80. And then 100? Now it has even reached 130. Even so, there was no sign of stopping. And it was growing little by little. The gun god's possession had been activated. And Chu Sheng took a look and breathed a sigh of relief. Now, as long as it wasn't Shroud, it would be fine. With the gun god's possession, Chu Sheng's confidence returned instantly. And he didn't have to fight so carefully next time. The big bearded man was completely in his pocket. And he could kill him at any time when he had enough fun. The complaining value was still increasing. And a grenade suddenly flew from behind the pile of rocks. Chu Sheng looked at the parabola drawn by the grenade, and then squatted down without any sign of leaving the fortress. The grenade hit the charred car, and then flew out with a clang. And the explosion had no effect on Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng also used his poor English to show off to the bearded man. Oh come on baby. Cat. I want to cat. The fans were originally united in their hatred of the enemy. But after hearing Chu Sheng's poor English, their original momentum collapsed instantly. Chu Sheng, I beg you, don't show off your poor English anymore. I would rather listen to Chu Sheng singing than hear this embarrassing English again. Brother, we are family. Don't show off to us. This wave of excitement almost broke his waist. Even the bearded man on the opposite side couldn't help but say several words starting with M and F, and got goosebumps all over his body. This sentence also directly raised Chu Sheng's complaint value to 150 points, and activated the ultimate move Bad Luck Transfer. Chu Sheng smiled sinisterly. This skill has not been used for a long time. This time, he used it without any psychological burden. Without saying a word, he directly transferred it to the big bearded man. Chu Sheng suddenly felt a sense of relief all over his body, and even the air was much fresher. On the other hand, the big bearded man suddenly shivered for no reason, and felt a chill all over his body. The big bearded man threw things crazily towards Chu Sheng, but because he didn't dare to stick his head out, most of these throws were thrown off target. Chu Sheng didn't move a step and stayed in the fortress. The safe zone is still on the top of the mountain, and Chu Sheng has plenty of time. However, simply wasting time like this will not have any effect on angering him. After all, this big bearded man, even if you don't anger him, he will bite like a mad dog. Chu Sheng wants more than that. He must think of a way. Chu Sheng pondered for a moment, and suddenly he thought of a good idea. His spoken English is poor, but there are not many translation apps in these mobile phones now. So he just started. Chu Sheng didn't sit there, and threw a stun bomb into the pile of rocks from time to time to show his presence. Anyway, the bearded man was yelling behind the pile of rocks the whole time, until Chu Sheng got his phone ready, took off one of his earphones, and put it on his face, and put his phone close to him. He immediately recorded a long paragraph, and as it was translated, Chu Sheng frowned slightly, and it was simply unbearable to read. The fans' eyes lit up, and they also learned this trick, and each took out their phones to start responding to the bearded man's dirty words. You are quite good at swearing. A lot of non-repetitive words. You have a good mouth. But as a person, I can't compliment you. Chu Sheng's words were translated through the phone and spoken from the microphone, becoming standard mechanical English that the bearded man could understand. When the bearded man heard this, he was furious. Just as he was about to stick his head out, Chu Sheng fired 3 SKS bullets in a row, which landed on the ground next to him, splashing a cloud of dust, making the bearded man retreat. There was another round of scolding, which was all scolding without any substantial content. Chu Sheng laughed and said, I read your words from beginning to end, and from end to beginning again. I almost thought it was a repeater. Just like your boring live broadcast, with no surprises at all. This wave of replies can be said to be a murderous blow. Everyone knows that the bearded man is the most popular anchor in the Twitch chicken-eating area. But his style of biting anyone he sees, like a mad dog, has indeed been criticized by many foreign netizens. Chu Sheng's words were like 2 big slaps, one slapping forward and the other slapping backward. Even the fans on Twitch couldn't help laughing when they heard Chu Sheng's words. This guy is really good at talking. If the big bearded man's scolding is like a dog barking, then the scolding of this unknown sea country player is completely an art. Ugly yellow monkey. If you have the ability, come out and fight me one-on-one. What's the point of hiding behind the bunker? Just like your country, you use the garbage we don't want. The big bearded man also roared and cursed a lot, and also recognized Chu Sheng's nationality and skin color, and made a wave of racial discrimination. If he insulted black people like this, he would definitely be in trouble by the next day. But if he insulted yellow skin, even a politically correct country, not only would there be no problem, but he would be regarded as daring to tell the truth. Chu laughed in anger, and the smile on his face gradually cooled. You are the one who insulted the sea country? Make a key. 3 yuan a key. 10 yuan for 3 keys. Do you want to make one? Chapter 526, What does it mean to show off in 7 continents and 8 oceans? The bearded man was completely confused when he heard this. Although he didn't understand what buying a key meant, it was definitely not a good thing. The bearded man cursed at Chu Sheng again with a mixture of mixed words. And Chu Sheng was already immune to this. I don't know if it's because of your education level, but you only have so many words when you curse. You really should have learned a few more greetings when you were in the slums. Otherwise your fans would not feel bored because of your boring barking. By the way, eating too much dog shit will attract heavenly fire. The fans in the Twitch Beards live broadcast room were all shocked and exclaimed, oh my god. Chu Sheng's words did not contain a single curse word, but the whole article was closely related to the theme, which completely touched the heart of the beard and their hearts. Every day, the Mad Dog live broadcast is just a few curse words over and over again. How can the fans not get tired of it? Today, a passerby boy actually pointed it out. Wow! As a result, the beard was about to speak, and even the scale of F had already come out of his mouth. Suddenly, the small map was covered with red, and the bombing zone really came over. Seeing the bombing area, Chu Sheng laughed and cursed, see, you shitty guy. Even Tianhua thinks your poor cursing and barking are boring and need to be improved. Now it is the 3rd safe zone, and the bombing area generated is very unique. It is separated by Chu Sheng and the big bearded man. Chu Sheng's side is sunny and clear, starting from the position where the big bearded man is. It is all bombing areas. Such a spiritual bombing area. Both Chinese and foreign fans are stunned. This is too metaphysical. Today this bombing area has changed. It actually joins in dealing with foreigners? This wave of bombing area is quite powerful, directly hitting the foreigners in the face. Didn't you notice that this is the US server? Chu Sheng is considered a foreigner here. Then Tianhua in the North American server is still very righteous. The conversations of the netizens on the barrage were also very spiritual, almost making Chu Sheng's old ways sprain. The big bearded man was so angry that it seemed like a sledgehammer hit his chest. And it seemed like he was holding back a breath in his throat. This Tianhua is also a bastard. The location of the spawn is simply disgusting. If the two of them landed in the bombing area together, the big bearded man would have nothing to say. But now, he was the only one in the bombing zone. They were less than 10 meters apart. But it was a completely different experience. Over there, the spring was full of birdsong and flowers. While here, it was the double torture of ice and fire. As the thunder in the sky rolled, it seemed to carry the taste of judgment. The bearded man didn't even dare to curse. After all, this move was a bit metaphysical. He had just finished saying that eating too much dog shit would attract heavenly fire. As a result, the heavenly fire really came in less than 5 seconds. Fuck. Is this the mouth blessed by Thor? The bearded man complained in a low voice. Compared with the words he cursed, the intensity of this sentence could only be regarded as a complaint at best. The bearded man was also panicking. After all, this was a bombing zone in the game. A random bombing zone. The fans on Twitch were already flooding the screen with comments, saying that this was a mysterious witchcraft from the east, and that the bearded man would be punished by the eastern wizards. The bearded man threw 2 smoke bombs, blocking the way he rushed out, and wanted to use the smoke bombs to escape the bombing zone and get closer to Chu Sheng. The bearded man was still very confident in his shooting skills. After all, how could he gain a foothold on Twitch without some weight? As long as he got closer to Chu Sheng, then this yellow-skinned monkey would definitely fall first. Then I can humiliate him. An Asian dares to play FPP mode on the North American server. Isn't he looking for death? I'll scold him. Crying sissy. Go back to your Asian server and play TPP mode. The smoke bomb blew smoke. Chu Sheng sneered at the smoke. It was just a dream to escape the bombing area in this way. Holding a fragmentation grenade in his hand, the pop sound of pulling the fuse reached the ears of the bearded man. The bearded man raised his 2 tufts of beard and showed a smile with shining teeth. In the live broadcast room, he said with a mysterious smile, he wanted to blow me up with a fragmentation grenade. The moment he pulled the fuse, I was ready to wait 5 seconds before going out. Idiot! Sure enough, the yellow-skinned guys should go back to their warm and lovely Asian server nest. The bearded man counted down 5 seconds in his mind, and with the sound of a violent grenade explosion, he rushed into the gradually thinning smoke bomb without saying a word. But at this moment, there was a sudden violent shock next to him, and with the explosion of the grenade, the bearded man was blown out of the smoke bomb. The bearded man was completely confused. He had clearly come out after hearing the grenade explode. So how could he rush into the smoke bomb, and then there was another instant explosion? His brain was completely unable to turn around. And then the white fog in front of him disappeared. He was only 2 or 3 meters away from the fortress with a low health. Chu Sheng stood on the box, without any cover. Cheating yellow monkey. I can still kill you now. The bearded man held the M4 in his hand. And at this time, he had locked the right button, ready to shoulder shoot Chu Sheng. As for Chu Sheng's ability to throw 2 instant explosions in a row, in his opinion, it was completely cheating. Even the fans on Twitch all thought that Chu Sheng was cheating. Otherwise it would be impossible for 2 instant explosions to explode one after another. Chu Sheng was also stunned when he saw the bearded man being blown away. But after 0.03 seconds, Chu Sheng came back to his senses. Throwing grenades into smoke bombs is not accurate to begin with. And now that the bearded man was blown out, he knew without thinking that he was at low health. It was too late to switch guns at this time. Chu Sheng had already seen the other party put the gun on his shoulder and aimed, and locked the shoulder shot in one go. If we just talk about the technique, then this bearded man is still quite good. After being blown out by the grenade, he was able to make a counterattack in such a short time, which really shows that he has 2 brushes. Chu Sheng suddenly had an idea and thought of the best way to humiliate the bearded man. He jumped directly into the air from the spot, and at the same time reached his hand behind his back. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned when they saw Chu Sheng's action. Why didn't he pull out his gun or run away, but just jumped on the other person's face? Foreign fans were all confused. Is this guy crazy? He jumped right over. The bearded man sneered and couldn't help saying, gamers from country C are trash. They play FPS games. Before he even finished the word play, the bearded man couldn't say anything. Although the muzzle of the gun was spitting out fire dragons, the bullet splashed blood on the other person's body. But he saw a scene that made his head explode. Chu Sheng took out a frying pan from his back in the air. Chapter 527 Only idiots will be shown off. Everyone gasped when they saw the frying pan. But the bearded man had no chance to react. From the moment he started shooting, he was doomed to be dead. Duang. With a violent echo like a gong, the bearded man's head was smashed by the frying pan. The whole person flew sideways with his body, like a ribbon tied with stones, and then fell to the ground and turned into a pool of mud. Killed by a frying pan headshot. As the bearded man fell to the ground, Chu Sheng's live broadcast room exploded directly. Everyone was holding back a breath of anger in their hearts. This idiot who insulted China was full of disdain and discrimination against yellow skin. Now he has fallen to the ground and turned into a dead man. Chu Sheng's move can be said to be thrilling and heart-wrenching. The big bearded man was shown off in the solo with Chu Sheng, and all the fans in the live broadcast room felt that the depression in their hearts was swept away. Chu Sheng. Well done. If you don't send a wave of gifts now, when will you wait? No more nonsense. Keep your word. Rocket. Congratulations to Chu Sheng for defeating the big bearded man and winning the throne of the world's #1 PUBG anchor. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was high, and there was a feeling of celebrating the new year with joy. The bearded man was shown off by Chu Sheng in front of him. He was really shown off in all 7 continents and 8 oceans. This frying pan humiliation in front of him can be said to have completely nailed the bearded man to the pillar of shame. The bearded man got up in anger and kicked his chair away. He yelled in the live broadcast room like a mad dog with rabies. Even the camera on the table was shaking back and forth, showing that the bearded man was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But then, the bearded man suddenly seemed to react to something, put on his headphones and cursed. You lousy yellow monkey. You lousy sea country player. You can't play games without cheating. This is the bad nature of your inferior race. While the bearded man was talking, Chu Sheng put his phone next to the headset again. Although he missed some of the words, he still translated part of them. Chu Sheng sneered after reading it. And even the viewers in the live broadcast room all felt a sense of superiority that their IQ was crushing. Idiot. Listen carefully. Only a fool would be fooled by such tricks. Chu Sheng translated it with his phone, and then played the sound of the grenade exploding, and the sound of the fuse being pulled out. Chu Sheng was standing there, with nothing in his hands. But the pop sound of the fuse being pulled out, and the boom sound of the explosion came out inexplicably. The audience and the bearded man on Twitch had never seen such a routine before. He was stunned for a moment when he heard the sound of the grenade. But Chu Sheng had nothing in his hand, and the sound was not the real sound of the operation. But the sound of the grenade ring and the explosion were exactly the same as the original. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to hear any difference from the real thing. Stupid. The most popular anchor in the Twitch chicken-eating area can't even hear the public voice? A rookie! Chu Sheng also did not hesitate to show his contempt. This rookie could become the most popular anchor in the chicken-eating area. Tut tut tut. Finally, Chu Sheng ran out for 2 steps. But he turned back and shouted to the bearded man's box again. See #1. The bearded man was stunned by Chu Sheng's show. Playing audio files in the public channel was something no one had ever thought of before. Foreign fans had never seen such a trick before. At this moment, they were stunned in front of the computer. The only thing they could do was to remember the idea of the sea country player, Chu Sheng, who just showed off to the bearded man. In Chu Sheng's live broadcast room, there was even more laughter. Fans were not stingy with any praise for Chu Sheng. After all, he was the #1 anchor of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. This way directly made him famous overseas. The 3 people beside him, Rabbit, Lil Duke and Little Lion, all had flushed faces. Everyone had shown off other anchors before, but it was just showing off colleagues from other domestic platforms or their own platforms, just to make themselves and their fans happy. But Chu Sheng's move was different. This guy actually showed off the most popular anchor in foreign PUBG. This move, especially the quarrel between Chu Sheng and Big Beard using the translation app. It can really be said that Chu Sheng unilaterally abused Big Beard as a famous mad dog anchor who used cursing and killing teammates as a gimmick. Big Beard was really taught a lesson by Chu Sheng this time. Whether it was in terms of swearing, technique, gimmicks or ideas, they all lost to Chu Sheng. This time, Even his pants were about to be sold, giving Chu Sheng a thumbs up. The three of them all smiled. Well done. Chu Sheng himself felt a sense of pride. After knowing some of the past of the bearded man, Chu Sheng immediately wanted to teach this mad dog a lesson. Although dogs can bite people, but people cannot bite dogs, Chu Sheng can always pick up a brick and beat him to death. Right? He smiled at the three of them, and was about to speak, when Xiao Ju said with a smile, "But Captain, there was something wrong with what you said just now. Is there a problem?" "I don't think so." Chu Sheng frowned slightly, thinking back to what he had just said, and didn't find any problem. Xiao Ju's smile became even bigger. "Just now you said that only idiots would be fooled by the audio thunder. But I remember that the first person who was fooled by the audio thunder should be Wei." Before he finished speaking, Chu Sheng had already rushed to Xiao Ju at lightning speed and covered the guy's mouth. As for how Chu Sheng rushed over, and when he took off his headphones, neither the rabbit nor the little lion saw it, and they didn't even see Chu Sheng's operation clearly. This is amazing. It's okay that I can't see the captain's operation in the game, but even in reality, the speed is so fast that it's indistinguishable with the naked eye. It's so terrifying. The rabbit and the little lion were also joking. Although Chu Sheng covered Xiao Ju's mouth in time, the word Wei had already been pronounced. If it's not Wei Jiang, could it be Wei Ge? At this point in the game, it doesn't matter whether or not to win the chicken in the end. The showdown of a mad dog who is prejudiced against skin color has made everyone's emotions reach the peak of venting. Returning to his seat, Chu Sheng took a deep breath to sort out his emotions. The rest of the game still needs to be played. But Chu Sheng, who is no longer unlucky, seems to have turned on the cheat and kills directly from the bright summit. Killing people is like cutting vegetables, and directly ends the first FPV game of the 4 people on the North American server. Chapter 528 Fearless. A hearty victory. And at the same time, a severe lesson was given to the streamer who insulted China in the game. Netizens can even imagine how much of a sensation Chu Sheng's words and actions will cause on the internet. You should know that PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is still on the rise, with a high number of users and attention. Big Beard is the most popular streamer in the Twitch Chicken Dinner Zone. He was taught a lesson by the kid from Country C during the live broadcast, and was even killed by a frying pan with a show of intelligence. For Big Beard, who has always been as arrogant as a mad dog, it is simply a great shame. But from talking nonsense to playing games, he was defeated miserably, and there was no place for him to defend himself. The incident of the bearded man being mentally broken down by a yellow-skinned player quickly became a hot topic on the internet. In addition, the mad bearded man fanned the flames and directly posted a message insulting China on the SNS social networking site, which immediately ignited the heat of the incident. Chu Sheng, Rabbit, Xiao Ju and Little Lion, the 4 of them had not yet realized anything, but they felt that they had won heartily. When they exited to the game lobby interface, Xiao Ju couldn't help but exclaimed, "The captain is still amazing. He plays the game so well. His cooking skills are also very strong, and even his insults are at the strongest level." Even the famous mad dog bearded man was scolded so much that he couldn't even resist. "Hey, I really don't know how God created such a perfect man. I envy him." The little lion also laughed, but Chu Sheng glared at him directly, and asked with anger, "Do you also want to taste the taste of being sprayed?" The 2 of them just patted Chu Sheng's horse and brought a wave of rhythm. Hearing the captain's firmness and severity, they were so scared that they didn't even dare to say a word. Even the big bearded man couldn't stand Chu Sheng's 3 rounds of ridicule. If they were in the front, they would be beaten to death by Chu Sheng. How can they survive in the live broadcast industry in the future? Immediately admitted to being timid, put on the headphones obediently, and looked positive. "Captain, let's start the second round of training quickly. We can't wait to show our strength." Tuzi and Shujua were determined to help the team achieve good results in Cologne, Germany. If Chu Sheng didn't know the details of the 3 people, he would have almost believed it. The problem in the first game just now was that when we were in the garage halfway up the mountain, we didn't use the vehicle to transfer. Everyone should remember this and save the vehicle. Another problem is that we must learn to fight in the wild, and don't always think about relying on houses to fight. In professional competitions, the probability of grabbing a house in the first place is very low, so we have to adapt. During the game, we must learn to split the push reasonably. Don't let everyone gather together, and try to use the least manpower to involve the greatest advantage. Chu Sheng looked at the notebook and listed all the problems that had arisen in the previous game. Because there was no dedicated training server, Chu Sheng and his team could only practice by playing on the North American FPP server. In this harsh environment, Chu Sheng could only summarize his experience and lessons after each game, and use this method to improve step by step and adapt to the FPP mode. The other three listened to Chu Sheng's explanation and nodded, admiring Chu Sheng in their hearts. Not only did he have to command the entire team and serve as a free agent in the game, but he also had to dig into data analysis as a manager to allow the team to find out the gaps and make up for them as quickly as possible. Chu Sheng had a heavy burden on his shoulders. The three of them stopped laughing and smiled, determined to repay Chu Sheng's efforts with a higher level. Even the fans in the live broadcast room stopped joking when they saw Chu Sheng's serious look, and couldn't help but praise him. After brutalizing the bearded man, Chu Sheng did not get carried away, but continued his captain's duties and led the team to continue training. As for the dispute with the bearded man, it was like a stone thrown into the pool. Except for the ripples when it was thrown in, there was no trace of his existence. Of course, we have another most important task in the next 2 days. Chu Sheng paused here, and the three of them looked up at Chu Sheng curiously. They didn't know what the most important task he was talking about was, but they would definitely do their best to complete it. In 2 days, our 4-person team must enter the top 10 on the North American server. The top 10 in the North American FPP 4-person team mode. When Chu Sheng said this, the 3 people who had originally wanted to agree with Chu Sheng all looked at Chu Sheng in disbelief. Even the fans in the live broadcast room all took a breath. You should know that the North American server is full of extremely terrifying big guys, including some professional players and anchors like Shroud, which can be said to be a gathering of strong people. Now Chu Sheng's goal is to be in the top 10 of the North American FPP 4-person server. This requirement is really the same as parents asking their children to enter Tsinghua University and Peking University. Fuck. Is Chu Sheng still arrogant? He thinks he is invincible after killing the big bearded man, and wants to sweep the entire US server? Did you see the expressions of Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion? Their faces are full of big words. In mu pai si bo. I also want to ask, is Chu Sheng joking seriously to ease the atmosphere? Is he not serious? Even Little Lion had an awkward smile on his face, and couldn't help asking, Captain, you are just saying this to ease the atmosphere. It must be like this? Unexpectedly, Chu Sheng simply shook his head, the ranking points mechanism first implemented by the developer. As long as we guarantee a chicken eating rate of more than 50% within the next 2 days, quickly get on the list before others find out, and are not maliciously sniped, we will have a chance to successfully enter the top 10. Chu Sheng had an understanding of the ranking points mechanism currently used by the developer. You should know that there are not many people on the North American server, and most of the players of this PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds are still on the Asian server and Southeast Asian server. In the case of relatively few people on the North American server, as long as you guarantee a high chicken eating rate and a high KD in each game, driving the kill rank, it is not a fantasy to want to enter the top 10. After listening to Chu Sheng's explanation, Rabbit frowned and asked seriously, Captain, are you sure this is the last mission? Chu Sheng nodded. Of course he was very sure. This way, we can not only run the team in high-intensity competitions, but also give the bearded man a good slap in the face. People from C country can't play FPS games? Can't play a PP mode? Then I, Chu Sheng, will play it for you to see. Seeing Chu Sheng so determined, Rabbit nodded immediately. No problem. Then let's take this as the final goal in the next 2 days. It's just a top 10 in the US server. What's there to be afraid of? We are going to Cologne, Germany to face the world's top club team. If we are afraid of this, then it's better not to go to Germany. Chapter 529 Killing Through the US Server. A hot topic. Tuzi said this very beautifully, and even the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but applaud after hearing it. You are right. Isn't it just the top 10 in the US server? Whether you succeed or not is one thing, and whether you dare to try is another. If you are timid even to try, then in the arena in Cologne, Germany, when you meet so many masters, will you dare to show your bloodiness and style? I seem to understand Chu Sheng's idea. This is to build the team's self-confidence. The viewers' eyes lit up, and they were more looking forward to Chu Sheng's amateur team, and looked forward to their wonderful performance in Cologne, Germany. Little Lion and Little Duke clapped their hands, rubbed their palms and smiled. 2 days is still a bit tight. So let's hurry up now, and don't waste time. The two people's unwillingness to admit defeat was also mobilized. Isn't it just the top 10 in the US server? What's there to be afraid of? It's not that you can't lose. Just do your best to win the chicken. And the shorter the time, the less likely you are to be sniped. Looking at the murderous look of the four people, the fans just felt a shudder. It seems that there will be a good show in the next 2 days. The four people prepared without saying a word and started the second game. After the new season ladder points were reset, the early battles were very simple for the four people. Even if they won the chicken in the first game, the teammates they matched were just players of average level. However, North American players are very good at FPP mode. And even players who seem to be novices have their own highlights. This surprised Chusheng greatly. And 2Z took the time to tell Chusheng about the tradition of those European and American players who like FPS shooting games. The degree of familiarity, understanding and mastery of these players for FPS games is far higher than that of Asian players on average. Maybe this is their first time playing the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But it does not mean that this is their first time playing FPS games. In the second game, Chusheng and his friends still chose to jump to the old places. Gas stations, zodiac signs and seaside farms. This time, except that no one was fighting for the same place as them. It was a complete copy of the last one. Chusheng searched the gas station and only brought out a barrel of oil. Just as he opened his mouth to ask his teammates to bring a gun, Rabbit said first, "I've left an S12K for you here. Come and get it." It has become a well-known fact that Chusheng couldn't find a gun when he landed. So naturally he prepared for the gun in advance. After searching, Xiao Ju found a cart, and Xiao Shitzi found a motorcycle. After the four of them gathered, they headed directly to the Wild Villa area. The safe zone was refreshed in the direction of Port G, which was not far for the four people with vehicles. In the morning, the four of them played 7 games in total, and they won 4 of them. The remaining 3 games were because Chusheng provoked the bombing area, and was sanctioned when crossing the bombing area, or failed to find the vehicle at the beginning, or was crushed to death when landing to grab the vehicle, resulting in an incomplete team. However, this winning rate is already terrifying, and the remaining 3 games were played with all their strength. Although they did not win the game in the end, the ranking and kills they obtained were still acceptable. This is what Chusheng instilled in them during the intervals. During the game, they must find ways to survive, and find ways to get ranking points and kill points. Winning the game is definitely the first task. But when the probability of completing this task is very small, they must find ways to earn a higher ranking or higher kill points. In the morning, after 7 games, Chusheng and his 4 teammates directly ranked in the top 2.35% of the US server 4.0 FPP. This data greatly boosted their confidence. In just one morning, they were able to reach such a high position, which can be said to be a shot in the arm for the 4 players. If they continue to connect in the afternoon, then today, they are likely to directly enter the top 0.5% of the server. Don't underestimate the small 2% gap. This 2% is more difficult than the previous 98%. After lunch, Chusheng also replanned his ideas and tactics on the tactical board, and summarized the emergencies encountered in the morning and the areas that need improvement. The only thing that bothered Chusheng was that there was no training server for them to conduct the most formal training. You should know that in the official competition, there is no such setting as a bombing zone. However, due to the current conditions, there are still bombing zones in the game. In addition, Chusheng was unlucky, and the threat level of the bombing zone to the 4 people was even greater than that of these players. According to Chusheng's instructions, everyone had to take a lunch break at noon to keep sufficient energy for the afternoon game. Otherwise, long-term high-load games would be a great drain on the players. After the lunch break, the 4 people started the afternoon score rush with full energy. Chusheng also played the game as a formal competition. So in many games, Chusheng did not successfully activate the gun god possession, and played all the games based on his current real level. Then Chusheng was surprised to find that his real level and reaction ability had also improved. Although it was not as strong as the gun god possession, it was not much different from Rabbit and Shijua in terms of reaction alone. In terms of gun skills, big chrysanthemum view, and comprehensive reaction strength, he was even on par with the other 3 teammates present. In other words, although he was not a big shot, he was definitely not a drag. After an afternoon of work, when Chusheng and his team scored 1%, the ranking was no longer a percentage, but a specific number. Chu Sheng's ranking is the highest among the four, and he has reached the US server number 8373. The lowest is Tuzi, which is also related to his position as an attacker, ranking number 9871. Seeing this ranking, the four people were shocked. In the morning, they thought that it was a fantasy to make it into the top 10 of the US server. But now in one day, they have made it into the top 1% of the US server. There is still one day left, and it is not an impossible task to make it into the top 10. Just as the four people were cheering and eating dinner. At this moment in North America, everyone's attention was focused on the ID Chu Sheng, because the big beard was humiliated during the live broadcast, and he posted this ID on the SNS platform. When the live broadcast time began to ferment, many people were paying attention to this tongue-twisting ID, looking at Chu Sheng and the other four. From 0 games at the beginning of the new season to the top 1% of the US server now. After seeing Chu Sheng's results, the bearded man explained that this guy is definitely a cheater, because even he, in the new season, did not reach Chu Sheng's high ranking of number 8373. For a while, many PUBG players, or clubs in North America were paying attention to this guy. It's impossible. A yellow monkey can never kill the top 1% of the US server. This guy is definitely cheating. Look at his KD data and headshot data. Many people have already checked Chu Sheng's various data, which can be said to be extremely gorgeous. And his headshot rate is even as high as a terrifying 67%. Chapter 530 The Incident Fermented. This headshot rate can be said to be extremely terrifying. And it was achieved in the top 1% of high-end games in North America, which is even more frightening. In the club, the four of them celebrated their success with dinner in the evening. After a day of fighting, they not only did not feel tired, but the cooperation between the four of them became more tacit. For example, after landing, Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion have already taken the initiative to help Chu Sheng collect weapons without Chu Sheng asking. After all, at the gas station, as long as Chu Sheng landed, he would definitely be in a situation where there were no cars or guns. Occasionally, a barrel of gasoline, a crossbow or a frying pan would appear, which was already a little face for Chu Sheng. The transfer speed of several people is very fast now. After more than 10 games of polishing, the initial countdown of 1.5 minutes can be reduced to 2 minutes. In the absence of any obstacles, it can even be compressed to 2.5 minutes to start the transfer. Trying to compress the time means that you can transfer to the apartment building as soon as possible, which means more resources, better entry position and higher ranking. Even the fans can't help but describe their current search and transfer as coming and going like the wind, plucking feathers from a passing goose. You should know that when domestic anchors play games, most of the time they are very relaxed and have no sense of urgency, so they unconsciously get sloppy bad habits in their actions. It's okay to have this state during live broadcast, but in the official game, every few seconds of delay may mean that the opponent enters the room before you, and then a situation of shooting from a stronghold will be formed, which is very disadvantageous to your side. Fortunately, the four people became more and more proficient in running in within a day, and some lax bad habits were gradually changed in battle after battle. The four people felt that they seemed to have improved significantly in this game. In North America, the incident about Chu Sheng's cheating posted by the bearded man on the SNS social platform had already reached a certain level at this time. Some people followed the ID posted by the bearded man and found Chu Sheng's record in the Asian server TPP. You don't know until you check it out. Once you check it out, you'll be shocked. Look at our Chu Sheng's record in the TPP mode of the Asian server. He averages 13 kills per game, and the highest record is a terrifying data of 31 kills. And the headshot rate is also extremely high. You should know that in North America, the four demons of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds cannot guarantee such gorgeous data in every game. You should know that Asian players like to use cheats the most. This guy must have used the latest technology cheats and slaughtered all the way from the Asian server to the US server. And I found that this person had never played a FPP mode before. But after coming to the US server, he simply turned on the killing mode directly. Even Shroud or Grims don't have such an abnormal headshot rate. I think it's impossible for an unknown passerby to have more exaggerated headshot data than the Demon King. You know, 9 out of 10 C country players are cheaters. This is not surprising. The whole thing began to ferment, and was extremely hotly discussed in the North American gaming circle. In the past, these cheating players were usually banned and removed from the rankings within a few days. But this player in front of him killed the bearded man in the live broadcast. and was humiliated by being smashed with a frying pan in front of hundreds of thousands of people. His words were so sharp that even the bearded man, who was known as a mad dog, didn't get any benefits from his words. Being able to make the bearded man lose face, and even suppress him in the game, coupled with the fact that the bearded man spread the hint that Chu Sheng was suspected of cheating on SNS. All of this made the ID, Chu Sheng, instantly popular in North America. As the incident became more and more serious, it seemed to have transformed from a small game friction incident to a mass incident targeting Asians and Chinese. In addition, the bearded man insulted him in various ways, but was sharply counterattacked by the other party, leaving him speechless in response. You should know that there are many Chinese in North America. Although Chu Sheng's English is very poor, his response using translation software fully reflects the sharpness under an action, combining hardness and softness, and instantly became popular in the Chinese and Asian circles. Especially the phrase "make a key." 3 yuan for 1. 10 yuan for 3 keys. Do you want one? Which only Chinese speakers can understand, became popular all of a sudden. Foreigners may be confused, but these Chinese and Asian people searched and found many of Chu Sheng's videos on Douyu. After all, Chu Sheng rose rapidly in China, and many posts and bloggers forwarded dynamic pictures or analyzed videos. Chu Sheng's amazing operations were all dug up. Imagine the expressions and mentality of domestic fans when Chu Sheng made these actions. And you can imagine the amazement of foreign players when they see these pictures. Too scary. These dazzling operations are simply breathtaking, making people have an impulse to bow down and worship. Impossible. Impossible. Is this operation from cheating? In addition to being amazed, there is only amazement. If it is just the shooting skills, then the fans can understand. But Chu Sheng's driving skills are even more crazy. He killed with a crossbow headshot from 200 meters away, and all kinds of operations are completely at his fingertips. Netizens and foreign servers all think that this is definitely not something that can be operated by human power, and they are more certain that Chu Sheng is suspected of cheating. Even Shroud went to watch Chu Sheng's operations. Looking at these operations, Shroud always had a strange feeling. These operations gave him a sense of familiarity, a feeling that he could also do it. But after carefully analyzing the video, although the shooting skills in the clip can be imitated, Shroud asked himself that he could not achieve the level of accurate calculation control of the guy in the video, which means that the guy in the video is actually a little better than him. For this conclusion, even Shroud himself was a little confused. The first breakthrough player in North America, the genius captain of C9. These titles are not given casually. This is the achievement of talent and hard work. But an unknown player across the ocean can actually surpass him. A genius. Just thinking about it is ridiculous. Shroud was not as reckless as the bearded man. He just reposted the video on SNS and wrote a sentence, "He is a little better than me." Shroud's statement was very simple. He just explained the scene he saw in the video. As for whether he cheated or not, he did not easily take sides. On the contrary, the bearded man, when he saw that public opinion was gradually hitting and pointing directly at Chu Sheng, excitedly reposted the video and cursed loudly. He even directly tagged the official account of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds on SNS, posted Chu Sheng's record, and threatened the official to give an explanation with fierce words. Otherwise, he would quit the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. As the most popular anchor in the Twitch PUBG area, with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, the threat was immediately taken seriously by the developer. Without further ado, they tried to appease the other party, stating that they had already blocked the other party's account and started monitoring. If they found any signs of cheating, they would punish him severely. Chapter 531, Use Power to Suppress Others. The developer's official but is very crooked. In order to appease the most popular chicken-eating anchor, they blocked Chu Sheng's game account without saying anything or explaining. At this time, Chu Sheng didn't notice anything. The four of them were still eating at the table and discussing tactics. This top 10 in the US server is a token of loyalty to go to Kelowna, Germany. Just when the few people were eating happily, Schauscher's phone suddenly rang. "Why is our manager calling me at this time?" Schauscher answered the phone while speaking, without any hesitation. Although the four of them have only known each other for 2 days, they have become very good friends after getting along with each other for 2 days. Now there is nothing to avoid when answering a call in front of him. Speaking of avoidance, I am afraid that only the team leader Chu Sheng would choose to avoid it when he received a call from Xiao Bai. "Manager, Do you still need to check the post-it this time? Xiao Shizi answered the phone with a giggling tone, which shows that the atmosphere in the ONG team is very good. But as the manager on the other end of the phone spoke, Xiao Shizi's face gradually changed. Chu Sheng, Rabbit, and Xiao Ju saw Xiao Shizi's face, and they all looked at each other, and their expressions also became solemn. Judging from Little Lion's expression, what the manager said on the other end of the phone must not be good. So the three of them also became uneasy, as if the teacher had said in advance that the exam was a failure. And now the results and rankings were officially announced. This is absolutely nonsense. Okay. I know. I will discuss countermeasures with the captain now. Hearing Little Lion mention himself on the phone, Chu Sheng frowned slightly, always feeling that this matter was not so simple. Little Lion hung up the phone, looked up at the three people, and finally locked his eyes on Chu Sheng. Captain, your account has been temporarily banned by the developer. 24-hour ban test? Chu Sheng was slightly stunned and then relieved. With his record, it was normal to be banned and tested. Chu Sheng was used to it. But now the difficult thing is to sprint to the top 10 of the US server in 2 days. His account is ranked at the top. If it is banned for 24 hours, then his account will not be able to enter the top 10. And he can only arrange for the second-ranked Shujua to enter. Ban test. I am no longer surprised. Then I will use the small account later. It will be the same if we assist Shujua to enter the top 10. Chu Sheng was relieved and patted Shijua's shoulder. But the next words of the Little Lion were like a thunderbolt, hitting the dining table directly, and the villa suddenly became quiet, without any sound. But this time it was the bearded man who threatened the developer to report you for cheating on the SNS social platform. And the developer blocked your account without saying a word. As the Little Lion said, the manager had already sent the screenshots, and the Little Lion also handed over the phone. Chu Sheng's originally relaxed brows were locked again. He didn't expect that this time it was the bearded man who used his reputation as the most popular anchor of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to threaten the developer to make a decision. But when he thought about his character, Chu Sheng also understood that he could do such a trick. This person is really shameless. And he is not hiding behind the camera to pretend to be a person. However, this move by the developer really disgusted Chu Sheng. Indiscriminately, just to appease the anger of the popular anchor, he directly banned his account without thinking about anything. This move is really amazing. Chu was so angry that he laughed. He did not cheat. And he had a clear conscience. So even if he checked 24 hours a day, he would not find anything. If it was the developer's system that took the initiative to ban it, then Chu Sheng would naturally wait until the 24-hour test was over and clear his name. But now it is the big bearded man who is putting pressure from outside. And the developer hastily appeased him, making him the only victim and sacrifice of the whole thing. Chu Sheng can't stand this kind of ban and detection. Xiao Ju was so angry that his face turned red. He slammed the table and stood up and cursed, "Fuck! Isn't the developer just looking down on us and bullying us because we are not as famous as them?" The rabbit and the Little Lion didn't say anything, but stared at Chu Sheng. "Captain, what do you think about this matter?" In the end, this matter depends on Chu Sheng's opinion. After all, it is not an exaggeration to say that the big bearded man is the most popular anchor of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Such appeal brings the reality that even the official has to lick his feet and compromise. Although Chu Sheng is very strong in China and has the demeanor of the strongest king, he is limited to China after all. For this wave of upstart popularity, the developer has not yet found the north. And the ambition is naturally greater. If they want to gather global players, they naturally have to rely on these popular Twitch anchors. Now the big bearded man has added a tag and a threat. And the developer has obediently tried to please the master like a dog. This matter is infuriating. But how to deal with it in the end depends on Chu Sheng's own choice. Whether to choose to fight hard or to swallow the anger, and wait for the test to prove innocence after 24 hours. It is only up to Chu Sheng. You guys should take a break after dinner. Anyway, since your account is blocked, you probably won't be able to play tonight. I'll go out for a walk alone. Chu Sheng's face showed no joy or sadness. The three of them couldn't tell whether Chu Sheng was angry or disappointed. But the current situation was worrying. "Captain, you..." Xiao Ju was about to say something when he was stopped by Rabbit, who said, "Captain, it's okay to go out for a walk after dinner. But you can just walk in the community. Don't go out." Chu Sheng was in a complicated mood now, and he nodded in agreement and went out. As soon as Chu Sheng left, Xiao Ju asked excitedly, Why didn't you just say it directly just now? And fight this guy to the end. Little Lion patted Shiju on the shoulder. We can't persuade him about this matter. The captain can make his own choice. As for comforting him, it's naturally not our turn. Shiju was still stunned. Why did this sound like his status instantly dropped by 1,000? If he, a kind-hearted little brother, shouldn't help to persuade, who else should it be? But before he could finish thinking, Rabbit had already called Xiaobai. This was the phone number that Wei Jiang added when he invited guests that day. Is it Xiaobai? This is what happened, Rabbit said as he walked into the inner room, explained everything to Xiaobai, and asked her to find a way to comfort Chu Sheng. Shiju suddenly realized what they meant by what they said just now. As expected, he was still too young. We can't play games now, so let's go back to the room and sleep. Shiju shrugged. As expected, without the captain's leadership, they were confused. Little Lion patted the guy's arm. It's his business if the captain doesn't pursue it. But this matter is also related to the club. His big beard can use his power to suppress others. So he can't just sit there and wait to be squeezed. I'll contact the manager and you. What connections do you have in this circle? You can do it yourself. Chapter 532, Upgraded System Again. Xiao Ju also understood Xiao Shizi's meaning immediately. Whether the captain pursues this matter or not is his decision and choice. But apart from the identity of Douyu Anchor Team, they also have clubs, connections, and relationships. An anchor who insults China uses his power to suppress others, and they are not allowed to fight back. After the call, Rabbit did not come out, but directly pulled a group of people into a group and directly turned on the group video mode. Next, I want to tell you something. After Chu Sheng walked out of the villa, he walked aimlessly in the community. He did not leave the community. After walking for a long time, he simply sat on a bench in the garden. At this moment, there was only the last ray of sunset in the sky, and the earth was shrouded in deep blue. Chu Sheng's mood was also like this last ray of sunset, and was soon swallowed by darkness. The bearded man's use of power to suppress others really made Chu extremely angry. This behavior had no morality at all, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was obscene and shameless. But the developer's behavior made him laugh even more. What else can you expect from a company that can't even do the most basic justice? Now he is indeed a little confused. Should he continue to fight or wait for the truth to come out in a day? Chu Sheng has never been a person with high aspirations. But now that people are bullying him, is he really a man to hide like this? If he wants to fight back, Chu Sheng will need to use a lot of relationships, which are all favors and must be repaid. At the same time, Chu Sheng also has an idea of urgently improving his fame. Isn't it his popularity and influence on Twitch that he relies on? If Chu Sheng had the same popularity, he would not be easily treated as a soft persimmon by the developer. In the final analysis, strength and fame are the key. Come, eat ice cream. Suddenly, an ice cream was handed to him. Chu Sheng saw the colorful ice cream at first glance, and then saw the slender hands and white arms. Looking up, Chu Sheng saw Xiao Bai standing gracefully with a smile on her face, and one hand touching her hair. Why are you here? Chu Sheng forced a smile. He was still not used to revealing these thoughts in front of Xiao Bai. He took the ice cream handed by Xiao Bai and took a bite. His mood really improved a lot. Or maybe it was Xiao Bai's arrival that made Chu Sheng feel much better. Xiao Bai sat next to Chu Sheng. She had already heard the whole story from Rabbit. Now she saw Chu Sheng sulking here alone, and she felt bad. What do you think? Chu Sheng probably guessed the reason why Xiao Bai came. It must be that the three guys in the club secretly tipped off. After hearing Xiao Bai's question, Chu Sheng was stunned. Just now, I suddenly thought of a lot in my mind, but I still couldn't find any clues. Chu Sheng sighed slightly, feeling aggrieved. He also wanted to prove himself and break through this barrier, but he was thinking too much. I don't know. Chu Sheng told Xiao Bai his thoughts truthfully, and then asked, will you think I'm a coward? Xiao Bai tied her hair and asked in a playful tone, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. The truth and lies. That means there will be a difference? I want to hear both. Chu Sheng swallowed his saliva, and was a little nervous to say the truth. Lies are not shameful or cowardly. Xiao Bai had been watching Chu Sheng's eyes. After she finished speaking, she saw the violent fluctuations in Chu Sheng's eyes, and even his pupils shrank a lot. Since lies are not shameful, then the truth must be the opposite. Xiao Bai thinks he is very cowardly. Chusheng did not ask what the truth is. This is already obvious, and there is no need to waste time. Xiaobai saw Chusheng's confusion. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to face difficulties in life and make the most appropriate choice. Continued to talk to herself. The truth is, Chusheng was still in a daze, and suddenly felt a slight coolness on his neck. Just as he was surprised, a clear sweetness came from his lips. If you can't react at this time, you are really a fool. Chusheng put his arms around Xiaobai's waist, kissed her delicate and sweet lips, and took the initiative. After a long time, the two of them separated with heavy breathing, and there was even a trace of crystal between their lips. This is the truth I want to tell you. Xiaobai still put his hands on Chusheng's shoulders, looking at Chusheng with admiration. The Chusheng I know can find a way to turn the tables even if he encounters a terrible, desperate situation in the game. I support any decision you make. Xiaobai smiled and turned around, waving his hand and leaving the garden, leaving Chusheng alone to think. She was like an elf, appearing in front of Chusheng when he was most confused and dark, guiding him, although she did not bring light, and the surroundings were still dark. Chusheng found his determined path again. He stood up. His eyes became firm. He could grit his teeth and persevere through any difficulties in the game, and never gave up for a moment. So this problem in reality, does it mean that Chusheng has to give in? Isn't it just a big beard? Chusheng took out his mobile phone and called his assistant Xiaosong. Xiaosong, I need Sunhao's contact information. When Chusheng hung up the phone, a clear electronic sound suddenly came to his mind. System is upgrading. Please wait. System upgrade? Chusheng was stunned. Last time, it upgraded inexplicably in his dream. This time, it upgraded inexplicably after he made a phone call. What is the routine of this system upgrade? Chusheng stood there, waiting for the system upgrade. The prompt sound in his mind was very diligent, prompting once every 10%. After about 10 minutes, when the prompt sound of successful upgrade came out, Chusheng was extremely excited and wanted to see the new skills after the upgrade. But as Chusheng understood, his face suddenly froze. After the Tutsao system was upgraded, he thought that the Tutso value threshold required for the Gun God Possession transformation would be lowered again. It was reduced from 100 points to 80 points before, and it should be reduced to about 60 points this time. But when Chusheng really understood it, he was stunned. The Gun God Possession that he relied on for survival disappeared completely after the upgrade. Chusheng's current strength has reached the level of anchors at the level of Tuzi and Shijue. But the sudden disappearance of Gun God Possession still puzzled Chusheng. Continuing to understand the upgraded system in depth, Chusheng discovered the biggest change in this system upgrade. Although Gun God Possession disappeared, misfortune and fortune depend on each other, and the ultimate move Bad Luck Transfer did not change. It is still activated at 100 points and 150 points. However, this system upgrade brought two extremely powerful changes to Chusheng. Chusheng's pupils shrank sharply after seeing it, and a shocked expression froze on his face. The combination of these two new changes seemed to have a terrifying power that directly overwhelmed the Gun God Possession. So strong that Chusheng took a breath. Chapter 533. Show off your muscles. I can do that too. Entropy reversal. For every 1 point increase in Tutso value, the all-round strength increases by 1%, and the maximum increase cannot exceed the Tutso value max limit. The second new change is that Chusheng's Tutso value limit has increased from the original 150 points to 200 points. Combined with the new special effect entropy reversal, Chusheng can increase his strength by 200% when the Tutso value is max. And what Chusheng is most impressed by is the 4 words all-around strength. What is all-around? It means that all factors such as consciousness, big chrysanthemum view, hand speed, eyesight, calculation ability, gun skills, reaction ability, etc. have all been improved. Chusheng is no longer a rookie when he just possessed by the Gun God. After countless Gun God possession tempering, Chusheng's own strength has also been fully grown. He has grown from an ordinary person who knows nothing to a person who is on par with professional players and technical anchors. The only thing Chusheng lacks now compared to the Gun God is hand speed, eyesight, and shooting skills. And the gap is only within 50% to 100%. This wave of system upgrades can be said to directly express the one-time Gun God possession in a step-by-step manner through entropy reversal. It makes Chusheng's operation transition smoother before and after, so as not to have a big ups and downs. Now Chu Sheng has no scientific numerical statistics on his own strength. So he can't calculate how much the all-round strength will be equivalent to the previous gun god possession. But this does not hinder the logical inference of a mathematics graduate. Since it is an upgrade, it will definitely bring about favorable changes. So Chu Sheng initially inferred that it should be lower than when it was activated at 80 points before. Assistant Xiao Song has sent Sun Hao's phone number. When Chu Sheng dialed it, just as he was about to explain his purpose, Sun Hao interrupted Chu Sheng's speech. Don't worry. This time, I will represent Douyu Company and must seek justice for you. Sun Hao's words made Chu Sheng stunned for a moment, and he didn't react. What's going on? He hasn't even opened his mouth to speak. But Sun Hao means that he already knows about this. And he actually decided to stand up and advocate justice for Chu Sheng? Is it surprising? Tuzi has told me the whole thing. And I have also checked it out. This is no longer a simple ban detection issue. You are a PUBG anchor that Douyu strongly promotes. There is no reason. Just because of a threat from the anchor, you are manually banned without authorization. The developer is also slapping us in the face. Sun Hao's tone also became a little aggressive. And it was obvious that he was excited. Chu Sheng was a little surprised. First, he didn't expect Tuzi to tell Douyu about this. Second, he didn't expect Douyu to actually come out because of a small anchor like him. This was beyond his expectation. Don't worry. Just watch carefully this time. If the developer can ban you for 24 hours, I will write my name Sun backwards. Sun Hao also has a hot temper. After saying that, he hung up the phone with Chu Sheng. Obviously, he will be busy the next night, thinking that the three people in the club are secretly helping Chu Sheng behind his back. Xiao Bai also came to cheer him up. And even the kiss in the garden just now was her first kiss. Chu Sheng took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly became firm. Before, whether it was becoming an anchor or becoming popular, it felt a bit passive and being pushed around. Chu Sheng still felt happy. He made money every day and could play games. He was as comfortable as a salted fish without goals and ideals. But today, he suddenly realized that a group of friends and partners had gathered around him without him noticing. Chu Sheng just returned to the villa and pushed open the door to go in. And saw Rabbit, Shujua and Little Lion each holding a phone, turning around and making calls. This scene was very much like a gangster who was about to start a fight and kept calling for help. Seeing Chu Sheng coming back with a smile on his face, the three of them hastily ended the call with the person on the other end of the phone and smiled at Chu Sheng. Captain, we are not asking for justice for you. We are venting our anger for ourselves and the entire domestic anchor circle, Shiju explained. And Chu Sheng just smiled and nodded after he finished speaking. No need to say more. Hack him. After Chu Sheng finished speaking, he instructed Xiao Ju, by the way, take out the video of today's game and our voice, and post them directly on the internet. And post all the videos of other games played today on the internet, for everyone to download and watch. Although there was pressure from Douyu, Chu Sheng also had to make a gesture. Xiao Ju immediately started to do it, sending out the game files and videos, so that everyone could see the ugly appearance of the big bearded man. And through the video, everyone could come to find out whether Chu Sheng was cheating. Chu Sheng could roughly guess the pressure from Douyu. After all, Douyu is the sponsor this time. The reason why Douyu can have a live streamer team in the Cologne Invitational in Germany is because all the investment in this invitational comes from Douyu. This wave of offending the sponsor. The developer is in a mess. The little lion also smiled. His eyes narrowed into a slit. Just now I contacted ONG and several other well-known PUBG clubs. They are also willing to stand up for Chu Sheng and denounce the developer's unfair behavior towards domestic live streamers. Chu Sheng knew which clubs there were without thinking. ONG is sure. 4M is also sure. If and 18 teams are the same. These can be said to be the top teams in China. Even the developer should pay attention to their joint statement. Especially since if and 4M were the champions and runners-up of the last H-Country Invitational Tournament, the developer should still consider it. Chu Sheng also saw that at this point, everyone is not just trying to clear his name, but to seek justice for domestic clubs and anchors. In a small sense, this is the big bearded man discriminating against him alone, using his fame to get the developer to ban Chu Sheng. The developer is also picking on the weak. In a big sense, the big bearded man discriminates against Asians, Chinese, and racial discrimination. As a game company, the developer arbitrarily bans player accounts without any explanation, which is unfair. At this moment, even on foreign SNS. Many people have joined this discussion. The dog-like behavior of the developer has divided foreign netizens into two groups. One group is the fanatics, who support the bearded man. Even the North American devil admitted that he is not as strong as the other party. Isn't this cheating? But there is another group of people who are disgusted by the developers kneeling and licking the anchor. Before the investigation, they directly banned the other party's account in order to appease the anchor. This also makes some players feel that it is bullying and unfair. While the discussion was also vigorous abroad, Douyu live broadcast platform and major domestic clubs spoke out together, and many PUBG game video files appeared on the internet. Chapter 534, I'll definitely be in the top 10 of the US server. Douyu directly notified the PUBG C branch of its condemnation, and its attitude was extremely strong. If this dispute is not handled well, then Douyu will refuse to sponsor and broadcast the Cologne Invitational in Germany. This confused the PUBG C branch. You should know that Asia is the largest market for PUBG, and players from C country occupy half of it. If Douyu refuses to sponsor and broadcast, then tens of millions of players will not be able to watch the Invitational. What is the point of holding the Cologne Invitational? The PUBG C branch was terrified and kept comforting Douyu, and said that it would report the situation to the headquarters immediately. But just after Douyu and PlayerUnknown's Battleground C country branch had contacted, the Club Alliance called again, with an extremely strong attitude and tone. If this mistaken ban is not properly handled, then 4M and if teams will refuse to participate in this Cologne Invitational tournament in Germany. The head of the C country branch didn't know what happened, and it suddenly caused the big sponsor and the club to make such a serious statement. After repeatedly appeasing them and saying that they would properly resolve the matter, they called their assistant after hanging up the phone. And only then did they understand the whole story. When the head of the C country branch learned about the incident, he was so angry that he smashed the cups of water. Idiot! Idiot! Are all those guys at the headquarters idiots? The bearded man is the most popular on Twitch. But this is the first time that he has used social pressure and his influence to force the game company to change its mind. However, the developer's speed of admitting defeat is unprecedentedly fast, which is unique in the game company, since even the detection system that runs at any time believes that Chu Sheng has no problem. Just because a well-known anchor speaks out, he tries to please him in every way. If he succeeds this time, won't he get worse in the future? In addition, the bearded man made many provocations in the voice and verbally insulted Asian players many times, which has caused quite a stir. The headquarters actually use this way of appeasement. It really is the but that determines the head. The most important point is that Chu Sheng is not a salted fish. As the fastest rising PUBG anchor in Country C, his strength has risen rapidly like a comet, and he has been recognized by many professional players. He has been banned and tested more than 3 times in a week, but nothing was found each time. To say who is the most popular PUBG anchor in Country C now, although some people will say Wei Jiang, 18, etc. But in terms of popularity, Chu Sheng is second to none. 3 consecutive hot searches in a week. No one else. Quick! Contact the headquarters. An emergency meeting needs to be held now. The person in charge of Country C is also vigorous and resolute. Now the live broadcast platform and major clubs have spoken out. If the problem is not solved vigorously, when the situation spreads to the internet, it will really be out of control. In the club, Chu Sheng has already found a way to use all the resources he can. Douyu and the Club Alliance have all been used. And now we just have to wait for the developer's handling result. Come on. Turn on the computer. Don't let this matter affect our mood. Chu Sheng's expression was calm. His friends have helped him so much, so he has to work hard next and can't just sit there and wait for death. I'll definitely be in the top 10 of the US server. Chu Sheng has never shown such a fierce side. But Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion are inexplicably happy. Chu Sheng's non-competition was good before, but it was too Buddhist. As an esports player, you naturally have to have a desire to win. Now Chu Sheng has this drive, which is great. Chu Sheng simply logged into Su Xiaomu's account, and he wanted to live broadcast this time to rush to the top 10 in the US server. When the live broadcast started, a crowd of people poured in like a sea, and the online popularity exploded instantly. And even Chu Sheng's live broadcast room was stuck for a while. At a glance, the barrage was full of support for Chu Sheng. After all, this is not a trivial matter. Douyu has already issued an announcement. The Club Alliance has also posted on Weibo. And even many PUBG anchors have also supported Chu Sheng on their own Weibo. Although it has only been a few hours, this matter has become known to everyone and occupied the most hot Weibo hot search. Chu Sheng was touched by the support of the fans and said, "Just fight and it's over." This is a double entendre. Not only talking about the game, but also showing his position on this matter. Mu Xiaogu, SID game went online. And after the 4 people entered the game, they continued to fight for points according to the afternoon routine. Because Chu Sheng's account was blocked, he wanted to put all the resource data on Xiaojue, but was rejected by Xijue. Don't worry. The captain's account will never be checked for 24 hours. Just play normally. It's still a gas station. But in the high-ranking FPP segment of the US server, there are people competing with Chu Sheng for this gas station. Of course, the purpose may be purely because there is a car in front of the gas station this time. This person ignored Chu Sheng and ran directly to the motorcycle. Chu Sheng landed first and did not rush to grab the car. He searched for a crossbow in the gas station. After loading it, he fired a shot at the motorcycle that was accelerating and ready to leave. Although it did not hit the head, it hit the body without armor. And it was also directly removed from the motorcycle. Rabbit landed and rushed into the Zodiac. After searching a room, he took a breath and called Chu Sheng. "Captain, come here quickly. There is a 98K, a Scaril, and an 8-fold scope." Rabbit was completely blessed with luck this time. As soon as he landed, he was given a luxurious meal. He was so happy that he almost fainted. Chu Sheng drove over on a motorcycle and accepted the 8x scope 98K without hesitation. The 3 of us went to the villa area. It seems that even God wants you to prove yourself this time. Motorcycle, high power scope, 98K. What else do you need to say at this time? If it were Chu Sheng in the afternoon, he would definitely reject Rabbit's suggestion and say that he would focus on team training. But now, looking at the equipment on his body, he should not hesitate when it is time to slap his face. "Okay. You continue to move according to the original plan. And I will leave first." Chu Sheng said a few words, got on the motorcycle, and left immediately. According to the distribution of parachuting just now, Chu Sheng will go to the airport to kill people first. Rabbit, Xijue, and Little Lion all smiled with relief. That's right. He is not that old. He just graduated from college at the age of 22. Why should he act like an old man? Isn't it good now? With the roar of the motorcycle, Chu Sheng's killing intent rose. It's not targeting the US server players. Chu Sheng just wants to prove to the developers that you are a bunch of losers. Chapter 535 Prove it with strength. Chu Sheng was also eager to try this one. The Tutso system became more powerful after the upgrade, and the effect of entropy reversal made Chu Sheng's strength increase more smoothly. It also has unlimited potential. The crossbow kill at the gas station just now provided Chu Sheng with 10 Tutso points. The motorcycle thief Gawara never thought that the other party would take out a crossbow from the gas station. And this crossbow shot him accurately. The 10% increase in all-round strength has made Chu Sheng feel a little different, and his reaction has also improved a lot. Now what he has to do is to prove his strength and slap the developer in the face. With the help of the motorcycle, Chu Sheng only took 1 minute from landing to killing people, going back to get the gun, and killing to the airport. When standing on the hill outside the military base, Chu Sheng felt like he was looking down at the world. With the 8-fold scope 98K in hand, with Chu Sheng's current strength, although he dare not say that he can do whatever he wants, he is definitely better than most players. 10% increase is not a small amount. You have to know that if Guan Yu is given a 10% increase in combat power, his force value is comparable to Lu Bu. When he came to the top of the mountain outside the military base, the people in the airport were still killing each other. The police station, the elevated oil bar, and the C-shaped building were all within Chu Sheng's field of vision. This situation was now equivalent to a single-player 4-person team. But no one doubted whether Chu Sheng could wipe out the enemies at the airport. Chu Sheng was already terrifying when he got serious. Now he was trying to prove himself. And he needed data to slap the developer in the face, which would only be more terrifying. Bang! With a 98K shot, an enemy on the top of the C-shaped building was directly knocked down by a headshot, opening the prelude to Chu Sheng's slaughter. The 3 rabbits had finished searching and began to move towards the wild villa area according to the route. Seeing the information in the upper right corner that Chu Sheng had been knocked down by a headshot, they were in a mood to watch the show. They also wanted to know what kind of gorgeous data Chu Sheng could achieve in a game without any constraints. I'm sorry. Although this matter has nothing to do with you. I need to borrow your heads. Chu Sheng put away his gun and jumped up. And rode his motorcycle directly down the mountain. His unrestrained style of play made all the fans' eyes light up. Especially with the words he just said. It was quite like forced to run away. The Tuso value increased little by little. But Chu Sheng's strength became stronger step by step. Of course, the fans were not excited enough. Chu Sheng rushed into the airport with a 98K. This was the rhythm of playing a close-range 98 spray again. When the three rabbits moved to the villa area and started searching, they did not encounter any enemies along the way. In the upper right corner, Chu Sheng's kill information has begun to float over one by one. Some were killed by headshots with 98K. Some were killed by headshots with fists. And some were killed by grenade explosions. In short, there are many ways. This time, the safe zone refreshed a little far away. And it was a safe zone centered on S City. After the three people searched, they drove directly into the safe zone. Chu Sheng squatted on the ground and hit a blood bag. The entire airport had been cleared by him. And he had already carried 9 lives. A 2x scope SKS and an 8x scope 98K. This is Chu Sheng's current equipment. SKS is used for close combat. And 98K is used for long-range combat. This configuration is unique, using the sniper rifle as an assault rifle. Anyway, for Chu Sheng's hand speed, he can use the SKS to have the same effect as a fully automatic rifle, with the terrifying damage of the SKS. As long as he can hit the head. It's a matter of 1 shot to the head, and 1 shot to the body. Riding a motorcycle directly from the airport, Chu Sheng glanced at the map and aimed at P City as his next target. As the most central location of the entire map, there are areas such as Shuicheng, our city, and the school in the north. So there must be a large number of players. The fans have never seen Chu Sheng so murderous. In the past, when playing games, it was forced to kill 30 people out of self-protection. Now Chu Sheng is like a wild wolf that has run wild, rushing into the flock of sheep. And he can kill as much as he wants. As soon as the motorcycle reached the bridge, Chu Sheng encountered 2 players blocking the bridge in front and behind. Humph. If we stay together, it might delay a little time. But if we separate to the left and right, we will die. Stop the car to attract the person to show his head. And knock him down with a headshot. Drive through the level. SKS close to the face. 2 shots to kill. In less than 20 seconds, the 2 people who occupied the advantageous terrain to block the bridge turned into boxes returning to their hometowns. No matter how they thought, they would encounter such a terrifying guy while blocking the bridge. 11 kills. Chu Sheng, who was full of murderous intent, had no intention of stopping at all. He felt that he would not stop until he killed the American server. The 3 rabbits were still chatting in the public voice chat, wondering if Chu Sheng had removed all the shackles and burdens and turned on the final killing mode. Driving the motorcycle all the way to P City, Chu Sheng's purpose was very clear. Not to enter the circle, but to kill people. As long as he heard gunshots on the road, he would drive the roaring motorcycle directly to kill. And the fast-running engine was like his unstoppable heart, killing all the way to the outside of P City. Chu Sheng had already got 14 heads. And now the first poison circle has only been refreshed near the airport. I have a feeling that my brother-in-law is serious, and this time he is going to break his own killing record. I always feel that the record of 36 kills in China will be crushed by Chu Sheng this time. Brother-in-law has unlocked all his strength. The 3 of them simply went to the warehouse on the hill outside S City to camp. They did not shoot anyone along the way, but remember the coordinates, adhering to the mentality of I will not attack others if the enemy does not attack me, and prepared to keep all these people until Chu Sheng came. Now this Douyu anchor team has not even determined its name, and it has only been established for 2 days. However, the team spirit and loyalty shown by the 4 people have been quite cohesive. The news of Chu Sheng's broadcasting also spread to other people, and many anchors simply stopped broadcasting, or directly came to cross-platform room inspection. At the crossroads of national justice and national integrity, live broadcast platforms absolutely dare not bring up cross-platform room inspections. After all, the bearded man insulted Chu Sheng on Twitch. Not just Chu Sheng. As soon as Wei Jiang entered Chu Sheng's live broadcast room, he saw the 18 kills in the upper right corner of this guy. And all his shock suddenly merged into a sentence hack. The first poison circle hasn't shrunk yet. And this guy has already got 18 kills? Is he trying to slap the developer's face? SKS with 98K's expansion suit also made Gu see you and take a breath. With this equipment, I didn't think of putting people close to fight. Basically, anyone seen by Chu Sheng is dead. Angrily holding the melee SKS to clear P City, Chu Sheng drove a motorcycle directly to the left slope of the east mountain of P City. There is a signal tower here, and you can see the school directly. Chapter 536, taunting all the way up the ladder. Mr. Sun, we really have no other intentions. We will definitely investigate and handle this matter. Please trust our developer company. The head of the developer C country region had beads of sweat on his forehead, and his tone was a little trembling. Sun Hao sneered after hearing this. The anchor of Twitch is the anchor. And our Douyu anchor can be manipulated at will? Since your company thinks that our Douyu anchor is a soft persimmon, then I think our cooperation in the next German Cologne Invitational is unnecessary. And this matter has caused dissatisfaction among our entire industry, and even the official. If things continue to ferment, it will not be controlled by our small company. Sun Hao didn't lie. Some netizens directly posted the video of the fight between the bearded man and Chu Sheng, in which the bearded man repeatedly insulted Asians, yellow people, and even ethnic groups. Just now, Sun Hao had seen the official media speak out on Weibo and protested righteously. The person in charge of Country C wiped the sweat from his forehead and apologized repeatedly in fear. Mr. Sun, we will contact the Seoul headquarters immediately to resolve this matter. Please give us some time. Sun Hao glanced at Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. At this time, he was already using a small account to continue the game, moving towards the goal of the top 10 in the US server. The SD incident had just ended not long ago. The relationship between the two countries was already at a critical juncture. Now this kind of thing has emerged, and it is not something that he, Douyu, can handle. Sorry. Now the matter has become so serious that it is no longer under our control. As a partner, I hope you will consider it carefully. Sun Hao hung up the phone after saying that. In the eyes of the top management, this incident was just an opportunity to take advantage of the big bearded man's insult to China and the developer's overbearing ban on the anchor. After all, the three big brothers who used cheats in Douyu have been killed one after another, and the aftermath of the incident is still there. Douyu also hopes to take the lead by taking advantage of Chu Sheng's incident this time, at least to make a statement to the top. After all, maintaining national honor and integrity will make people feel good both publicly and privately. So after Sun Hao urgently contacted the board of directors, plus the Sun family shares in Douyu, a PlayerUnknown's battleground sector that has already had a bad reputation was simply given to Sun Hao to handle. After hanging up the phone, the person in charge of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds Country C was so angry that he smashed his phone to the ground and broke it into pieces. Ashiba. Are these idiots in Seoul brains full of shit? He was so angry that he even took off his suit jacket and threw it on the ground. I contacted the Seoul headquarters before, and they actually told him to watch and appease them. I appease NMLGB. Put a video call with the Seoul headquarters again. If they still have this attitude, then whoever wants to deal with this mess can deal with it. I quit. At this moment, the outside world has become a mess, especially on the SNS social platform of Country C. The rude remarks of the bearded man have aroused the dissatisfaction of many people, and at the same time, they are hostile to the developers kneeling and licking. I didn't have a good impression of the Koreans, and now there is another wave of public pressure. Indeed, according to Sun Hao, it is no longer something he can suppress. If the developer does not come forward to give a fair and reasonable explanation, this wave will probably be over. Just when the outside world was about to be in chaos, Chu Sheng and his 4 companions continued to fight in the US server and fulfilled their promise to be in the top 10 of the US server. Chu Sheng swept all the way from P City to the school, and then to her city. The first poison circle shrank, and the new safe zone really appeared in the faces of the 3 rabbits. However, what they have to do is not to deal with all the enemies who want to attack the warehouse, but to keep everyone out and wait for Chu Sheng to come and take them down. The fans are almost numb. Chu Sheng had already taken 25 kills after the first round, and it seems that surpassing his own record of 31 kills is a foregone conclusion. There are only 37 people left now, and a quarter of the players have died at Chu Sheng's hands. Riding a motorcycle, Chu Sheng basically appears wherever there is gunfire. If this is in the community, Chu Sheng must be a good hand at the neighborhood committee. After all, those who have been persuaded by him to stop fighting will basically not have such problems, because they are all dead. The three of them held up all the people who wanted to come up in the warehouse. There was no shelter in the warehouse except a small toilet on the back slope and a house area on the high point of the mountain. Chu Sheng drove his motorcycle across the river and killed them one by one from the outside. As a result, before the second poison circle shrank, there were less than 20 people left on the field. Chu Sheng's kills had reached a terrifying 34. He only needed 3 more kills to become the first person in the country to reach the top. 3 kills were not a big deal for Chu Sheng, who was full of murderous intent. After clearing the area around the warehouse, he rushed out on a motorcycle. The fans were already gasping for air. It turned out that Chu Sheng was so scary when he didn't give face. You should know that this is not the TPP mode he is best at, but the high-end game of 4.0 FPP in North America. Although he was using Su Xiaomu's account, which was considered a new player with a basic score. The accounts of the 3 people including Tuzi were now among the top 1% in the North American server. Even if he brought a new account, it would not lower the match score much. This is considered a high-end game in North America. How come Chu Sheng slaughtered them like cutting leeks? This Chu Sheng really put aside the team factors. If he started fighting, it would be really terrifying. And how come the 4-person team is more unscrupulous in killing people? After knocking down one person, he would directly drive the motorcycle to divert the gun line, not giving the other party a chance to save people. Chu Sheng rode a motorcycle around the edge of the safe zone, looking like a law enforcer and a god of war. The 98K on his body had long been replaced with a silenced M24, and the 3rd level war god suit was added. The SKS was also replaced with a fully automatic 14 Malawing Quatches, completely in the posture of an invincible war god. The 4 safe zone had not yet been refreshed, and the whole game was less than 27 minutes. And Chu Sheng directly ended the game. At the final settlement screen, a dazzling number suddenly appeared, and all the fans in the live broadcast room took photos or screenshots at this moment. 45 kills. Break the Vietnamese anchor's PUBG record of 43 kills. Chu Sheng's mouth curled up slightly, with a sense of arrogance and confidence. Suddenly, the girls in the live broadcast room began to cry, and one by one became Chu Sheng's girlfriend. I remember when I entered the game. The number of players in this game was not full. Only 97 people. Right? Minus the 4 people in his team. Chu Sheng killed more than half of the people in the entire map. So terrifying. He killed people like crazy. Now I finally know what Chu Sheng's big ID means. Chu Sheng. After Chu Sheng returned to the lobby interface, he exited the game and found the video file, and posted it directly on his Weibo along with the screenshots just now. He also tagged the official account of PlayerUnknown's Battleground C region, which only had one sentence written on it. Come on. Check if there is any cheating. Chapter 537 The New Killer King. Chu Sheng said this very arrogantly. Just looking at this sentence, you can feel a sense of arrogance. No wonder Chu was so angry. Anyone would feel aggrieved in this situation. Even so, Chu Sheng was extremely restrained and used facts to slap him in the face. Chu Sheng's Weibo followers are not many, because he is not officially certified. Just an account that he usually reads news. But this wave of 45 kills was posted, and Su Xiaomu's game account ID was revealed. It was quickly found, and a Weibo forwarding frenzy began. Not only is it a screenshot, but the link also includes a game video file. This behavior is a bit of a provocative declaration of war. Aren't you a developer who is awesome? You can just ban an account without checking it just because of someone's words. Then I broke the world record of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds kills. 45 kills. The video is also available for you to check. Everyone can download it and check it out. You can find some problems for me. Chu Sheng's purpose is very clear, which is to directly slap the developer in the face. The first to bear the brunt are the water friends in the live broadcast room. Seeing Chu Sheng posting Weibo and uploading attachments in one go, they followed and found Chu Sheng's social account and started the reposting mode. You should know that Chu Sheng is now live broadcasting, but there are many anchors and professional players watching. 45 kills. This broke the global kill record of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. If it was one day earlier or later, the developer would definitely celebrate and promote it. But at this juncture, Chu Sheng's account was just banned on the grounds of suspected cheating. And then he broke the world kill record with a small account. If you promote it, wouldn't it be a slap in your face? But if you don't promote it, such things can't be concealed for long. And then it will be a slap in the face of you, the developer. And you still have to speak out. Wei Jiang. 18. Even the eldest brother, after watching Chu Sheng's game, also happily logged into his social account and directly forwarded and congratulated. It has to be said that this feeling of slapping yourself in the face with strength is really cool. Some netizens even took screenshots of Chu Sheng's original post and posted them on foreign SNS. Take a deep breath. Chu Sheng drank some water and said, "Xiao Ju, what is your current ranking?" Xiao Ju looked at his rank. Now it's number 7942. Chu Sheng remembered that Xiao Ju's ranking was still after 8,400. And he advanced more than 500 in this game. There is still a great hope to enter the top 10 of the US server before 2400 hours tomorrow. Xiao Ju also understood the captain's meaning, clapped his hands and shouted, "Come on! Play another game. Now it's not a training for running in. There is no better training than the hearts and strength of 4 people working together. I'm going to try something new this time," Chu Sheng said to the other 3 people while waiting in the quality square. "There will definitely be tactical changes during the official competition. We can't just focus on one line." Having said that, the other 3 people are not fools. It's never too late to have backup tactics. All 4 of them tilted their heads to look at the tactical board beside them, searching for a new parachute area again. They have already taken off. This time the route is from Port G to Port N on Jihai Island. A downward route. Chu Sheng looked for a long time and marked a point on the map. Let's jump into the mine quarry. Spread out. On the tactical board. This place belongs to the no man's land, but it is a bit close to the Navi team in Port P. However, Chu Sheng found another shortcut, so he didn't have to compete with the Navi team for the only vehicle on the road. There is a road to the north of the mine, which goes directly to Swamp Town and G Town. There are 3 spawning points on the road, plus the large warehouse outside the mine, which is also a spawning point. The probability of spawning vehicles at 4 spawning points is still very high. However, in the matchmaking game, the mine is also a popular place. Chu Sheng just jumped off the plane and saw a full team following behind him, trying to compete with them for the mine. Follow the original plan. Chu Sheng only said this simple sentence. Then Rabbit landed directly in the warehouse next to the mine. Shuju and Xiaoshi were in the wild area not far from the warehouse, and Chu Sheng landed in the wild point outside the mine, on the dirt road where he spawned vehicles. He actually found a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Driving the 3-wheeled motorcycle, Chu Sheng went directly to the housing area and searched for a level 1 suit plus a crossbow. Then he went directly along the road and searched the apartment housing area beside the road. And then he found an R1897, fully equipped. Chu Sheng suddenly said in the voice of his teammates, which scared Rabbit and the other 2 to gasp. They had only found 1 gun each, but Chu Sheng had already fully equipped it. How terrifying! Xiao Ju couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what gun do you have fully equipped? Do you still need me to leave you a gun?" Chu Sheng's face didn't even turn red, and he said slowly, "Fully equipped R1897. Duong." Rabbit, Xiao Ju and Little Lion were immediately shocked. The only accessory that can be installed on the R1897 revolver is the pistol silencer. This is really fully equipped. No wonder the captain can say it so confidently. "Well, leave me a gun." Chu Sheng said that he had already mounted the motorcycle and drove towards the mine. At this time, the 4 people in the mine have almost finished searching. You approach from the front. There are only 2 ways to leave the mine. One is the main gate tower, and the other is the back door that Chu Sheng is occupied. The 3 approach the main gate from the warehouse. If the players in the mine want to avoid the battle, the only option is the back door where Chu Sheng is. But Chu Sheng is holding an R1897 and has to intercept 4 people. This is really difficult. The 4 people in the mine exchanged a wave of guns with Rabbit on the top of the mountain, and then found that the firepower was a bit fierce and the accuracy was also very high. The safe zone is at the bridge crossing in the upper city of G-Port, so it is not suitable to fight for a long time. Chu Sheng parked the tricycle on the roadside as usual, and then hid in the toilet next to it. There is another small detail. The front of the motorcycle is facing the dirt road, and it doesn't look like it has been moved at all. "Captain, the 4 of them are going to go down the mountain from behind. Can you hold on?" Little Lion saw the 4 people disappear from behind the wooden box, and angrily chased them with 2 shots, all hitting the wooden box. Chu Sheng hid in the toilet, waiting for a wave of waiting. However, when 4 people came down, he had an R1897, and he couldn't knock down 4 people even if his hand speed was fast. "I'll hold him back first. You guys just need to hurry up." As Chu Sheng said this, He saw 4 people coming down the mountain through the gap in the toilet's horizontal railing. As the 4 people ran, they looked back alertly, fearing that the enemy would catch up. Immediately, the 4 people's eyes were fixed on the 3-wheeled motorcycle on the side of the road. Chapter 538 tonight is destined to be sleepless. 4 people, only 1 3-wheeled motorcycle. 1 person is destined to be unable to leave. After discussing for a while, Chu Sheng saw 1 person running directly along the road to the front, and the remaining 3 people came to drive. Obviously, they were going to pull to the front first, and then return to pick up their teammates if there was a car. With 1 less enemy, Chu Sheng's pressure was reduced a lot. A revolver has 6 bullets in a magazine. If you can shoot every shot in the head, there is a possibility of knocking down 3 people directly. In the last game, Chu Sheng didn't play any jokes, and the Tuso value was slowly increasing, which also allowed him to find the previous threshold point. After the system upgrade, as long as his entropy reversal accumulates 70 points of Tuso value, which is a 70% all-round improvement, his strength can be comparable to the previous gun god possession. It is a little easier than the previous 80 points. And the strength improvement is also smoother. Chu Sheng's Tuso value is only 5 points. And the 5% improvement is not salty or bland for Chu Sheng. However, the 3-wheeled motorcycle is in front of the toilet. Chu Sheng can shoot immediately as long as he opens the door. The distance is less than 10 meters. It is still possible for Chu Sheng to shoot 2 shots at this distance. The difficult part is to shoot 3 people in the head with 6 shots. If the fans knew Chu Sheng's thoughts, they would definitely say that this guy is crazy. Just knock down 1 or 2 people, and then wait for teammates to pull the gun line to help. Unexpectedly, Chu Sheng's mind was actually thinking about how to use these 6 bullets to get rid of all 3 people. This guy's mind is different from that of normal people. The uneven footsteps of the 3 people are getting closer and closer, because it is a first-person perspective. When the 3 people come down from the mountain, Chu Sheng can't see their figures, and can only judge their position by sound. When Chu Sheng heard someone get on a 3-wheeled motorcycle, and the sound of the engine starting from the motorcycle, he suddenly opened the door. There is no such thing as a god's perspective in the first-person perspective. After Chu Sheng opened the door, the revolver was directly facing the back of the enemy's head. Even the 3 people only heard the sound, and they didn't react to the person who came out of the toilet behind them. Chu Sheng aimed at the head of the driver's seat and shot it twice. No matter how hard the head is, it will kneel down and call daddy after being shot with these 2 shots. The first player was knocked to the ground, and the remaining 2 people heard the low gunshots coming from behind their heads and then reacted. The R-1897 with a silencer made a very low sound, and it was estimated that the gunshots could not be heard clearly from 50 meters away. Chu Sheng aimed at another player again. Shooting at this distance does not require any skills. Just aim and suppress the gun. Because few players use the R-1897 revolver, they may not be used to its suppression. But this gun does not have this problem at all for Chu Sheng. After all, he has used this gun to kill pigs. 2 shots knocked down another person. And at this time, the last guy standing had turned around and pulled out a gun at Chu Sheng. And Chu Sheng saw that a bullet had already landed on the wall of the toilet. It was obvious that the enemy who ran alone first had discovered Chu Sheng, attacking from the front and back. If Chu Sheng continued to stay where he was, he would definitely knock down another person. But he would also be knocked down by the enemy in the distance. His brain was working frantically. Chu Sheng made a brief judgment of the gains and losses, and immediately went back to the toilet, closing the door. In the previous sneak attack, the 2 players who were shot in the head didn't know what was going on, and were knocked down inexplicably. Chu Sheng continuously collected negative emotions into his system, and his strength was constantly increasing. In the toilet, Chu Sheng began to reload his revolver. The 2 players who fell outside also began to crawl towards the back of the toilet. The teammates in the distance held their guns and stared at the door to prevent Chu Sheng from making trouble again. Another person hid at the back of the toilet and began to rescue his teammates. After Chu Sheng reloaded his bullets, he opened the door casually. As soon as the wooden door opened, the sound of bullets crackled and smashed the door into pieces. "Captain, we're here!" Xiao Ju's cheerful voice came from the team voice. And Chu Sheng heard gunshots from the mine. The enemies on the road have been dealt with, and now there are only enemies behind the toilet. Before the little lion finished reporting, Chu Sheng had already rushed out with his R-1897 and went directly to the toilet. The player who rescued people heard the footsteps and stopped rescuing. The muzzle of the gun was aimed at the wall, and he would shoot directly as long as Chu Sheng rushed over. Chu Sheng took a deep breath and paused for a moment, with the sound of footsteps. At this time, the enemy had already fired pre-shots at the wall according to the footsteps. But Chu Sheng did not come out at all. Just when the bullet stopped, Chu Sheng stuck his head out, just slightly turned his head, and the crosshairs appeared on the enemy's forehead. Then, there were two low muffled sounds, and the four people fell to the ground like robots with power cuts. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all stunned. This is too good. Using an R-1897 to kill 3 people with consecutive headshots. Chu Sheng fired a total of 6 bullets, all of which hit the enemy's forehead, completing a triple kill. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Didn't those idiots in the US server say that Chu Sheng's high headshot rate must be due to cheating? All 6 bullets hit the head, and the headshot rate is 100%. How can it not be high? In fact, there is nothing we can do about it. If 2 bullets didn't hit the head, Chu Sheng might not be able to kill them. You have to know. The explanation above is reasonable. After all, I was forced to headshot Juga Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng, I have no choice. I was forced to do it. Our 1897's 3 consecutive headshots directly blew up the live broadcast room. Chu Sheng looked at the jokes of the netizens, and couldn't help laughing. After all, I am also known as Jedi McCree. This our 1897 is also a god who has slaughtered pigs. Before he finished speaking, Chu Sheng suddenly realized that Wei Jiang seemed to be watching the live broadcast at this time. And Wei Jiang was openly watching Chu Sheng's live broadcast on Maoya TV today. So brave. But when he heard Chu Sheng's words, his face darkened. This bitch is too dark. Wei Jiang's fans were all laughing at this time. They heard that the butcher knife is a magic weapon. After the R-1897 exploded the pig head, can it also be considered a magic weapon? Laughter and joy filled all the live broadcast rooms, and the depressing atmosphere was relieved a lot. But at this moment on the SNS social platform abroad, Chu Sheng set off a huge wave. The player, who was forcibly banned by the developer, actually opened a small account to continue the game and broke the kill record in the history of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. When the official developer and the bearded man saw this message, they both read out an English word at the same time. Shit! Chapter 539, The 4 Demon Kings of North America. In the game, no player can avoid Chu Sheng, just like no one can avoid a fart in a closed car. After the most difficult initial period, the 4 boxes were enough for Chu Sheng to be armed from head to teeth. The 3 rabbits had a jeep, and Chu Sheng simply parted ways with the 3 again. According to the route plan, the 3 could search the roadside housing area along the highway at this time, and then go to the observation station to collect information. Chu Sheng followed the coastal highway all the way, directly strategically deep, and directly inserted into the lower city area of G Port and the container location. Although the safe zone is on the other side of the bridge, the most lucrative place in Port G is still in this container. I don't know if there is anyone there, but this does not prevent Chu Sheng from driving his motorcycle over there. He violently ran over the barbed wire and swung back and forth around the container. Before he could go around a circle, a man suddenly emerged from the warehouse of the container, and the bullets of the assault rifle poured out, chasing Chu Sheng to output. Chu Sheng's temper was immediately unbearable. He had always been chasing others to output. When did he fall to the point of being chased and beaten? He went directly to the back of the warehouse, drifted to the parking lot, and then took out the short and powerful Victor, and began to fight with his opponent in the warehouse. The opponent saw the Victor in Chu Sheng's hand, and wanted to perform a special skill of jumping back and forth to trick Chu Sheng into shooting. After all, Victor had few bullets. As long as he could trick a little, he could rush up and fight hard while the opponent was reloading. The idea was good, and jumping back and forth was also good, which was worthy of the awareness of this segment. When the opponent jumped back and forth, Chu Sheng knew his idea. His Victor had no extended magazine and only 13 bullets. But this did not prevent Chu Sheng from shooting. The bullets all hit the wooden box or the background board behind. As expected, this round of bullets was all empty. The enemy, who was in a stalemate with Chu Sheng, saw the scene, and his eyes lit up. He immediately accelerated and rushed towards Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng did not panic at all, and even the fans in the live broadcast room did not think there was anything wrong with the bullets being fired empty, and even laughed a little. IQ suppression. Chu Sheng continued to walk around the pillar of King Qin. But this time he was a little slower. And he took out the secondary gun from his body while walking around. This was not an M16. Nor an M4. After Chu Sheng took it out, he immediately turned around and collided with the opponent head-on. Both sides fired at the same time. Duh. Bang. 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 The roar of the S-12K vibrated back and forth in the warehouse. The player didn't realize until he died that the opponent was carrying a shotgun instead of an assault rifle. Miscalculated? After clearing the container at Port G, Chu Sheng replaced the S-12K and continued to patrol and enforce the law on a motorcycle. The violent engine sound of the motorcycle is ostentatious, which can easily attract the hatred of the enemy. Even if you can't hit the target, you have to shoot a burst of bullets. What if the opponent is panicking because he wants to avoid the bullets and accidentally overturns and falls to his death? Many players who sweep motorcycles have this mentality. This time, Chu Sheng still did his own thing, riding a motorcycle and punishing enemies with his dual guns, and moving alone in the map, just like the superhero Punisher in Marvel. Perhaps because of the landing point, Chu Sheng's killing was not as fierce as the last time. After the first poison circle was shrunk, he only had 10 heads on his back. However, for the first-person high-end North American game, this is already extremely terrifying, even for some professional players. In this segment of the game, a 10-kill chicken dinner can be said to be a big kill. However, this is only Chu Sheng's killing record in the first circle. Then Chu Sheng crushed the enemy all the way and directly killed his way through G-Port. The new safe zone fell on the hill outside the upper city of G-Port. The 3 rabbits were guarding the throat in the house area under the hill, and a large area on the hill behind them was left to Chu Sheng. One-sided massacre. The top 1% of players in the US server can be said to be very strong. But in front of Chu Sheng, they are not good enough. The fans can't see how strong the enemy is. Anyway, in Chu Sheng's hands, it's one shot to kill the chicken. And it's also one shot to kill these top masters in the US server. There is no difference at all. But in the eyes of some masters, Chu Sheng's pulling the gun line. Gun and transfer are all logically clear. Every step has insight into the opponent's psychology and actions. So he can always be one step ahead. If it happens once or twice, it may be an accident. But if it happens every time, it is very scary. This kind of existence is even more terrifying than the plug-in of the lock's automatic aiming. The perspective lock can only see your current position and guard against your various behaviors. But when it comes to Chu Sheng, he is completely leading you, inducing your mind to follow his footsteps. And then when you are still complacent, he suddenly appears, like a poisonous snake spitting out his tongue, and gives you a fatal blow. What kind of feeling is this? It's like a person looking down and seeing an ant, and then poking it with a bamboo stick, so that the ant will move along the route he has booked, and correct it if there is a slight deviation. Chu Sheng now gives people the feeling of a man holding a bamboo stick. And he said that the opponents he faced were like little ants. If this incident is handled, the German Invitational will be worth watching. Wei Zhang's eyes lit up. Chu Sheng was no longer fighting the enemy with his gun skills, but using his consciousness and great chrysanthemum view to attack the enemy in a high-dimensional way. AK. Follow and watch carefully. See Chu Sheng's consciousness and great chrysanthemum view. AK is the team commander of 4M. Wei Jiang looked at Chu Sheng's thinking and took a breath of cold air. This guy's gun skills can be regarded as top-notch in China. Now he has shown extraordinary thinking and consciousness. Combined with these two, the Invitational Tournament in Cologne, Germany, is really exciting. The most terrifying thing is that their tactics and ideas are all centered on Chu Sheng, and there is no formal manager or tactical guidance. After a game, Chu Sheng still defeated all the enemies in less than 30 minutes. This game is not as terrifying as 45 kills, but there are still 31 heads. After the game, Chu Sheng still did not say anything. A screenshot, a game file, and posted it directly on Weibo. When he entered his Weibo, the upper right corner showed that he had added more than 100,000 fans, more than 10,000 reposts, more than 8,000 comments, and more than 3,000 private messages. If 45 kills directly broke the developer's PUBG kill record, then this 31 kills is another slap in the face. In this new Weibo post, Chu Sheng only posted one sentence: "Come, check if there is any cheating." At this moment in North America, 4 people have logged into the game one after another and sent game invitations. Shroud is online. Grims is online. Dr. Disrespect is online. Anthony is online. Chapter 540. Speak with Strength. These 4 people did not start the live broadcast. If this 4-person team was broadcasted on Twitch, the entire live broadcast channel would probably explode on the spot. It is extremely terrifying. The 4 great devils in North America actually teamed up in a 4-person team. What is this for? With this lineup, I am afraid they can directly participate in the invitational tournament in Cologne, Germany. What does it feel like for the 4 most popular and powerful anchors in North America to get together? It is just like in China, when Chu Xing, Wei Jiang, Big Brother, and 18 form a team to play games. The audience will take a breath just by seeing this lineup, and then wait for the game to start. When other players are slaughtered, they will applaud, and that's it. Big Beard, I don't want to get involved in the feud between you and that Sea Country player. This time, I am just trying to maintain the face of the North American server. God G's tone was a little lazy. He didn't care about these things. If Anthony hadn't come to him and said that this Sea Country kid was going to kill the top 10 of the US server. After all, this was also the face of the US server. If a foreigner killed the US server in one day, wouldn't the tens of thousands of US server players lose face? I think so too. I suggest that you should post an apology on SNS. Big Beard, your remarks are really dangerous. This time it was Shroud's turn to speak. As a Buddhist player, such remarks involving racial discrimination really made people frown. In fact, after seeing Chu Xing's global record of 45 kills, the bearded man was already shaken in his heart. However, when he thought of the Red Army he had encountered before, and other Asian players, the bearded man was unwilling to believe that a player from Country C could break the kill record of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. And within just 2 hours after his account was blocked. You have to know that to break a kill record of this level, it is not only about strength, but also about opportunity. It just so happens that he met a group of players who like to hide, not fighting each other, and let him kill all the heads. But he also read the game file. And to be honest, he really didn't see any problems at all. Among them, Chu Xing's shooting skills, super strong consciousness, and great chrysanthemum view all made the bearded man sweat. The shooting skills can be cheated, but this consciousness and great chrysanthemum view, as well as operation, cannot be cheated. So the bearded man was fanged. He wanted to find someone to snipe Chu Xing and not let him successfully enter the top 10 of the US server. This is not only about the face of North American players, but also about his face. This matter has become a big deal. The other party has taken the initiative to show his muscles and slap his face with strength. If the bearded man does not make any statement, it will be too unreasonable. So the shameless guy first found Anthony, and then asked Anthony to help contact Shroud and God G. The 4 great devils of North America had never played a game together in a 4-person team. In the past, they had only played in a 2-person team. After all, the top masters each had their own circle. If one of them was top-notch, it would be too much of a bully if they were to gather together. All 4 of them had seen the game file in which Chu Xing broke the world kill record. And then all 4 of them had the idea that they might not be able to beat this guy in a one-on-one duel. After Chu Xing showed off again, Xiao Ju's ranking had risen to number 5172. Even Xiao Ju himself was shocked. He had risen by several hundred places just after winning one game. But now, he had risen by more than 1,000 after winning one game. Normal. After all, the ranking games we play are all bell-shaped curves and Gaussian distributions. The closer you are to the front, the denser the distribution. So after winning a game, the higher your ranking will be. After Chu Xing finished speaking, he saw the confused faces of the 3 people. Xiao Ju looked resentful. Captain, do you think we know what bell-shaped curves and Gaussian distributions are? Chu Xing slapped his head and suddenly realized, oh, I forgot that you guys are not good at math. In fact, it is normal distribution. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion. 3 consecutive critical hits made the 3 people look worried. Do you still have to be despised for not being good at math for playing games? According to the current trend, it seems that it is not a big problem to reach the top 10 of the US server within 48 hours. The developer is already in a state of panic, and Chu Xing doesn't let them live in peace at all. Big Beard is a popular TGA best anchor, and he is very popular abroad. So the developer doesn't think he did anything wrong. After all, Koreans are arrogant. But on the other hand, they are extremely inferior and want to be recognized by others. Big Beard, the most popular anchor, naturally needs to be won over. If he plays other games, it will be a huge loss for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. So banning an unknown player to appease the big anchor, isn't it a normal thing? The developer's Seoul headquarters thought so. But they never expected that the player they banned was not an ordinary person. According to the news from the Greater China region, this person is a rising star in the Greater China region. And in just 1 week, he has secured the top spot among the PUBG anchors in the Greater China region. He is also a participant in the Cologne Invitational in Germany next month and a contracted anchor of the Douyu live broadcast platform. Now Douyu has also issued a solemn statement that if this matter is not handled properly, the Invitational next month will be gone. In addition, even the official media of the other major country has spoken out to protest against racial discrimination and even expressed the intention to use diplomatic means to protest. And the person in charge of the Greater China region even said that you can handle this matter however you want. I'm not going to do it anymore. The Seoul headquarters, which had always been superior and proud, was defeated. They never expected that their banning of an account would cause such a big wave. What was even more speechless was still to come. Because the big bearded man insulted not only the players from Country C, but even targeted Asians, which made many domestic players begin to protest and condemn the developer's indiscriminate ban. Even on foreign SNS platforms, nearly half of the people condemned the big bearded man and expressed disappointment with the developer's ban. Then, Chu Sheng was slapped in the face, directly breaking the Vietnamese anchor's killing record, and directly publishing screenshots and game files on the SNS platform. The wave of ridicule was the most deadly. The official should have stood up to celebrate happily. What do you say is going to happen now? The account was just blocked, saying that it might be cheating. The next person broke your kill record, slapping you in the face, celebrating at this time. Isn't that slapping yourself in the face? Things have come to this point. And even the person in charge of the Chinese region hinted that this may affect the game's entry into the other big country. As for Chu Sheng, who doesn't care about these, all he has to do is to keep eating chicken, and then send Shijua to the top 10 of the US server. What nonsense is there to say? Keep going. According to Shijua's words, don't sleep tonight. Just kill into the top 10 of the US server and slap him in the face. Chapter 541. The same game. Chu Sheng didn't care about it. With the energy and spirit tonight, it was probably impossible for him to go to bed early. After playing a game, he was reading the comments of the fans in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, a rocket flew over. When he looked at the name, Chu Sheng's mouth corners slightly raised, and he couldn't hide his smile. Thank you for the rocket from Digital Xiaobai. Thank you very much. Seeing Xiaobai sending a rocket to Chu Sheng, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. And even the fans were making trouble. Wow! Xiaobai didn't sleep so late, and was still watching Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. Chu Sheng, play the next game well. Don't you see that the goddess Xiaobai is watching you? Welcome the leader to check the room. Chu Sheng was secretly happy. But he couldn't show it. However, he couldn't hide his smile, which was evaluated by countless netizens as a vulgar and obscene smile. With Xiaobai's love buff, Chu Sheng was also very eager to fight. He would not stop until he was in the top 10 tonight. He shouted to his 3 teammates and prepared to enter the game interface again. In the quality square, Rabbit, Shijua and Little Lion all turned into spectators, picked up their phones, and kept swiping Weibo to eat melons. This incident seemed to be quite a big deal. Many anchors reposted Chu Sheng's previous Weibo, and even the official V liked it, which was an explosive effect. Now the 3 of them are quite eager to watch the fun. It is needless to think that the developer's Seoul headquarters must be in a state of panic. This is no longer a simple game incident. It has been extended to involve ethnic issues. However, this is what the developer deserves. They seem to be unaware of the big bearded man's mouth. Since they have chosen such a crooked butt, they must bear the consequences of their choice. Now the 4 people's idea is to make trouble. Make trouble. Make trouble. No matter how terrible the flood is outside, they will kill in the game to get along well. Everyone was taken on the plane, and a new round of routes began. This route flies from the airport directly below to a city directly above. Seeing this route, Shijua directly made a mark on the seaside farm. But Chu Sheng rejected it instantly. Let's jump to the mine this time and practice the mine start more. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Their team can't just jump to 1 point, because someone grabbed it in the last game. The start was not good. This time, on this route, Someone must want to fly high to Port P. But no one should compete with them for the mine. Shijua also thought so. So he simply marked the direction of the quarry again. At this moment in the game, there were also 4 people whispering to each other. I watched their videos. They seemed to like to jump from the West Bridge gas station to the seaside farm. Do we have to fight so hard as soon as we land? Since it's a sniper, we have to be decisive. Anyway, as long as we kill them, we will quit the game directly. The 4 people who were whispering to each other were G-God, Shroud, Anthony and Beard. But at this moment, neither side knew that they had been arranged in the same game. This luxurious lineup was arranged to kill Chu Sheng. It was really a group of heaven. Luxurious to the extreme. And the appearance fee alone was incalculable. If the audience who likes these 4 anchors saw this historic scene, they would definitely scream wildly. As the plane flew over the strait, Chu Sheng and his 4 companions jumped and flew directly toward the quarry. The 4 people under their feet lowered their heads and headed towards the seaside farm. At the same time, some other players also chose this place. Shijua took a look at the people who were diving vertically and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. There are really a lot of people in the Zodiac. Some anchors liked to jump here when they were in the national server. I didn't expect that many people in the US server would also fight for this place. After searching this place, you can go to the villa room and retreat to the airport. It is a good route. So many people choose to come here. Chu Sheng explained and immediately opened the parachute. The route is 2 squares away from the quarry on the map, which is 2 kilometers. This is also the maximum distance that can be reached by opening the parachute. Chu Sheng is going to swing directly into the quarry. As for the other 3 people, they can land directly in the warehouse and corner house area outside the quarry. So there is no need to open the parachute too early. The sniper team that landed quickly slipped into the direction of the Zodiac and the seaside farm. Seeing that a team had also landed in the roadside house area, their eyes suddenly lit up. There are still people fighting for this place with them. Could it be the team of the boy from Country C? They quickly found a gun and ran over to press on. The 4 of them were already top players in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But now they were playing this kind of direct pressure. Even if they were a professional team, they couldn't bear this kind of pressure, let alone ordinary players with high scores. Without giving any chance, the 4 of them directly surrounded the house area and killed all 4 of them. At this time, before Chu Sheng and his team even landed, they saw a series of kill information suddenly appear in the information bar in the upper right corner. And Chu Sheng was very familiar with the IDs of these people. Shroud, Grims, DR Disrespect, Antony. Chu Sheng was still in a daze when the 4 of them were together. But Xiao Ju started laughing first. Today's players are really interesting. They actually use similar fake accounts. How can these 4 people play games together? Will others still play? Chu Sheng just took a look. After all, such a group is really dazzling. Not to mention that there is also the bearded man who picked a fight with him today. It should be a prank by some players. These 4 North American devils are in a 4-person team together. And they kill people so quickly. Obviously, they want to scare other players. Tuzi also gave an analysis of self-rescue. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all stunned when they saw the IDs of these 4 people. Are North American players so good at playing? Then when will they copy a 4-person team of Chu Sheng, Wei Jiang, Big Brother and 18 Show? At that time, other players in the game will definitely quit the game out of fear. However, some netizens have an extra thought. They took screenshots and wrote down the IDs of the 4 people, and then switched to the Battle Record Query website to see if they were the real ones. Chu Sheng was the last of the 4 to land, and he just landed at the entrance of the quarry, and immediately began to search. In the coastal housing area, the 4 Demon Kings shook their heads after killing people, and the big beard was disappointed. Damn. It's not those 4 people. It seems that we didn't meet them this time. It's okay. Let's play and see. After all, from abroad, if you want to watch the domestic live broadcast website, it is also blocked, and you can't know the specific start time of the other party. However, judging from the instantly updated battle results, the opponent should have just started a new game. But he was just unlucky and didn't meet him. Chu Sheng's friends, after checking, were surprised to find that these 4 so-called Vesta players were actually the real ones. Chu Sheng. Those 4 people are the real big ones, not the players' spoofs. Chapter 542. What about Gooden? More and more fans went to check the results and found that these 4 accounts were really the real ones. They all took a deep breath. But at this time, Chu Sheng was already in the game, and could not see their comments. But the more this happened, the more anxious the fans became. Fuck. These four guys are too shameless. They actually teamed up to snipe Chu Sheng. The four great devils of North America gathered together. It can only be said that our Chu Sheng has a good reputation. He has a good reputation. After all, Chu Sheng is the only one who can make the four great devils of North America put down their face and team up to snipe. But after all, the goal is to be in the top 10 of the US server. If sniping starts, Chu Sheng has no chance to make it into the top 10 of the US server. You should know that the player base of the high-level segments of the US server is not as high as that of the Asian server. There are more than 10 million players in the Asian server. Even if it is 1%, it is 100,000 people. The probability of matching in the same game is pitifully small. But it is different on the North American server. There are not many players, and it is easy to collide with each other in a high-level 4-person team. Chu Sheng, come out and take a look. There are 4 big demons on the opposite side. I used to like G-God and Shroud, but now I have turned from a fan to a hater. I hope Chu Sheng doesn't fail this time. The fans expressed their concerns. After all, this is not a random collapse. They can be said to be the 4 most talented and popular players in North American PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Any one of them has the same popularity and strength as Chu Sheng. Now that the 4 of them have joined forces, it is completely a bug. This time, Chu Sheng is in trouble. Originally, he was in high spirits, but this time he might be beaten by 4 people. This is also the scene that fans are most reluctant to see. Not only will they fail, but their momentum will also be greatly damaged. The only one who can compete with this abnormal combination of the 4 North American devils is Chu Sheng. Wei Jiang, Big Brother and 18 Show. A domestic luxury combination. But everyone knows that this is impossible. Each team has its own things to deal with. Unlike the 4 major players in North America, who are all anchors. Even Showard, the only professional player, announced his retirement some time ago. The game time of these anchors is not comparable to that of professional players. You should know that there are still some irreconcilable contradictions between professionals and anchors. Even this time, Xia Shizi can represent DouYu in the competition because the ONG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds division has not been fully established. Instead of not having a training environment in China, it is better to go to international competitions outside to see and bring back advanced things from foreign clubs. However, at this moment, none of the 4 people in the game realized that danger was gradually approaching. Chu Sheng searched alone in the quarry, and after 3 circles inside and outside, he actually found an M16 and a crossbow. Even Chu Sheng himself shed tears of emotion. He thought that this entire mine would really have the heart to give him only a crossbow. But fortunately, in the end, he was merciful and gave him an M16. Which was enough. This one. I really don't need to prepare a gun. Fully equipped. Chu Sheng also has the accessories of the M16. A rifle silencer, an extended magazine, and a red dot optical sight. Fully equipped. When the 3 rabbits heard the familiar fully equipped, they thought of the fully equipped R1895 revolver in the previous gun. And they couldn't help but burst out laughing. What equipment is this fully equipped? S686? This is still the face-saving statement of the little lion. You know, the fully equipped S686 is very fierce, with a choke and a shotgun belt. The effect is outstanding, and it really is known by anyone who uses it. Rabbit and Shujia also smiled awkwardly, thinking, the captain must be talking too hard again. But fortunately, he has prepared UMP9, and is waiting for him to come and get it. Okay. I'm ready here. Captain, don't talk too hard. After all, the story of the boy who cried wolf only needs to be believed twice. And no one will believe it for the 3rd time. It has been a day of fighting. And except for the last small revolver that fell on the ground, Chu Sheng has never picked up a gun. Now hearing this, everyone thinks that Chu Sheng must be lying. Seeing Chu Sheng's frustrated expression, the emotion suppressed by the 4 North American devils just now also eased a little. But soon the mood became heavier. Chu Sheng was still joking, and the 4 people over there were already eyeing him covetously. Bang bang bang. Chu Sheng walked out of the mine, and fired 3 blank shots into the sky. The unique low noise of the M16 equipped with a silencer finally made the 3 people believe that Chu Sheng had picked up a rifle. I'm lucky to have a gun when I landed this time. It's my turn to kill people next time. Chu Sheng rubbed his hands, and he was eager to try. If he was given a motorcycle now, he would really dare to go back to the airport alone and block the bridge. Captain, please open the map and take a look. Is this also called good luck? Little Lion covered his face. For this gun, the price was not small. The safe zone in this game was directly refreshed on the Holy Mountain, covering S City and Y City. It can be said to be an ultra-limited safe zone. Plus there is no vehicle in this game. Chu Sheng pondered for a moment, stood at the top of the quarry and looked north, and opened his vision along the road, until the road between G-Town and Swamp Town. Chu Sheng did not see a single vehicle. The search has already taken up a lot of time, and there are still 30 seconds to start shrinking the circle. Unfortunately, this time it didn't work out as expected. There was no vehicle at any of the spawning points near the quarry. In this case, it would be meaningless to search the apartment building area on the roadside. Now the first task is to find a vehicle to enter the circle. Let's go. Follow the road and look for a car in the direction of the fishing village pier. The route Chu Sheng gave to enter the circle is still okay. If you can find a car, you can go all the way through M City and directly enter the safe zone along the road of El Port. This route can be said to be the most gentle route to enter the circle, and it is also the route with the least conflict. After all, things are different now. They only searched a mine site. To be honest, they didn't have much supplies, so it was not suitable to engage in a long-term exchange of fire with the enemy. If he had enough supplies, Chu Sheng would not have chosen this route, but would have directly passed through the bridgehead of our city or Water City, and killed the enemies guarding the bridge. However, Chu Sheng still has some tricks now. After all, eating chicken is the first priority, and showing off is the second. The four ran along the road, and no trace of vehicles was seen along the way. Now Chu Sheng hoped that a team of people from the P-port behind would rush out in a car to deliver a package to them. But it seemed that there was no such thing from the quiet appearance. From the outside, the ferry terminal looked like it had all its doors and windows intact, and hadn't even been searched. Otherwise, the poisonous circle would have started to shrink, and the four of them would have rushed in to plunder. Captain, if the price of landing with a gun is the ultimate punishment circle plus no vehicle, I'd rather you land with nothing. Xiaojue began to complain. This start was really a bit frustrating. The bitter wine went down my throat and hurt my heart. Chapter 543. Don't think about leaving. Chu Sheng was mercilessly despised by his teammates. The three rabbits were all laughing secretly. Although Chu Sheng had a dark face, he was also suspicious in his heart, wondering if it was really bad luck. After all, this unstable bad luck sometimes plays this kind of joke on Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng was given a gun when he landed, but before he could be happy, the misfortune came again. Instead of this, Chu Sheng really shouldn't have this gun. And this skyfire is not aimed at us. Did you notice? I don't know if it's because he is the youngest. Xiaojue talks a lot in the game, and he is quite a group pet. In the previous day's game, they almost always came in the bombing zone. But this time, from the moment they landed, the bombing zone didn't visit them once, which was a bit interesting. Rabbit smacked his lips, glared at Xiaojue, and told him not to talk nonsense. This kind of thing is often Murphy's Law. It's okay if it doesn't come. What you think will come? Xiaojue is like the child among the four people, naughty and mischievous. But he was still restrained and calmed down. But the doubts brought to Chu Sheng are far from gone. This game is indeed not normal from the beginning. The previous few games were too smooth. Even if I didn't pick up a gun or a car, my teammates would definitely find weapons and vehicles to share a little. But this game was a bit like reminiscing about the past, and reminded him of the time when he played in a four-man team a long time ago. It had been a long time since he had entered the circle with poison. Chu Sheng did not dare to say much, as it seemed that this matter was really his fault. He ran along the road, and the poison circle had shrunk to the airport bridge. In more than 20 seconds, he would start to eat poison. According to the current situation, it seemed that he would inevitably eat poison and enter the circle. And the four of them did not have much medical supplies, so they would have to search on the road. Arriving at the familiar gas station at the bridge head, Chu Sheng took a look at the overwhelming power grid and had an urge to block the bridge. However, he suppressed this impulse immediately. The medical supplies on him could not even guarantee to enter the circle. If they were stuck here and could not get anything, they would be completely finished. Moreover, their goal was to enter the top 10 of the US server, so staying alive was naturally the most important thing. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Remember that there were still people left behind in the Zodiac just now. And even if there were vehicles, they must have been driven away. They could only go up along the road and see if they could find a car in the Wild Villa area. If there was really no other way, they could only go to the beach below the villa area and be the Pirate King for once. Has everyone at the airport left? You can drive over to deliver a package. Shiuju couldn't help but cheer. But this time, the three didn't stop him because everyone thought so. The fans were still worried. They didn't know where the 4 North American devils were hiding. If they suddenly appeared and dealt a fatal blow to the 4, their momentum would be broken at once. More importantly, the 4 would be like goalkeepers, sniping them all the time and preventing them from achieving the goal of being in the top 10 of the US server. Since Chu Sheng couldn't see the news during the live broadcast, they had to think of other ways. While blasting the news in other anchors' live broadcast rooms, Wei Jiang saw the news from the fans and verified it in person. As a result, he switched back to the live broadcast screen with a shocked face. What these fans said was true. Even he didn't expect that the 4 big devils in North America would come out at the same time just to snipe Chu Sheng. This is a bit too much. Wei Jiang dialed Chu Sheng's phone without saying a word, and the call was connected. But no one answered it. At this moment, the 4 of them were concentrating on playing games, and no one noticed the mobile phone on the coffee table that was turned to silent mode. The screen lit up and then dimmed one by one. After Wei Jiang made 4 calls, no one answered, and judging from the live broadcast, it was obvious that no one heard the sound. Wei Jiang frowned slightly, thinking that this matter was not simple. Everyone turned on silent mode, which made it difficult for him to do it. Suddenly, Wei Jiang's eyes lit up, and he thought of a solution. The 4 of them were running wildly on the road, and the electric net had already passed through their bodies and began to lose blood. At this moment, suddenly a thrilling sound of a motorcycle speeding came from the bridge behind them. All 4 of them were enlightened. What was going on? Someone was crossing the bridge. The motorcycle hummed loudly, and it could be heard almost half of the coast. Chu Sheng reacted the fastest and immediately called all his teammates to squat down the slope by the road. When this person came along the road, they would ambush him directly. Based on the sound alone, Chu Sheng couldn't tell whether it was a 2-person motorcycle or a 3-person motorcycle. But as the fastest vehicle on the entire island, even if it was transported back and forth several times, the 4 of them could enter the circle alive. Chu Sheng has now fully adapted to the first-person mode, which is a fairer and more realistic perspective. All 4 of them hid down the slope beside the road, lying down and completely invisible. But similarly, the 4 people could not see the motorcycle, and could only judge the distance and position of the motorcycle by the sound. The engine sound became louder and louder, as if the whole space was trembling. Chu Sheng kept making judgments in his mind. But in his mind, he formed a 3-dimensional picture of the motorcycle based on the sound coming from it. It was like a bat, outlining the shape of the surrounding environment based on the echo. Chu Sheng was counting down in his mind, and as the sound became more and more violent, he suddenly shouted, "Fight!" The 4 of them seemed to be groundhogs in a hole. They all stuck their heads out in an instant. They just tilted their heads slightly, and found the trace of the motorcycle in an instant. The muzzles were adjusted and aimed, and bullets poured out. The motorcycle drove past at lightning speed, and the fire dragon from the muzzle followed all the way. There was a billowing smoke behind the brand new motorcycle, and the 3-shot M16 began to turn into a single point. The opponent's motorcycle had already driven more than 100 meters away, but Chu Sheng still used the red dot to shoot one by one. This guy driving a motorcycle is really amazing. If it were other players, they would have been scared to death if 4 burly men suddenly appeared from the side of the road to block the road. But when this player saw the person, he immediately started to move in a serpentine manner, driving his motorcycle to avoid most of the damage. If it were any other time, the fans would have already started to scold him, saying that 4 people couldn't even take down 1 person. What was he doing? This person reacted very quickly. He was quite strong. This was the judgment made by Rabbit. When he just showed up, the opponent's motorcycle had already started to turn synchronously, obviously reacting. This reaction speed was really terrible. When the other 3 had already given up, Chu Sheng was still firing one shot after another. If it was a 4x scope, it would be fine. But the red dot was hitting a motorcycle 100 or 200 meters away. Basically, only the motorcycle could be seen in the camera, not the person. If I can hit someone, it will be a miracle. I shot all the way and watched him leave. Chu Sheng's shooting skills were a mistake. It wasn't Chu Sheng's mistake. The opponent's reaction speed was so fast that he reacted almost the moment he poked his head out. He moved like a snake to avoid a lot of damage. Are high-ranking players in the US server so scary? But at this moment, Chu Sheng fired a shot, and a headshot knockdown message suddenly popped up at the bottom of the screen. As this message appeared, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Chapter 544, Face-to-Face Encounter. Mu Xiaogu used an M16 assault rifle to headshot Grims. Chu Sheng only glanced at the knockout record, and actually didn't pay too much attention to who he knocked out. All he could think about was the motorcycle. But when he saw the ID of the knocked out player, he was stunned. This ID seems a little familiar. You know, when Chu Sheng first used the system, when the gun god was possessed, it was the G god who was possessed. At this time, the information that G god was knocked out suddenly appeared, and Chu Sheng was naturally stunned. Hey, this is interesting. When they first landed, these 4 high imitation accounts were very impressive. I didn't expect that I would end them myself. Chu Sheng laughed out loud. This can be said to be a cycle of cause and effect. It's retribution. Just now, he was still pretending to be cool. But fate is so wonderful that now he has landed in Chu Sheng's hands. The 3 rabbits also laughed. After all, this kind of high imitation account is also very interesting. They actually played the joke of the 4 great devils in North America and played in a 4-person team. I remember they also have a big beard. Although it's fake, we should find a chance to kill him. Little Lion gave his own advice. Since he was walking around the world with the name of the big beard, he should be fully prepared for retaliation. The 4 chatted leisurely, while running towards the knockdown enemy 1 or 200 meters away. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned, including many professional players or anchors such as Wei Jiang, whose mouths were so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Only the 4 people playing the game now didn't know that these 4 people were the real ones. G God had killed his way out of the crowd, and was still bragging to his teammates in the voice chat that he had killed his way out of the enemy pile with superb operations. As a result, before he could finish his words, he was knocked to the ground by Chu Sheng's gun. When the knockdown message appeared, the 4 demons here were all stunned. Isn't this ID Mu Xiaogu, the Sea Country player Smith they've been looking for? It was this ID that won the record of the first kill in the world of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. And G God remembered it clearly. Originally thought that he didn't meet the opponent in this game. So G God left the team to block a bridge. But he didn't block anyone on the airport bridge. And he was blocked on the highway. He happened to meet Chu Sheng, and he was shot down from the motorcycle by him. Don't laugh. Come and save me. This guy is the Sea Country kid we are looking for. G God also hurriedly hid behind the tree, fearing that he would be killed from a distance. Big Beard, Anthony and Shroud had already run to the left slope of the east mountain of P City. After seeing God G was knocked down, they immediately turned around and killed him. Seeing that the guy who knocked God G was the one they were looking for, Big Beard was extremely excited. He thought he had not met him this time, but he had jumped to other places. Finally, he caught him. This yellow-skinned guy must be beaten up. Big Beard never thought that he would lose the combination of the 4 great devils in North America. According to an old saying in the gaming circle, how can you lose when a flying dragon rides on your face? After hiding behind the tree, God G directly marked the current position of Chu Sheng and the other 4. The 4 of them were all top players of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. When they saw the punctuation marks on the map, they knew what to do instantly. The jeep was moving very fast. After a 1-kilometer journey, they soon approached the direction where God G fell. They were still racing against time, because this was not a knockdown in the safe zone. In addition to the normal bleeding from falling, there was also damage from the power grid every second. Although not much, the damage was still relatively high when added together, compared with the 4 people here who had a clear purpose and were ready to fight. Chu Sheng was much more relaxed, knowing that they were 4 spoofests. They were now thinking about not killing him first, and waiting for his teammates to come over and then annihilate him in one fell swoop. Of course, the focus is definitely the guy pretending to be a Big Beard. The fans all came back to their senses from their shock. This guy who was driving a motorcycle and moving in a very cool way was actually G God himself. Then it was understandable why Chu Sheng and the other 4 did not surround him alone. This guy is G God. However, For Chu Sheng being able to shoot G-God off the motorcycle from a distance of 100 or 200 meters away with a red dot sight. Everyone could only take a breath and then give a thumbs up. The four ran wildly towards the direction of G-God in the distance. Xiao Ju was the happiest runner. After all, it was not easy to meet such a fake four-man group. As the entertainment person in this game, he naturally had to find some fun. However, just as they were running towards the tree, they suddenly heard the sound of a jeep stepping on the accelerator over the mountains and hills in the distance. A buzzing roar sounded, but only the sound could be heard, but no trace could be seen. Just as the four were still running, a jeep suddenly turned over from the top of the mountain, and after going downhill, it stepped on the accelerator and accelerated towards the back of the tree where God Ji was hiding. Chu Sheng and his four men all stopped and started shooting at the jeep. The distance was very close now, so they naturally held their breath to improve accuracy. As a result, Chu Sheng saw that there was only a driver in the jeep, but there was no trace of the remaining two people. With a frown on his face, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Before Chu Sheng could speak, he suddenly heard a 98K bullet burst from the distant mountain. Immediately, Shujia, who was standing at the front, was shot in the head and fell to the ground. The information showed that the guy who knocked Shujia down was the North American genius player Shroud, who was familiar to everyone. The jeep crashed into the tree where God Ji fell with a boom, forming a tight cover. After Shujia fell, Chu Sheng cut out a smoke bomb without saying a word and threw it at Shujia's feet. Be careful. There are enemies farther away. The rabbit and the little lion also reacted quickly, cutting out smoke bombs at the same time and throwing out a wide range of smoke. Shroud had originally switched to an assault rifle, wanting to single point from a distance and directly finish off the player who fell to the ground. But unfortunately the smoke had already risen, and he fired a few shots mixed with the smoke but to no avail. So he simply gave up and started to move. Xiao Ju crawled back, and then was helped up by Rabbit and lay on the ground to pack. Be careful. This team is still very good at playing. They still have someone pulling the gun line, and they don't know the position. Let's lay smoke and cross the road directly to the opposite high slope and behind the stone. Chu Sheng quickly made his own analysis and arrangements. These were all observed by the situation on the roadside while running just now. In the live broadcast room, all the fans watched anxiously. Just now, Xiao Ju was knocked down by Shroud's headshot, which really scared them. They were afraid that Chu Sheng and his team would be wiped out directly. Fortunately, Chu Sheng reacted quickly and handled it properly, leaving no chance for the opponent. Now, hearing Chu Sheng calmly make analysis and arrangements, the fans feel relieved. But, although Chu Sheng's strength is outstanding and can be comparable to any of the four great devils in North America, Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion, this has become the most worrying thing for fans. In terms of top-notch strength, Chu Sheng can be slightly better, but in terms of team strength, it is, Chapter 545, an impossible operation. The smoke bombs paved the way, and all four of them hid behind the reverse slopes and boulders on the roadside. G-God was also pulled up by his teammates and sprayed medicine. He thought he could get out just now, but he was still shot down by Chu Sheng from the car. Be careful. That guy should have a high-power scope, G-God said while spraying medicine. The distance was more than 200 meters, plus his snake-like movement. The opponent still shot him down in a single-point state. If there was no high-power scope, it would be almost impossible to do it. Chu Sheng frowned slightly, always feeling that something was wrong, because since the fight just now, he has been receiving complaints from this fake bearded man, and it is the kind that has skyrocketed. The original 10-point complaint value is like a wild bull market, rising wildly, a bit like a mad bull disease. It's just that since he knocked down this fake God Ji just now, this fake bearded man has been complaining about him non-stop, and the negative energy is quite strong, increasing by 5 points and 10 points. Chu Sheng originally thought that it would stop at 30 or 40 points, but he didn't expect that it would not show a slight weakening trend until 80 points. This weakening means that the complaint value has changed from 5 points and 10 points to 2 points and 3 points. Although Chu Sheng didn't change his expression, he had already taken a breath of cold air in his heart. This guy has too many negative emotions. Right? Could it be that he is a crazy fan of the bearded man and hates the whole family? Apart from anything else, Chu Sheng was almost certain in his heart that this guy must be a die-hard fan of the bearded man. After all, birds of a feather flock together. and only the fans of the bearded man would bark like wild dogs. The smoke effect gradually dissipated, and now both sides were in the poisoned circle. Chu Xing's Tutso value has reached 100 points, directly activating the good and bad luck effect that lasted for 5 minutes. Chu Xing's heart skipped a beat. The good and bad luck effect was a double-edged sword for him. But it should be no problem to kill these 4 imposters. Be careful. Don't damage the car. Otherwise we can't enter the circle. Chu Xing also reminded that the jeep here can be damaged, but the motorcycle next to it must be kept safe. Otherwise no one can enter the circle after the fight. The embarrassing thing for both teams now is that they don't have grenades, and the only throwing objects are smoke bombs. Chu Xing's side has 4 people gathered together, and although the enemy has only 3 people now, the battle line has been stretched wide. At least now, they know that this Shroud fake has a very accurate sniper rifle. First find a way to get rid of the 2 people under the tree, Chu Xing said as he cut out a grenade and threw it to the left. The cloud of smoke completely blocked the view on the left side. Use smoke bombs to cover, so as to prevent the guys on the left side from taking the opportunity to attack. Although it was just a smoke bomb, it directly blocked Shroud's vision, and he felt like something stuck in his throat. After seeing Chu Xing's smoke bomb, the opponent removed the tires without saying a word, and then blew up the jeep parked next to the tree. Their goal was to snipe Chu Xing and get into the top 10 of the US server. As for whether to win the chicken, it didn't matter to them at all. As soon as Chu Xing showed his head, he saw the fire and smoke of the jeep explosion, and was immediately stunned. This team is too bloody. They actually took the initiative to blow up the jeep, which is equivalent to directly stating their attitude: no one can leave today. This team of players is quite interesting. They finally have a high-ranking feeling. Even Rabbit could sense that the other team was not bad. Just from the current state and choices, it can be seen that this team has a tough style, a firm goal, and is quite good at executing orders. Chu Xing did not dare to underestimate them. When he saw his smoke bomb, he took the initiative to blow up the car first. This decisive style is no different from some old clubs. This team of opponents fought for less than a minute, and the face-to-face was only a matter of more than 10 seconds. But Chu Xing frowned slightly, and had a hunch that they would be the most difficult opponents in all the games played today. The smoke bomb only lasts for a few seconds. Chu Xing must seize these few seconds to make a breakthrough. He stuck his head out, and the red dot sight was already opened in advance. The jeep had been blown up, but Chu Xing still saw the other party's body flashing back and forth through the jeep window. After all, this is a slope. One person hides behind the tree, and the other person can only use the jeep as a cover. If you lie down, you will lose all vision, so you can only squat behind the jeep and look up from time to time through the jeep window to see the situation on the opposite side. The reverse slope where Chu Xing is located is only more than 100 meters away from the big tree. If you don't pay attention, it is easy for someone to touch you. At the moment when Chu Xing looked up, Anthony, who was hiding behind the car, also saw Chu Xing at the same time. Chu Xing's head was very big under the fourfold scope, and Anthony immediately pulled the trigger. Chu Xing's breath-holding red dot. 3 M16 bullets directly hit it. You should know that the firing rate of the 3-shot mode is extremely fast, and the 3 bullets almost flew out one after another. And Anthony's bullets also shot through the window frame. It was also 3 assault rifle bullets, but Anthony was fast single shot. A spark and a trembling bullet sound came out from the jeep frame. Almost in an instant, Chu Xing's blood tank fell directly into red, and Anthony was knocked down by Chu Xing's 3-shot headshot. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Anthony was stunned after being knocked down, and kept shouting impossible. Just when the quadruple scope was opened, he saw the opponent's weapons and equipment. A red dot M16 with silencer. So at the moment of firing, Anthony's mouth corners were slightly raised. In this case, the quadruple scope nodded, and it would definitely not lose to the M16. But the final result was unexpected. In Chu Xing's 3-shot M16, the first 2 bullets hit Anthony's head steadily, and he was directly headshot and knocked down. The last bullet was because the red dot was a little far away, and it was not pressed on the same point, and it was slightly higher and hit the car frame. Anthony's fast single point, although comparable to full automatic, is not as fast as the 3-shot burst. Chu Xing hit him with 2 bullets first, and he fell down, resulting in the second bullet's damage not taking effect. Then, Anthony fell down, Anthony's mentality collapsed. At this distance, using the red dot 3-shot burst, he was hit twice in the head. What does this mean? You should know that the shooting interval of the M16 3-shot burst is 0.075 seconds. If 2 bullets want to land perfectly at the same place, that is to say, in the instant when the first bullet is fired, the most accurate gun pressure should be made to make the second bullet also fall on the target outside the crosshairs in less than 0.1 second. Use the red dot to press 2 bullets to the same point. Anthony can't do it, and he doesn't even dare to think about it. Chapter 546. Even God says it's impossible. After knocking down one person, Chu Xing's health was very low, and he laid down under the reverse slope to take medicine to recover his health. Rabbit and Shujua thought this was a good opportunity to rush forward. The opponent was helping someone at this time. The two of them went up to double team from left to right, and could directly eat up the whole team. As for Chu Xing's breathtaking operation just now, to be honest, in this week, Chu Xing has almost become the synonym of the top PUBG technology in China. No matter what bizarre operation he makes, everyone has the psychological ability to bear it. The two rushed forward directly from the left and right. Even if the opponent showed his head, Rabbit and Shujua were confident that they would win the battle with guns. But just as he left the smoke shelter, Shroud, who had been waiting on the mountainside for a long time, fired a 98K, and this time the person who fell to the ground was Rabbit. Rabbit was shot in the head by the mobile, and Shujua immediately switched to smoke bombs and laid smoke cover as soon as possible. Every teammate needs to do his best to rescue. After all, this is a game for 4 people. Once one person is missing, it will be at a tactical disadvantage. Teammates are the most important resources. Shroud just switched to an assault rifle, and the same thing happened again. The smoke had exploded and gradually took effect. But this time he did not give up, but shot at the smoke mixed in the smoke. All the attention was focused on Chu Xing before. After all, they were watching the video from Chu Xing's first-person perspective. But now Shroud noticed that the teammates with Chu Xing were not ordinary people. The guy who threw the smoke bomb had a very fast reaction speed. After being knocked down, he did not hesitate at all, and was not afraid that the people behind the tree would come out and shoot. His first reaction was to throw smoke and save his teammates. Shroud kept shooting and harassing with smoke at a distance. God, who was hiding behind the tree to help people, did not show his head, but chose to save Anthony first. The shooting skills of the guy on the opposite side were a bit mysterious. They had never seen such a level of shooting skills in the North American server for so long. God originally thought that he was shot down because the enemy had a high-power scope. It was not until Anthony was knocked down by a headshot from the M16 that God realized that the guy from Country C on the opposite side was actually wearing a red dot scope. At a distance of more than 100 meters, the M16 in 3-shot mode, the first 2 bullets were all pressed on the same point. Even God shook his head when he heard it. Among the 4 North American devils, God and Shroud have the best skills. This kind of operation is almost impossible to complete under normal circumstances. But if you concentrate, some operations can still come to you. Shroud once performed a series of 4 and 5 in the CS GO game of C9. God also had a brilliant nerve gun, the kind of operation that he couldn't even replicate afterwards. The reason why he didn't dare to rush out at the first time was that he was afraid of Chu Xing's shooting skills. And secondly, there was a North American genius guarding on the side, so there would be no problem. This guy's sniper rifle is so powerful. Rabbit took a breath after being knocked down. He and Shujua had been knocked down once in a row, and they were both moving targets. And they were shot just after rushing out of the smoke shelter. And their reaction speed was amazing. If this was in the Asian server, he would have questioned whether the enemy was locked up at this time. After being pulled up, Anthony said, "I'll try again. Pull me up again later." After being shot in the head just now, this guy was determined as if he had eaten a weight and wanted to test Chu Xing's shooting skills. This time Anthony just wrapped a bandage, stuck his head out directly, and shot into the smoke. God also stuck his head out from the side of the tree, forming 2 firepower points. In this way, when the smoke dissipates, both sides will shoot at the same time, and the opponent will definitely not have time to react. Chu Xing hid under the reverse slope behind the smoke, and after taking medicine, he kept rubbing to the right. The point just now has been noticed by the enemy. Now change to another place to see if you can find a way to get rid of the guy at a higher point first. None of the 4 people in the team had a sniper rifle. The sniper hidden at a high point became their biggest threat. Moreover, only 3 of the 4 enemies have shown their heads so far. And there is another guy who is hiding somewhere. This is what makes Chu Sheng most worried. The sharp blade out of the sheath is not scary. But the cold knife that suddenly comes out from nowhere is scary. After being helped up, Rabbit first hid on the reverse slope to prepare to apply medicine, but was stopped by Chu Sheng. Don't use the first aid kit. Wrap a few bandages first. I need you to sell them. After Chu Sheng finished speaking, Rabbit's eyes lit up and roughly understood Chu Sheng's idea. In this situation, everyone is in the poison and is fighting to consume each other. But there is still one enemy hiding and not showing up, which poses the greatest threat to the 4 people. Chu Sheng's thinking is very clear. The 2 behind the tree can be killed directly. Now the first task is to force the last 4th person out. Since the opponent does not take the initiative to show up now, Chu Sheng will force him to show up. If you want to catch a big fish, you naturally need a bait. Since the rabbit was knocked down just now, don't waste medicine. Just get up and sell it. The 4 people have a good tacit understanding, waiting for the smoke bomb to gradually dissipate. Xia Shizi and Xiujia are suppressing the guns behind to put pressure on the 2 people behind the tree. When the smoke cleared, Little Lion and Little Duke took the lead and fired bullets at the back of the tree and the car. Anthony and God Ji originally wanted to fight with Chu Sheng, but they didn't expect Chu Sheng's 2 teammates to show up. And both sides fired at the same time, which pushed them back. However, this wave of gunfire was not a loss, knocking down one of the opponents, and God Ji was only hit by a bullet in the head. But he didn't fall down. After Little Lion was knocked down, Little Duke rushed to help him without saying a word. At this time, God Ji and Anthony behind the tree also hid and started to use medicine to change bullets. The poison circle had shrunk to the end, and the damage increased to the 2nd level electric grid effect, losing 0.6 blood per second. At this moment, Rabbit suddenly stood up from the spot. Shroud took out his 98K without saying a word and aimed at Rabbit. At the same time, Chu Sheng looked up and aimed the red dot sight directly at Shroud, who was sticking his head out of the hill. 2 heads suddenly appeared in the lens of Shroud's 4x scope. But at this moment, he made an extremely bold decision and directly retracted the scope and shot out. At almost the same time, the silenced 3-shot burst of M16 sounded again. After 0.5 seconds, Chu Sheng's health dropped by half in an instant, and there was a conspicuous red bullet mark on his shoulder. Shroud was knocked down by a headshot from the M16. See, I told you there's something wrong with his shooting skills. This time it was the turn of the bearded man, who hadn't appeared for a long time. He was originally going to sneak attack from a distance, but now Shroud was knocked down, and he could only run back from a distance to save him. Even Anthony was speechless now. He and Shroud were both knocked down by 3 consecutive headshots. And this time Shroud was 250 meters away, with a red dot sight. Shroud, what do you think? Anthony asked. Shroud didn't say anything, but was just thinking about the previous shot. He made a mistake, but the other party seized the opportunity. God Ji on the side spoke up. Either he is strong, but he also has the automatic aiming lock, or he is the best in the world. Chapter 547 Crazy. All crazy. Ji God's words made all 4 people silent. Big Beard certainly didn't believe that Chu Sheng, a yellow-skinned player, could possibly crush the 4 of them. This guy is definitely cheating. It's because he turned on the micro-aiming and acted well that he wasn't discovered. Big Beard found the right opportunity and started to spray. This is the evidence. At a distance of 200 meters, if it was AM-16 fast single point, 2 shots to the head would be fine. This is a 2-shot headshot in the 3-shot mode. Extremely terrifying. If it was 1 shot, it could be said to be a nerve gun. But this is 2 shots. How to wash it? Big Beard rushed to Shroud's side and started to save people. As for Anthony and G God, now that their blood has recovered, they are eager to rush up. One of the opponents fell down, and Chu Sheng was also hit by a bullet. This was a good opportunity to attack, but in the end, the 2 of them still held back, wanting to be safe, thinking of Chu Sheng's terrifying 3-shot M16. Both of them backed off. G God didn't say anything, thinking back to the scene that happened in a flash. The fans in the live broadcast room were all blown up. They originally thought that Chu Sheng couldn't even resist the first round, but they didn't expect that after the tactical arrangement. He knocked down Shroud with 3 shots. Gee God, Anthony, Shroud. In one encounter, Chu Sheng had knocked down all three of them. Now he just needed a big beard to complete the achievement. Originally, it was thought that Chu Sheng and his team had no room for resistance in front of the 4 North American Devils. Perhaps only Chu Sheng could resist a little. But under Chu Sheng's reasonable tactical arrangement, they actually fought a tug-of-war with the opponent. Even now, because of fear of Chu Sheng, the 4 North American Devils are all cautious. They never thought of the scene, nor dared to think about it. They actually fought back and forth, evenly matched. All the fans took a breath, and a crazy idea grew in their hearts. According to the current situation, if Chu Sheng can survive in the end, he will really be a god in one battle. Shroud was rescued, and Chu Sheng now determined the positions of the 4 people, so he can arrange the tactics with confidence. Although the poison circle's damage was not high, neither side dared to act rashly, fearing that the other side would seize the opportunity. There is something wrong with this team of high imitation accounts. Chu Sheng frowned and muttered to himself. When the fans heard Chu Sheng say this, they were immediately delighted. Well, after playing for so long, you finally found that these 4 people's level was too high, and something was wrong? Now you should be able to find the problem and take it seriously. The fans were all looking forward to what Chu Sheng would look like after knowing the truth. After all, he had such a big grudge against the big bearded man. If he knew that the person above was the big bearded man, wouldn't he explode? But that's right. Since we met in this kind of game, it means that these guys have inherited some of their strength in addition to their ID. Chu Sheng thought for a while, and gave such an explanation himself. The other 3 also nodded in agreement. After playing in the high-ranking segment of the US server for an afternoon, I finally met a team of experts. After all, no one would have thought that the 4 great devils in North America would join hands to snipe them. After hearing Chu Sheng's explanation, all the fans gnashed their teeth. Is this guy crazy? He even inherited the strength of the ID. If the strength of the ID can be inherited, then in the future, the ID, Chu Sheng, will be everywhere in the Asian server. And his strength will be worse than a dog? This guy is so smart. He live-streamed to the fans in the middle of the night to explain the existence of high numbers. How come at this moment? He didn't understand at all. There are also Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion. It's okay for Chu Sheng to follow his imagination. But why are you 3 also following behind and nodding and praising? Do you still have any judgment? The fans were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. But there was nothing they could do. They waved their fists in anger for a long time. And finally they could only sigh, hoping that Chu Sheng would know that this team was strong and take it a little more seriously. Time passed by minute, and the people on both sides did not have much medicine. After all, there were few places to search, and 2 rounds of fighting consumed 1 wave. There was no sound, only the sound of tearing bandages on both sides. At this time, there were no extra drinks, and when the health bar was not full, the 98k became a killer. Now even if it hit the neck, it would be a matter of 1 shot to knock it down. The situation was in a stalemate, but no one wanted to solve the problem by competing for medicine. Chu Sheng wanted to reach the top of the US server, so he was naturally motivated to fight against everything. The 4 demons wanted to snipe Chu Sheng. These 4 people had never teamed up together, and the 4 of them were more fierce than cheating. If they solved the battle by competing for medicine, wouldn't it mean that the 4 of them were evenly matched with the opponent? Chu Sheng had already flashed through no less than 10 tactics in his mind. But the opponent's 2-2 position was really too fierce. And at present, the 4 people are very strong. And as long as there is a slight mistake, they will be caught by the opponent. How many smoke bombs do you have left? Chu Sheng suddenly asked. He only had the last one. A few people briefed each other, and simply summarized that there were only 3 smoke bombs left. This number made Chu Sheng pause slightly. With 3 smoke bombs, there was not much he could do. After thinking for a moment, Chu Sheng made a bold decision. It was impossible for all members to kill this team alive. If you want to gain an advantage, you must face sacrifice. Give me all the smoke bombs. Later, find a way to involve the people at the far end. After Chu Sheng finished speaking, the other 3 people understood what Chu Sheng meant by that. When they threw the smoke bomb to Chu Sheng, they also threw some medical supplies to him. The person who survived in the end of this team was Chu Sheng. And it could only be Chu Sheng. This is how he could win the final victory. Chu Sheng threw the first smoke bomb on the left front side, blocking the distant view. The second smoke bomb was thrown a little further forward, forming a white curtain, half covering and half hiding. God G and Anthony, who were hiding behind the tree, had not reacted yet. But they had already found their positions, and were ready. No matter what means the other party wanted to use. There was only one way left, which was to attack the half slope where the two were. Chu Sheng and his 4 companions all ran into the smoke. At this time, the firepower net formed by the far end, and the high point directly shot into the smoke bomb. However, under Chu Sheng's command, the 4 people just lay on the ground and moved forward little by little. And no bullets fell on them. When crawling into the second smoke, Chu Sheng suddenly stood up, jumped up, and threw the smoke bomb directly into the face of God G and Anthony. In an instant, the smoke spread, and completely confused the vision of the two. Be careful. They are going to rush you. The bearded man at a distance couldn't help but shouted excitedly. Chapter 548. This guy is definitely cheating. The smoke bomb was spread on the opponent's face, which was obviously the rhythm of a fight. G. God and Anthony, one on the left and one on the right, lay on the ground and listened carefully to the footsteps. It is unwise to pull back directly, because in the first-person game, you can't see behind you due to the limited perspective. But if you walk backwards, the speed is too slow and stiff, and it is easy for the opponent to take advantage of it. So lying on the grass is the best choice at the moment. The bearded man and Shroud at the far end are concentrating on aiming at the edge of the smoke, and they will shoot immediately as soon as the opponent rushes out. Originally, the bearded man planned to go around to the flank and directly hit the 4 people's ribs with a fatal blow. But Shroud was knocked down, so he didn't dare to separate. The opponent was not an ordinary person, and it was very likely that he had opened a lock. If he was separated and knocked down, there would be only one way to go. A smoke bomb made the 4 opponents alert at the same time, and their nerves collapsed to the extreme. Shroud's palms began to sweat, and his mind kept flashing back to the shot he had just made. If it were any other time, the shot just now would definitely be a beautiful flick shot. But today, for some reason, it was inexplicably a little abnormal. I don't know if it was because he was nervous after seeing Chu Sheng's strange operation or what. Anyway, Shroud fell into a strange circle again, just like the feeling during the C9 offline game. Chu Sheng never thought that he would lose to 4 imposters. As the battle lasted longer, Chu Sheng received more and more Tusao points. Now it has accumulated more than 130 Tusao points. Under the effect of entropy reversal, 130% of the all-round strength bonus is no joke. Chu Sheng has never felt so powerful, and even surpassed the original Gun God possession and reached a new level. If Chu Sheng under Gun God possession is a top Gun God plus his own ideas and precise calculation ability, so now Chu Sheng, who is now reversing entropy, has surpassed the Gun God. If the Gun God can represent the limit of esports, then Chu Sheng is now the super extreme limit. The viewers in the live broadcast room were worried. Just like a suspense drama with ups and downs, Chu Sheng and his 4 companions did not run out of the smoke, but aimed their guns at the direction of the mountain. The smoke bombs blocked the face, and it seemed that they were going to rush in. But in fact Chu Sheng's focus was still on the big beard and Shroud. Only by clearing the people far away could he fight with the people near. The big beard and Shroud were also confused. The smoke bombs were about to dissipate. So why didn't people rush out? Just as they were wondering, a man suddenly rushed out from the smoke. It was the rabbit with the least HP, serving as bait. Big Beard and Shroud shot at the rabbit at the same time. At the same time, Little Duke rushed out from the other side of the smoke. Shroud shot down the rabbit with one shot and started to pull the bolt to reload. Big Beard switched to Little Duke. At this moment, Chu Sheng rushed out from the thin smoke. Shroud had a bad feeling, but when he saw Chu Sheng rushing out, he was knocked down by a 3-shot headshot from the M16 the next second. Very stable. Another 3-shot headshot. There was only a red bullet mark on the skull, but Shroud knew it was the effect of 2 bullets. This guy's M16 is so stable that he can definitely hit the head with 2 shots as long as he fires. The bearded man also knocked Shujua down, but he was also hit half to death by Shujua. So he immediately laid down without saying a word. The bearded man was really scared. Shroud next to him was knocked down, which made him feel numb on his scalp. So he immediately laid down after knocking one person down, fearing that he would be targeted by Chu Sheng and lose his life. G. God and Anthony, who were hiding in the smoke, did not wait for the people who rushed over. Instead, It was shown here that Shroud was knocked down again, and 2 people on the other side also fell down. In this way, doesn't it mean that there are only 2 people left outside at this time? The 2 men's eyes lit up. In this way, even if they rushed out to exchange 1 for 1, there was still a big bearded man alive in the distance, and they could wipe out the opponent. The fierce exchange of fire, just now, was actually only a moment. G-God and Anthony got up from the ground and pressed forward directly. Chu Sheng knocked down the fake Shroud. The muzzle had already moved to the fake big bearded man's head. But unfortunately, this guy was too smart and actually laid down and hid. The only one who didn't fall on Chu Sheng's side was the little lion. He didn't help his teammates immediately, but instead used 2 steady shots to kill the fallen Shroud directly, reducing the combat effectiveness of one of the opponents first. At this moment, 2 people suddenly rushed out from the smoke on the slope. One on the left and one on the right, in front of Chu Sheng and Little Lion. When Chu Sheng saw the enemy, his brain had not yet reacted, but his body had already reacted instinctively. The M16 fired 3 rounds in a row, and Anthony was shot in the head without even opening the scope. Hiss! The fans in the live broadcast room were stunned. They even saw that Chu Sheng had not reacted yet, but his body had already instinctively aimed and fired. This subconscious reaction ability was really terrifying. G-God knocked down the little lion, but before he could switch fire, Chu Sheng knocked him to the ground. At this moment, the smoke had dissipated, and Chu Sheng had nowhere to hide, while the bearded man was lying down to apply medicine. The situation on the field took a sharp turn for the worse, and both sides had a big exchange. Now only Chu Sheng and the bearded man were left on the field. All of them were headshots from 3 bursts of M16, which really didn't make any sense. Even the 3 rabbits took a breath of cold air. This shooting skill can no longer be described as steady. This is really like a cheating shooting skill. The 3 bursts of bullets all automatically went to the forehead. But at this time, Chu Sheng had lost all his cover. The tree and the jeep in front of him were more than 30 meters away from him. This distance was not a big deal for Chu Sheng at ordinary times. He could just move past it. But now the poison circle damage was constantly decreasing, and there was a big bearded man at the far end. Chu Sheng was just a target and could only be shot. "Don't save me. Just shoot him," Shroud also shouted at the big bearded man. If the big bearded man chose to save him, Chu Sheng would have many choices. He could also help a teammate first, or kill G-God and Anthony, and then search their medicines to fight a war of attrition. The bearded man's eyes were blazing with fire. In this case, Shroud didn't need to say much. He would choose to kill Chu Sheng directly. He aimed and the bullets were fired like rain, and the fire dragon gushed out from the muzzle. Chu Sheng still chose to run forward with his head down. He found the only chance to survive. The viewers in the live broadcast room felt a little nervous. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. This is over. You know, the duel between masters happens in a flash. Just like the previous wave of calls. All happened in the blink of an eye, leaving no chance for the opponent. Now if Chu Sheng wants to run behind the bunker 30 meters away, he will have to endure the attack of the bearded man for several seconds. Chapter 549, Zhuge Chu Sheng. A man with a plan for everything. It's over. It's all over now. Even Wei Zhang, who was watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but sweat for Chu Sheng. It's basically impossible now. The opponent took the opportunity to attack first, and now there is no way to fight back directly, which means that Chu Sheng has given up all the opportunities. If he stops to fight back now, Chu Sheng will definitely suffer, because the big bearded man just recovered, and Chu Sheng now has less than half of his health left. He only needs 2 bullets to kill this undefeated team directly. If they succeeded in sniping, it would be a big blow to Chu Sheng and his team's morale. It is even possible that they will continue to encounter the team of the 4 Demon Kings and block them directly outside the door. Just now, they broke the record of the number of kills in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. If they were sniped by a master, they would be defeated immediately, which would make the kill record seem to be quite water. Moreover, it would be nothing to be killed by G-God or Shroud, but being killed by the bearded man himself. The fans really couldn't accept it. Even Chu Sheng certainly couldn't accept it. The bearded man fired crazily with the AKM with a 2-fold scope, and the bullets made a rustling sound around Chu Sheng. At this time, if he gets hit by a bullet, it's basically GG. The AKM has high damage, and now in the poison circle, Chu Sheng will definitely not be able to find a place to recover blood after being shot. So the only outcome is to be poisoned to death. Although the big bearded guy is known for his crazy dog style, his shooting skills can be regarded as top-notch among anchors. Chu Sheng tried his best to get rid of the bullets by moving. But the big bearded man also had rules for shooting, just to prevent Chu Sheng from moving around. So he shot one shot in front of Chu Sheng every time, so that he would be in a dangerous situation whether he sprinted or suddenly retreated. The fans were all worried. At this moment, there was not even a bullet screen in the live broadcast room. Everyone was concentrating on the screen, praying that Chu Sheng could run safely behind the bunker. But some things are not subject to everyone's will. If the prayers of the fans are useful, it is estimated that Chu Sheng will not be hit first, but the big bearded man will explode on the spot. At this moment, Chu Sheng's blood volume, which was only half of the tube, suddenly dropped by more than half, leaving only 1/3. From the perspective of the big bearded man, the bullet hit Chu Sheng's hand, and a bright red light appeared. One more shot. The big bearded man seemed very excited. Chu Sheng was like a panicked deer in his sight, without any threat or ability to fight back. Now that he was shot, he was even more panicked. The big bearded man pouted his mouth, enjoying the process of killing Chu Sheng. The muzzle of the AKM gun kept shaking as the bullet flew out. The bullets flew in, making a sound of breaking through the air by the ear, and stirred up wisps of white smoke on the grass. The fans were very confused, not knowing whether this shot was lucky or unlucky. Fortunately, it hit the hand. If it fell on the waist or the body, Chu Sheng would probably be taken away directly with one shot. Unfortunately, he was shot, and he was still more than 10 meters away from the bunker. According to the current blood volume, if Chu Sheng did not stop to take medicine, it could be said that it would be difficult to run behind the bunker. If you stop to take medicine, you will be killed. But if you continue to try to run over, you will be poisoned to death by the poison circle. Both roads in front of Chu Sheng are dead roads. When the three teammates, including Rabbit, saw Chu Sheng's current health, they couldn't help but sigh. This game is definitely over. After playing games for a whole day, I was originally prepared to stay up all night to reach the top. But I didn't expect to be sniped by a group of fake 4 demons here. This is really... It doesn't matter if I die early, but at this juncture, it's like pouring a bucket of cold water on the heads of the 4 people. The fighting spirit and mentality are more or less damaged. The key is that they were sanctioned after posting such a tough Weibo just now. It feels like a slap in the face. Even the many anchors and professional players who were watching Chu Sheng's live broadcast in the live broadcast room, seeing the current health, did a little mental calculation. Even if this fake bearded man couldn't hit him with a single shot, Chu Sheng would be poisoned to death before he ran behind the bunker. It can be said that there was no hope. Squat down and spray medicine on the spot. Unless the opponent suddenly lost the network. A novice who had played for 10 hours could aim and hit this fixed target. Everyone was discouraged. The key point was that Chu Sheng still didn't know that the 4 people he was facing were not fakes, but the real 4 devils of North America. In order to snipe Chu Sheng, the 4 arrogant guys even joined hands. But in the end, the opponent won and ate Chu Sheng. It's really too much. For top masters joined forces to deal with Chu Sheng, and they were completely unaware. I was expecting Chu Sheng to kill the 4 demons and become a god in one battle. But what a pity. It was not easy for Chu Sheng to beat 3 people by himself. Facing such a lineup, even if a professional team came, there was nothing they could do. Although the netizens were very sorry, Chu Sheng's M16 3-shot burst still left the most profound impression on everyone. Even many domestic professional players, after seeing Chu Sheng's M16 3-shot burst 100% headshot knockdown, couldn't help but sweat all over, and even their backs were wet. Why does Chu Sheng's strength seem to have improved a lot in just a few days? If the previous blind sniping, flick sniping and instant sniping can be replicated with more practice or when in good condition, then the current M16 3-shot headshot is completely beyond human ability. If it weren't for the training of Tuzi and the others, I'm afraid they would really jump up and think that Chu Sheng was using a cheat. If the enemy is low on health, the first shot to headshot and knock it down. Basically, not to mention professional players. Even players with more than 300 hours of experience can hit the target with the first shot. However, the firing rate in the 3-shot mode is extremely fast, and the muzzle shake is naturally more difficult to suppress, because the interval between each shot is too short. so short that most players can't feel this interval, let alone control it. In the eyes of professional players, although they can sense this slight time difference, they are powerless to make adjustments in less than 0.1 second. So the existence of Chu Sheng, who can stably fire 3 consecutive headshots with M16, makes them feel terrified. Super strength is not scary, but the amazing growth rate, almost changing every day, which makes people afraid. But now, even as strong as Chu Sheng, he did not complete the reversal in the end, and was about to fall under the bearded man's violent AKM bullets, or in the power grid. But at this moment, Chu Sheng's mouth corners were raised. This shot did not kill him. So, great. Chapter 550, Survive in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Everyone's eyes were dim and hopeless. This was a dead end. Even if Chu Sheng struggled, it would be useless. It would only make his sacrifice more tragic. It would be fine if he was killed by G-God, Shroud or Anthony, but it was the bearded man who took Chu Sheng's head in the end. Everyone could even imagine the bearded man's smug look, with a face full of evil tricks and a villain's success. They were so angry. But there was nothing they could do. This wave of bearded man sniping was successful. Who knows how arrogant he would be on the internet again. Chu Sheng continued to run forward, but suddenly stopped in the middle of the road and helped the motorcycle that fell to the ground. When the fans saw this action, they were so angry that they almost fainted. It was already so late, and he was still thinking about driving away. It took at least 2 seconds to lift the motorcycle from the ground, standing there as a target. He couldn't survive even a second. Chu Sheng's next action made everyone gasp, including the bearded man who was shooting with a 2x AKM at the origin. Chu Sheng just laid down on the spot, and this action suffocated everyone. Lying down on the spot. Isn't this a sure death? Chu Sheng's action reminded Wei Jiang in front of the screen of his time in Paris, when he had not yet switched to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and was still a professional League of Legends player at his peak. It was because of Varus's arrow that his entire career changed dramatically. Chu Sheng's current attack was comparable to his reverse Q in Wei Jiang's opinion. I don't know when. Wei Jiang's hand had unconsciously touched the cigarette box on the table, and a lighter appeared inexplicably in his other hand. Click! Wei Jiang felt that his body was completely out of control, and the cigarette was already lit. I don't know when it was put into his mouth, and he started to puff. Although I don't know why I am so skilled in this set of movements. It is obviously not the time to care about this. Just when everyone thought Chu Sheng had made an unnecessary fatal mistake at the last moment, Chu Sheng smiled. Now, he is alive. After lying down, he wrapped a bandage seamlessly, raising his health a little bit. But if he lies down here, the taller bearded man will definitely shoot at him. Chu Sheng's helmet had been blown off in the previous fight, and now he is completely naked. If his head is hit by a 7.62mm bullet, it will be GG. The bearded man showed a ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth, and Chu Sheng was like a helpless lamb, lying on the ground and shivering, aiming at Chu Sheng's head. The AKM bullets were fired with a bang. Hearing the gunshots, the fans in the live broadcast room all felt a shudder in their hearts. This was going to be the end. Ding ding ding. Just when everyone's heart sank, there was a sudden trembling sound of bullets hitting metal. It turned out that the motorcycle that Chu Sheng had just helped to stand up slowly from the ground. That's not all. After the motorcycle stood up, because of its size, it just blocked Chu Sheng in front of it, helping him block the bullet that had just come over to end the curtain. At this time, Chu Sheng had already been lying on the ground and started to use the medicine bag. The bearded man was completely stunned. When he fired the gun just now, he didn't notice Chu Sheng's action of holding the motorcycle. He only saw him lying on the ground. Unexpectedly, the motorcycle slowly rose up and blocked his bullet. All the fans were stunned. They didn't expect such a brilliant move. Wei Jiang was so shocked that the cigarette in his hand fell on his pants. He didn't know it when he smelled the thick smoke. Other professional players didn't expect that a motorcycle on the road would become a foreshadowing to change the situation. And judging from Chu Sheng's operation, he had expected this to happen when he ran just now. The bearded man was already furious, and he fired bullets at the motorcycle more quickly. The motorcycle driven by God G had already been through a round of baptism, and only about half of its durability was left. Now the bearded man had fired fiercely again, and the body of the motorcycle had already caught fire, and it was only a few shots away from completely exploding. Chu Sheng's health pack had been filled, and his life status was restored to above healthy in an instant. The bearded man's mentality had collapsed at this time. Just like a cooked duck flew away in an instant. And the Tutso value was like a heavy rain, pouring directly towards Chu Sheng. The Tutso value, which was originally more than 130 points, rushed directly to 160 in an instant. Without saying anything, Chu Sheng threw the bad luck transfer directly to the bearded man. A familiar feeling came over him, and the bearded man suddenly felt a chill all over his body. But this was no longer the time to care about these things. And the bullets were fired at the motorcycle more densely. Chu Sheng saw the motorcycle that was on fire and crackling, and immediately pulled back a little distance. With a 160% bonus, Chu Sheng had never felt so powerful. And with the bad luck all over his body gone, he felt like he had changed his appearance. If he had to express it in one sentence, Chu Sheng would definitely say, "I have never felt so good." He stood up directly, and a human figure suddenly appeared in the bearded man's 2x scope. The bearded man raised the muzzle slightly, and aimed at Chu Sheng and shot. Chu Sheng's M16, the divine weapon of the god-killing weapon, was in 3 bursts of rapid shot from the silencer barrel, and all the bullets were fired from the barrel. The bearded man's AKM bullets were also fired with the muzzle fire. All the fans seemed to be riding on a roller coaster with ups and downs. Just now, the dive went directly to the lowest point, and now it has reached the highest point in an instant, which makes people palpitate and even forget to breathe. Now both of them have appeared in each other's crosshairs, and this is the last wave of confrontation. Everyone was sweating for Chu Sheng. After all, the final fight was still very different. The bearded man had a complete and intact level 2 helmet. From the very beginning of the fight, he was the one who hid his weakness. The level 2 helmet and level 2 armor were intact. Plus, he had a 2x scope AKM in his hand. He could kill Chu Sheng with one shot, whether he hit his head or neck, even if he didn't even have a helmet and his health was not full. On the other hand, Chu Sheng had an M16 with a red dot sight in his hand. Whether it was the sight or the gun damage, he couldn't be compared with the bearded man. Such a duel was very dangerous. Chu Sheng's only advantage was the excellent initial bullet speed of the M16. If they fired at the same time, Chu Sheng's bullet would reach the target before AKM's bullet, which was a very critical point. The bearded man naturally knew this. So after firing the first bullet, he immediately squatted down and fired the subsequent bullets, just to avoid Chu Sheng's bullets that arrived first. He knew that this guy's M16 was very scary, and he could fire 3 rounds at the same point. So in the duel, the bearded man would never give Chu Sheng this opportunity. His ideas and thoughts were extremely top-notch, and he had analyzed thoroughly in a flash. But when the gunfire on both sides stopped abruptly, red blood appeared on both of them. The only difference is that the bearded man fell to the ground and turned into a box, while Chu Sheng was still standing there. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The bearded man looked at the suddenly dimmed screen, and the whole person was lost. After a moment, he stood up and shouted wildly, threw the headphones directly to the ground, turned around and punched his gaming chair, making a loud bang. Chapter 551 Eastern Witchcraft. This is absolutely impossible, the bearded man yelled wildly, his voice even penetrating his own house, and his heart-wrenching scream spread directly outside. As the bearded man fell, the other people also turned into boxes and entered the death settlement screen. However, they did not rush to exit, but clicked on the death replay and watched it carefully. Shroud, G-God and Anthony, all 3 were knocked down by Chu Sheng with the same headshot. This kind of shooting method that even God thought was impossible actually appeared in front of him, more than 3 or 4 times. It is conceivable that the mentality of several people, from the initial shot to now somewhat numb. Moreover, several people are recognized as the big devils in North America. Although the big bearded man kept saying that this guy was definitely cheating and this operation was beyond human power. In the eyes of several people, Chu Sheng's tactical awareness and shooting skills were indeed better than theirs. You must know that these 4 people can represent the top combat power of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds in North America. The 3 words Big Devil are not called for nothing. However, Chu Sheng, under such circumstances, still forced them to constantly exchange players with the opponent through reasonable tactical arrangements. Until now, it was a one-on-one situation. You know, although Chu Sheng's 3 teammates are powerful, in terms of overall strength, the average level of these 4 devils is more than 1 level higher. There is also Shroud, a talented player and captain of the C9 club. Just when everyone thought they had won, Chu Sheng accidentally lifted up the motorcycle, blocked the bullet and saved his life, which was amazing. In a flash, he thought of a solution, implemented it successfully, and could pay attention to any details on the battlefield and make use of them. Just this one hand holding the motorcycle and squatting operation is enough to become the most classic scene in all PUBG games this year. In the last scene of the two fighting with guns, no one expected that the bearded man would lose. Shroud fell down first, so the scene of watching the battle after his death was on the bearded man's screen. He saw that the bearded man had already aimed at Chu Sheng's head, without full blood and protective gear. This shot was a steady headshot, and the bearded man had another detail, which was to avoid the bullets that came first. And he immediately laid down after firing, almost lying down at the same time as firing, to avoid the bullets. But even so, the bearded man still fell down on the screen. Even Shroud was stunned. His brain was blank for a moment, and he didn't understand what happened at all. Obviously, the bearded man should have shot the opponent in the head. But why did the opponent's bullet still hit the bearded man even though he squatted down immediately after shooting? At this moment, even he had a suspicion that this guy really had the automatic aiming and locking function turned on. And the bullets were all tracking effects, aiming at the bearded man's head. The bearded man in the headset had gone crazy, and fell into the same barking as the live broadcast. Shroud shook his head, and clicked on his own death replay, wanting to see how the opponent shot. After seeing the details of Chu Sheng shooting, Shroud took a breath. Chu Sheng's precise control of the mouse and his familiarity with the M16 have reached an outrageous level. How much the muzzle jumps after firing, how much it needs to be pulled down, and when and at what rate to drag the mouse, are all as accurate as if they were preset by the program. This is not the kind of track locking that a plugin does, but it starts to suppress the gun at the same time as firing, so that the bullet appears perfectly on the flight trajectory. It is not the logic of a plugin that the crosshairs first lock the head and then shoot. Shroud watched it back and forth several times, from the initial turmoil, to shock, and then to silence. Maybe G-God was right. He really has the strength to surpass all other players. G-God also watched the death replay for a long time. His heart was as excited as Shroud's. There was no problem with every movement of the crosshairs. What discouraged him the most was not the opponent's shooting skills, but the opponent's simple tactics to show off to them. Under this tactical arrangement, even if there is no such abnormal shooting skills as Chu Sheng, the situation can be controlled. The only amazing shooting skills are the skills shown in the one-on-one with the bearded man. This is the real crushing of the opponent with the shooting skills. Shroud, G-God and Anthony watched the death replays several times, and there was no suspicion of cheating in Chu Sheng's shooting. Big Beard, there is no problem with this guy's shooting. We lost, after a long time. Anthony said this unwillingly, as places with extremely strong FPS strength. Whenever there is an FPS game, North America, Europe and the CIS are the three places that decide the outcome. The top masters also come from these places. After all, the background, talent and game environment are all important. But this time, in Asia, the FPS desert, and even in Country C, such a top genius appeared, who directly beat the four of them like younger brothers, and beat the three of them so hard that they simply lost their temper and bowed down. The bearded man vented his emotions, and when he heard the three people who had already admitted defeat, he shook his head violently, expressing his disbelief. How is it possible? His bullets can track. How can there be no problem? The bearded man roughly moved a chair, put on his headphones again, and clicked on the death replay. He didn't believe it. There must be something wrong with Chu Sheng. Absolutely. How could a yellow-skinned East Asian sick man have the strength and skills to beat the four devils? And in the desert area of FPS, how could their soil produce the top players? A fairy tale. Nonsense. It's ridiculous. The bearded man started watching the death replay. The screen changed to Chu Sheng's perspective. He moved slightly away from the exploding motorcycle, then stood up and aimed. The bearded man saw his own figure in the camera, and the two of them aimed at each other at the same time. The bearded man's eyes became sharp, and he wanted to see how this guy cheated and killed him. In this situation, he was obviously in the upper hand, and he even made a dodging gesture with a flash of inspiration. But he was still killed. That was really hurt. Watching the death replay, although it was a red dot sight, The first bullet was obviously aimed at his head, without any problem. But after the first bullet was fired, and before the second bullet was fired, Chu Sheng's crosshairs suddenly moved down a little bit. When he saw this, the bearded man was stunned, his mouth slightly open, his expression dull. Before he lay down, Chu Sheng had already moved the muzzle down to the position where he was going to squat, locking his position in advance. When the second bullet was fired, his first bullet was fired, and he lay on the ground and caught Chu Sheng's second bullet. Madman! Madman! Does this guy have Oriental witchcraft? How did he know that I would choose to lie down? The bearded man felt unreal and might explode at any time. Chapter 552, Is This Fake? If the opponent's crosshairs had been locked on the bearded man's head, then these two shots must have been locked on the head. But now the opponent moved the crosshairs down before him. But he chose to seek death and lied down to avoid the bullets, and was hit by the opponent's bullets. This absurd scene almost made the bearded man crazy. He looked back and forth for a long time, and then he couldn't help but slap himself in the face twice. Why did he think so much and squat to avoid his bullets? If he didn't squat, then the second bullet would only hit his limbs, and his AKM bullet would fall on the opponent's head during the gap. Then it would be really hard to predict who would win or lose. The bearded man leaned back in his chair in despair. He really lost this battle. Now his mind was full of Chu Sheng's series of operations just now. He still didn't understand why he wanted to drag the muzzle down a little in this situation. But the fact is that they lost. And lost miserably. Not only the bearded man's personal reputation, but also the gathering of the 4 great devils in North America. What a rare opportunity this is. If such a combination were to be broadcast live, I'm afraid the entire Twitch platform would explode directly, and the hot spots would be capped. But such a peak combination could be said to be directly pressed to the ground by Chu Sheng's tactics and shooting skills. You should know that these 4 people can be said to be half of the Twitch chicken-eating area, the mainstay, and the top cards, being pressed to the ground and rubbed wildly by an unknown player. His face was almost rubbed off, although the big beard looks like a mad dog on the surface. As the most popular anchor in the Twitch chicken-eating area, he still has his own glory. Although he attracts the audience with exaggerated skills and mad dog-like performances, his understanding and mastery of this game are indeed commendable. Even some small tricks have been imitated by professional players. In terms of strength alone, it is also quite strong. Otherwise, how could he have the chance to be called one of the 4 great devils in North America? But such a master was defeated by Chu Sheng in an extremely unlikely way, and even completely defeated. The bearded man's mind was full of the shot that Chu Sheng had just taken the initiative to suppress. This guy was completely playing with fire. At that time, as long as he didn't lie down, the person who fell down would definitely be Chu Sheng. But Chu Sheng lowered the gun line in advance and predicted the bearded man's next move. The bearded man even wanted to appear in front of Chu Sheng immediately, and then grabbed his collar and asked him why he could predict his actions. Chu Sheng won the final victory. The bearded man's AKM bullet did fall on Chu Sheng's forehead. However, the bearded man fell to the ground and died first. So the damage of this bullet was judged as invalid, and only some blood volume was reduced. At this moment, the motorcycle was on fire, and the jeep had turned into a charred ball. Both vehicles were scrapped. Rabbit, Shujua and Little Lion had also been injured by the bleeding and poisonous circles, and all turned into boxes, leaving only Chu Sheng, because of the crazy words of the bearded man after his death. Chu Sheng's complaints have reached the max point. With a 200% all-round strength bonus, and feeling the terrifying power brought by entropy reversal, Chu Sheng now feels like the biggest boss in the whole game. The ultimate big devil. These 4 imposters are really powerful. They almost wiped us all out. Chu Sheng was still in shock. This high-ranking 4-row FPP in North America is so terrifying. Just at this level, we can encounter such powerful imposter players. What kind of opponents will we encounter if we reach a high-ranking level? It is indeed a top FPP server. It is really powerful. Even Rabbit nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Chu Sheng's calm command and extreme performance, I'm afraid all 4 of them would have died here. Even Shujua and Xiaoshur couldn't help shaking their heads. It's too strong. The FPP of this North American server is too strong. The water friends in the live broadcast room saw Chu Sheng's comeback. Although they were confused and didn't understand, Chu Sheng jumped to kill and survived. Although they didn't know what was going on, Chu Sheng was still alive. So they had to say awesome. But Chu Sheng's silly and cute expression in an instant made the water friends laugh and cry. Fuck. These 4 guys are probably idiots. Don't you know what your strength is? If the top 1% of the North American server are all at this level, what's the point of playing this game? I applaud the IQ of these 4 guys. I suddenly feel like I'm lost. Please tell me seriously. It wasn't these 4 guys who defeated the 4 North American devils just now. Chu Sheng's first aid kit just now was his last first aid kit. His health has dropped by 1/3 this time. So he started to bandage directly. Chu Sheng ran to the tree in 2 or 3 steps and searched the boxes of Jigod and Anthony. He only found a few bandages and used up all the first aid kits. The boxes of the bearded man and Shroud were still 200 meters away, and Chu Sheng had no interest in going over to lick them again. He kept wrapping bandages to bring his health back above the safety line. At this time, the countdown ended, and the poison circle also shrank immediately. And the damage of the poison circle increased again. Chu Sheng had to drag his feet and continue looking for a car along the road. The other 3 people had just thrown all the extra medical supplies to Chu Sheng, and there were no extra supplies in the boxes. At this time, he could only run with his head held high. If he could find a motorcycle, he would still have a chance to rush into the safe zone. Although Chu Sheng's bad luck was all transferred to the bearded man, he never found a motorcycle along the way. In the end, all the bandages on his body were wrapped up, and he died in the poison circle. Final team ranking, 16. Although he failed to enter the safe zone in the end, he had already tried his best in this game. When the game was over, Chu Sheng returned to the game lobby interface. He took a look at the points and rankings. Because he got all 4 kills, he still had some kill points. But the team was wiped out too early, so he had no ranking points. Overall, Chu Sheng's ranking did not rise but fell, which made Chu Sheng's face gloomy instantly. The first taste of defeat was like a bucket of cold water poured directly on the heads of the 4 people, giving them a chill. Shujia took a look at his ranking, and it really dropped a little. But with this ranking, the opponents he met were so terrible that he couldn't even enter the finals. The strength of North American players is really terrifying. When Chu Sheng was about to take a 2-minute break and switch to the live broadcast room to chat with the fans, he saw the messages floating on the barrage and suddenly frowned. This group of people were saying that the 4 guys just now were not fakes, but the real 4 devils of North America. Chu Sheng couldn't help laughing when he saw the words of the fans. These 4 people are real. You are just fooling me. How could the 4 devils form a team of 4? And we just happened to meet them, Chu Sheng said, looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room. And his smile gradually solidified. Why did we meet? Don't some people have any idea? Chapter 553. I know the truth, and my tears flow. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, he frowned and shut himself up. It seemed that he had reacted. Chu Sheng's expression was first wooden, then shocked, unbelievable, thinking again and again, tossing and turning, then shocked, and finally lost consciousness. This series of expression changes was extremely rich, and each expression was extremely delicate. After being stunned for a long time, Chu Sheng reluctantly searched the 4 people's IDs one by one on the Battle Record Query website. He took a look at the battle records, all of which were in the North American FPV mode, and were in the top 200 on the server. Now Chu Sheng really believed that the 4 guys he had always thought of as fakes in the game were actually the 4 real North American devils. Just thinking about this, Chu Sheng felt unreal. It's like you are singing with your friends at a KTV, and suddenly someone from the next room rushes in and says they want to compete. Then you take a closer look. Wow! The 4 heavenly kings of Hong Kong. It's this feeling of disillusionment. How can these 4 guys have the nerve to join hands to cause trouble for them? Well, the 4 guys we just killed don't seem to be fakes. Chu Sheng swallowed his saliva and told his discovery to the other 3 teammates. No wonder he felt that the North American players were strong. They were only over 5,000, and yet they encountered an opponent that almost wiped them out. It turned out that after all this time, these 4 guys really joined forces. Chu Sheng was not stupid either. Now the situation was clear at a glance. Obviously, these 4 demons wanted to join forces to snipe Chu Sheng, and did not want Chu Sheng to rush into the top 10 in North America within one day. After all, it seemed like an outsider suddenly made it to the local finals, which was a slap in the face of the locals of the entire server. You said that in this case, as the 4 strongest demons in the local area, and it was the big bearded man who caused the incident. After watching Chu Sheng's performance video, These 4 people naturally wanted to join forces to snipe him. Xiao Ju prepared the game and drank a sip of water. Hearing the captain's words, he didn't react at all and asked, if those 4 guys are not fakes, what else can they be? To Xiao Ju, these 4 guys are really strong. They can actually put them in a desperate situation, and even use a one-for-one method to create an advantage. And in the situation just now, it was fortunate that the opponent didn't have Molotov cocktails or fragmentation grenades. Otherwise, they would have been defeated if they had thrown a few at random. Xiao Ju was still stupid and spoke without thinking. But the rabbit and the little lion opened their mouths slightly, with an incredible look on their faces, and heard the hidden meaning of Chu Sheng. Impossible. These 4 people will team up together? Little Lion was shocked. Not to mention him. Anyone who knew this news would definitely be unbelieving at first, and then surprised. Rabbit seemed to have caught some information. Looking back at Chu Sheng, as if talking to himself, what if the 4 of them got together just to snipe us? Chu Sheng nodded, thought about it carefully, and now he completely understood that these 4 people came here specifically to snipe them. I remember that when the plane passed the seaside farm at the beginning, Shuju had complained that 2 teams were left behind. And fortunately, he didn't go down to grab the territory. Now thinking about it, the 8 people who fell down, and the time when they first saw the information of killing the 4 demons in the upper right corner of the screen, Chu Sheng can be sure that one of them is the 4 demons of North America. And directly choosing the location of the seaside farm is also very insidious and vicious. Which clearly means to snipe Chu Sheng and his team from the beginning. In the subsequent encounter, the opponent destroyed the vehicle without hesitation. This is not a capable and brave style. But the opponent did not think about eating chicken at all. The plan after the encounter was to devour Chu Sheng's entire team and snipe them to continue to climb points. And after the first encounter, the fake Big Beard's crazy growing Tutso value was like a flood and tsunami sweeping over. Everything is clear. Both the little lion and the rabbit remained silent. It was obvious that this news was too shocking for them, and they needed to digest it carefully. Xiao Ju also realized it later, as if he had grasped the tail of a clue, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is impossible? How could these 4 people join hands? What about the arrogance and pride of being masters?" But no one answered Xiao Ju's question. Obviously, these 4 people also risked their faces to maintain the dignity of the North American server. But as for the guy with the big beard, it is definitely not to maintain the dignity of the North American server. This guy is purely for revenge and malicious sniping. You guys, you knew that these 4 guys were not fakes. But you didn't tell us earlier. We almost flipped over. Don't you know? Chu Sheng also gave a severe reprimand to the fans. It was fortunate that he managed to hold the whole scene in the end. Otherwise the car would have flipped over. If you win, you can brag about it now. But what if you lose? Fans? This anchor is a beast. It's a bit shameless to say so. I was so anxious just now. And now I have to be told by the unscrupulous anchor that I don't want to live anymore / crying. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of high heels tapping, and Xiaobai rushed in hastily, panting violently, and squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. Those 4 people are not fakes. Chu Sheng, Xiao Ju, Rabbit, and Little Lion all tilted their heads and looked at Xiaobai, who was sweating profusely at the door, with confused faces. Xiaobai looked up at Xiao Ju, who was drinking water, Rabbit, who was picking his feet, Little Lion, who was eating bananas, and Chu Sheng, who had his mouth slightly open. The 4 people didn't look like they were still fighting in the game. Wei Jiang had called her to explain the situation before, because she knew that Chu Sheng's training club and Xiaobai were in the same community. She hoped that Xiaobai would rush over to remind them. Xiaobai ran over in a panic after hearing the news, and saw the scene in front of him. Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. Is the game over? Did they lose? The moment she heard the news, she was completely stunned. After all, the 4 great devils of North America were all top-notch. When facing such a strong enemy attack, it was unknown how long Chu Sheng and his team could resist, and they were completely defenseless. Lost? Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, and asked with a trembling voice, if they really lost to the 4 great devils of North America, then wouldn't the kill record that Chu Sheng had worked so hard to get before lose its due value? Chu Sheng smiled and said only one ambiguous sentence, "You are late." Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. What does it mean to be late? Did they lose the game and know the truth? Chapter 554. Just do it. Chu Sheng took off his headphones and walked directly towards Xiaobai. As Chu Sheng walked over, the smile on this guy's face became brighter and brighter. Seeing this, how could Xiao Bai not understand that Chu Sheng was deliberately creating tension? What will be the final result? Xiao Bai had a vague idea in his mind. But when he thought that the other party was the 4 great devils in North America, who could be regarded as the 4 most powerful anchors in North America, Xiao Bai felt that it was impossible and uncertain. Chu Sheng did not answer directly, but hugged Xiao Bai and prepared to walk out. What do you think? Chu Sheng looked at Xiao Bai with squinted eyes. Waiting for her answer, Xiao Bai tied her hair, fiddled with her fingers, and walked out of the villa with Chu Sheng's arms. You look so proud that you must have won. But you are not in the game, which means you are completely defeated. And the opponent is an unprecedented lineup of the 4 North American devils. According to Xiao Bai, she was really confused, not knowing what happened and how it ended. Then Chu Sheng took Xiao Bai for a walk while talking. And when they walked downstairs of Xiao Bai's house, the story was over. After hearing the whole story, Xiao Bai still felt unreal. After a long while, she tied her hair and uttered, "The 4 North American devils are too shameless. 4 people sniped you." But after a moment, the frost on his face melted, and he smiled, "But now it's good. All 4 of them have lost. They should not have the face to snipe anymore. And it can be said that they have been slapped in the face." Chu Sheng smiled, stretched out his hand to stroke Xiao Bai's hair, and finally brushed across his cheek. "Okay. Go back and rest quickly. Just leave this kind of thing to me." Xiao Bai's eyes were shining, as if they were always twinkling with little stars. After a few words of concern to Chu Sheng, he reluctantly went upstairs and went home. After all, Chu Sheng and his team still have to fight to the top 10 of the US server tonight. The sooner they finish the battle, the earlier they can rest. Xiao Bai is still sensible, and did not get too mushy with Chu Sheng. On the way back, a gust of night wind blew, and Chu Sheng actually felt a little chilly. This wave of the 4 North American devils joined forces to snipe him, which made Chu Sheng feel a chill. Before, he once thought that it was just a North American prank player, a fake, and he had the illusion that it was awesome, worthy of being a North American server with a strong FPS background. As a result, it was not until the end of the game that he realized that these were the top 4 in North America. If the 4 of them really succeeded in sniping, Chu Sheng now thought calmly, it would really deal a blow to their morale. He took a breath of cold air and felt a little scared. But now it's different. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is about success and failure. Now the 4 great devils in North America have all been defeated. This wave of sneaky sniping has ended up with both the wife and the army lost. How could Chu Sheng let go of such a good opportunity? Since he has the nerve to form a team to snipe, he must naturally bear the consequences of shamelessness. As soon as Chu Sheng returned to the club, the 3 rabbits looked at Chu Sheng with a sly smile. And the smiles were full of I know meaning. Hey, why did the captain come back so soon? Shijua was the youngest, so naturally he was the most booing. Chu Sheng walked up and reached out to gently pat Shijua's head. I didn't see you have such a strong understanding when playing games. So you are not stupid? Xiaoju didn't turn off the live broadcast, so this sentence was naturally recorded in the microphone. The fans in Xiaoju's live broadcast room almost laughed to death. This is too real. Xiaoju didn't react before that these 4 people were real big devils, and he made a few random OOs, but was caught by Chu Sheng. Xiaoju immediately admitted his mistake and smiled awkwardly. Chu Sheng patted Xiaoju's shoulder, walked back to his seat, clapped his hands and said, what about the 4 big devils in North America? They can't stop us. Tonight, we will be in the top 5 in the US server, and we'll be done. If it were just 4 fakes just now, the 4 members of the team would definitely be hit. After all, the match with more than 5,000 people actually pushed the 4 of them to the limit, leaving them no room to play. But unexpectedly, these 4 people were the real deal. So this wave was worth bragging about. Chu Sheng posted the screenshots and game files of this kill on Weibo again. This time, it was written thank you, the 4 great devils of North America, for coming to guide us. This sentence was quite sarcastic. At this time, I don't know how many fans were waiting on Chu Sheng's Weibo homepage. This time, a big news came out. If it was released, I'm afraid the discussion of the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds would explode. As soon as Chu Sheng's message was released, everyone was waiting to repost it as soon as possible. It's nothing. This news is too exciting. After Chu Sheng sent the message, he went back to the game hall and waited for the other 3 teammates to get ready. When Chu Sheng went out just now, Xiao Ju flipped through his phone and saw a missed call from Wei Jiang. He was curious about the meaning of Wei Jiang calling at this time. Later, he found out that Wei Jiang was calling to tell them the true identity of the 4 demon kings. But the 4 people's phones were muted, and they didn't hear it. Wei Jiang called Xiao Bai to let her come to inform him. Xiao Ju learned his lesson this time, and put his phone next to the table, so that he could see it first. Captain, the Weibo you just posted has become popular. It has been reposted for less than a minute. The little lion also grinned while holding his phone. To be honest, the team battle just now was really fun. Especially after the game. He knew that the 4 people were the 4 great devils of North America. The news that Chu Xing wanted to rush into the top 10 of the US server tonight was now known to netizens on the SNS social platform across the ocean. As soon as Chu Xing posted the message on Weibo, some fans were ready, and then reposted it on foreign SNS social platforms. It was just that this news was sent out through Chu Xing's understated thank you, plus the 4 IDs on the screenshot, which was quite shocking. This is G God, Shroud, Beard and Anthony. Please tell me, this is not true. The 4 devils of North America have joined forces. Wouldn't Twitch explode? These 4 people live broadcast together? None of these 4 people live broadcast. The 4 devils teamed up to snipe Chu Xing. If this is broadcast live again, will they still have any shame? The fans were also shocked at first. Then unbelievable. And then shocked. Then someone took a screenshot of this Weibo and forwarded it to the SNS of the external network, along with the screenshots and game files. Then, SNS exploded directly. Everyone saw the 4 IDs on the screenshot and thought it was a prank at first. After all, the 4 devils of North America usually have their own circles. It is a happy thing for 2 people to team up. Not to mention that 4 people team up together, which is something they dare not even think about. Chapter 555 Avengers? What was even more incredible to them was that the 4 great devils in North America joined forces to snipe Chu Xing, but ended up killing him. You should know that the strength of the 4 is not only praised in North America, but also in Europe. The fans on Twitch are all over the world. Lost to a 4-man team led by a kid from country C. WTF. How could this be possible? This absurd feeling is like the Galaxy battleship Real Madrid led by the snail, but lost to the Chinese national football team in the official game. All Real Madrid fans are definitely unwilling to believe and accept this result. Just as the fans of the 4 great devils are unwilling to accept the fact that the 4 joined forces and ended up losing. After loading the game video and watching it, how could these ordinary players understand Chu Xing's 3-shot M16? Especially Chu Xing's terrifying 100% headshot rate, which made everyone scalp numb. Cheat. This is definitely a wall hang, with an automatic aiming lock on cheat. How dare you post on SNS to mock the big devil? You don't even have a bit of shame. Right? This game can only show that a lock-on automatic aiming cheat is more effective than the 4 big devils combined. No. It can also show the shamelessness of some yellow-skinned guys on foreign SNS. Such remarks were rampant, even overshadowing other voices, and became the most mainstream voice for a while. After all, North America is a long-established FPS region with a profound foundation and many talented people. As for Asia, or even Country C, what can come out of that FPS desert? Despicable yellow monkey. This sentence became the most liked sentence on foreign SNS to comment on this battle. For a while, domestic fans simply exploded when they heard the news. What's the matter? You are allowed to produce geniuses in North America all the time, but we are not allowed to produce an FPS genius in Country C. And cheating? And despicable? This matter is no longer a matter of the PUBG circle or the esports circle. In the end, even D8 came out and issued the timeless slogan "The Emperor Bar goes to war, and no grass will grow." Organized the Bar friends to directly climb over the wall and access the external SNS to launch a blast. Let them know that building the wall is not to close the country, but purely for your foreign freshness. Just when the netizens on both sides were arguing, the 4 people on Chu Xing's side had already clicked the ready button again and started matching again. With the experience of defeating the 4 North American devils, this time the 4 people were in high spirits and went straight to the topic. At the same time, after the big beard stabilized his emotions, he also pressed the ready button again. It turned out that after the 4 people were wiped out just now, they were carefully analyzing and watching the death replay, and even reviewed the video of the entire game afterwards, watching the whole process from Chu Xing's perspective. The four of them originally thought that with their combined strength, it would be easy to snipe such AC country team. But they failed to snipe Chusheng. What was more terrifying was the strength shown by the opponent, which was far beyond the reach of G-God and others. The four of them were all high-spirited anchors, and had never suffered such a setback. However, this wave of slaps in the face actually inspired the fighting spirit of the four of them. The previous wave was only half a move away. If there was another chance to meet Chusheng and others, then the result next time would definitely be different. You don't want to end it like this, do you? G-God was the first to be knocked down. After coming out of silence, he wanted to fight Chusheng again. Shroud made a mistake just now. If he had hit the head with a 98k, there would be no such things later. The confrontation with Chusheng just now made Shroud regain the mentality when he was the captain of C9 and fought in the CS Go Offline competition. It was a kind of doubt or instinctive fear. He has a big heart and can play a series of 3 or 4 gorgeous operations in the offline competition. But every time at the critical moment, he often cannot play the most stable. The embarrassment of having a strong internal force, but not knowing how to use it. I thought that if I retired and live broadcast with peace of mind, this kind of thing would not happen. But this time when he faced Chusheng, this long-lost feeling came to his mind again, making Shroud feel a little afraid. Should he retreat in this situation? Even retiring could not avoid this situation. So where could he retreat to? So Shroud chose to fight again. But this time it was not to compete with Chusheng, but to break through his own inner demons. As for Anthony, he was initially pulled over by the big beard, but as a person who was shot in the head twice by Chusheng himself, it also aroused Anthony's desire to win, and he wanted to find an opportunity to compete with Chusheng again. Not to mention the big beard, who kept shouting that Chusheng was a cheater and opened the lock to aim automatically, but was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Chusheng in the death replay. And then he didn't say a word. The bearded man had complicated feelings towards Chusheng, but all the pent-up emotions finally converged into one thought: revenge. He wanted to take revenge on Chusheng. The four great devils of North America established a deep revolutionary friendship in a defeat. From now on, they are no longer big devils, but the Avengers. They are going to challenge Chusheng, the real big devil. Again, the charge horn is blown again, and the sniping will continue. At this moment, everyone is assigned to a new game, and they are all ready to play well. But they don't know that there is already a flood outside. After all, the content of the game video file said by Chusheng is too shocking. Those are the four great devils in North America. Even the official publicity planners of the developer could not let 4 people compete on the same stage. But Chusheng did it. What's even more terrifying is that the Dream Team still failed in front of Chusheng. Netizens couldn't tell the truth from the fake in the video, so they went crazy on SNS at PUBG_Steam, the official account, hoping that the official would give a real hammer to kill Chusheng, the cheater, and defend the status of the Glory King of the North American server. Before this, the official account of the developer on SNS was the most mentioned every day because of the mistaken blocking of player accounts. But in just a few dozen minutes, thousands of mentions came, and even the developer operation on duty was completely shocked. Copy the game files and hand them over to the technical department for analysis. A big beard has made the developers tremble with fear, and a vague threat has made the developers want to kneel on the ground and lick feet. Now the 4 most reputable anchors in North America seem to have been collectively humiliated by the plug-in from the opposite big country. This kind of thing is almost the most serious incident. On the one hand, it will be submitted to the technical department for review at the highest priority level, and on the other hand, it must be reported to the game director and boss at the headquarters as soon as possible. At this moment, in the office of the Seoul headquarters, several company executives are racking their brains to think about how to deal with the Big Beard SNS report incident this time. As a result, the secretary broke in and told them a news that shocked them even more. Chapter 556: You are just a younger brother. After listening to the report, several senior executives, who were discussing how to deal with the international dispute between Big Beard and Chusheng, suddenly felt like fainting on the spot. These people are too good at making a fuss. Do they think the matter is not big enough? Several senior executives all rubbed their eyebrows. If this problem gets bigger, it will be impossible to end it. Did the 4 anchors post any messages on SNS? The boss who didn't, that is, Big Beard, who had posted the ID before, did not express any negative emotions on the social platform after this round. The secretary also reported everything. Let all the technical team staff put down their current testing work and do their best to identify the data of these two games. Don't miss a single detail. And do it quickly. I want to see the conclusion submitted by the technical department as soon as possible. The boss of the developer was also very firm. After all, now it can be said that all the problems are pushed to the developer. Chu Sheng's big account was banned, and he broke the world kill record in a blink of an eye. Now he has killed 4 top Twitch chicken-eating anchors in a row, and is continuing to sprint towards the top 10 of the North American server, regardless of whether Chu Sheng is cheating or not. A series of actions tonight are to beat the developer to death and rub his face on the ground. Now apologies and explanations can no longer save the developers. What we can do now is to find the original data of the game as soon as possible, and let the technical department analyze the data to distinguish whether it is cheating or not. Because it has come to this point, simple bans and explanations are meaningless. If cheating is used, then when it is detected, the investor doyu will have nothing to say. We will post a notice to severely punish the cheating players. For this reason, our developers will put more energy on Krypton Gold, or on providing players with a good and healthy gaming environment. If there is no cheating, it means that Chu Sheng relied on his own extraordinary strength and created the latest PUBG kill record. And then a wave of publicity, apology and appeasement will come. Isn't it wonderful? The idea of the developer boss is very correct. And even this stick is already bubbling with joy in his heart, complacent with his extraordinary wisdom. Boss, you are so famous. You are a perfect crisis PR. You are worthy of being the boss. My admiration for the boss is like a torrent of water, endless and unstoppable. Even other senior executives praised the boss with all their might. Only one sentence from the secretary made the whole heated scene suddenly awkward, and you could hear a pin drop. But boss, we only have 3 employees in the technical department. After the secretary finished speaking, it was as if time had stopped, and she was completely frozen by the cold. The whole conference room was silent, and everyone stared at the secretary with sharp eyes. Telling the truth. Okay, boss. I'll go and convey your instructions to the technical department. Goodbye, boss. And goodbye to all the directors. The secretary bowed, quickly retreated to the door, pushed the door and ran out. In a small workshop company, 2 or 3 programmers in the technical department. Can such a thing be casually said in front of the boss? After the secretary came out, she closed her eyes, and her facial features were about to squeeze together. She felt like she couldn't come to work tomorrow. At this time in the game, Chu Sheng and the other 4 were enthusiastic. Even the 4 North American demons were defeated by them. This North American server, wouldn't it allow the 4 of them to soar freely? In the past few games, our tactical training was very successful and very skilled. In order to get into the top 10 of the North American server as quickly as possible, I now announce that the tactical training arrangement is cancelled. We can skip those hot locations this time and end the battle as soon as possible. As the captain, Chu Sheng told the other 3 about the next arrangement when they were in the quality square. This is not nonsense that Chu Sheng said after getting excited, but also something he thought out after careful consideration. After all, they just defeated the 4-man team of Legend of God. Now everyone in the team is excited and has the ambition to stay up all night to get into the top 10 of the US server. If you can achieve such an extreme goal of getting into the top 10 of the 4-person team on the North American FPP server in one day, it is not just as simple as being in high spirits. According to an ancient poem, the spring breeze is so hot that the horses gallop, and all the flowers in Chang'an can be seen in one day. Even if Chu Sheng ordered everyone to sleep now, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to sleep. But for tomorrow's training and performance, Chu Sheng must rush to the top 10 of the US server in the shortest time, so as to maximize the rest time of the team members. Hearing that Chu Sheng had opened the tactical unlocking, Rabbit, Shujua and Little Lion all had their eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that they can do whatever they want? Shujua was the most excited, and said without saying a word, no matter what the route is, we will jump directly to the airport. After all, the airport is a place where you can fight as soon as you land, and you will be the king if you kill it. As soon as Shujua finished speaking, Little Lion said leisurely, are you sure that with the captain following us, going to the airport for a gunfight is the best choice? When Xiaojua heard this, his face suddenly changed. If we follow the captain, won't there be no guns in the entire C building? Are we going to the airport to kill people or to give away heads? When Chu Sheng heard this, his brows furrowed. These guys are really arrogant. Just after defeating the big devil, they feel omnipotent. They even dare to touch the captain's tiger whiskers. How courageous. Chu Sheng glanced at the time and had a plan in mind. Okay, let's jump to the airport this time. But I'll show you what it means to be possessed by the Emperor of Europe. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, the fans in the live broadcast room laughed and laughed. Chu Sheng, although you have killed 4 big demons, we admit your strength. But you have to have some sense of your own strength. It's more like he is possessed by the Emperor of Luck. Or he is possessed by bad luck. This anchor is too arrogant. I'm sorry to make a fool of myself. I'll take this arrogant pig back now. This is a black car. I think it will overturn in 9 out of 10 times. The fans also mocked him crazily. After all, you can't forget your identity as a non-African just because you defeated the big demon. As a human being, forgetting your roots will make people poke your spine. Although Chu Sheng didn't switch out to see the barrage, he could imagine that this group of pigs must be mocking him. He had already seen through the true face of this group of fans. When there is an enemy, they share the same hatred. When there is no enemy, they are their own enemies. You are just a younger brother. Chu Sheng was filled with grief and indignation. But whether he said this to his 3 teammates or to the pig in the live broadcast room, only Chu Sheng himself knew. As Chu Sheng was indignant, the 60-second countdown on the quality square of the birth island also ended, and the plane officially appeared from the edge of the map. The weather was good, and this route was from Z City Zarki Fried Chicken City in the upper left corner of the map to Port Inn on the airport island. You could land at the airport. Chapter 557I. Shujia would rather die than surrender. This route is quite powerful. Shujia couldn't help but applaud. When we get to the airport, won't the 4 of us join forces to kill everyone? As the plane passed through Z City, some players jumped to the upper and lower urban areas and containers of G-Port. When passing through P-City, not many people jumped. It seems that most players set their sights on the airport and N-Port. This makes everyone even more excited. This time, they don't have to kill anyone, and everyone can kill as much as they can with their own skills. At this moment, there are still 4 people on the plane, and they are no longer as relaxed as before. Since the plane entered the sky over the land, they have been constantly analyzing the landing points that Chu Sheng and his team might choose. The sniper team of the 4 Great Devils in North America has now transformed into the Avengers. Based on previous combat experience and videos, there are 2 possible locations for Chu Sheng and his team to jump. One is the quarry and mine area, and the other is the coastline area of the seaside farm. Unfortunately, this route can reach both locations, which makes the 4 people very uncomfortable. They don't know which location to choose. As the plane flew over the southern mountains and farmland of P-City, it was time to make a judgment. Shroud simply stood up at this time, playing the role of the captain in C9 and making the final decision. We will separate from the quarry, the gas station at Kwoto, the Zodiac, and the seaside farm. If you find any traces of the enemy after landing, try to protect yourself first, and then take action after the people gather together. This can be said to be the fastest way to lock the enemy's position, and it is conducive to the rapid formation of equipment for the 4 people. When the plane flew over the farmland, several people fell from the plane, just like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. On this route, there will be no shortage of competitors in the mine quarry, and there will be no shortage of people visiting the seaside farm, a strategic location that can be attacked and defended. As the 4 people separated like fairies, the game officially began. As for whether they can meet Chu Sheng again, it depends on luck. Chu Sheng and his 4 companions dived directly towards the direction of Building C on the flight path. Chu Sheng was sure to win this time. Whether he could win the game was one thing, but since these brothers said he was unlucky and despised the captain's authority, Chu Sheng would definitely show off his captain's majesty. Just like the 3 guys used to play the 1-3 reverse destiny circle plan. If they didn't see how powerful they were this time, they might think they were vegetarians. When it comes to slapping people in the face, Chu Sheng is more professional. The jokes of the 3 people in the quality square have already made Chu Sheng's complaints worth more than 10 points. Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion still don't believe that Chu Sheng can land with a gun. So during the fall, the 3 of them tacitly moved away from the captain Chu Sheng. Rabbit ran directly to the police station to fight against the clock. Xiao Ju landed directly on the foundation of the Yotio elevated platform and began to search along the iron ladder. Xiao Shitzi simply ran directly to the boiler room. At least it was better to die in the gunfight than to follow the captain and be chased like a stray dog without a gun. Right? So, when he fell, there were no teammates around Chu Sheng except the enemies. Chu Sheng's mouth curled up slightly. These people were really happy. Did they really think they would land without a gun this time? Before landing on the roof, Chu Sheng saw a DP-28 on the ground on the roof of the C-shaped building, right where he landed. After landing, Chu Sheng lay on the ground, equipped the DP-28, dragged only 15 bullets on his body, and then began to reload. This is a little trick for landing and fighting. If there are no people around, you can slowly pick up everything on the ground, and then reload. However, in this case, if you have to fight as soon as you land, or even if there are enemies on the same roof, there is no need to pick up everything on the ground at the beginning. In this case, you only need to identify one thing, the gun. You don't need to pick up too many bullets. You must know that 15 bullets are in a pile. By the time you pick up 3 piles of bullets, the opponent may have loaded all the bullets and is ready to shoot. If 15 rounds of 7.62mm bullets still can't kill anyone, then you can think about why you jumped into a crowded place like the airport. Although the large tray of DP-28 is slow to load, Chu Sheng was lying behind the pier, and the enemy also fell on the roof. After picking up the gun, he didn't stop, and actually targeted the 3rd level bag and 1st level armor on the roof. When the bullet tray of DP-28 was installed with a click, Chu Sheng grinned. He leaned out his head and aimed at the vertical line of the DP-28 sight, directly at the enemy. The sound of DP-28 firing was a bit like a tractor, very rhythmic, and the firing rate was not fast. But the damage of this gun is extremely high, a little higher than AKM and Groza. Because of its rarity, Chu Sheng had hardly seen this gun in previous games. However, as the only 2 light machine guns in the game, Chu Sheng had heard of the name of DP-28. M249 is a fine product produced by airdrops, among the light machine guns that can be picked up on the ground in the game. DP-28 is the strongest light machine gun. Chu Sheng aimed all his bullets at the head, fearing that the bulletproof vest on this guy would be damaged. At a distance of less than 20 meters, facing the head without a helmet, one shot directly hit the head and knocked him down. After knocking him down, Chu Sheng picked up all the bullets on the ground, reloaded them, and ran over. All 3 bullets hit the guy's PY, so as not to damage the durability of the 1st level armor. Chu Sheng knocked down and killed a man with DP-28 as soon as he landed. At this time, Rabbit, Shujua and Little Lion had not picked up the gun yet. Seeing the kill information in the upper right corner, they opened their mouths in disbelief. Especially Shujua, who was dumbfounded. It must be fake. This must be fake. Where is the crossbow, frying pan or gasoline that was promised to land? Captain, you are too disrespectful to me. Shujua, it's only been a few minutes and your face is swollen. Shujua finally got to the elevated platform, but he went up the stairs instead. He had a complete set of level 2 suits, but he was missing a weapon. As soon as he reached the corridor on the elevated platform, he saw a man on the opposite side holding a Scar-L and rushing towards him. Excuse me. Shujua turned around and ran down the stairs without saying a word. Captain, someone is pointing a gun at me. Shujua was also panicked. If he had a small pistol in his hand, he would dare to show it off. But he only has a pair of fists now. Wouldn't it be suicide if he rushed forward? Chu Sheng just picked up the armor and backpack, and heard Xiaojue chattering here, looking up at the viaduct. This guy ran down like crazy as if his boat was on fire, and the enemies on the viaduct also chased him. Chu Sheng was not in a hurry, but smiled and said, "Do you believe that I can pick up an airdrop later?" Chapter 558. Since there are no enemies, let's start with our own people. When Shujua heard Chu Sheng ask this question, his attention was completely stumped by this sentence. Thinking of the last time when Chu Sheng teased him in the reverse circle of 1 protecting 3. He just mocked Chu Sheng for landing without a gun. But in the end it was him who had no gun. And now he had to turn his back and ask the captain for help. Shujua felt like a villain who jumped out of a novel, and the purpose of his appearance was to show off and slap the protagonist in the face. Now Chu Sheng asked him another question. For the sake of his own life, he couldn't answer it casually. Even if I, Shujua, was beaten to death, died outside, or jumped down from here and died, I would not say such shameless and insincere words. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up, with a smile on his lips. Oh, This guy is quite like the ancients. He would rather die than surrender? Chu Sheng lay on the roof, watching a good show on the elevated platform in the distance. Since Shujua said that he would not say anything against his will, he would definitely not shoot. There was also fierce exchange of fire from both the rabbit and the little lion. Although Shujua kept sending distress signals to the two, they could not save themselves now, let alone cross thousands of mountains and rivers to save Shujua. The footsteps on the iron stairs were trembling, and each sound struck Shijua's heart. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the Scarl fully automatic gun was like firecrackers, and the bullets rustled past Shijua's ears. If it weren't for the iron railings of the stairs that helped him block a lot of damage, he would have lost half of his blood just now. Chu Sheng raised the corners of his mouth and lay on the ground watching this scene. The netizens also laughed so hard, seeing Shijua's miserable appearance. They didn't realize that they had just been slapped in the face by Chu Sheng. Wait for a truth warning. It's uncomfortable. Fei Fei. I believe Shujua is definitely not that kind of person. Shujua had already circled to the foundation of the viaduct. And then, he didn't dare to move anymore. If he ran out, there would be no cover around him. He would be attacked by the first person. Whoever came would die. But the footsteps of the guy upstairs did not stop. He was going to force his way down to kill Shujua. Shujua panicked. He did not expect that the captain was watching the show without saying a word. Captain, you actually watched me die without helping me. It's so disappointing. Shujua cried bitterly. Hey, I'm sorry too. My team members don't trust their captain. Chu Sheng also had a tone of despair, as if his child ranked last in the final exam, and he didn't even feel like fighting. Shujua was speechless. Wow, this captain is really narrow-minded. However, if a person can easily sell out his dignity and persistence, what kind of person will he become? Shijua's eyes were firm, as if he had made a difficult decision. Captain, of course I believe you can pick up the airdrop. As a team member, you must trust the captain 100%. Captain. Moo. As soon as Shujua finished speaking, Chu Sheng's crosshairs were already aimed at the enemy. Chu Sheng chuckled. This was originally a joke between teammates. Chu Sheng said nonchalantly, "You run out now." Xiao Ju was stunned for a moment. If he ran out, wouldn't he be throwing himself into someone else's face? But since Chu Sheng had spoken, he must have known something, and would not joke with his life. Xiao Ju was just stunned for a moment. And then he turned his head, and headed towards Building C without looking back. Hearing the clattering footsteps, the man turned half a circle and finally saw Xiao Ju's figure. And without saying a word, he opened the Scarl machine aiming. At this time, Chu Sheng stood up directly from the roof, half-crouched and fired 3 shots at the enemy on the stairs. Cherry red blood flashed several times in a row. And before the man could fire, he was knocked down by Chu Sheng. Seeing the knockout message pop up, Shujua was immediately happy. He no longer ran in panic, but turned 180 degrees and ran towards the elevated fried dough sticks again. The fans were completely amused by this scene. Shujua was really naughty. So delicious comeback. Chu Sheng said only 2 words. But Shujua didn't care. Captain, wait a minute. This guy has been chasing me all the way. If I don't go up and punch him a few times, I won't be able to swallow this breath. The fallen player was still struggling to climb up the stairs, and Xiaojua squatted and followed behind, punching the man on the butt. I asked you to chase. I asked you to chase. Just after throwing 2 punches, there was a burst of gunfire. The bullets landed on the iron railings, sparkling sparks and clanging vibrations. Shujua was also shot, and only a layer of blood was left. At the moment the bullet made a sound, Shijua's pores burst all over his body, and he immediately shouted, "Captain, save me!" That voice. Don't mention how tragic it was. Chu Sheng shook his head helplessly, and said lazily while firing, "I told you just now. But you didn't listen." Along with the rhythm of the speech, the bullets also echoed the rhythm of the speech and fired 2 bullets. 1 shot to the head and 1 shot to the body, killing the guy who rushed over to protect his teammates. Shujua was full of grievances. Who knew that this comeback meant this? No one is here now. Right? Shujua looked around and was about to go up to lick the box, when Chu Sheng suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Shujua was so scared that he immediately fell to the ground, and was so scared that he was at a loss. Where is the person? Where is the person? Chu Sheng walked away with a big laugh, which was an unforgettable lesson for Shujua. The water friends in the live broadcast room were almost laughing to death. Chu Sheng was too fast. Shujua was already panicking. And now he was scared by Chu Sheng, like a salted fish on a frying pan. And he immediately laid down again. It was not until he heard Chu Sheng's laughter that Xiao Ju stood up with his face flushed. This Chu Sheng was really too much. However, Chu Sheng was still talking to himself and babbling while running. Hey, a professional player, playing a game recklessly, and making a lot of noise without any stability. It's not easy for me to be the captain. If you say Chu Sheng thought about it in his heart, it would be fine. But he still pretended to talk to himself. If he talked in a low voice, it would be fine. But this voice was neither too high nor too low. Just enough for Xiao Ju to hear. Anyway, Chu Sheng had a smile on his face, smiling to welcome the large amount of complaints. At this moment, they were at the seaside farm in mine. When the 4 Avengers landed and began to fight the enemy, they suddenly found that the ID that they could not forget, Mu Xiaogu, floated over the information bar in the upper right corner. The 4 people's eyes lit up. After such a long time, they could still take pictures with Chu Sheng again. This was a chance for revenge given to them by God. Hurry up and find a gun to end the battle. Since the opponent had killed, it must not be at the seaside farm in mine. Gee God. Shroud and Anthony were all in high spirits. This time, they were fully prepared and must find a way to win back. Only the big beard had a dark face at this moment. He landed in the Zodiac. After searching all the 12 rooms, when the big beard came out in a dusty state, he only had an S686 on his back, and a crowbar, which was very powerful. Chapter 559. Chu Sheng is a special person. The bearded man panted and blamed all the bad luck on Chu Sheng. Ever since he got involved with this guy, his luck has never been good. Yes, all the bad luck came from this guy. Just when he came out of the gate of the Zodiac and wanted to meet up with his teammates at the seaside farm, a large red warning area suddenly appeared above his head, directly blocking the route of the bearded man. And he was in a dilemma. After a moment of shock, the bearded man cursed and turned around and went back to the Zodiac's house. WTF. I was so unlucky this time. Damn it. In the airport, Chu Sheng went down the stairs next to Building C and went into the building. Just now, only one person jumped out of his building to fight with him. There were people in the other 2 buildings, but they were not visible now. Xiao Ju licked the 2 boxes clean, armed himself, and did not dare to stay in Building C for a long time. He simply went to the police station to find his teammates. If he continued to hang around here and was accidentally tricked again, wouldn't he have to lie about some things that were true and false in order to survive? The reason why Chu Sheng dared to make a joke and bet with Xiao Ju was because at the end of the last game, he used the ultimate skill bad luck transfer and transferred his bad luck to the bearded man. Bad luck transfer lasts for half an hour. It has not been half an hour since the last game, so it is still in effect. That's why Chu Sheng dared to jump from the airport with Xiao Ju and make a bet on landing. As for the airdrop, it was purely Chu Sheng's nonsense. Although all the bad luck was transferred out, it didn't mean that Chu Sheng would be possessed by the Emperor of Luck next time. Chu Sheng still knew a little about his original luck. It is probably because of the great luck that he was involved with Su Xiaomu, formed a family relationship, and got together with Xiao Bai. Chu Sheng estimated the time. When the first poison circle counted down, his bad luck transfer effect would end. At that time, he would become the captain who was terrified by bad luck again. After teasing Xiaojua twice, the Tusao value came quickly. Chu Sheng's Tusao value went from more than 10 points just now to more than 40 points now. It can be seen that the 2 waves of teasing just now really made Xiaojua laugh and cry. Looking at this kid again, he ran directly to the little lion, as if there was a plague in Building C. However, Chu Sheng's normal luck was still good without any bad luck. After searching the whole building, he already had a red dot DP28 and a 98K with a 2x scope. Both guns use 7.62mm bullets, so Chu Sheng didn't have to worry about how to distribute the bullets. While he was searching, the other 3 had already started to kill wolves and tigers. The 3 of them started to advance towards the terminal from the boiler room and the police station. Chu Sheng didn't even go to the remaining 2 buildings of Building C, thinking that they must have been searched by someone. So they formed a corner encirclement and simply surrounded the terminal together. The airport military base is such a small area. With the tactical ban lifted, the 3 of Rabbit also fought freely. The guy in the terminal finally wanted to escape from one side, but was blocked by Chu Sheng, who was lying on the grass. The EP481 lying on his back didn't even need to suppress the gun. He just opened the scope and shot wherever he pointed. The recoil was even smaller than that of the M249 lying on his back. The airport was completely cleared, and several people were also very excited. Although there were so many people, each of the 4 people didn't kill many. But this kind of pleasure was incomparable. Although it was a free fight, Chu Sheng still saw the rules from the 3 people's attack. After rushing into the terminal, everyone quickly followed a direction and filled in for the comrades in front, and even prepared to follow the gun. Under the subtle influence of tactical guidance and one-day training, the traces of the lone wolf's unrestrained play in the previous game were basically no longer seen, which made Chu Sheng quite relieved. Just when several people came out of the airport and got on the roadside jeep to the bridge head, suddenly there was a rumbling sound in the sky, and a plane came quickly from a distance and passed over the 4 people's heads. "Hey, Captain, where is the airdrop?" There was no one at the airport, and the fully armed Shiju had jumped up again. Just now Chu Sheng had forced him to believe it, and now the plane really came. At this time, no one threatened him, so he could always tell the truth and get away with it. Right? The viewers in the live broadcast room were almost laughing. Shiju still hasn't gotten over the hurdle just now. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. As the saying goes, King Gojin of you slept on firewood and tasted gall. Anyway, Shiju is jumping up again now, ready to avenge his previous shame. Chu Sheng looked at Shiju, who was so naughty, with a look of disdain. "I'll give you another chance. Are you ready to provoke me to the end?" Chu Sheng's tone sounded imposing, and Shiju was a little hesitant. Shiju was also puzzled, seeing the captain's confident appearance. Could it be that there was something strange waiting for him to jump? The rabbit and the little lion winked at Shiju frantically, meaning that they had made a bet. Once or twice is fine, but Chu Sheng can't be right every time. Right? I think the captain is very weak now. A paper tiger. Don't be afraid. Just take a gamble. The little lion had an indelible smile on his face. Shiju, do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life? Or a hero for a second? The choice is yours. The rabbit also encouraged Shiju in a rather experienced tone. After all, someone had to take the lead in this matter. As the saying goes, it's better to die than to die with your friends. Shiju should understand it in the future. After all, the rabbit and the little lion are still very interested in Chu Sheng's bad luck that doesn't work when it fails. After all, there has never been a person whose bad luck is so thorough in the game, as if he is deliberately doing something wrong. But sometimes when you are about to mess with him, this bad luck disappears inexplicably, giving people a very mysterious feeling. Just like this, he landed with a EP481 and walked down a C-shaped building with a full set of level 2 suits, EP481 and 98K. This set of equipment is already very luxurious, and it is no problem for the equipment score to crush 66.66% of the players on the island. So the rabbit and the little lion also took the attitude of watching the show, instigating Shiju to confront the captain. Chu Sheng looked at the express plane that was about to fly over, and glanced at the countdown of the circle shrinking in 30 seconds, and his heart was a little nervous. Anyway, there is no punishment for losing. After lunch at the club tomorrow, it is always okay to wash the pot. Chu Sheng did not dare to play too big. What if he was embarrassed later? Right? After all, Shuga Chu Sheng has a plan for everything. Still have to leave yourself some way out. Chapter 560. Don't worry. We are not devils after all. Washing the pot is not a big deal. Shiju was a little loose, and with the instigation of the rabbit and the little lion, he actually had a vague intention. The plane will come soon. Hurry up. Chu Sheng also stared at the plane without a moment's slack, fearing that an airdrop would fall before the opening. The water friends in the live broadcast room all had a kind, ant-like smile on their faces. The most important thing for a team is the team spirit. Now looking at the state of the 4 people, they can joke casually, and their state is also very vigorous. Originally, the water friends were still worried about the Cologne Invitational in Germany a month later. Will such a broadcaster team, even with a strong presence like Chu Sheng, become a snack for the professional team? But looking at the current situation, worrying is completely unnecessary. Let's bet. Shiju is young and hot-tempered. He slams the table, and it's settled. It's just washing the pot. A real man is afraid of nothing. Shujua really doesn't believe that Chu Sheng can make this airdrop fall. Many data in this game are random and unpredictable. If all of this can be controlled, then what else can others play? Unfortunately, Shujua above really forgot that Chu Sheng is the one who can make random unpredictability controllable. Chu Sheng looked at the plane coming over, swallowing his saliva and feeling nervous. He didn't think his luck was so good that he could close his eyes and shoot, and then the airdrop would hit his face. But he has a brain. As long as the plane hasn't been dropped yet, his chances of winning are very high. Rabbit, Little Lion and Little Duke are all focused on the bed at this moment, completely forgetting the fact that the first safe zone is on the island. Watching the plane fly over, Chu Sheng coughed twice to dispel his embarrassment, and then took out his 98K very solemnly. Is there a ritual for shooting and dropping? Looking at Chu Sheng's action, the three of them looked weird. Anyway, the captain has something on him. Sometimes he is so evil, and you will suffer a big loss if you don't believe it. As for the water friends in the live broadcast room, they all covered their mouths and laughed. Chu Sheng's weird talk actually managed to scare the three people. Gods and Buddhas, please bless me to shoot down an airdrop with this shot. I am willing to exchange Shijua's singleness for a year for this airdrop. Chu Sheng kept muttering, and although his voice was not loud, the three people still heard it, especially Shijua, who was confused. How could this blessing be exchanged for someone else? Snap. Not a snap. The 98K made a crisp vibration sound, like a wave ripple, quickly spreading throughout the airport and drifting far away. Then, a crow flew over everyone's head. There was no airdrop, and the plane went away mercilessly. Chu Sheng's scalp tingled, and he felt several eyes falling on him. This shouldn't be the case. The first safe zone is on the island, and the hillside where I am is on the north side. If the plane doesn't drop it now, will it drop it on the sea at the edge of the safe zone? Chu Sheng had calculated very well just now. After all, the plane didn't drop it all the way, so the airdrop would either fall on their faces or be thrown to the beach and the straight at the edge of the safe zone. It's a pity that I don't even have such a 50% chance. Which is embarrassing. Shujua burst out laughing. No need to say more. This time, the great revenge is finally taken. Chu Sheng couldn't hide his embarrassment, and his face instantly turned red. I'm willing to pay the price of Zayashizi being single for a year in exchange for this airdrop. Chu Sheng was still mumbling, and Zayashizi just laughed along. But he didn't expect that it would be his turn to be confused so soon. Shujua patted Zayashizi's arm, signaling him to be patient and just watch the captain's awkward performance. Anyway, the airdrop would not fall. Zayashizi thought it made sense, and suddenly felt a kind of detached and watching the fire from the other side. Pulling the bolt to change the bullet, another crisp 98K warning was fired. But in an instant, Shujua and Zayashizi's originally upturned mouth corners suddenly turned down. Chu Sheng was also stunned for a moment. Oops. It seems that something big is going to happen. The viewers in the live broadcast room all covered their mouths and laughed. This is too damn real. This wish for an airdrop is actually useful. Go and see Shujua and Zayashizi's faces. They turned pale all of a sudden. It's so funny. It's terrifying to think about it. If I get an airdrop every time, I will be single for a year. Then I am the Emperor of Luck. Don't be nervous. The Emperor of Luck above. You can still take over. It turned out that when Chu Sheng fired the gun, the plane did drop an airdrop. But this time it was not one airdrop, but two. The two airdrops have fallen. Doesn't it mean that the price of Chu Sheng's 2 words just now has come into effect? Rabbit drove the jeep and drove the 3 people to the place where the airdrops fell on the top of the mountain. Shujua and Zayashizi took off their headphones and rushed over aggressively. Chu Sheng was still making his last struggle. Don't be anxious. Listen to me first. You are still young. You should still work hard to practice for the club. Add luster to yourself. I say this for your own good. Shujua and Zayashizi's eyes were blazing. Just for our sake. Just sacrifice yourself to be single for a year? Chu Sheng's Tuso value also soared. Although negative emotions in reality cannot be converted into Tuso value, the game characters of the two are still hanging. Before Chu Sheng finished speaking, the Tuso value had already soared to nearly 100 points. Well, guess what kind of guns are in the 2 airdrops? If you guess correctly, you can avoid being beaten. Little Lion was also unwilling to accept it. Only then did he realize that the probability of falling into the airdrop was still very high. If he could guess what kind of guns were in the airdrop, he would really accept it. Don't worry. After all, We are not demons. And we will still be careful when we attack, Little Duke said, clenching his fists and making crackling sounds. Little Lion also made a magical move. Just stay in bed for 10 days or half a month. And you can still make it to the invitational tournament in Cologne, Germany. Chu Sheng suddenly felt a chill. Looked back at the shrinking poison circle, and his heart skipped a beat. Now, the effect of bad luck transfer should be gone. But he is facing a big problem. There are many kinds of weapons in the airdrop, and the difficulty of guessing two correctly is 1 in several tenths. Isn't this clearly disadvantageous to Chu Sheng? It's okay to draw the enemy's hatred. After all, it's impossible to get here along the network cable. Won't it be a rhythm of getting beaten up every minute if you draw the hatred of teammates? Chu Sheng. Jump, pay money, and stay in the hospital. Okay, it's time to witness a miracle. Chu Sheng looked at the 2 red airdrop boxes slowly falling from the top of his head, and his eyes looked like a nosebleed from being beaten.